All right, everybody, welcome to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in beautiful Cincinnati, Ohio. My name is Corey Baumeister. That is the one, the only, Mr. Jim Davis, MTG. Jim, how are you, buddy? It's been a while, and what are you looking forward to today?
Yeah, this is great. Happy to be on the road again, back in the booth, and I am so excited for this event. So we had the Pro Tour a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Right? And it was kind of business as usual. You know, prowess, landfall, no huge surprises, no Pro Tour lore when eclipsed.
Where we had just pure spice. Yeah, spice after spice.
Brewers everywhere. However, last weekend, we had a spotlight in London. We had an RC in Japan. And oh boy, nobody could have guessed what the results of those would be. The finals of London, Azorius Momo versus Mardu Discard.
As one expects. Right. Two decks that are pretty close to the other category for that event. Right. I don't think there'll be other for this one.
Yep. And then in Japan, it was 4-color control, like tablet control, versus just high control. And these are 4 decks that, either were very little representative of the Pro Tour or didn't do very well. Yes. Azorius Momo had a horrendous Pro Tour. 2 of my teammates played it, and I honestly, if I had played the Pro Tour, it might have been the deck that I played also. Yeah. Had a 38% win rate. Which is heinous at the Pro Tour level. But
at least you would have had your Saturday free.
I know, right? But right back around to London, where it wins the tournament, it has one of the highest win rates. So we're seeing that wonderful churn and evolution in Standard week over week, where things just evolve and they go in and they go out and trends, and we get to see that next evolution and trends in this event right now.
Yeah, we always get kind of worried, like the Pro Tour brings a dominating deck like Landfall or something. You just think, okay, this is all we're going to see. But, when people expect 1 or 2 big decks, they can really metagame for it, and Standard's so deep that we can see that churn that Jim and I love. I mean, I could just look at metagame shifts week to week, just
numbers. Oh, it's so awesome.
Exactly. Charts and numbers on different decks, and kind of ask yourself why this stuff is happening. I think that stuff is always really, really fun. So we're not going to be the only casters you're going to be seeing all weekend. We'll be bringing you the morning shift, and then Mani Davuti and Ailey Loney will be coming in here to bring you the other half of the broadcast. So going to be a lot of fun here in Cincinnati. Now, Jim, these players, of course, want to just bring the best deck. They want to create the data themselves, but they also want to win some good cash, huh?
There's prizes here?
There's prizes.
How about $20,000 up top? A huge 5-figure payday for both the winner and the finalists. It's a lot of money. We got prize money down all the way to 128th place. Fabulous cash prizes, 4-figure payday for top 32. Great. But the big one here, I think, is the non-cash prize. Of course, these Pro Tour invites, these players are here for the Pro Tour. Yep. And those 2 Worlds invites for the finalist and the winner, so important to these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Pro Tour, it's very much priceless to be able to get in there. A lot of players would lock in 32nd place right now, but that World Championship slot, that really increases a huge amount of value to first and second. A good 4,000 for last place or so, depending on the World Championship. So now let's walk through what the format is that we're going to be playing here all weekend in Cincinnati. It is Standard, and a quick refresher to what the Standard format is. Minimum 60-card deck, up to 15-card sideboards. 14 and a Poison Dart Frog does play as well, just in case you were wondering. 50-minute rounds, of course, best of 3 games, rotating formats, and the sets below, Jim. I mean, this format is gigantic right now with all these sets.
Yeah, there are a lot of tools, which really give decks the ability to kind of dig really, really deep and look for that perfect card.
Yeah, absolutely. So now let's take a look at the schedule that we're going to be having for this entire regional championship. Walk us through what we're going to see, Jim.
We got 9 rounds of Swiss today. Our players will be setting up to gear in for the long haul, trying to accumulate 18 or more match points to advance to day 2, kind of get to keep playing, and then on day 2, right back at it at 9 a.m. 6 more rounds of Swiss, and then those players are playing for 8 slots in the single elimination playoff bracket. And of course, there are prizes outside of that, like we were saying. Top 32 queues to the Pro Tour, our cash prizes, but these players want to get into that bracket, have a chance to win the trophy, and go to Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And the trophies are always really awesome here for these regional championships. That's for sure. So, all right, we'll bring it back to us, and we'll kind of talk about the format as we get our players ready to go into the feature matches. I hear the head judges giving the announcements right now as we speak. And first, Jim, I got to ask you, because this is one of my favorite times in the morning. Just that judge announcement, you know, everyone's kind of calming the nerves. How do you prepare yourself in these moments?
It's the kind of thing where there's so much like flurry going into the event.
Yes.
Preparation, stress, deck selection, deck submission. Once you're submitted, you're like, all right, well, I'm submitted now. I got to think about this and that, sideboard plans. I feel like there's almost like a Zen moment in the player meeting.
Yeah.
Where you're sort of like, all right, I'm stuck here for the next 10 minutes while the judge announces what's happening, and I'm just get to be kind of like,
Yep.
Have you ever done yoga before? It's kind of like you do an hour-long session, and at the very end, you kind of just like lay there, and it's like sweet oblivion. Just like, okay, now let's begin.
Yeah, and then Jim has been ejected from a lot of tournament halls for just laying down on the table, and we're like, you know, Jim, you can't do that here.
I'm just feeling it.
Just
you know?
zenning out.
Right.
So looking at, we're going to have the metagame for you as well. Looks like Landfall was probably the most heavily represented deck here. What would you have played, and what's kind of your hot take? Like, what do you think is going to have a good weekend?
Honestly, there are so many cool decks I would have played.
Yeah.
I'm playing decks on stream all week, and I like the Azorius Momo deck.
I do too.
I, of course, love the 4-color control deck. I think that the tablet card is just awesome.
Tablet just better than loot, right?
Yeah.
Like, is it looking to be that way?
That was one of the big kind of like, you know, everyone was on loot in preview season. You know, the loot, of course, doubles your mana. Really, really exciting. But
yeah,
the tablet,
Wilderness Reclamation and Library of Alexander in one. It's got to be good, right?
but you know, as usually is the case, the cheaper card. And the card is a little less over the top. Has a, you know, Loot has a super high ceiling, but the floor is kind of low too.
Yes.
Tap up for 4 mana and it gets destroyed. That's a really bad turn.
You ever get that thing spell pierced? You just drop. You just drop from the league. You know?
Tablet is it's mana acceleration, it's card advantage, it does everything these decks want to do. It's such a low cost, it's awesome. So that's actually really cool. Momo's cool. I love Matt Nass's deck from the Pro Tour.
Same.
You know, Matt and Noah. That was at 11th hour. You know, I'm in the team Discord, and it was like 11:30 p.m. before submission, and Matt Costa's like, why is the Bruges channel going off at this hour? And there's Matt Nash just like, I think this might be it. Matt and Noah played it. They crushed the tournament with it.
Yeah.
That deck's really cool, too. There's a lot of really, really cool options. And you know me, I'm not the best deck kind of guy. Probably not playing Prowess or Landfall.
Yeah, yeah.
What about you?
You know, I really like the Matt Nash deck. I really like that, and I like how that deck can kind of change based on what you expect. Just with the minor changes of putting the Rhythm package into the main, or just keeping it with the Gear Hulks, the Ouroboros. So no matter whatever you expect, you can bend your deck to. I think I would have played Spelementals, and I think my hot take is that this is the weekend for Landfall again. I think there's going to be like 3 in top 8. Yeah, I really think Celestia Landfall, there's a lot of great players out there playing Landfall, and I think people are kind of forgetting about the deck a little bit. And I think it's going to come back to strike pretty hard.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's a really good point. Yeah. I think that in the last month or so, you know, we've had tons of narratives about Izzet and Prowess and this and that. Landfall has just been like the rock.
Yes.
Every event, it has like a 54% win rate. You know, it never has a bad event. It might have a bad event where it's in top 8.
Yeah.
But the win rate is always above 50% and at a decent clip above. And it just kind of quietly goes along and does its thing. There's some evolutions here and there, like you're saying, the Selesnya and this and that. But it's always there.
Yes.
And that sort of consistency is very, very important.
And But you got to like Selesnya more than just mono green, right?
I mean, there's some good players or from friends that are playing mono green.
Okay.
They prefer the more lean, like, package, you know, Mel Shredders, you know, and so on and so forth. I think Selesnya is probably better. Yeah. You know, those at the Pro Tour looked phenomenal. Of course, having a mirror in the finals is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Kind of a dream for any Pro Tour team.
It's definitely making a statement that this is the deck to play, but you also got to think, you know, like what you were saying, these different decks that are coming in, the Momo maybe not discard in this same vein, but the other control decks, you think about a road against them, like, ugh, it's probably best destroying your own lands at that point. But so, you know, those kind of shifts, I think, the more these landfall decks have this arms race where they're trying to go bigger than the other ones, that's when these control decks or these Momo decks or something can sweep in and kind of take them down.
Yeah, very similar to the arms race you've seen with Izzet.
Yeah.
Where the prowess deck started out like super low to the ground and aggressive, and then kind of as we saw, where was that a few weeks ago? I remember where Ross was top 8 with the crab kind of coming out. It was kind of the crab coming out party.
Richmond, right? The
Richmond,
spotlight.
Yeah, where crab was kind of like a sideboard card, and then it became a 2 over the main deck, and now it's the 4 over the main deck. Kind of
it was like an Eddie Merck, you know, Pro Tour.
Right.
You know, like that was probably the most played creature at that Pro Tour. But yeah,
who had
really
that one on their bingo card?
No kidding. I mean, I kind of did testing for that event. I'm like, oh my god, like that card was just felt so broken. But you know, we're starting to see a lot of different things. We're starting to see the Stallion come in from Izzet decks. That changes it a bit. I saw just an Ancestral Anger Izzet deck build from some of the lists across the way. So there's a lot of really fun stuff going on here in Standard. I'm looking forward to it.
That was the resurgence of Poison Dart Frog.
Yeah.
Hopped over to the pond to London. There was an Izzet prowess list, like a super hyper aggressive fling list.
Yeah.
1 Dart Frog in the board. No ley lines though.
Yeah. Well, you know that was Alexander McIsaac.
Okay.
Yeah. It was him. He flew over.
Love it. I just saw the list. Yeah. So that's awesome. That's so cool.
I still love that I'll occasionally play against someone, you know, online or whatever, and it's just like you see their top 8 list and you can tell they just copy pasted it and they still stuck true to the Poison Dart Frog. You gotta love it.
I want to know how many top 8s Poison Dart Frog has across like Magic Online events. You know, random RCQs. They just copied the list. I want to know.
More than I would expect, to say the least. That is for sure. So,
more than 0.
That is true. So let's take a look. I know you got some deck lists here. One player that I figured we are 100% starting with is the champ is here. Nathan Stoyer from the Pro Tour here a couple weeks ago is in the building playing Celestia Landfall. So we're going to have him here in the feature match area. Does it look exactly the same? Or?
Listen.
And we'll pull up deck lists on the screen whenever we got those ready.
Listen.
Yeah.
You went to Pro Tour with the deck a few weeks ago. You're just playing the same deck again.
Same deck.
Yeah. I don't care if somehow, you know, the metagame shift. Like they announced the metagame is going to shift no matter what, and everyone's playing anti-landfall decks. You just play the deck you want to play. 100%.
So. I wouldn't change a card. I'd use the same sleeve. All right, maybe I'd change my sleeves.
No,
I'd probably beat him up if I played through a whole Pro Tour. But yeah, same. I would just be treating it as a victory lap.
Yep.
It would just be reminiscent every time you draw some cards, like, brings back memories.
Every time I drew a Drynodyne synthesis amalgam. Awesome. Technology is so cool.
Although it never really looked good, but whatever. I thought
it looked pretty cool.
It always looked cool.
Sure.
Cool and good, you know, different things. So what's Nathan's opponent here?
So playing is Matt Sims, who's playing Spellmentals. So Sunderflock and friends. You know, this is one of the more polarizing decks. Sunderflock is really, really good in some matchups, and then, you know, just fine in others.
Yeah.
But deck really does the thing. Sunderflock, Elementals, put it in play, put all the Izzet spells. And again, really cool to see the variety in Izzet decks. You know, there are like 5 or 6 different, like distinctly different Izzet decks in the format, which is so cool.
It is cool. Yeah, you know, say what you will about there being a lot of Steam vents in Standard, which is definitely true, but when the decks do have so much variety and they play out so differently, like Prowess and Spellmentals, sure, they play some of the same cards, Opt, Sleight of Hand, that kind of thing, but they do not play out the same at all. Very different game plans.
Yeah, it's less cards than you would think also, and you think about Lessons and these new tablet control decks where, you know, a lot of them are just base Izzet, like splashing for Jessica Revelation.
Yes.
They're mostly just Izzet decks, same idea, with a very different core. So really, really cool to see, and we'll see how Sunderflock and friends kind of line up. It is pretty good, the Landfall matchup.
That is true. So. That was going to be my next question. So Spellmentals, the deck came to just destroy the rhythm decks, you know, and so we know that to be true. We saw that at Pro Tour Lore when Eclipse, you know, they had, what, a 19-1 record against Rhythm. So, like, it beats that deck. Now, when it comes to Landfall, it's got to be a little worse than that because, well, they have Elementals, they have the Hydras, and they can just kind of, you know, bossing, say, a land, warp a Harmonizer, and kind of win out of nowhere. So is it still that good of a matchup for Spellmentals?
It's not as one-sided at all.
Okay.
You know, Sunderflock is great, but the ability to kind of, like you're saying, have lands in play, and then also have lands in play.
Yeah.
When Thunderflock bounces all your mana sources, it makes it really hard to redevelop.
Yes.
Whereas Landfall is good at getting a bunch of lands in play that don't get bounced, and then redevelop immediately, and then having that big punch, like you're saying, with Harmonizer is a way to really just kind of get in. And then the white splash helps here too. A road being able to just kill a large flyer.
Let's pull up Nathan's list as well while we're talking about it to start. Check out the Champs deck list, and I gotta say, it looked very similar. I want to say maybe the Bushwhacks are new, as well as maybe that Keen-Eyed Curator. But anything else stand out as far as different from his list?
Nothing too crazy here. The Erodes of Force are an awesome piece, both as a removal spell, but often used more often on your own things. Eroding an earthbended land gets you 2 extra landfall triggers.
Yes.
It's really good because it's a surprising way to pump your Hydra and your Harmonizer to go for a big kill, but also defends in the mirror against your opponent's Harmonizer kills.
Yes.
Where in the mirror, mono green, you're kind of just like, all right, please don't kill me. Whereas with Selesnya, if you have that 1 white mana up, they really need to think about it.
Yeah, we saw that so many times, you know, with Nathan and Chris battling it out. It's like, you had it, dang it, you had the second road. I couldn't play around it. So this is the champ. Nathan Stoyer, now a 2-time Pro Tour champion, so big congrats to him. Let's take a look at Nathan's opponents. The Spelementals list that we were just talking about from Matt, and wow, 4 Traumatic Critique. That feels like a lot of that card.
Yeah, it's interesting where you see an X spell and you assume this is going to be played in like a tablet deck or a loot deck or a big rampy deck. Effectively, you look at this card, it's just blue-red, draw 2, discard 1.
Yes.
And that does what this deck wants to do, which is try and get a high density of spells in the graveyard quickly to turn on your affinity for spells type creatures like Edinburgh Crab and Hearth Elemental.
And having the duality of just being able to say, all right, I have 8 mana, you're at 6. Right. You're dead.
Having a Fireball deck is also pretty cool too.
And when you play out as this tempo control deck, you really can line up some end step double Merc Crab attack, put you down to 4, finish you off with one of these Traumatic Critiques. So really interesting stuff. This particular version up against Landfall, I mean, I kind of look at Traumatic Critique as the first case, and maybe even the 4 Prismari Charm, where those don't actually seem that great against Landfall. Yeah,
they're awesome. They both, I think they're more about just the velocity and the deck's main plan of just like getting spells in the graveyard. Surveil 2, draw a card, fill the graveyard. As far as speed and velocity, where they do have interactive elements, they are not like primary interactive in choices here. And what's cool with this deck too is that it has the ability to kind of play like this pseudo flashy plan where it has the Edinburgh Crab, a few counter spells. It can board in a few more counter spells like the Disdainful Stroke, and it can play that game where it could still apply a threat with an end step Crab or a 1 mana Hearth Elemental and have counter magic up to interaction.
Yeah, absolutely. So you like Matt Sims here in this one?
I mean,
it's hard to go against the champ, right?
It's pretty hard to go against the 2-time Pro Tour champ and world champion Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be very close. Matt has the tools.
Yeah.
We'll leave it there.
Yep, I will definitely agree with you on that. So when these players get ready to go, we'll head on down to the feature match. But man, I am excited here. We got ourselves a large tournament, 942 players. So, about an average size for regional championships. I feel like we always kind of have that 800 to 1200 range. So, this is going to be a long day for these players. 9 rounds to be able to lock up their day 2 invite and try to get to the top 8 with about 2 losses, you would say, right?
Yeah, I mean, ideally you just don't lose it all.
Yes. You
got a loss
That's easy.
A loss to get for sure. And then I'm very excited, in a few rounds we'll have our metagame breakdown.
Yes.
Which I'm very excited to see, seeing the results of last weekend, seeing all these kind of crazy decks. Are there folks who are going to say, hey, I've been playing Prowess for the last few weeks, but that Momo deck or that Mardu discard deck looked really good. Are they going to pick that up? For an RC like this, the players qualify usually weeks to a month or 2 in advance.
Oh, yeah.
They know it's coming up. They know they got to prep for it. And when they put that prep in, you might spend a month playing Prowess.
Yeah.
Now the metagame shifts. A new deck comes up. What do you do?
Exactly.
Do you take that risk? Do you kind of go for that new deck? Do you say, hey, I've got a month on Prowess. I'll have 6 days on Momo. Is it worth it?
And getting the cards, all that stuff, card availability, that stuff really matters. When you're on a pro team, you're testing for a pro tour, card availability you don't really worry about, right? Like, you're just like, it's a pro tour, it's such high stakes, I will buy whatever the best deck is. But the regional championship here, that luxury is not afforded to everyone, you know? Like, I mean, you might not want to just all of a sudden say, yeah, I want to switch to a landfall deck and acquire those cards. That can be really difficult. So you'll have the factor where I think regional championships have a wider variety of decks. You know, once we get towards the end, I think they get a little more condensed to the top metagame, but you got to be prepared to play against anything in the early rounds.
Yeah, and it's cool to see because the players here, you know, at a Pro Tour, these are players that live and die Magic, you know, for the most part. They're playing tons and tons and tons of Magic. At an RC, you know, you can have a little more of your local weekend warrior.
Yep.
You know, a player who, you know, has a full-time job, maybe they have kids, and they play on the weekends, they play their RCQs, and then they want an RCQ, they're going to the RC, cool. But they don't have 30 hours a week to devote like some of these pro players do. So then you kind of pick a deck and lock in. Maybe they're going to get a few games on Arena in or on Magic Online and kind of figure out, oh, am I going to change? Am I not going to change? So really, really cool to see. Adds a lot of variety both in decks as well as types of players.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, one deck that you were saying, I think what I would want to play, what my heart would want to play is the Momo deck. But you know, I feel like there is some inconsistencies to the deck. Like, the deck either looks like the best deck you have ever seen in your entire life, or sometimes you just draw too many drums, you know. The deck looks a little awkward here and there.
Have you ever put a Quantum Riddler in play on turn 2?
I sure have. Did it
feel good?
You know what? Anytime I put a Quantum Riddler into play, I'm pretty happy. But yes, when I get it on turn 2, it's awesome. Some of the changes that we've seen from that deck, though, like adding Grand to the list. First, it was just a 1-up. I've seen some lists that are going up to 4 Grand Grands. Yes, yes. I've seen some lists that go up to 4 Grand Grands. You're able to tutor it out, of course, with the Shepherd. But just having that way to loot through and, you know, basically find your Quantum Riddlers. It's a Quantum Riddler deck, but, I mean, if you can get Quantum Riddler down, maybe draw 2, play a couple spells, tap a Grand, draw 2, and discard, oh, my God. Well, unfortunately...
Yeah, Corey, well, I'll stop you there and actually watch some Magic.
Unfortunately, our players are ready, so we can't talk about Quantum Riddler all day. So let's head on into round 1 here at the U.S. Regional Championship. All right, here we go. We got Nathan Stoyer, the champ, up top. And we got Matt Sims down below, ready to get going. And, well, the last match of Magic that I've seen Nathan Stoyer play, he got to lift a gigantic trophy, and his opponent got to lift him at the end.
He did. Right up in the air.
The Dane special.
Win the Pro Tour, fly.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. Win the Pro Tour, get launched by Christopher Larson. That does happen quite often. So, Bushwhack to be able to find a land and Spell Snare. One of the 2 Spell Snares in the main for Matt Sims. A huge moment for it.
Yeah, great start. Spell Snare, of course, phenomenal card. I'm a huge Spell Snare stan, and then being on the draw is kind of what Spell Snare really excels at, where you have 1 mana and they have 2, allowing you to break serve, which is super awesome.
I remember the first time I got Spell Snared. I was a kid, and my Tarmogoyf got countered on turn 2 when I was on the play, and I almost cried.
I believe you.
Not cool. So devastating. A 1-mana counter spell? How dare they?
I hope the player who Spell Snared you is watching.
Yeah, probably is.
I hope they're smiling right there. You are remembered.
All right, so just a land and pass from Matt. And going to Nathan's 3rd turn here. Goes for Cub number 2. Does Matt have the other Spell Snare? Okay. Trigger on the stack here to Earthbend, so you don't get that double mana. Burst Lightning finishes it off. And so far, Matt Sims doing a great job of controlling the battlefield. And here comes Burst Lightning number 2.
Yeah, this is what Matt wants to do. Just cast spells, interact, fill that graveyard up, get to 5 instant sorceries in there, start deploying these large elemental threats, and kind of really get that game plan rolling.
Yeah, Eddie Merck does a great job of controlling landfall, that is for sure. And we saw this deck, you know, at the Pro Tour in the hand of Max Komanowski. Basically our only Izzet Spelemental player, so maybe didn't have a crazy weekend or anything, but it did fine.
Max is a great player. I've teamed with him before.
A fantastic player. One of my favorite moments after he top-8'd the Spotlight that qualified him for that. I was like, you get to play a Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, where there's lessons will be played after he was playing a lessons deck. And he's like, they shouldn't have gave me Steam Bets, bro. and he left, and then top 8's that Pro Tour. So really fitting and pretty cool stuff here. Ice Till Explorer comes down, but most importantly, no land 5 there. No lands in the graveyard, so no ability to kind of go crazy with the Ice Still just yet.
Yeah, the power level Ice Still Explorer is always relative to, do I have a fetch land in my graveyard or in my hand?
Yes.
Whether it's Fabled Passage or one of the more modest common versions, that engine is so powerful. Without one of those, Ice Still it's fine.
Yeah, it's exactly fine. But man, I mean, you could just say that about the Celestial Landfall in general. Having Fabled Passage makes your deck look so much better. Even one.
Yep.
Yeah.
That first copy is so important.
Yeah. Here was Matt's first unimpressive turn. Just Winter Night Stories and discarding a land and a spell, keeping the creatures alive.
Badger Mole, Badger Mole.
And animating the second land. There's no songs that can be sung if it's not, oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Badger Mole Cup, yeah. Oh, a SpongeBob Island.
Yeah,
oh,
there we go, there we go.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Always classics. And here is the Cub animating the lands. And here's Daedrin coming down where X equals 2, so 4 counters get put on it. It's just large.
Yeah, and then the attack trigger here, this is such a cool innovation.
Yeah.
You remove counters from your creatures to draw cards. Normally that would be a downside, so you're shrinking your creatures, but this is a way to kind of trigger your landfall in combat by removing the counters of the earthbended lands. They come right back. It's such a cool innovation.
Yeah, okay, that is really, really awesome. I would think they just get removed and they just are normal lands, but if your counter goes away, it dies. Okay.
It's a 0/0.
Really awesome. And I feel like maybe that's why I thought the card was so kind of unimpressive, because every time it was played, it just died. Or it was the only creature and it never really triggered the ability. But that looked great there.
Yep.
It would have looked a lot better if that Hydra was a Fabled Passage that just got milled over. But
yes, that would help a lot. But then you get a robot for your trouble. And drawing cards is awesome in this deck, because it's one thing the deck doesn't really have. It can grind through cards with Ice Still Explorer, but as far as like actual raw card draw, once they hit a point where they're at 1 or 0 cards in hand, it is just one card off the top. Hope it's good.
Yeah, the card advantage from the deck looks a little different. Bossing Says, Inevitability,
right?
Those kind of things that really do not equate exact I'm drawing card style card advantage. So. Now this feels like this has to be the big turn for Matt here. We got 6 spells in the yard, so all of the elementals are online. Is this a main phase Eddie Merck? You know what time, or you know what that means, right?
It's time to get sundered.
It's Sunder. I mean, it's got to be, right? Okay,
Nope.
That would make sense. Probably trying to find the old Sunder flock.
Yeah, Matt luckily at 18 here has a little life to play with, as long as there's no harmonizers.
Yes. I mean, at this point, you need harmonizer and land, right?
Right.
And there is the elemental.
Hello.
You had a robot at least.
Yes.
And this is exactly what the Is It Spellamental decks wants to be doing. Resetting Nathan when he didn't have a lot of lands. This was one of those draws where Nathan really had the creatures to accelerate him, and that's when Sunderflock looks at its best.
Right, and from Nathan heads up play, getting that counter off that land, stopping it from being a creature.
Yeah.
So that was a big deal to keep that land in play. If not, there would be 2 lands in play for Nathan right now, and it would look pretty tough.
Well, you could have removed both counters from the lands, right, instead of the Daedrin, if you were really going for that. But, he didn't have a land to play anyways, so he has that land that just got bounced to replay. And we know about the Ice Till, so could go land, Ice Till, and then if you do have land 5, that's not so bad.
Yeah, this is exactly where Matt wants to be.
Yeah.
Few early turns, a lot of cheap spells, but very different than Prowess, where Prowess is putting things in play. Matt is taking things out of play for those first few turns. And then the mid game is this, 2 huge things, and now untap with some spells and try and close the game out in 2 turns.
Okay, so there's Ice Till, finally milled over a land, but maybe slightly, could be a little too late. And heading back to Matt Sims.
So now Matt's cooking.
Yeah,
Matt's
2 big 5/5s ready to go.
A super fast clock. Oh my God.
Oh
boy, look away.
Oh baby. Oh, whenever a forked bolt kills 2 creatures, I don't care if there was work that had to be done to deal damage to the other one. Every Magic player is just like, oh, that poor soul.
Yep. And that's the good thing about this Spellmental deck, is it kills very quickly.
Yeah.
Once it turns the corner, it turns it really hard. These creatures have 5 power. It's 2-turn clock in play. It's not nickel and dime, otters. I need more spells to kind of keep going. It's just boom, here's my stuff.
Get out of game 1, says Matt Sims. Countered Daedrin, and we're going to be heading to the sideboards here, where Matt Sims got to be feeling pretty good. taking down the champ here in game number 1, and looks cool, calm, and collected. You can definitely feel some players when you get in the feature match area, especially when you got to play against the champ, sit down like, oh, I got to play you round 1. That's not the right mentality to have, is it?
That's it. That's a tough round 1 pairing.
Yeah.
The Pro Tour champion, round 1's always a little nerve-inducing anyway.
Yeah.
But under the lights, Pro Tour champion, here you go. The good news for Matt, though, is there probably won't be a harder round the entire tournament.
Yeah, more than likely. More than likely, until he plays Nathan in the top 8, of course.
Yep.
So, all right, looking at the sideboards here, let's start with the champ. We got 1 Bossing Say, 1 Defend the Rider, 1 Mossborn Hydra, 3 Rest in Peace, 3 Sheltered by Ghost, 1 Snakeskin Veil, 3 Sirach Elusive Hunter, 2 Voice of Victories. I see some good toys there.
Yeah, Rest in Peace is a huge one.
Yeah.
So Rest in Peace is 2 mana and basically turns off all the threats in Matt's deck. So now the Crabs and the Hearth Elementals cost a lot of mana, which makes Thunderflock also hard to play too.
Yep.
So really turns things off. And if it gets in play, this blue-red deck has very few ways to actually remove it. So Rest in Peace is a huge one. And then Nathan kind of sees in the taste with like Sirach Elusive Hunter, Snakeskin Veil, play around these spot removal spells. I imagine the Mossborn Hydras will come out of the main deck from these more kind of anti-removal packages. But again, leaning on Rest in Peace as the most important card by a large factor.
You can't take out those Hydras, bro. They're elementals.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's that sweet hot tech where I love how they attack the metagame. They're like, all right, if Thunderflock's going to be good, I'm going to bring in Rest in Peace, which is the best card against them, or just creatures that they can't bounce.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's not great against Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
But being so good against Thunderflock makes some sense too. There's a bit of a song and dance there.
Definitely. So then looking at Matt's sim side, we have 1 Annul, 1 Broadside Barrage, 1 Burst Lightning, 2 Color Storm Stallion, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Ill-Time Explosion, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Seer, 2 Slickshot Show Off, okay, 1 Spell Pierce, and then 1 Spell Snare.
Yeah, Slickshot's great. That's one of the best cards in prowess against this deck, and it's a non-graveyard threat. You're always looking to see, okay, what's the plan against Rest in Peace?
Yeah.
How is the spell that kind of play its spells with that Rest in Peace in play? So, Color Storm Stallion is a non-graveyard-based card. It's not particularly great in the matchup.
Yeah.
It's a card that is, not great against ground blockers, a little clunky. Can come in, we saw, what's the name of this? The Storm Elemental card, the 5-drop that costs 2 if you play a spell.
Oh, yeah. No, I cannot remember.
Gigastorm Elemental.
Yes.
We saw that from Team CFB as a way to have this cheap elemental that's not graveyard-based.
Yeah.
Kind of trying to solve that problem of, okay, if there is a graveyard hate card, how's my deck going to function? So Slickshot seems really great at that. A couple more removal spells to kind of season the taste here. I think Spell Snare is a card that's it's good against Landfall. It's not great. Badger will come the 1 main target.
Yeah.
But when Rest Piece comes in, don't forget you're always sideboarding against your opponent's 75, not their main deck.
Yeah. With Rest in Peace and Cub, and maybe a Keen Eye or 2, it's still probably worth it. But, man, you look if your opponent drops a Voice of Victory and you don't have it, like, ooh.
But if you do have it,
bingo.
Get out of here, Voice of Victory.
Touche. So, Jim, I know you were going to be a teacher as well, as was I. And then instead we decided to do some Magic the Gathering. So I've always wanted to say this, but I figured it would be in a very different context. Class is back in session, Jim. Order your Strixhaven singles and sealed product now. Head on over to starcitygames.com/MTG-SOS. So, I thought I'd be saying that to people learning. Say classes in session.
People are learning.
No, that's true. That's true.
They're watching us to learn. We basically are teachers, just, not as smart or useful. Teachers are great. Support your teachers, folks.
Yeah. They are much smarter and much more useful than us. That's for sure. So, wow, that's the quote of the weekend already. Good job, Jim.
No problem.
Make sure to pick up that set. It's an absolute blast. Been a lot of fun to play and practice. Did you play a lot of Secrets of Strixhaven?
Limited?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Nice.
currently in the middle of my Bronze Mythic run, and we started off pretty rough, but
Okay.
I didn't draft like a multicolor green deck for a while to start the format, and then once I did, I started winning. So we figured it out.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, so kind of taking a peek in, we'll be able to give you this kind of look all weekend, which is really, really awesome. Kudos to the whole production crew here at Star City Games for making this happen. And this is Christian Valenti up against Sasson playing Is It Prowess up against Azorius Prison. This is kind of the Zevon Faust style deck, relabeling it Prison. What do you think of this deck, Jim? I mean, it is really, really polarizing, where it looks like the best deck you've ever seen, or it looks kind of medium.
One of those decks that I would caution players from picking up cold and playing it on RCQ.
Yeah.
This is a deck where you really need to understand what it does. And what it does is what you're seeing here. High Noon is in play, so players are locked to play 1 spell per turn. Already good against prowess just at a baseline.
Yeah.
But the goal is with Aven Interrupter and these blink effects, your goal is they play 1 spell a turn, and you counter it. And they play 1 spell and you counter it. So once you get ahead at any way, they're sort of in this prison lock, which is why it's called prison. A nomenclature not really used often in standard.
Yeah.
That's more for like vintage with like smokestack and tangle wire and stuff. But this deck does kind of lock you out, but it needs to get there first, and getting there is challenging.
I have never found a tougher deck in standard than playing this deck. Like I pick it up all the time after an event, kind of doing the same thing you do on your stream. Like, oh, let's see what kind of cool decks did well. And Zevon Faust is always crushing with it. So I'm always trying it, and I lose badly because it's so difficult to play. We saw him lose in the top 8 to Rui Zhang, both phenomenal players, and to be honest, Zevon got horrifically flooded. Like drew like 8 lands in a row or something like that. Otherwise, I think he would have took that match down. So looks like our players in our main match are ready to go. So we'll head on in. Game looks like it's got a lot left in the tank, so should be a fun one to check out.
Looks like Christian's kind of got things mostly locked up with the High Noon.
Yeah.
Kind of executing that sort of like, you play a spell, I counter it. You play a spell, I counter it. Very deterministic.
Yeah.
Which is very uncommon in a game of Magic to have a kind of this like deterministic feel. But it kind of writes a script, and if you get in that script, you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. It is brutal when you have like that prepared creature ready to go, and your opponent knows it too, and they're like, I have to play into it. I have to get it out of your hand. So, all right, here they come. To quote the great Christopher Larson, here is the Chocobo.
The bird is the word. And more important of this game is that Nathan's already found a Fable Passage.
Yes.
And the deck is almost night and day.
It really is. And also, I think Matt Sims had multiple Prismari charms in hand. So that's the big deal of going first or not. I guess they wouldn't have been able to pick off both Chocobos anyways. But it'd be a lot cooler if it could.
Yeah, and this is a spot where these Chocobos can outsize the red removal.
Yeah.
And with this start, now we can't just see Matt go like, 1 mana kill a thing, 1 mana kill a thing, do that kind of like exchange. Now, Matt has some work to do.
Yep. Gary the Snail Island coming on down, passing over to Nathan. I still don't get why that snail meows. Have we ever figured out why?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, cool.
Scholars are still
They're
still working on that one.
Okay, cool, cool.
Again, folks, thank your teachers.
Yeah.
They're doing God's work.
Okay, so this is an attack. This leads me to believe 100% Nathan does not have a land.
Really? Why, Corey?
Might now. I know this is some expert tech here, but all right, just as I've been saying the entire time, Diadrin looks insane every single time that you can possibly draw it.
And finds the land, too, which is really, really important.
Or could have had it the whole time, Jim.
Could have.
Yeah. Didn't, but could have. Here is Prismari Charm doing its best preordain impression.
I feel like the robot is so extra, too. It's like, the card already feels nice, you're drawing cards, but you get a robot, too.
Yeah. They didn't want you to lose value on removing counters. Come on.
As my son would say, beep boop.
Who would say that?
My son.
Oh, your son. Okay. I thought you said someone would say that.
I mean, my son is someone.
That's fair. That's fair. Steam Vents into play tapped. We're going to be seeing a lot of that land. Probably the most played land here in this tournament.
I would say so. I mean, maybe Basic Forest.
Maybe Basic Forest.
On raw numbers.
On raw numbers, sure.
Given that Sluzzy Landfall plays, like 8 or something like that, and then Mono Green plays the full 20.
Actually, Is It Spelementals have been playing 7 Steam Vents as well these days.
Yeah. Interesting. A new metagame development.
We're seeing those shifts here, even in the land base. Matt Sims has the 3 spells in the yard, so that is what, when you're playing against these Spelementals deck, it almost matters more than cards in hands. Like, how many instant sorceries do you have in your yard? That directly dictates what they can have, what you need to play around, and how much of a priority it is to deal with the graveyard. And for me, if I'm Nathan right now, this is the turn I need to deal with the graveyard, because once Eddie Merc comes down, you know, it's tough to remove. But, oh, man, forget whatever I was saying. It's Harmonizer time.
How about dealing with your opponent instead?
That helps.
Oh, and draw fetch land, too.
No, could have had it. All right, so Harmonizer triggers. 2 Saz's Chocobo triggers are coming down. Where are you going to aim this first double?
Stuff. So Prismari Charm can't bounce.
Yes.
So you don't want to go for broke here. You know, in its open mana, Matt's Sims deck is just built to interact. So now Nathan gets to walk that fine line of, okay, how do I do the most amount of damage possible without going completely all in?
Not putting all your eggs in one basket, essentially, right? So it looks like Nathan was saying, I'm going to target the Saz's Chocobo. I'm going to stack it where the Saz's resolves first, and then double. Now, if he said, I'll respond to that as well, that could make sense because, of course, you can always stack it where the doubles go in the back, essentially, and then you put all the counters on the Chocobos to max out the amount of damage. So, I mean, it would make sense to me if Nathan has a double on each of the Saz's Chocobo with this landfall trigger. So now that one would be 10 power, one would be 8.
Yep. And there's that Prismari Charm. Still a lot coming through here.
Oh, yeah. So depending on how Nathan verbalized this, I would assume we're having an attack for 11 coming in. Now, of course, the Daedrin could remove some counters and shrink it by just a little bit. Looks like that is what Nathan's going for, a little bit more card advantage.
It's interesting where your opponent has a super in their deck, but it's a setup super.
Yeah.
So it is a few turns down the line. It's only 4 spells in the bin. 3 lands in play. You can kind of go wild at the start, and you want to kind of play both sides of the ball. Right? Ooh, okay, never mind.
What were you saying about those setup sweepers?
A different Wrath effect here.
To be fair, it's a one-of. We'll give you a pass on that.
Right, but
one-of in the board.
What I was saying was you try and play around spot removal by going wide before the sweeper gets online, but here's that cheaper sweeper.
Yeah. 8 damage to everything. No big deal. Excuse me, 9 damage to everything. And that's huge. I mean, that might have been the one card in Matt's deck right now that could put him, you know, kind of back to parity.
Exactly, yeah. And that's very, very punishing. Nathan is playing on Thunderflock, and then here comes this curveball, which is a lot of the value of kind of playing these, you know, 1-ofs and 2-ofs, kind of really changing the script, you know.
Yeah.
When you're playing a match of Magic, you kind of have a script in your head of, like, how the game's going to play out. You know, what's the script look like when you win? What's it like when you win, when you lose? You try and go down that win path most of the time.
Yeah, ideally.
So you try and follow a script of what needs to happen for you to win the game. And when a curveball like that comes in, it's off script.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the actors kind of just going rogue. And then that can really mess up and kind of, you know, muck up the works. And now Nathan has to reevaluate, write a new script.
Yep, absolutely. Well said. Well said. And yeah, 1-ofs, playing around them, most of the time is incorrect. You know, like, I think if Nathan played that a lot slower, sure, maybe in hindsight, it would have worked out a little bit better, but I just don't think you should do that when it's only a 1-of a card. People can definitely lose games more often by playing too scared than not going for it. You know?
You don't want to play to beat the 1 ill-timed explosion and lose to the 4 Thunderflocks.
Yeah, no kidding.
Matt there doesn't check out.
And just a Harmonizer and a pass, so a pretty sad turn here. So if Matt has a phenomenal turn, you got to think gigantic advantage to him to be 1-0 here at this tournament.
That being said, the Harmonizer just does need to be dealt with.
Oh, for sure.
You know, Harmonizer is a monstrous threat. I mean, Matt is at 6, so I guess like the overkill's not really needed. But it is a 4 toughness creature. You know, it's not necessarily. Never mind. Okay.
Yep, it's dealt with.
And it's gone.
And it's gone. Eddie Merc Crab comes down, then Thunderflock picks the creatures up. So, I mean, that would have been a spot. Like, looks like it's all blue cards in hand from Matt. So, if you had a Mossborn Hydra, it might look a little bit better. But still, got to put a huge advantage to Matt here.
Yeah, and a lot to get through because, again, there's the sizing of a little late there on Curator. The sizing of these elementals is just so big.
Yeah. And it's like, how many roads do you want to leave in against his Elementals? Like, if you can destroy an Eddie Merc before they can untap and Thunderflock you, that's great. But when you do something like Matt just did, where you just do it all in one turn, where there's literally no chance that you can interact. Actually, that's not true. With the tap trigger on the stack, you still could. But Nathan was tapped out anyways.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because Erode, it's sort of awkward how Erode plays with the Rest in Peace plan.
Yeah.
Because by giving your opponent extra lands, you're making it easier for them to just hard cast the elementals with the Rest in Peace in play.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of tension there, too.
technically, you only make the Sunderflock cost, 8 instead of 2 if you erode it when you give them the extra land, but still.
Well, I mean, saying casting an Edinburgh for 7 or a Hearth Elemental for 6 is reasonable.
That is true.
And
that is true.
One extra land goes a long way to cast those cards through Rest in Peace.
Yeah, very fair.
And Nathan's got a lot of work to do here.
A lot of work. And it looks like, yeah, maybe he was just going for the Keen-Eyed Curator plan of, like, turn this thing into a 7/7, eventually get there. And that just feels pretty brutal. But all right, there's Snakeskin Veil. Do some protection.
Interesting to see he was in the main phase.
Yeah.
So Matt playing around, not exactly sure. Wanted to force the issue, but Snakeskin Veil resolves. This is not like a 1-2 punch setup.
Yeah. Or if anything, you wait till Keen-Eyed starts munching on stuff and then, bounce it then.
Yeah, there is a variety of types in the graveyard. Sorcery, instant, artifact, creature. The artifact creature will count for 2 with Keen-Eyed.
It does, yes.
So only need to exile 3 actual things.
Yep. So that is a big deal. This thing can be gigantic. And honestly, I mean, this thing can be lethal.
Yeah, this is scary.
This thing can be very lethal. If Matt doesn't have it.
I would say that a second bounce spell could be likely here.
Or a second crab, but I mean, then a second Snakeskin Veil or something, and we're all done here.
Like making Nathan use the Snakeskin Veil now, but like, why not just Spirit Response anyway? So.
Yeah.
All right, crab was the answer.
All right, is there another Snakeskin? No. So now Nathan has to repivot to how can I not die? And that means dealing with 2 blockers, take 5 in the air, and hope Matt has absolutely nothing.
Yeah, can't play around anything here. A Badger Ball Cup would do it. It's 2 jump blocks.
An Erode would look great.
And Nathan's start was great this game, but that ill-timed explosion. Whew.
Yeah,
man,
my goodness.
Really out of left field. And if you're Matt, you got to be feeling good.
Yep.
Got the champ up on the ropes here in round 1.
Couple Saz's chokeable. Man, now this Prismari Charm looks real nasty if we have one.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to have the 4th one, but Sunder Flock, and yeah, that's going to do it. Looks like the champ has taken a loss here. And Matt Sims picks up round number 1. Has just a gasser hand still left in the tank. So big congrats to him. And, well, Spellamentos looks pretty good. But got to be framing that ill-time explosion from that match, huh?
Yeah, if you're Matt, it's kind of interesting. Psychologically.
Yeah.
That was a huge win.
Yes.
You got to make sure you're ready to play for round 2.
Yeah.
Like, it could easy be easy to see that win as like, oh my God, I just won a camera match against the Pro Tour champ, the world champ, in dominating fashion too.
Yeah.
Just clowned on him, not saying Nathan played badly, but like, his draws are very, very good. Now he needs to go to round 2. He's going to play against a lesser opponent, because just there are no other larger opponents.
Nathan is the best player.
He is the pinnacle. He's not going to be on camera. He's going to be at table 294 or whatever, some random sea of people. You got to come off that high and still keep playing. We talk about kind of reacting to losses.
Yeah.
Reacting to wins is an important part of your psychological profile, too.
Very true. Very true. But I got to say, Matt Sims looked cool, calm, and collected like he's been here before. So I'm going to be excited to watch his journey. But we got more magic here for round number 1. Let's head on down to our backup feature and see what we got cooking for this one. What do we got here?
All right, this is great. We got Nicole Tipple on the bottom.
Okay.
Playing the 4.
Phenomenal Magic player.
Yeah, Nicole's fantastic. She's great. Love Nicole. And she's playing the 4-color control deck, similar to the one that won the Japan Regional Championship.
Okay.
Tablet of Discovery, Jessica Revelation, and then splashing for Inevitable Defeat, a little extra removal there. And playing against Bant Airbending.
Oh, okay.
Coming out of the woodworks here.
This is a deck that I thought was kind of dead, right? Like, it seems like all the Izzet decks are really good against it.
Yep, Andrew Main up on top, and it is a deck that, it struggles into Sunderflock a little bit, but it is quite good against Landfall.
Okay. And we got a couple of Michelangelo's Technique.
Yep.
That's a spicy one, huh?
Yeah, kind of a Collected Company variant.
Yeah, okay.
Able to go in there, try and find 2 creatures, and, Company was so good in the old creature combo decks of yore. It's a similar factor here.
Yeah. Oh man, we're gonna sound old talking about Collected Company, but I could talk about it all day.
Let's get Collected Company on the screen.
Yeah, let's see if we even have that. Dust off the file there. We'll see if one even exists anymore.
Collected Company, my beloved.
Got to bring that one back from the SCG tour.
Yep.
And another classic old school card is that full art Lightning Helix, one of the promos that we used to get back in the day.
Yep.
Remember that one. Picks off the Bramble Familiar. Andrew with 3 mana available. You got to really expect that this is an Aang Swift Savior, but Nicole didn't play into it, so it's just a sad 2/3 dead flash creature.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh, not the right art though.
That's okay.
All right, we'll let it slide for this time.
I'm just happy it's there.
For me, it doesn't read that way though. Mine just says rearrange the bottom 6 cards of my library.
Were you one of the people who played like 19 creatures in your company deck? Because they were out there. You know who you are, all right?
No comment. No comment.
Yeah, so tough for Andrew here where you kind of need to deploy things. You know, playing an end-step Aang with no target is not ideal, but you need to get your things in play. And it's a real song and dance for Andrew to walk the line here between all of Nicole's interaction.
Yep.
Recognizing that, hey, if this game goes too long, these 4 Jeskai Revelations are going to eat me alive.
Yeah. And this version's really cool. I like the inevitable defeats. You know, I mean, that's kind of the big difference that we see from a lot of lists. There's like, is it an Izzet deck, Splash, Jeskai Revelation, or does it go a little deeper for the inevitable defeats? And you like them?
Yeah, this actually, it's funny, is a evolution of the 4-color control deck from, I don't know, months ago, 3 months ago, where adding Tablet is a huge boon to the deck. But similar idea, where you're just playing this 4-color, all this great interaction, playing instant speed. I think defeat's great.
Yeah. And it felt like this, I've seen this deck before, but it was instead of Tablet, it was the loot. Did we brick? Oh, okay. Wow. Yes.
It's close.
Was it the last creature?
It was, yeah. It was almost the whiskey there.
Don't worry. Aang's always, Appa's always got Aang's back.
Yep.
There we go.
We're most of the way through season 1.
Okay, all right.
We've been watching it.
You're a little late, you know. I mean, that was a while ago.
My son's loving it, so.
Okay, yep. I'm a little through season 3 the 3rd time. My daughter likes to rewatch shows.
Okay. He also calls it Appa show, so.
Yeah, Mallory does say Appa as well, and it literally messed me up at that pro tour. I just kept saying Appa instead of Appa because she said it. So yeah, shout out to my daughter screwing me up on that one.
Always passing the buck, Corey. You know?
I know. Yeah. Appa coming in here for 3. It's doing its best. A Restoration Angel impression.
Yeah, it's funny, like those Bant Company and Company decks of old here. Andrew's playing creature combo. This is going to be a really hard matchup to combo in. This is going to be a matchup where Andrew's just going to try and nickel and dime. There is a lot of flash threats in this deck, so kind of play that sort of like small ball game. I'd be surprised to see Andrew combo in this match, but doesn't need a combo to win.
I would think so as well. And just the classic interdimensional web watch, I think that's a card that's going to be like really impressive here. Just card advantage Nicole out of the game type thing is what Andrew's going to be looking for. Yeah,
we saw 2 go to the bottom off the Appa, unfortunately. So,
well, there's a 3rd.
Never mind.
Yeah. Interdimensional web watch is always here for you.
And that resolving is huge.
Yeah.
If Nicole has a No More Lies there or a counterspell, that's a huge problem. But now, Andrew's really piling up.
I mean, this is just stuff. So much stuff here, and now that 2 mana can be used for those spells, so that interdimensional web watch can just cast Aang.
Yes.
But chooses not to. Doesn't want to overextend into the battlefield, and there are a plethora of sweepers that we could see, right?
Yeah, Day of Judgment, and 1 Fire Magic.
Okay, perfect.
I'm just going to pass, not at that big 7 mana inflection point yet for Jeskai Revelation, the namesake card of a deck.
Yep. You see the Great Hall of Biblioplex coming on down. A really annoying land to play against. At any point, you have to fear it. Just like, okay, well, Nicole can just animate that, block my creature. Maybe not in this particular spot, but can definitely come up.
Yeah, and Andrew has a nice board here.
And I saw an Aang Swift Savior in hand, so this is looking really, really good so far. Here comes an attack for 6 damage. Nicole takes it, goes down to 9.
Yeah, one of the pitfalls of this 4-color control deck is 1 key counterspell on a big spell.
Yes.
You know, if Aang ever tags a Revelation or ever spell burst Revelation, really swings the tides.
Out of here, yep, 100%. Heading back to Nicole's turn.
Nicole's at 9, right?
Yep, should be at 9. Life total I don't think is adjusted. So we'll keep track of that a little bit. Nicole Tipple, a fantastic Magic player. Also, a diehard Sabrina Carpenter fan. You can see on her shirt.
All right, there's the all-important land 7 for Nicole. So now the whole deck's unlocked. Every spell is castable.
Yep.
But Nicole here, you can see going to tank immediately. You know, okay. Andrew just played even more onto the board here at this liner off on this ally token.
Yeah.
Really saying, I dare you to try and play a super here or play some important spell.
Yep, no kidding. And leaving that much mana open with the Starting Town and Hollowed Fountain, like, you got to think you probably have Appa, you know, like a second one to the reason why you'd leave that much mana open. And honestly, it would make sense to have his Aang Swift Savior as well. So Andrew has one of those or both of those. You got to think huge advantage to him. Like,
yeah.
What do you do from Nicole's spot? It's so tough.
It's funny because the answer is like usually is just say go.
Yeah.
It's kind of a draw go deck, but say go is pretty tough with all this stuff in play.
And pretty brutal, like the village, you can make something uncounterable, but Aang Swift Savior can still airbend that out.
Yep.
Control decks are always just so tough to play at one of these events. You know, like things have to go right. You have to play really well, and then you have to fight the clock the whole time. I am not a big control lover when I personally play events. It doesn't suit my skill set, to say the least. And there it is. Jeskai Revelation gets hit by Aang Swift Savior, and game number 1 heading to Andrew Main.
Yep, and that
ban airbending.
That's a ticket. You know, Revelation is a really, really powerful card. It can feel overwhelming at times, where it's just like, oh my god, this card's so good. What do I do?
Yeah.
But if you tag it, Spell Pierce, Aang, Negate, whatever it might be, it's a huge, often game-losing swing.
Yeah, totally with you on that. So we'll take a look at Nicole Tipple's side. Let's see what kind of spice we got here. Looks like we have.
They're already getting into it, or are they?
You know, I think our playback might have restarted game 1. That looks very similar here. So
it's Groundhog Day.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll get that figured out here for a second. But I'll talk to you about sideboarding here, Jim. We'll start with Nicole Tipple. The cards that we got here: 2 Emeritus of Ideation, 1 Anagi at Kyoshi Island, 1 Day of Judgment, 2 Pyroclasms, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, or excuse me, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Negate, 1 Outrageous Robbery. That always looks so silly to me. 1 Spell Snare, 1 A River Churn Monument, and then 2 Rest in Peace. What do you like there?
Things that kill creatures.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's definitely pressure for Nicole to try and turn the corner a little bit, you know, but even then, there isn't really much to do that with, you know.
Yeah.
Emeritus is pretty cool. It's just a big flyer, kind of trying to win the game. So if you give Andrew too much time, Andrew can kind of set up a good flash game plan with maybe a counterspell or 2. For the most part, just kill stuff. I would think this is a pretty good matchup for Nicole.
Yeah, I would think so too. It definitely didn't play out like that.
Yeah, game 1 was a little awkward for sure. But just kind of find the right interaction, play your typical control game. Again, very unlikely Andrew will be able to combo against you, so just keep the creatures under control.
So then looking at Andrew's sideboard here, it is maybe not the normal stuff that you would see or the cards that you would really want in the sideboard here. I see like no, you know, counter spells. You know, which is a bit of a problem here, but we got 1 Biza, we got both the green and the blue Emeritus, the Abundance and the Ideation, Kutsu's Flanker, 2 Avatar's Wrath, 2 Bovine Intervention, 1 Erode, 2 Rest in Peace, and 4 Seam Rips. What do you like?
Long silence, because there is effectively almost nothing here. You would expect to see Counterspell, Negate, Spell Pierce, just anything, even Interrupter. But there's not a single card that comes off the page here. It makes me go, that's an excellent anti-control card. You can bring in the Emeritus of Abundance as like a cheap kind of threat. That's
it's like both of the Emerituses are okay.
Yeah, you can't Helix it, I guess, but what you'd expect to see is not present. Speaking to Andrew saying, control's not really for me, I'm going to beat the other decks.
Yeah, that is fair. So, all right, before we get into our second game here, let's talk about a way where you can all stay up to date on all your information. Jim, how can people do this?
StarCityGames.com/newsletter. I've been on this thing for over a decade, and I hate newsletters. I don't sign up.
What a good selling point there.
My wife signs up for everything. Her email box is 10,000 unread emails. I don't live that life. I'm an anti-newsletter person, but this is one of the few that I am signed up for. Check out sales, upcoming events, and of course, new product, new news. You know, a little news article from Nick Miller here or there. What's going on? You know, their new set release, their new thing happened, a new ban list announcement. So check it out, sign up, and you'll be all ready to go.
I just picture Nicole like at home right now, just signing you up for a plethora of newsletters. Is that the case?
Please don't. I'm begging you.
There's got to be some other good ones out there, Nicole. We can find some more. So, all right, let's dive back in here. Andrew up a game here, up against Nicole Tipple for color control, ban airbending. Thank you all for joining us here for coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship. This is the first of two. We'll be back for the second one very soon. Just in 2 weeks. So and Jim, you know, believe it or not, we'll have some fun metagame shifts to talk about for that one as well.
Yep, I love the week-to-week churn. It's awesome.
Yes. All right, the doc is here. Mr. Orlock himself. Combo piece, not necessarily a card you care about that much from Andrew's side.
Yeah, easy for Nicole to kill, and then not that threatening until it's actually comboing. And again, I don't think Andrew will be comboing in this match. I think if Andrew wins, it'll look more like game one, where it's kind of like this creature flash combo plan.
Totally agree with you. So consult the star charts on 2. Not something you always want to do. Usually says to me one thing.
Yeah, that speaks to a very poor hand.
Yeah.
Any control player will tell you, you do not want to cast consult for 2 mana unless you're in the most dire of situations.
Exactly. But hey, that's the flexibility and the duality of that card. It's so awesome. Like if Memory Deluge also said you could pay half and you know, look at 2 cards, that's a pretty dang good card, and this is better than that. So Lightning Helix, is there land 3? I feel like when you chart that early, that's something you're a little afraid of.
Oh,
okay. Looks like a black-white duel, the Sheltered Sanctum.
I think it's Shattered.
Shattered Sanctum. I like that art. That's pretty cool.
I think I heard that Strixhaven alt art is supposed to be a window into Hexhaven.
Oh. I don't know what that is.
Yeah?
No.
I mean, keeping up with your Reality Fracture previews?
I haven't. No,
I guess you were commentating the Pro Tour, not
I heard something that, like, you know, everything's backwards, like, what, Jace is a red planeswalker,
White,
Chandra's blue, or it's all that kind of stuff, right?
Jace mixing things up, and Hexhaven is like the counterpart to Strixhaven, where it's all the allied color schools.
Ah, okay, okay. I'm terrible when it comes to the lore of sets. Like, I'm really bad at it.
I'd say I forgive you, but...
You are too? Oh, you just don't forgive me, huh? Okay.
So anyway, Bravo Familiar's here.
Wow, okay. Harsh already. Here is the Tablet of Discovery. Is it a land? Oh, let's put that one into play.
It feels so good.
Oh my God, that looked awesome.
So good to hit a land off Tablet.
Tablet of Discovery looking really strong already. My goodness.
Tablet is unbelievable.
My goodness.
Imagine if your Worn Power Stone just also drew you a card and came in untapped.
Ugh. I mean, this card is an absolute bomb and limited. It makes a lot of sense that it slots over really nicely into a spell-based control deck, and we're seeing it look real good here. Also, that fan out of 5 there from Nicole Tipple, that was style as well.
This ain't the first card game Nicole's played.
Yeah,
Nicole's a Stone Cold master.
Absolutely. All right, stock up, picks up some cards, passes back, and now, I mean, this is the type of game Nicole's very much wants to play. Has 6 mana, ready to untap for turn 5, and have that Revelation all ready to go, thriving.
Yeah, so having 7 mana when your opponent has 1 thing in play versus having 11 things in play and 6 mana open, very different story.
Yes. And no pressure here from Andrew, so Andrew has to have these turns at some point of, I need to progress the battlefield and play into it and hope you don't have something, you know? So yeah, here we go. Whoa! I was hoping we were gonna see this. Michelangelo's technique coming on down, and let's see what we get.
Michelangelo. Top 8 cards, but 2 creature cards, total mana value 6 or less. So kind of like Company, you can get 2 3s.
Yeah.
But you can't get a 4 and a 2 or 5 and a 1 or any combination thereof.
Can I get a 6 and a 0?
Yes.
Memnite Sun Titan, get him in there.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
What kind of deck is this, first of all? But
I don't care, but it's awesome.
okay. Appa and the Doc coming on down, and my goodness.
This could be a combo, right?
This could be a combo.
Appa can airbend out the Bramble Familiar. You can cast it for 0.
And will.
Cast it for 0.
Yep.
With the Doc. So
and if we hit Aang,
this might just be it.
Swift
Wow.
Savior. I know Andrew has Aang in hand too, so this could be over. And doesn't look like it. But I believe you can put Interdimensional Web Watch into play from this right now. This is the one where it is creature, enchantment, or land. So no Web Watch here, which would have been gigantic. We would have been able to keep going. So
yeah, monstrous.
So now let's see. What did we even have there? Is that another Bramble Familiar or an Emeritus?
Yeah. This is tough because now you're putting things into play in the face of a possible sweeper.
Possible and pretty probable, right? Like
after stock up.
Prepared. Something's on an adventure. We got an airbend zone. The Bant airbending zones are not lacking.
Yeah.
There is a lot going on, that's for sure. And if you're predominantly an online player and you pick up this deck to go play in a big tournament like this, you got to get some reps in you because you got a lot going on.
You must be prepared.
Yeah. The Emeritus is prepared.
Right.
Yeah.
You must also be prepared.
Oh, okay.
Do not be unprepared.
All right, let's see. Is it Day of Judgment time? It sure is. I like that you can go tap that tablet for 2 red, and this is just devastating. This is the type of game Nicole very much wants to be playing.
Yeah.
And sends it back Andrew's way with a fresh, clean board.
Speaks to the power of a technique, though, that Andrew almost just comboed out of nowhere.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, even if you combo and make infinite tokens there, I mean, now with the Bramble Familiar, you would have just won, as you would get all the Aangs eventually and be able to interact on Nicole's turn pretty profitably. So Michelangelo's technique number 2 gets no more lies.
Michelangelo, a turtle, most known for lying.
Yeah. Stormcarved Coast coming on down.
Yeah, this is a control player's
dream. Pass, yes. Draw, go, no battlefield. 6 cards in hand.
Casting sweepers, countering spells, casting stock-ups.
Interdimensional Web Watch coming on down.
This is the last hurrah for Andrew here. I think this has to resolve.
I think so, too.
Although, with Nicole not slamming a counterspell immediately, I mean...
How's that one?
Yeah, that's all right. So not an actual counterspell, but
bounce.
Hey, how about you just do this again next turn?
So good. Being able to bounce a spell on the stack, get some extra value, draw some cards, do your taxes, gain some life, get your grocery shopping done. What does Jeskai Revelation not do?
It dices. Martini, linguini.
And heading back to Nicole's way, and pretty much in garbage time now, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, it's certainly Nicole's game to lose. Got to keep those tablets going. Now, the game was pretty fast. I think if players 20 minutes left. I think if there was like 16 minutes left, if you're Andrew, pack it up.
Yeah.
Go to game 3.
Draws day 1 like this are losses.
But 28 is a lot, you know. So, so I don't mind Andrew playing on here.
Yeah. See how she sideboarded.
Yep.
You know, get as much information as you can. Nicole can cast that. It's an option.
Other than the day judgment?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see it.
I mean, 2 Prowess triggers sounds pretty nice.
That is true. That is true. Imagine if you Day of Judgment, hold priority, no more lies it, and just attack for 8.
I'm imagining, and I like it.
All right, probably just activate Great Hall of Biblioplex at end step. Probably looks better, but... Interdimensional Web Watch coming on down. Looks like a disdainful stroke to me.
Is it?
Or a negate. I don't know.
Something.
It's a counter spell. Looks like a spell of some variety.
Well, 1 land or elves here.
Dang, there's 1 disdainful stroke and 1 negate.
Oh,
we'll never know.
Never know.
We'll literally never know.
That's so funny. Well, it's not Arcane Denial.
That is true. That is true. It could be, honestly, and just
Right.
Nicole can just say, all right, I'll negate that.
Yep.
Who knows that version? Of course, chat does, but.
You know what Arcane Denial does?
It counters something, and then at the beginning of the next end step, the person who countered it draws a card, and the other person draws 2, right?
Yep.
All right.
Nailed it. Very good.
Okay.
On the screen. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That's a newfangled like commander version, but that card's like 30 years old, classic old counterspell.
Isn't that the Dustmore set?
That's my commander, I think.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's not in standard legal. So.
Classic old counterspell.
Love it. Burst Lightning to clean up a Llanowar Elf. Attacks in for 4.
Arcane Denial was notably the first hard counterspell that didn't cost blue.
Okay, so no mana drain, no counterspell. Those were
Right.
before it.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, not a very good counterspell. When you're giving your opponent
Right, but
2 cards.
listen, if you have a plains and an island up, and your opponent thinks, well, they can't have a hard counter here, you thought wrong.
That's fair. That is fair.
So Webwatch finally resolves here, but unfortunately,
It might be a little too
is a
late.
little late.
I honestly think Nicole could probably win with just these Great Hall of Biblioplexes here.
All right, put some stuff in play.
Okay, okay.
Interestingly, Nicole is not casting a spell or activating the Great Hall, so
Okay,
just kidding.
Here
never
we
mind.
go.
Back it up.
Looks like, I mean, if you have a day, that would make sense, right? Just untap Day of Judgment. But hey, her hand could be horrendous here. You have 3 lands in hand, and you could very much see Andrew pulling this out.
Yeah, looking at the camera here, Nicole's mannerisms don't belie strength.
And I mean, that makes sense to me. Like, I bet she doesn't have a Day of Judgment and is like, my Great Hall isn't actually going to get in there for anything that impactful. So why animate it right now? Let's see what we can find.
I don't know about this one.
Yep, feels a little iffy here.
So,
Okay, goes with block. I believe the day is now.
yeah. It's always funny, though, when you would make that attack where if your opponent blocks in a manner where they lose too much stuff, like if they block too much,
Yep.
you don't need to cast the day. But, yeah, so mop it up. That was Nicole's plan all along.
And Quarry Mountain Monastery for the follow-up is just incredible. Now the inevitability goes back to Nicole. Doesn't matter if her hand is horrendous, which looks like she only has 1 card, but the Mountain Monastery will help. But hello, Emeritus coming on down, and let's see if we have Ancestral Recall ready on our graphics to be able to get cast here, because I love a good recall in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a single card that gets Andrew back in this game, that is it. I guess it's not a single card, it's multiple cards, I guess, right?
Yes, yes.
It's 2 cards in 1.
All right, there is Emeritus. The Ancestral Recall mode almost assuredly being played right away. But no, okay.
I'm a little surprised to not see
I mean, I would do it right there.
a Quarry Mountain in response, try and find a No More Lies.
Yeah, or with Nicole animating in response to that, I think I would have recalled there. It didn't look like No More Lies mana was available, but that was all done very quickly.
Yeah, all right. Now, the Ancestral Recall, is that from exile? Can Webwatch pay for that?
Ooh, that is a good question. I don't think it is.
Yeah,
But I have never seen those two interacted.
because technically the prepared spell is like created in exile and then cast.
Yeah.
So
like that's how it looks on Arena and stuff. So
Right.
I know
And
what you're saying.
it looks like that, but it also is like mechanically in the rules like that too.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll have to get a judge and try to confirm that one.
I am not sure either. Regardless here, it could still get No More Lies.
Yep.
Because you can't pay with the interdimensional
Correct.
Webwatch mana.
Yep. Main phase Monastery, interesting.
That's not a sign of strength.
Yeah, so going
To say the least.
valuing the activation of the creature land end step over the monastery, and then main phase in the monastery.
Yeah. Okay, well, we learned our lesson there, Jim. Looks like Andrew did cast Recall from the interdimensional Webwatch.
Wow, and there's plenty of cards in the bin too, so this can get re-prepared and just do it again.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Well, all of a sudden, this game has changed drastically.
And Cavern of Souls.
That being said, you know, Nicole can go animate second Great Hall of Biblioplex, and those two attacking with like a Lightning Helix can do some damage, but I mean...
Yeah, the key point here is if Andrew wants to recall again, he has to attack.
Yeah.
So one blocker down.
I do love the design of this card. Probably the best limited card in the set. I mean, this card is absolutely devastating. And, you know, maybe just the straight best card in the set.
Yeah, pretty hard to beat multiple Ancestral Recalls.
Yeah.
So attack, exile 8, re-prepare.
Incredible. You're like, won't be needing that very long, Judge. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be casting that recall immediately.
So you can see here, Nicole, a combination of kind of wondering where it all went wrong, but also trying to figure out, okay, this is now no longer a blocker. I have a second Bibliotech. Can I fire in for a lethal attack here?
Yeah.
There are a good amount of burn effects in this deck. Lightning Helix, Inevitable Defeat, Burst Lightning, Flashback to Flashback, any of those. So a burnout is very, very possible.
Definitely. And it looks like Andrew does have, I mean, here, oh my goodness. Recall number 2 gets cast. Not from the Interdimensional Web Watch mana this time. And there is the dock. We see Aang, Swift Savior. I saw a Kutzel's Flanker to be able to gain some life.
Actually, might be really important.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's an Aang's Iceberg. I mean, all of a sudden, this game where we basically thought Andrew was completely out of it, looking quite favored. All right. The dock is froze. Flash freeze coming on down.
Yeah, the one-up Kutzel's Flanker, certainly not for this matchup and not the most exciting card of all time.
Yeah.
Might end up being very relevant here as a surprise blocker, surprise life.
So there's Aang. God, nothing can really be cast from this Interdimensional Web Watch. That might have been a big mistake not using the recall mana for that, as if we have Kutzel's Flanker and we have Aang Swift Savior, one more untapped mana would be a lot better.
Yeah, maybe Andrew thinking about possibly wanting for a bigger turn. But
yeah. And maybe we see a little head shake there from Andrew. Maybe he just came to that same realization that we did here in the booth.
Quick judge question for Nicole. Of course, important to realize in a tournament that judges are your friends.
Yeah.
You have a question? Raise your hand, call judge, and ask.
I bet it's probably, can Aang Swift Savior hit lands? That would be my guess for this question.
And it can, right? It's creature specifically?
Creature or spell, yep. Doesn't say non-land.
All right, well, here they come. Nicole taking the aggro roll.
Almost assuredly uncounterable Aang. But let me tell you, if this is a Jeskai Revelation, boom, get out of here, you know?
Yep. A lot of big possible ones here for Nicole.
Looks like a monastery.
Oh!
Seer.
That's part of the puzzle.
Yeah. Okay, Seer to Aang. Land is airbent. Do you still have to pay 2 for that land? Probably not, right? You can just play it.
You just can't play it. Airbending specifically says you may cast the card.
Okay. So that land's just gone, huh?
Yep.
That's messed up. Oh, never mind. There it is. All right, Andrew falls to 3. Emeritus can do it all over again. And this time, Andrew can leave up a lot more mana and can do some really, really nasty stuff, I would imagine.
Yeah, and if you're Andrew, you got to be feeling good here. You've really crawled back into this game, but need to be extra, extra careful.
Yeah.
Nicole has a draw step, a monastery activation, and another Great Hall.
Yeah, and looks like we see Aang's Iceberg, Kutzel's Flanker, and Aang Swift Savior. So if I'm Andrew, I'm leaving up that 9 mana to cast those. And sure, recall if you want. You know, if you got the spare mana, but that's not my priority right now. I already have stuff to do with my mana.
Notable that Iceberg cannot target a land. It's not land permanent.
Okay, yep. So here we go. Now using the Interdimensional Web Watch mana, which that could have been the big problem from this last turn. Like Andrew could have lost because he didn't do that.
Man, 3 recalls in 1 game.
Oh my God.
Fan me down, jeez.
And that's how you start your round 1 of a tournament. Be like, yeah, I recalled 3 times with my one of Emeritus in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Like,
and again, if Andrew can pull this out, another huge win against a Pro Tour caliber player.
Yeah. Yeah, Nicole Tipple has went deep in multiple Pro Tours, has a fantastic resume. And here is Abba.
Yep, yep.
Yep, indeed. Looks like it was uncounterable as well. Interdimensional Web Watch.
So you're going to float the mana and then airbend it out.
Looks like it was already tapped for the recall. I don't know if there's like 1 mana floating. So you would think you could have 1 mana floating. That's it, but looks like that was the case. Oh boy. All right, Aang at the crossroads, able to come on down.
So the thing here is that, like, Andrew's doing a lot. The fear is dying.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this Andrew here.
I would have liked the Aang right there when Nicole was tapped out. Aang out one of those Great Hall of Biblioplex, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's tough.
I mean, saving Aang for Rare Revelation isn't crazy either.
Yeah.
You know. All right. Ooh,
Consult.
boy. That's a lot of looks.
Yeah.
Those creatures are still lands, so
that is
that's a look at 10 top 10 cards. Pick the best 2. Dig through time. Eat your heart out.
No kidding. Andrew's dig through timing to be able to Ancestral Recall. Nicole's casting a better dig through time. How the mighty have fallen, huh? Let's see if we have dig through time here for our graphic for any old school lovers there.
Yeah, now the clock is an issue though, because Andrew's really ground back into this game. If this Consult able to serve up a win for Nicole here, now they go into game 3 with some time pressure.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Not the correct dig through time though, we gotta say that. And there is Burst Lightning upstairs. Now there's multiple things to interact. It is the flanker, as well as Aang.
Yeah, the 1-of flanker from the board.
1-of flanker, gain some life, go down to 1.
Really living on the edge here.
Yeah, my goodness.
Man, great start to our day, right?
Yeah, this has been awesome. This is going to be such a phenomenal tournament.
It's round 1, and me and Corey are already in like hunched over gamer mode.
Yes,
like leaning in like, oh, what's going on?
Magic's great.
No arguments from me.
Yeah.
What's the next step for Nicole?
Let's see. I mean, only 1 other card. It's the other card found.
I like this.
2 mana chart. Can we find Lightning Helix?
Oh my God!
Could we start with an iconic Lightning Helix moment?
Yeah, this is so many looks. This is now 11 looks, so 11 cards. As we said, you don't cast Consult unkicked unless you're in a dire situation.
And it's Lightning Helix off the top. I've always wanted to say that. And we're going to come back to us. I'll get an update of exactly where we're going. But I do see people starting to mosey around. So I think our round's coming up here.
I'm so happy you got to do your Lightning Helix moment.
Yes.
So happy.
And for other Nicole fans out there, Nicole did end up taking down game number 3. So went from needing that Lightning Helix to just stay alive to then cleaned up game 3 with that little amount of time from the control deck. Pretty awesome, impressive. I must say. So, all right, that's going to do it for round number 1. We're going to take ourselves a short little break, and then we'll be right back with round number 2. everybody, welcome back to coverage here of round 2 here at the Regional Championship in Cincinnati, Ohio. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. Jim, we had one really nice round already, and this round looks to be just as spicy, if not spicier.
Yeah, fantastic first round. This one's a real mix-up round. We got two decks here that are really kind of peanut butter and chocolate and kind of mixing two good things together on both sides. Very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's first start with Foster Nicholas here. Foster Nicholas, we have this labeled as Is It Lessons? It is definitely a new take on this deck. So walk us through this one, Jim.
Well, take your Lessons deck and your Prowess deck and just shuffle them together. And that's what you got here.
Reese's in your peanut butter, I see.
Yep, so no monuments, no talents. Eddie Murkrab, and alongside Octopus Form, Grand, and what's the other thread?
And Slickshot Show, yeah.
It's hiding in the lands there, Slickshot. What are you doing? Stop being sneaky. But Slickshot Show, of course, premier threat, joining Stormchaser's talent. But rather than playing the sleight of hand type package, just playing the lesson package. Just playing all the lesson spells to go alongside Grand and Flow State. With Accumulate Wisdom and Flow State both available, that's a lot of card draw. And attacking from a pretty unique angle. Big
picture aspect, what is this trying to attack with not having monuments and artist talent?
It's battle better against hate. You know, so Disenchants. Graveyard Hate's still pretty good against the Wisdoms, I suppose. But kind of not messing around with finicky, like, Lego pieces, basically. You know? Usually they're trying to put together Grand and a talent and a monument. This deck just kills you. Just play creature, play some spells, and get the game over with. Slickshot Show is also notably very good against the landfall decks. Although, now that they have a road, it's not as good.
Yeah, okay. All right, I like this quite a bit. Really cool version here from Foster. Now let's take a look at Foster's opponent, and let me tell you, we have some spice here. This is Peter Husisian, the Amulet Master, won our regional championship in Portland here a while ago. I talked to Peter a little bit, and I was like, okay, with this many surveillance cams, there's got to be some kind of infinite combo here, and got a little bit of a lowdown from him. It is quite convoluted and pretty wild, but he was saying to me, if you have a creature that can produce 3 mana, like Bloom Tender, that could add 3, you can surveillance cam to untap Bloom Tender. You can Appa to blink it out, and then Gear Hulk to get a Pixie and the surveillance cam to kind of go infinite that way. And then there's a plethora of ways to win, was his quick explanation to me. But what a deck, Jim, huh?
I'm glad you got that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that very, very much. And it's funny because you're like, okay, how are you going to top mix together Lessons and Prowess? How about putting Badger Ball Cub and Stormchaser's talent in the same deck? We have not seen that one yet.
No, we have not. But I really like it. This looks extremely spicy, so we'll see exactly how this deck works. Bounce is the best that we could label it, as this is a very unique deck in the other category, I would say.
Also really cool to see a top player bringing a very unique deck, because you know they have some belief in it because they're playing in a major event, and they also know how it's going to work ins and outs. I'm excited.
And I got to say, Peter Husisian just cannot get enough untapping and tapping mana sources. Amulet of Vigor in any format. So sounds like our players are ready here in the feature match area. Let's jump on down and watch this madness unfold. All right, Peter Husisian down on the bottom. Foster Nicholas up top. We're going to be saying this quite often. Island, Stormchaser's talent, and go.
This is not the Stormchaser's talent mirror that I expected.
No.
Going into this tournament.
Not at all. Not at all. So there is our beautiful new adorable otters we have here in the feature match area. I suggested that we put Jim's face on all the otters here for the feature match area. It got turned down.
I seconded it.
Yeah.
I didn't turn it down.
It was a vote of 2 to everyone else, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Badger Mole Cub coming on down.
Votes are so unfair.
I know. And a Iro's demonstration to clean up the Cub and get in a nice attack for 2. Head back to Peter's way.
So cool seeing not only the variety in Izzet decks, but the evolution of them, like constantly kind of melding into each other. All of a sudden, Prowess is playing crabs like Spellmentals, and now we have Lessons playing Slickshot Show Off, and all of this kind of interplay. Trying to find the right mix.
Exactly. I mean, we're still so early in the standard with Secrets of Strixhaven. Like, it makes a lot of sense that there's still a lot of spice that we can find. And here is some of the spice that, man, it's just been so close. Bloom Tender, you know, you could play Leyline of the Guild Pack with it. Like, there's a lot of things that can go with this card. It's an incredibly powerful card, but it has not really made its impact on Standard yet.
Yeah, it's...
We've both tried plenty of times, I feel.
Yes, it's more fragile than Badger Ball Cub, but falls a lot to the same hate.
Yeah.
So it's taking catching some strays from all the Badger Ball Cub hate.
And 1 toughness is a liability at time. I mean, there's Iroh's Demonstration, there's Prismari Charms, all kinds of things that can make it go quite poorly for you. So Boomerang Basics on Storm Chaser's Talent, a very, very common play pattern that we've seen basically since the Avatar set came into Standard.
Yeah, Peter here, though, gets to untap with Bloom Tender.
So we can just add green-white right now, right?
Currently, yeah, it taps for the color among permanents you control.
Okay. So, of course, the Airbent lands not helping any aspect there. But now you got to think, like, okay, Peter could have a nice value turn, could win the game. We don't know.
Yeah, this is funny. It's kind of like a shades of Lorwyn Eclipse Limited, where, you know, you wanted to keep the white enchantment-based removal spells in that format were cool because they upped your Vivid count.
Yes.
Stayed in play, and now we're seeing the same thing here with Seam Rip and Bloom Tender. And Cryogen Relic, that's 3 colors.
Yeah, my goodness. And speaking of limited, I mean, limited bomb right there.
That card was so good.
Oh, the secret mythic common. Cryogen Relic coming on down, and now all of a sudden Bloom Tender tapping for Bant. Here's that thing that Peter was saying. If you can get something that produces 3 color mana, you can do it.
We're already breaking out the flow charts here.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
The judge is like, I didn't think I would need this for not modern.
Yep.
So
and Peter's like, let me crack these fingers here and show you what we can do.
Peter is just really finding any excuse to play Amulet in every single format.
Day. It is daytime.
It is day.
I hope that Sharpied on there, like, because they thought it was a eraser. Just the all oopsie.
And they're like, it's our only planes. We need to keep this anyways.
Yep.
Yeah. 3 mana's being tapped. Oh my God, are we doing it?
And if you're Foster, you're definitely in the middle of sort of like, okay, I don't like that I'm going to die here maybe, but this is also kind of cool.
Yeah. And probably, like, this is an open decklist tournament. The regional championships are open for both day and 1. You look, and, you know, you got your minute for review period or whatever. Peter was very nice in telling me how the combo works. I bet he was not as nice to his opponent on walking him through that.
I'm sure Peter would love to tell Foster how the combo works.
Yes.
While he's doing it to him.
Yeah, exactly. Let me demonstrate at some point. A beautiful combo here, though. Boomerang Basics picking up Seam Rip that ate an otter to eat another otter is just a work of art.
Yeah, so good.
And that looks like Mockingbird on Bloom Tender. My goodness, would this be the world's best Prismari Charm? Not in the deck, and only 1 Iroh's Demonstration, so it's literally impossible, but...
you get the buyback, you know, just, you need a Black Lotus worth of mana, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if... All right, I gotta say, Foster couldn't deal with the Bloom Tender last turn. Needs to find answer his turn, and does find it, thankfully.
Yep. So there is instant and sorcery in the yard, so might be entering our flow state. Also 3 lessons, so Ancestral Recall mode is good to go. Can we find a 1-mana red removal spell? Looks like not, except maybe that alt card. I'm not exactly sure, but regardless, we found a Grand. I don't know, though. Letting Peter untap with now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana if Peter plays a land, it's got to be pretty scary.
Yeah, Bloom Tender living for 2 turns here.
He's like, Judge, just keep these out.
Yeah.
Just keep these out here. Yeah, give me the red, too.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, here we go. Peter, I've seen him move this fast before, needless to say. So we might be doing it.
Yeah, it's usually when Amulet Titaning's happening and I have no idea what's going on. And now it's with Bant Bounce happening and I have no idea what's going on. But I'm excited to find out.
You got range, Jim.
Yep.
You got range.
Yep.
There's Nature's Rhythm for the Gear Hulk. Let's see. I mean, for me, I feel like you get the Cam. Cam untaps Bloom Tender. And then what if you get Pixie? Is that enough? It doesn't feel like it yet, but I'm just gonna watch.
Let's let Peter explain it.
Yeah.
Very cool to see Brightglass Gear Hulk used here as a combo enabler as well. You know, it's often used kind of mid-rangey, kind of toolboxy. You know, whether it's just like getting 2 threats or removal spells or being more of a toolbox. This is a full toolbox mode, full combo mode.
Yeah. Needless to say, I'm like praying that we get Peter Husisian and Nick Miller to chat about this deck a little bit later. I mean, I want to channel that. This looks awesome.
That's a foregone conclusion.
Yes, yes. Nick Miller's actually right behind him saying, hey, right when you get done, you know where you're going.
Yep.
All right, there's the Cam, there's the Pixie. 2 cards that you get off Gear Hulk pretty much every time. Yep. It's the bread and butter.
Yep.
Melstrider's Resolve, look out.
Tap it on tap.
Cam, untap. Bloom Tender still adds Bant. Now I guess Pixie picks up Cam.
If more mana is the needed part of the equation, then absolutely.
Oh, wait. When it leaves, it untaps too?
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, that seems good.
That's really cool.
That seems good. Well, the people that say standard is, you know, a solved format at this point, they're wrong. Look at this. Look at the spice we are seeing. So the Cam's untapping.
And this is going to get Appa?
And well, no, you can't get Appa off the Gear Hulk, right?
Oh, off the Flashback Rhythm.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure what we were getting at. But yeah, now you get Appa, and I think this is it.
Yeah, this.
So you blink out all these things. When it leaves, Bloom Tender untaps.
Is this turn 4?
I believe this is turn 4 through 2 pieces of interaction.
Wow.
To be fair, the main interaction that had to happen was deal with Bloom Tender immediately.
Right.
Gear Hulk's gone too. So now Bloom Tender does only add green-white, but there's blue mana floating, so what? You can play a Cam, target the Bloom Tender with the ability on the stack tap Bloom Tender. Oh, this is sick.
Yeah.
Temur Breach is in standard.
Yeah, I think we're almost in loop territory here, right?
Oh, no, we are in loop territory.
So,
I think this is it. This is incredible.
Man.
Foster's just like, what? This is not on my sideboard guide.
Man, this is great.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
Was Peter qualified for the Pro Tour?
I am not 100% sure. I didn't physically see him there, but you know, maybe didn't have a great Pro Tour or something like that. I know the RC that he won was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we find Pixie and Cam again. And now the one thing I'm curious is how he exactly just closes it out, which he is explaining right now, I assume.
Right, because this is not an unbounded loop because you're bounded by the number of Pixies and Cams in your deck. Because each part of the loop is going to get them again with the Gear Hulk. So what is the winning step to this?
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily true. Regardless, Peter just explained how the game is over. We really very much would like a mic at the table for this particular scenario.
We got Nick Miller.
Yeah,
You stay tuned. You don't go nowhere. I'm sure we'll have a deck tech for you, and Peter will explain it far better than we can. Yeah,
really, really cool stuff there. That is awesome. And game number 1 heading to this really sweet bounce deck here from Peter Husisian. Now looking at the sideboard here, we'll start with Foster. We have 1 Color Storm Stallion, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Iroh's Demonstration, 1 Idolquentia, 1 Negate, 1 Octopus Form, 1 Quantum Riddler, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Slag Storm, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Sunderflock. How in the heck do you sideboard against this deck?
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Don't let Bloom Tender untap. I think that's the real key, you know. And Foster's deck is full of shocks. You know, there's plenty of rule spells in this deck. So being able to kill Bloom Tender will stop everything, all the shenanigans we just saw. So that is basically it for Nicholas. Just find a way to keep, for Foster, Foster and Nicholas, both. Try to keep Bloom Tender off the board. Try to have fast clock and just end the game quickly. Cards that do that, Iroh's Demonstration, you know, just get it done.
Yeah, no, makes a lot of sense. Maybe some flash freezes too if you want to counter some of the spells. I feel like most of your spells that matter are green as well. So now we're going to be putting you more to the test here with Peter's sideboard. We got 3 Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Sure.
Why not? Why not? Another card that's super confusing. A niche combo card. I absolutely love it. 2 Disdainful Stroke, 3 Erodes, 1 Melstrider's Resolve, 3 Sage of the Skies, 2 Spell Snare, and 1 Spider Sense. What do you like?
So Soul Cauldron is really cool.
Yeah.
It's obviously a way to exile your opponent's graveyard, sure, whatever. Kind of good against lessons and stuff. But this is a way to play around removal spells, where you get to put the activated ability of your important creature onto other creatures, so they kill your Bloom Tender, and now you play a Soul Cauldron, and now anything can be a Bloom Tender.
Yes.
So this is a clever kind of like 2-for-1 sort of, hey, this can help exile your lessons, but also be a combo piece as well. Very, very cool sideboard plan for when a lot of kill spells are coming in, like a matchup like this.
Yeah.
And then otherwise, I mean, Sage of Disguise is a really good card against Prowess in general. I'm interested to see if Peter is, willing to go off plan in that regard.
He's clearly willing to go off plan.
Well, sure. That is very fair.
I think he's demonstrated his willingness to be off the plan.
Yep.
All right, really cool stuff here. So before we get into the next game, let's shout out some beautiful products here of Heavy Play. So Heavy Play sponsoring all things Commander this weekend here in the Commander Celebration package. But they also have some of their fantastic products here on the Star City Games website. So you can go to starcitygames.com/heavy-play/ I'm going to butcher that all weekend.
/dance.
Yes, go there where it is on your screen and pick up all of those really cool Heavy Play products. Curved sleeves, all those magnetic play mats, all that kind of stuff. Really cool. I love their magnetic dice box. Have you ever used that?
I have, but the curved sleeves are sweet.
They are, yeah.
They have a nice shuffle to them.
Yeah, I'm a fan. So check that out. Big thanks to Heavy Play for sponsoring this broadcast.
I'm not surprised at all that we pop in here to see Foster just looking over this deck was like, what in God's name is happening?
I'd like to phone a friend.
Yeah.
Can I ask Peter how exactly this works? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, live look in here. Oh, we got a fan favorite here, Jesse Pilon up top, playing Mardu discard. That's very much a Jesse Pilon style of deck. And we got Anthony Horberg on the bottom here playing Is It Prowess? And how's this game looking?
I mean, I see an old Art Bloodghast in play, so I am very pleased.
Yeah.
But looking great for Jesse here. Multiple threats in play and cool but rude going. It's only a Slick Shot, which is about to be eroded. Looking very nice.
Looking a little worse.
Looking like that's Slick Shot's actually a superhero.
Yeah, no kidding. It has been protected, and now Anthony doesn't seem like he needs that much. Okay, but we are heading to Jesse's turn. I was going to say, if Anthony is untapping here, this could be a problem. But what do you think of this Mardu discard deck? A team played it at Pro Tour Strixhaven. They did quite well. Didn't put any into top 8, but it did pretty solidly, and then just took second in the spotlight in London. What do you think?
I love the addition of practice offense we're seeing here right now. I think it's a very, very potent card to push through.
It needed a way to close the game.
It is a deck with a very high range of possible outcomes.
Yeah.
Its best draws literally feel like you're playing Modern.
Yeah.
It can kill on turn 3. However, when things don't come together, its draws can be
so clunky and so awkward.
Can't beat a draft deck.
Yeah.
Like literally. So if you're willing to take that on and kind of have that, high range of outcomes, be able to mulligan aggressively, try and find the right pieces, I think it's a really cool aggressive option, but it's also quite hard to play too.
Players are shuffling up as they do. We'll see if any other games in progress here. Really nice aspect to be able to jump around and peek in on some of these other tables. Really cool stuff. So we got Travis Short up top, and John, God, I always mispronounce his last name. Covelier? I want to say he's been around for a while. I've seen John around, a phenomenal Magic player, so apologies if I butchered that last name. But hey, here's Momo.
Yeah, we got quite the board here for both players. Riddler, Momo's down, Starfield Shepherd against the Crab, a couple tokens. And definitely Travis looks to be on the back foot here.
Yeah.
Definitely, once the Zorius Momo deck gets going, it has a quite good matchup against the Prowess deck.
I think so, too.
It really is able to kind of answer the early threats. And then once that mid-game starts rolling, life is being gained, big flyers are being played. Having flying blockers for Slick Shot show-off that have more than 2 toughness is huge game. And, of course, Sage of Disguise is the key card in the Momo deck as well.
A second Momo coming down. Whatever your spice there.
Whenever you're playing Momo just for a couple triggers, legend rolling it, you're usually in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, we'll head back to match A. As much as I love to see Quantum Riddler draw 2 cards, we'll have to say goodbye to that match for now. and peeking a little bit later. So coming back down, we got Spire Bluff Canal, I believe, coming into play tapped.
I think it's a
Stormcrow.
Yep.
The coast. Okay, gotcha.
A cool new Strixhaven art for it.
Makes more sense, I'll tell you that.
Yep. Just float a red, so you go.
Yeah. All right, and Peter coming down with Storm Chaser's talent.
Look at me. I am the Storm Chaser's talent.
I'm the otter now.
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, I never would have pictured Peter to be a Storm Chaser's talent style gamer, but then when you look at his full deck list, I'm like, yep, that makes a lot more sense.
I'm just stoked to see the first ever Storm Chaser Battle Bowl Cup deck. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
They don't seem to go together that well.
No, not at all. I like the Tower of Power Peter's building here.
I don't like it. I would very much like to see that not like that at all. But, you know, we'll let Peter do what he wants. He's playing a cool deck.
The problem is when you play your next land, where's it go? And when you cast Bloom Tender, where's that go? I like land next to the Sanctum to build a good foundation, and Bloom Tender all the way at the top.
Just encroaching into your opponent's battlefield?
Oh, yeah. Assert dominance.
Okay, okay. I can see why you're no longer playing tournaments out there and why we put you here. Agatha Soul Cauldron, one of the trickiest cards in Magic's history, to be honest. Like, a very tough card to play with and against. Does a lot of things.
So confusing. But again, at its base level, it is also just a graveyard hate card.
Yes.
So exiling these lessons will take Accumulate Wisdom and turn it into just Accumulate.
Anticipate. Yeah. Straight Anticipate, but of course the upside on Soul Cauldron can be really through the roof. Besides Bloom Tender, there's really nothing else that it can eat to do any kind of ability, right?
Yeah, but I mean, this is a lesson deck focused around Eddie Crab and Accumulate Wisdom. So
yeah,
slowing down threats, stopping the card draw engine, it does a lot on the front side of the ball as a graveyard hate piece.
Yeah.
And then once that Bloom Tender dies and it goes under the thing, perfect, counter it, whatever. Now, pop into the Cauldron, now your Otter can do some Bloom Tending too.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's almost better in the graveyard.
Right, it can even be an upside, because now you can have multiple Bloom Tenders at once.
Oh my. Yeah, get a couple counters on things, and that's not impossible.
Yep.
Pixie automatically comes with a counter. The Badger Mole Cub lands. Ugh.
Yeah.
Badger Mole Cub lands that are also Bloom Tenders. I mean, so it just adds your devotion plus green. That's disgusting.
That's a lot.
Yeah. You do got to be careful about where you aim this, I guess. Like, do you eat the flash freeze first? Probably.
Yeah, I guess you're not ready to go yet. There really isn't any danger of a Bloom Tender leaving the graveyard. There's no graveyard hate in Foster's deck.
No.
And it wouldn't really come in anyway, I would assume. So.
Third Storm Chaser's talent. And now, you know, there is the brutal aspect here of whatever creature you target with the Soul Cauldron. If you just kill that creature, it takes a lot more setup to be able to get another counter on a creature.
This is a combustion only for 2. All right, it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I guess just not a single instant in Peter's deck that wouldn't also counter the combustion.
Sure.
All right, and flash freeze. All right. If you put a counter on something and you have 2 Bloom Tenders under there, that's still only 1 Bloom Tender, huh?
I mean, it will have the ability to add the mana twice.
Okay.
But you can't, like, I'll just tap it for both.
Yes. I'll use the second Bloom Tender ability, please.
Yep.
And now the awkwardness. I see Foster with a Boomerang Basics, but with that second Bloom Tender under it, you can't reset the Agatha Soul Cauldron. I also see Accumulate Wisdom, which Agatha Soul Cauldron is shutting down.
Yeah,
that's the best target for it, that's for sure.
Pretty great sideboard plan here from Peter.
Yeah. And now you bounce. Now you get to Accumulate Wisdom.
Okay.
And you get to draw 3 before Peter is able to replay that. So that's big game.
Yeah, the first big win for Foster in this match.
Agreed.
That being said, Peter's still in great shape here.
Yeah, definitely needs a creature as a follow-up. Probably wants to get that Soul Cauldron down now. That's beautiful. Boomerang Basics on the Storm Chaser's talent. A Verge, a Storm Chaser's talent, and I bet it's a Cauldron.
Get that thing down and play. Yep, there's no braids or anything like that in Foster's deck. So once that cauldron is down, you can bounce it.
Yep.
But that is it.
Then you got to try to counter it on the backswing, but not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, no spell snares. You got a couple spell pierces and a negate in the board for Foster. But again, so hard to board against this deck because it's like a creature deck, but a spell deck, but a combo deck. Like,
yeah,
you don't want to overboard. You still need to do your main plan of just prowess things, kill them.
Oh, what a draw there from Foster. Still able to have the recall mode come down, and there's Eddie Merc Crab. There's a way to protect it. So, man, Foster has really, fought through this eating one creature or one spell out of your graveyard at a time. Ghost Vacuum's only so good against the lessons. It's good if you get it right away and you can eat the lessons, and Peter did do that. It's just Foster was able to have a critical mass of spells and do some good work.
Being said, Foster does need to kind of get on with things as far as trying to find a way to win this game.
Yeah, he's got an Eddie Merc Crab, though, so is ready to get that going. There's a plethora of spells, plus the Octopus form to protect it, so the pressure will be on.
So Gearhulk here is pretty nice.
Yeah.
It'll get tapped down once by the Crab, but one counter on the Gearhulk from the Cauldron not only allows for the Bloom Tender ability, but also makes it a 5/5 first strike.
That's pretty good. That is definitely good. And getting Pixie, I assume you just get Pixie and Cam with this style of deck, but we'll see.
It's gonna get fun. This is like, we were using the amalgamation of like the Cub decks and the Prowess decks. This is almost more like the Esper Pixie deck that my team played at Pro Tour Lord Eclipse.
Yeah.
Where it's more like a mixture of Pixie and a Cub deck than Prowess and a Cub deck.
Yeah.
Being able to have access to Boomer Basics and Pixie alongside your talents and kind of have that looping value engine with the mana, like with the green cards.
Let's get real. This is a mixture of every deck in Standard we've ever seen. It's a little bit of Matt Nass's Celestia Gearhulk deck.
And 3 decks we haven't seen yet.
Exactly, yes. Peter way ahead. Let's see if we have land 5, though. Land 5's a big deal here. If you can get, brutal. I was going to say Pixie to be able to pick up a Storm Chaser's talent, have 2 creatures in play, one of which already has a +1/+1 counter. That would have been huge. Maybe have 2 Bloom Tenders.
Yeah, big deal.
Speaking of big deals, Eddie Merc coming on down, the biggest of the crabs. And Slick Shot.
This is huge.
Yeah, and here comes an attack. How big's it gonna be? Just an attack for 6. Peter down to 10.
Not the worst, honestly. You know, where Foster doesn't need to do extra damage here. Being able to interact on this 1 key turn, untap, and then go for the kill is totally fine.
Eats the Bloom Tender first, puts a counter here, and now Peter will really know, is there a removal spell for this Gearhulk right now? Because if not, now all of a sudden this Gearhulk adds 3.
This is the turn.
This is the turn.
Peter got to get it done here.
And, it definitely has the ability to do so with what we saw game 1. Now, the one thing that is different with this game is Gearhulk was one of the combo pieces that you had to pick up. So you don't really want to pick this one up because it is your Bloom Tender. Now a Cub, that's going to generate a ton more mana.
That's huge, too.
Like a ton of mana.
This is a hasted Bloom Tender.
That Verge adds 4 mana. It adds Bant plus green, right?
Yep.
What the heck?
Foster has the card. I think it's only 2 cards in end, and then a bunch of mana to interact. It's got to be something.
He's like, Judge, you know what's up.
Here's the song and dance. Let's get these back out again.
Still remember one of my favorite moments from the old SCG tour. So when a player would be comboing off, brought a coloring book for his opponent, gave them something to do while they would storm off. Okay, and here we go. Here is the mana. 2 green plus blue, Bant plus green. Gearhulk itself adds Bant plus green as well. This is sick.
So
this is sick.
Pixie bouncing talent is cool and all.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really facilitate any part of the combo. It can produce another blocker. It can, then the Cauldron can put a counter on it.
I mean, you could get to a spot where you could, like, you know, I could see a spot where Peter, like, bounces everything Foster has, you know, can do some kind of value stuff like that. But the problem is these creatures essentially both have haste.
Right.
Yeah. Eddie Merc Crab being able to be played late game. But this looks like more of, I have a lot of mana, I need to find something from Peter versus I'm about to combo you. But it's a fine line.
Yeah, and I mean, putting extra bodies in play to set up for more cauldrons means that Peter could end up with, you know, 15, 20, 25 mana available.
Yeah.
With all these Bloom Tender activations. And then with the Talents in play, Talent is a card where all you need is mana and you can just do whatever the hell you want. You know, like,
yeah.
You can just keep bringing things back over and over and over again. You can level it to level 3 and start making tokens as well.
Yeah.
You can really kind of go nuts.
Let's communicate with the Beavers here, finding a Badger Mole Cub.
Standard staple.
Yep. It is basically Ancient Stirrings. Peter's deck really is Amulet. It's so funny.
It is in the same
Amulet
general,
adjacent.
Yeah, general country as Ancient Stirrings is.
And now, second Badger Mole Cub can animate this Botanical Sanctum, where you can add Bant plus double green then. But would have to tap the Gear Hulk to do so.
Yeah, important to note which creatures of force are summoning 6. The Pixie is not available to tap for mana, whereas the Gear Hulk is.
Yeah. And I mean, this is where you see when Egg of the Soul Cauldron last made its appearance in Standard, it ate up a creature that you didn't have to tap for.
Yep.
You didn't, you know, you're just able to add mana immediately. I won't even utter the Final Fantasy staple's name, you know?
And you can double up on it, too.
And you could double up on it.
That second copy under Cauldron was double mana, unlike Bloom Tender.
No, we already talked about it. You can have 2 Bloom Tenders. You can, it does stuff. You have 2 different options.
But you can use both.
Ah, okay,
with the
that's
card that
fair.
shall not be named.
Yes, yes. All right. So just to pass back, though. So very clearly, Peter is not all wrapped up and ready to go and needs this Gear Hulk as a blocker. But the Octopus form, that's going to do some nice work, huh?
Yeah, that's a bit of a wrench in the plan here, whereas the blocking for Peter looks kind of great, actually. A 2-power blocker to block this like shot, a 5/5 first strike to block the crab. And Octopus form not usually used as like a giant growth, like pure combat trick,
Yeah.
but has that utility here. That being said, the Cauldron can exile a creature and a counter if there was one, but there is not in either graveyard. Yeah, so.
Boomerang basic on the crab, removing Eddie Merc from combat. Okay. Now Slick Shot's power is up to 3.
I think this is Foster saying that I can win with only Slick Shot.
Yeah, I think so, because Eddie Merc can tap down the flyer and then double Octopus form. That's just got to be lethal, right? Okay, we're going through a different route.
Kind of cool, too, because tapping the Gear Hulk makes Peter have mana available and use it in the main phase before combat.
Yeah.
So you'll know what's up, but...
Heads up, Spell Pierce here. Mana's available. Go ahead, Foster, says Peter Hezisian.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah, I love this too. So right now the Slick Shot is 5 power. If we let it get countered, Eddie Merc taps down a flyer, and then Octopus form is +3. I see 8 damage, but 8 is not 10, if you want to double check my math on that.
I can. Give me a second.
Okay. He's getting out his graphic calculator. Your graphic calculator makes robot beat noises, huh?
I would only buy one that does. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Jim's graphic calculator is brought to you by Fisher Price.
If you're not going to have fun while doing math, why do math? You know? Everyone needs some good sound effects in their life.
Yeah, that's very, very well-spoken words there, Jim. If you can't have fun doing math, why do it in the first place?
Yeah, it's the Quandrix way. So
Foster has a ton of cards.
Yeah, but not a lot of mana, and that's the real factor here.
Yeah.
And the thing is that once Peter gets to untap, Peter's going to have a ton of mana.
Yeah.
3 creatures with counters already, and a 4th that's not summoning 6. So.
Yeah, and you got to think, like, do you attack with this Slick Shot show up? Even if you can protect it with, like, this doesn't even look great to me because, sure, the Pixie has to block. If it gets protected, now you have another creature in the yard where you can then eat the Pixie, put a counter on Cub, And that's a Bloom Tender now, you know?
It's funny, it removes a creature with a counter, but it also adds one too.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really actually make a net positive.
And we know another Pixie's in hand from the Gear Hulk. It got 2 Pixies.
Right. All right.
And Peter's like, that's when he asks, you're tapped out, right?
Yeah.
The famous last words.
I think it's game time, folks.
Yeah, and there's the Pixie. This is the famous Peter Husissian hustle here, where he's like, yep, I think I probably have this.
Yeah, so 12 mana alone from the creatures. They are all Bloom Tenders, and they are also Badger Mole Cub buffed up as well.
And we know about another Badger Mole Cub, so that adds 1 to the top layer, and then adds 5 to the bottom.
Wow.
So that's, what, 12, 15, then 5 hours, just 20 mana.
Just 20?
Just 20.
Okay.
Now, it is not perfect. It's not 20 of any mana. You have a dominant amount of green, but I don't think it matters.
I think it's almost telling here that Peter did not start there, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Get out my Fisher Price calculator. Good job. Thanks, calculator.
I like that your Fisher Price calculator is in your own voice here.
Well, yeah, yours is it?
Yeah. You'll do anything for a soundboard, won't you?
So the Otter is also red.
Oh my goodness, of course.
Yep. So.
Wow. Why not?
Yep.
Why isn't it red?
So Bloom Tender actually makes a 4th mana. So.
Wow.
Forget all the numbers we just threw at you.
Yeah.
They were totally wrong. They're much bigger than that.
Yeah, we can't count that high anymore.
Yep.
Throw in some red mana.
The Fisher Price calculator has its limits.
You don't say.
It is not a truly scientific device.
Fisher Price is suing you currently. All right, here's Gear Hulk number 2, and you just got to think that's enough, right? Like,
I mean, if this isn't enough, I am shocked and appalled.
Yeah. Because, I mean, now the cam's going to come down. I mean, actually, I think I know how he wins. I've now finally figured it out, and it's the same trick the Ban airbending decks do. Airbend all your Cubs infinitely, make 1 land infinitely large.
Okay.
When Appa's blinking everything out, you will eventually have that 1 Temple Garden that will attack for infinite.
And then I guess the replacement for Aang, removing all the blockers, is Boomerang Basics coming back with the talents.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God, Peter's done it. Peter has done it.
Let him cook.
He is born cooking. This is awesome. This will be a player to keep an eye on for this tournament for sure.
That works too.
Clear out the blocker. But now, you got to think you're still missing the Appa, right? That's the one piece that is not locked up. We don't have infinite mana yet.
The thing is that you're not wrong. There's a lot of stuff in play.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of stuff in play for Foster. So.
I think I'd bet my life that we're going to see Peter Husissian being interviewed by Nick Miller a little bit later. I just can't imagine we wouldn't.
Yeah, Nick just walked in, and you can see Corey's giving the wink. We're definitely going to make sure we see the deck tech, right, Nick? Right, Nick? Thumbs up. We got a thumbs up.
Nah.
Don't go nowhere, folks.
Nah, looks like we're doing a landfall interview instead here from Nick Miller. All right, replaying a bunch of stuff. Cam untabbing, generating you more mana. Otters being is just hilarious, and I don't think it has ever come up until now.
Yep.
I totally forgot it's also red.
And if you're Foster again, you don't want to take a loss in round 2.
Yep.
But as a Magic player, you got to look at this and just be like, man, you're doing some cool stuff.
Yeah.
I got to tip my cap to you right now. This is awesome.
Yeah, your friends come up to you, be like, hey, how'd your feature match go? Be like, I actually lost to Bloom Tender Sewer Surveillance Cam combo. And be like, repeat that one more time?
Yeah. It went kind of awesome. I didn't win, but it was pretty sweet.
Yeah. And I mean, at any point, the one thing you do have available to you is sacking the cam, draw a couple cards.
Sure.
And it looks like, hey, this doesn't seem to be winning the game at the moment.
Oh, no.
So Peter, with 27 mana available, could not win the game at the time, but has presumably a plethora of interaction.
Yeah, interesting. Like, with all that mana, could have like bought back with talent and didn't. You know, so.
But one thing he can do right now is tap that Verge, sack the Cam, untap a Gearhulk blocker, or untap a flying blocker.
Oh.
Okay, Slag Storm. 3 damage to creatures, presumably.
That's a huge wrench in the plan.
Yeah. Okay, now what do we do?
Wow.
Slag Storm looks great. I assume we're adding a bunch of mana. Add 4 plus a bunch of green. No real choice to keep an extra blue floating to maybe draw a counter spell.
Yeah.
Maybe that Pixie is not summoning sick. Who knows at this point?
Holy moly.
Wow, okay, that was just a large float of mana.
And this is the fear of having some kind of combo where you just put a bunch of things in play.
Yeah.
It can get mopped up.
Yeah, it does still share some of those similarities to the Rhythm package.
Yep.
But is that enough? I mean, now we can still go Cauldron at end step, start eating Cubs, make that other Gearhulk do some things.
Yeah, plenty of fodder now for the Soul Cauldron to do a lot of counters. So.
Untapping Gearhulk. I suppose you could untap. Oh, it is just creatures, so you can't do any untapping of the Soul Cauldron.
Well, that was great for Foster. Cool.
Yeah.
But there's got to be at least one more next step, if not a few.
Yeah.
There's still 2 5/5s in play. They still make a bunch of mana.
And you got to know about the Crab. The Crab has very much past the amount of spells in the yard that Egg of the Soul Cauldron can do anything about it. Plotted Slickshot Show-Off with an Eddie Merc Crab ready to go on Peter's turn. A Cub gets eaten.
Yeah, an upkeep Crab tapping both Gearhulks is a pretty good.
It's very good.
Pretty good mana denial plan. So.
Yeah. You're like, all right, I'm going to tap your 2 5/5s that also produce, 3 mana each. That looks pretty strong.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, this game is definitely not over.
Yeah, really impressive from Foster.
Yeah. Slag Storm there looked absolutely incredible. Can you guess how many is in the 75?
1.
You know it. 1 in the board. Why play more than 1?
See 1 Ill-Time Explosion do a good work.
Yes.
Slag Storm.
That's why you put him in the 75.
So now Peter was in a phenomenal spot.
Yeah.
And now looking dead on board.
Now, I mean, like a Cam would be great. Untap a Gearhulk. That nets you a good amount of mana.
Battrum will cut pretty good too.
Yep. A lot of those have been killed. Boomerang basics on the talent on level 2.
It's a start.
Storm Chaser's talent coming on down. It's a blocker.
Yeah, I think Peter has to assume that there's lethal damage coming across next turn.
Oh, yeah. With a plotted slick shot. Even without the Eddie Merc Crab, I would assume there's lethal with a plotted slick shot,
Yep.
So, yeah, this is definitely... Peter did a lot of cool things. All negated by 1 Slaggy Storm.
Yep, and now, of course, the issue here, too, is now that clock is approaching single digits.
Yeah.
Foster, looking to maybe steal this game, too, here. Game 3 is going to be a little interesting.
Both players very possible to win very quickly. Storm Chaser's talent coming on down. Boosting up Slick Shot, Gran, and Flow State with the cost reduction. What do we find? That's a removal spell and a Slick Shot Show-Off. You just got to think that's enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the Gran cross reduction also.
Yeah. Get a Slick Shot down, Combustion Technique, the Otter, and head on down to game number 3.
Wow.
3 spells, and that is going to do it. Peter shuffles on up, and we get one more game here between these two decks. So as cool as what Peter's deck is doing, how awesome it looks, we did just have all the mana in the world and could not close the game.
Yeah. Again, I wonder if it was me could have been done with those talents. You know, just finding. I don't know exactly. Probably not. But
yeah.
But
I mean, we were missing one key piece, which is the rhythm.
Yep.
Right? Nature's Rhythm there. When you got 20 mana and one Nature's Rhythm in your yard, I think we could figure it out.
Yep, that's everything.
But that was not the case. So, Jim, any big changes here that you would do for game number 3? Or would you just shuffle as fast as possible?
Shuffle as fast as possible.
Yep.
And then find something to do with all your mana if you're Peter.
Okay.
One rhythm, find Appa. You got to have a finish. That being said, you know, it was a one-off Slag Storm. So a little lucky on Foster's part, but played to his outs very, very well and found him and got it done.
All right. And if you're a big fan of the sewer and sewer-adjacent sets, Jim, where are we going?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtle
Heroes in a
time.
half shell.
Ah,
Turtle
I got
power.
it wrong. All right, all right.
I forgive you.
We can still order this set here if you are interested in any of the powerful turtle sets. And hey, you know, I mean, the card's making an impact here. The Sewer Valence Cam, you know, has done some damage in Modern, and clearly it's here in Standard to stay. So StarCityGames.com/MTG-TMT if you're interested in ordering that set. Cowabunga, dudes.
Just want to say that if the person who wrote the theme song for Turtles is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they should just burn it down.
Okay. Wow, that is a hot take right there.
Just saying.
That might be the hottest take you've ever said.
What a banger.
Wow.
Like,
it is iconic.
Like,
every time I hear it, I just get flashbacks to when I would play arcade games.
yeah.
You know.
Just what a tune.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It is great. It is great. That's for sure. All right, and let's get on into it. Let's see. We got Hollowed Fountain. We got Storm Chaser's Talent.
The Tower of Power's back.
Yes. Now, you know, this otter you can clearly see. It is it?
Yep. And 7 minutes, a lot of work to do. Well, I mean, the old Talent Boomerang Basic's not a bad place to start.
But no land?
Oh, no. Peter.
Oh.
Peter, don't break my heart.
I mean, you have the classic Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basic. You have so many draws at it, but...
This is the isn't problem. We're up, kept 2 sleight of hands, missed my second land drop.
Yeah.
You know?
But this is worse than that, right?
Not supposed to be the Bant problem.
Yeah. Uh-oh. And now Foster coming on down with a slick shot. Storm Chaser's Talent number 2. The same one, I should say. And an attack, and no.
Oh, no.
Second land, Jim.
Not like this.
Not like this, indeed.
This has been such an awesome match.
You know, this is magic, though.
Oh, no.
Come on. Peter has a family, Foster.
There's no justice in the world.
No. Ira has demonstrated a powerful, powerful spell here. And Foster's hand looks amazing. Firebending lesson. There's a Sunder Flock. Why not? And 2 accumulate wisdom, so we're pretty close to the ancestral recall mode. And I'm not an. I was just gonna say I don't think we have a land, otherwise it'd be into play, you know, a lot faster. There's Pixie. There's Storm Chaser's Talent.
This would be good if there wasn't a rule spell in hand for Foster.
I'm surprised he didn't fire that off, huh?
They would want the power trigger, I think, right?
Yeah. All right. Good point.
More
good
damage.
point.
This is lethal. I think the game's just probably done here.
Yeah, you're right.
Right,
What is this?
3.
5.
Well, I guess not. We need to find a
6, 7,
one
8.
mana spell off of the accumulate.
Yep. So this is 8 damage with the wisdom, and then any 1 mana spell that is a spell, and we are all good to go. Okay.
Nope.
So we're at 1, but so we're still alive. But at what quality of life at this point?
Yeah. Tough one for Peter here. Really good draw from Foster anyway, even if Peter had a good hand.
Yeah.
But missing that second land drop for 2 turns is
It's too much.
ouch.
It's too much. But hey, you got to play fast at these moments. But of course, in hindsight's 2020. The 1-lander on the play is always risky.
Yep.
You got two draws at it. That's how it works with the Boomerang Basics. On the draw, I've kept that hand 1,000 times.
Yep.
And I've kept that hand on the play, about 500 times.
Yep. Sometimes that's just is a curse. You know, you just
Yep.
you know you're playing cantrips. You know you're gonna miss some amount of a time, and that is gonna happen sometimes. But Peter gonna try and work it through here. What is the way out of this?
Exactly. It's start over and let me mulligan this one. But now trying to debate. He's just like, okay, what does this game look like where I win? What do I have to have your hand be? It has to be bad. And it's not. Foster's hand is not bad, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Temple Garden's tough too, where you really want that land, but at 4 life, you just can't really take it.
All right.
Just the prayer, but you have actual no spells. No spells or no 5th untapped land.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, how about an Ancestral Recall?
That is not quite no spells.
And an Octopus Form and a Flow State. That is going to do it. Foster Nicholas here is going to win this match. Not exactly the most dramatic game 3, but still a really cool match. Looks like he had a nice little hand, but needed that 3rd land, or needed that 2nd land really on time to get Bloom Tender going. But hey, you know, was unable to do so. And that is going to be the match.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I'm glad to see Peter's deck, you know, in those first 2 games.
Yeah.
Just looking really, really cool.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate it happens, but hopefully Peter does some more good stuff for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So we should have another backup match ready to go here. We'll get that one ready and queued up. But, God, the deck still looks sweet. I really thought it was going to be a 2-0 in favor of Peter, but... You know, that Slide Storm. Got to frame that one if you go on to win this tournament, huh?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised because I've played a lot of Standard.
Yeah.
Just period, you know, and I've seen a lot of Standard deck lists, and I have never seen anything remotely close to this deck.
Yeah, I saw something a little close to it. Mason Buonadonna did play the Surveillance Cam stuff at the Pro Tour.
Oh, okay.
Did not do extremely well, but it was the rhythm package. It didn't have the Gear Hulk's Bloom Tender. It was just kind of a rhythm deck that had that.
Okay.
But, you know, it was not even a lot of the cams. It was 1 or 2. But outside of that, I had not seen anything close to that deck either.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Really sweet stuff. So, if we got our backup match, we'll head on down and see what we got cooking here in just a little bit. But is it prowess? You know, is it prowess there with the no monument version? That looked pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, like pretty unique. You know, it's just seeing the evolution, trying to figure out what's the right prowess list.
Yeah.
You know, is it lessons? Maybe.
Yeah.
You know, is it more aggro? Is it more 1-drops? And that looked pretty good. Having the combination of both Flow State and Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah.
Having
so much card advantage.
Having 2 big card draw spells is so huge for a deck. It usually operates on cantrips.
All right, and we're going to be jumping in, it looks like, here for game number 2. We did see Jesse Pilon when we did a live look-in. Looked quite good, you know, in the game we were watching. Or I believe we actually did see him clean it up there at the very end. So Jesse Pilon, a player that we have seen go deep in these events many, many times, multiple top 8s. A plethora of top 16s too. He had a stretch where he just kept missing on breakers, or just kept missing, losing that last round and not getting there. So, a really fun player to watch, and has to have the best beard in the room.
Yeah, and you don't always like quantify it properly.
Yeah.
It is so much more impressive to miss top 8 on breakers 3 times in a row than it is to, I would even say, win 1 tournament.
Oh, for sure.
Like, you know, you won't say any player can spike a tournament, but like, you know, you have a good day, you're a good player, hard things fall your way. Being able to be in that spot 3 times in a row, only the best can do that.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the Pro Tour, you know, we always do the segment of the survivors, the people that, since the Pro Tour came back post-COVID, you know, who are the players who have stayed on the Pro Tour and queued for day 2 every single time? Do you know the list?
I know I was on it for a while.
You were on it for a good chunk.
I mean, Eli Cassis, Reed, Seth.
There are 2 players.
There's only 2 left?
There's only 2 left.
It's
you got
Eli, and made day 2 every time. It's
day 2 every time.
Reed. I think Seth missed also. It's Eli and... I don't know.
You're gonna be hitting yourself for this one. It's just Eli and Javier Dominguez.
Oh,
yeah.
Javier.
I mean, one of the 2 goats of the game. Like that's the level of consistency. You know, you see players that win a Pro Tour, you know, that even spike a couple of Pro Tours like we saw Christopher do. But
well, look at Nathan.
Yeah.
Nathan won Worlds.
Yeah.
He won a Pro Tour. He had a few bad events, and he was gone.
Exactly.
Had to get his way back on, and now he's back on one of the Pro Tours. Sure, that's a player who's capable of winning multiple Pro Tours who actually fell off.
Exactly.
Showing how hard it is.
Agreed. All right, so getting in, doing some cantrips here. First Moon Shadow was dealt with. Second one comes on down. Little Otters coming around to stay. Anthony ships it back to Jesse. And this feels like, you know, the turn you got to have one of your good 2-drops, right? And there's a plethora of them in this deck.
Yeah, this is where things need to come together. Turn 2 and turn 3 are where you just set up your synergy, kind of get your cards going. If you don't, you have a 1/1 Moonshadow, a 1/1 Marauding Mako, a Bloodghast rotting in your hand, and things can get ugly. But
yep,
looking pretty good here.
Oh my goodness. Combo. Absolute combo. Discarding Bloodghast before you play round 3. I mean, could there be anything more poetic?
I love Bloodghast.
Yeah, me too. Me too. There is starting town. Bring back the old Bloodghast, which triggers the Hardened Academic. More combos.
Plus, the counter gets to go somewhere. Yeah, when this deck goes, it really goes.
It does, and we see Anthony has a bounce off, has a way to interact a little bit. But what do you hit? The 1-drop you can recast, or the hasty flyer?
Yeah, I imagine it's probably the flyer.
Okay. Counter was put on Moonshadow, which then negates one of the negative counters.
That being said, Moonshadow is harder to kill with a burn spell, so...
Yeah, there's Into the Floodmaw and Bounce Off. I mean, I think if I'm Anthony, I would have done exactly not that. I would have let it connect, and then at end step bounce it.
Sure, yeah. Allowing Jesse to recast this here is tough.
Yeah. But Anthony disagrees. Moonshadow comes back down, and let's head Anthony's way. One thing we are very much missing, a threat. There's the Stallion, at least.
Yeehaw.
Nay. No big spell to be paired with it. Burst Lightning is kind of the, you know, the kind of other half of Splinter Twin with Color Storm Stallion. Yep. Being able to just present 11 damage on its own with this card.
Yeah, super sweet design.
Yep. The Stallion's here. 4 damage is coming in, and hey, this is a great hit. That looks awesome, but man, when you're racing a lifelinker, it just feels impossible. Yeah,
and again, Jesse can really explode again next turn. Kind of do the whole thing again, discard profitable cards. And whenever you're discarding cards for value and then also growing Moonshadow as part of the equation, it's really good stuff.
It really is. And now we'll head back Jesse's way. Jesse, also a player that we do not really see him playing Is It Prowess, Celestial Landfall. You know, like the best deck, not very often.
You're saying he's a cool player.
He is cool, but if you're playing against him, sometimes root.
Yes, especially so.
Just kidding. Of course, Jesse is a phenomenally nice player, but does always play the wild decks, to say the least. Iron Shield Elf. Another, and just look at all these creatures. How annoying is it to try to kill any of these? You know, like.
Yeah, very annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a spot where bounce off and the bounce spells are kind of cool because they can tag all of them without having to worry about indestructible or whatever else. But it's not a permanent solution. There's not really that much damage on Anthony's side.
1 mana cantrip of some variety. It looks like Sleight of Hand. And Jesse did have a plethora of lands in hand to play. But this is one of those decks where it's like you get to 3, 4 mana, you kind of stop playing lands and you use them to discard.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to manage your cards in hand in decks like this.
Yeah.
Because you have an extra resource that most decks don't have, where the literal quantity of physical pieces of cardboard in your hand matter. It can be an Ace of Spades and a Frank Thomas rookie card, you know?
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what the cards are, but the fact that they are a physical card to discard for value really, really matters.
As long as both of those are permanent.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. That's a big deal. All right. Looks like another cantrip. This one's an opt, I would think. And now these otters, these stallions are getting big. I think there was a boomerang basic as well. So, I mean, it's not completely against the realm to think that there could be a lethal attack here. This is already 8 damage. The bounce spell makes it 9 and 10. Burst Lightning would be lethal.
Yeah. The land drop too, a little more mana. Just gotta keep it going here.
Boomerang basics on the talent.
That might do it, right? Replay talent and play bounce spell.
But, you know, the Iron Shield Elf can block now. We need to clear that blocker. Oh, we do have another Into the Floodmaw. Yeah, my goodness.
Let's play talent, bounce, and just do the You have a thing.
Yep. Now, talent doesn't bounce the stallion. That's one thing to remember.
Is there no flood maw in hand?
There is. So that's 7, 10, 11. Yeah, I mean, you got a flood maw right now, right? And that's exactly lethal?
Yeah. Players seem to be...
Unless this is the power, not the pumps they're representing.
It can't be. It can't be 3 on stallion, so...
Why not? Oh, yeah, its power isn't 3. You're right, yeah. So I would assume that there's a 5-5 otter, and that's a 6-6 stallion, wouldn't you?
Right.
Well, I mean, if he would have went for it, it would have been absolutely devastating.
Yep. Okay. So heads up play by Anthony.
Yep.
There's the erode. There's not a lot of removal in this Mardu deck, but there are a few, and they're all 1 mana. Very, very cheap.
Yep.
Erode, Hex, and Burst Lightning.
And starting town goes to the yard. Does a little regeneration on the Iron Shield Elf. A lot of things you got to remember from this Mardu deck. So many triggers. It's not an easy deck to play.
Yeah, hard to play. A lot of moving parts. It's very easy to put them together in the wrong way, too. And when you do, it falls apart pretty quick.
All right, and shipping it back with just an Into the Flood Maw. So Into the Flood Maw to bounce something, and then Storm Chaser's Talent to buy something back. Have 1 more spell next turn. That looks okay, but I mean, Jesse took 1 damage that turn when we thought there was a possible line for lethal.
Yeah, and now the thing is that if Flood Maw needs to be played defensively, and Jesse can replay whatever was played, that's an issue.
Oh man, second Hardened Academic comes on down. If 1 lifelinker was a tricky, how about a second? Now that being said, only 1 card in hand, but here comes the full team, full send. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage.
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting. Like, this is not a lethal attack.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
Discard 1 card, ban if it's a permanent. Moonshadow goes up by 1.
Like, this feels too aggressive, right?
Right. Like,
yeah, I think I would want to leave back an Iron Shield Elf.
Yeah, break it up over 2 turns. All right, let's see what's up here.
Okay.
He has that 1 card, and if it's an interactive piece, it could be good. But again, Ward 1 on the Stallion's a big deal.
Now, if you were on your stream and you just attacked with everything, what button would you hit?
Leroy
Jenkins. There we go.
Love it.
All right, now it looks like Jesse is kind of rethinking that. Do I want to hold this back?
All right, well, now you got to undo the Leroy.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and now hit it again.
You can't undo a Leroy.
Okay, okay,
right.
okay.
Come on, Jesse, what are we doing? Yeah, I've been petitioning for a soundboard for the broadcast booth here for me, and they keep not returning my emails.
The best that they could do was the Fisher-Price graphing calculator you got. They're like, here you go, Jim.
And listen, I'm not complaining. I'm very happy.
Okay,
I'm very happy with it.
All right, so here we go. Now a land was picked up. As gorgeous as that John Avon land is, it's not very helpful. So Storm Chaser's Talent to pick up a spell.
Yeah, this is it.
Play a land, boomerang basics on the talent, replay the talent, into the Flood Maw something. How much is that?
So that's 3 spells played. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uh-oh.
No, it's only 9, right? Because Storm Chaser's Talent doesn't
What's the
target
red mystical archive at the top of it?
It was a bolt of some kind because it killed a Moonshadow on turn 1.
So buyback Burst Lightning. Isn't buyback Burst Lightning enough?
If it is a Burst Lightning, I would think. Okay, so we
I guess you can't.
Back.
We were counting a talent as a play also. If you buy back Burst Lightning, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You're spell short. So you should do it the old-fashioned way with an opt. And I don't think that's enough. I think we're still 1 short.
I don't either. I think Burst Lightning was enough, though. Because that would have been 2 spells. That makes the Stallion 5.
It's plus 4 damage instead of plus 2.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I think it was actually 10. So, yeah. But here comes...
That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I count 10.
All right.
Wow.
And not enough. 10 is indeed not 11. And Jesse Pilon takes it down, living at just 1 life.
Yeah, really, really tight last few turns there where both players really trying to figure out how much can I commit. And it's important to recognize that, like, you don't need to commit all of it and put them to 1 or 2. You can, like, break it up over 2 turns. If you're going to break it up over 2 turns, It's kind of like when you bring the groceries in, and there's 6 bags. Don't carry 5 at once and try and carry them all and then go back for 1. Carry 3 and 3.
No, I mean, that's obviously wrong. You get all 6, okay?
But when you can't.
You need to Leroy Jenkins your groceries as well, Jim. Come on. Don't make 2 unnecessary steps. Put them up your arm, you know? Like, yeah, exactly. All right, well, that is going to do it for us 2 here for a little bit. We're going to have Ailey Loney and Monty Davuti jumping on in here for round number 3. We got a lot of fun Magic here on the horizon, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Cincinnati. We are here to rock it out in rounds number 3 and 4. Mani Devuti alongside myself, Ailey Loney. Happy to have you here, Mani. Looking forward to seeing some standard action.
Absolutely. I really enjoyed watching how the Pro Tour played out a few weeks ago. Since then, as Standard has been doing in this massive 16-set format now, it just keeps evolving. One of the things that I harped on a lot at the Pro Tour was there's always answers and there's always solutions, and people just have to find them within that 16-set card pool. It's
quite a lot to work through, so we do understand the grind that it is sometimes, but it's also fun. It's a puzzle to figure out what beats what which week, you know? So on that note, let's talk about the metagame for this weekend's competition. Take a look here. As we suspected to see, is it prowess and landfall, or is it dex specifically and landfall being the bulk of the metagame, breakdown of the metagame share here? Any surprises for you, Mani?
I think one of the big surprises for me is how many Dimir Excruciator there are this weekend. I think that some people, if they weren't paying attention last weekend and are only looking at the Pro Tour, they may look at 4-color control there in 4th place and say, where did that come from? But that's from the Japanese RC. It had quite a successful run there, so we're seeing that come up. But Dimir Excruciator definitely fell off since its win at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed. So the fact that it is back in a pretty big way here is a bit surprising, I think.
Yeah, do you think there's any specific reason for it being back, or?
I think one of the reasons is it is a nod towards these green decks that are a bit less interactive. One of the big questions after the Selesnya landfall domination from the Pro Tour was, how is the format going to adjust? Are people going to go towards these decks that go over the top, whether it is the rhythm decks, bat airbending? But Dimir Excruciator is definitely in that discussion as well. One of the big question marks is, can they get around the graveyard hate that people are inherently running for the Izzet decks? So that's one thing I'll have my eyes on as we look towards the Dimir Excruciator decks.
All right, well, we aren't going to be seeing the Dimir Excruciator deck in action just yet, so we'll see if they work their way up to the top of the tables. We are, in fact, going to be checking out Christopher Smith versus Slater Claudel. It's going to be an Izzet-off. It's going to be Maestro versus Spelementals. Now, the Maestro deck that we saw Team Sanctum bring to the Pro Tour kind of fell flat. It didn't have a good time about it. But now we're seeing an iteration from the last couple of events, including Sonar in the main deck alongside the Maestros. So these goblins are getting juiced up.
Yeah, so when I talked to Team Sanctum at the Pro Tour, they started with a Maestro shell, and then it wasn't succeeding, so they added in a lessons package, and that's when they felt good about the deck. That didn't work. We saw it at the Pro Tour. Despite their testing results being good, it fell flat, as you mentioned. So now moving away from the lessons package and saying people are bringing too much graveyard hate, let's try something else.
All right, let's take a look at this Maestro list. This is Slater Claudel's iteration thereof. This is a sweet deck. I've tried it out a couple times on Arena, and it's just so much fun. You know, having Tablet of Discovery, being able to do like a turn 4 or 5, you know, Rapturous Moment into an Ashling's Command or into the Improvisation Capstone. Like, there's just so much explosive potential in this deck.
Yeah, it definitely is a deck that has a lot of potential. It still has the ability to really explode, but what you don't see here is the same infinite elements that you really saw from Team Sanctum's deck trying to create a loop. Instead, they're just saying Molten Core Maestro is a really powerful card. I want to use it as my engine.
Absolutely. So this is what Slater's bringing to the table. Let's take a look at his opponent's list. Christopher Smith playing Izzet Spelementals, a known quantity at this point in the metagame. Again, still shifting as the metagame evolves, and you know, putting up decent performance all around on these Spelemental decks.
Yeah, it is the third most played deck here. I think one of the reasons for that is harkening back to how is the metagame going to adjust. Maybe a bit of pre-planning where, okay, if the cup decks are doing well and people are going to go to rhythm decks to try to answer the landfall decks, I'm going to go one level further and go to Spelementals because Thunderflock has historically been the answer to the rhythm decks. So we are seeing not really rock, paper, scissors because there are so many elements, but like a rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock.
I was going to say that.
Continue expanding how many possible answers and levels there are to the standard format. This Spelementals deck is one of those levels that just falls within all of these expanding puzzle pieces.
All right, well, I do believe our players are almost ready to rock and roll, so we'll jump on down to the feature match area as soon as they are. These lists are so fun to play, you know, as much as you can hate on the biggest deck in the room, it is fun, right?
Yeah.
You know, all of the Izzet lists, they're just such a good time, and they play out so differently.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is, you know, I'm not usually a stickler for, like, the minutia details, but I think it's a very big fact that with 16 sets and so many cards, if you look at the sheer number of different cards that are being played within an Izzet mana base, these decks are completely different. We have combo decks, aggro decks, control decks. It really does feel like they're entirely different archetypes just playing within one land base.
Well, it's an Izzet off. Let's see who comes out victorious here in our feature match. Let's head on down right now. Christopher Smith at the top of your screen, Slater Claudel down at the bottom. Spelementals versus Maestro. My money's on Maestro, personally. Money, I'm not sure about you, but this should be fun.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I've got my eyes on from Slater's list is 4 copies of Colorstorm Stallion. The Elemental horse, of course, has to be said. It is an absolute beating against the Thunderflock game plan. So Christopher Smith has to be ready for that possibility. Yes, Thunderflock does deal with Maestro as a Goblin Bard, but that's not the biggest threat in this matchup. And that's something that you definitely have to be aware of. Just the fact that Ashling's Command plus Colorstorm Stallion can get out of hand so quickly is something you have to be playing towards.
Yeah, and you know, so much versatility just in the spell suite that the Maestro deck is playing. Sleight of hand thing kicks things off here for Christopher Smith. As let's see if anything else hits the board. Nope, just going to pass the turn back here to Slater Claudel. Both players are 2-0, so having a great start to their tournament here this weekend.
Yeah, notably and interestingly enough, Spelementals, from the very small sample size, was one of the more successful matchups for the Sanctum Maestro list at the Pro Tour. They went about even against it. So that's one thing. Again, very different decks, very different builds, but it was one of those matchups that actually worked out okay. Izzet Spelementals gained a lot from Secrets of Strixhaven. Again, playing 4 copies of Traumatic Critique in a lot of lists, as well as 4 Prismari Charm, really leveled up the deck and made it so they don't have to play a card that's not ideal, like Abandoned Attachments, for example.
Well, it does look like a Secrets of Strixhaven limited match at the moment until Hearth Elemental showed up. But Impolite Joke taking care of Molten Core Maestro. Getting that powerful little guy off the table, but replacing itself, well, should I say, on the other side of the battlefield with this big ol' 4/5.
Yeah, and this is the window where Slater will want to get a Colorstorm Stallion down if possible, just because once Hearth Elemental is down, your opponent is signaling that I have access to Thunderflock, and you do not want that to be a full reset. Of course, it's very early in the game. This is the power of what the Spelementals deck is capable of. But the fact that there's already a Hearth Elemental out and Christopher is threatening a Thunderflock is pretty terrifying.
I mean, it's still a massive beater in the air, you know? Like, even if you're casting Emeritus of Ideation, not for its Ancestral Recall effect, it's still a massive flyer. So, sure, it doesn't get to do its usual trick of, whoops, there goes your board, but it is now a massive threat that Slater has to answer.
Yeah, the clock is very very much on. And for Slater, none of the mana ramp elements that you are used to seeing from this version of the deck, whether it is the Molten Core Maestro, which has been answered, no Sonar on the battlefield, no Tablet of Discovery so far. So the big explosive turns that include Rapturous Moment or Ashling's Command, those are still quite a few turns away. That means Slater needs to take at least one setup turn. And that's a pretty big issue when you're facing 9 power already on Christopher Smith's side.
Yeah, that is certainly a 2-turn clock, potentially even faster if Christopher adds even more to the board. But you know what? Slater says IDC, yes, there we go. Swinging on in with the Color Storm Stallion and offering a trade here. Doubtless some tricks in hand to make this a profitable exchange for Slater.
Yeah.
We hope. Or this is a terrible attack.
Right. The question is whether Slater is settling for a trade here and just using some cantrips to set up the next turn and just trying to take the pressure off.
Yeah.
Because profitable is not where I expect Slater to be able to end up here.
Okay, so Burst Lightning, just one spell to...
That's very, very unprofitable.
Yeah, it's not the best, but hey, there's a big dumb flyer off the board, and you know what? If you got to do what you got to do at some point.
Oh, right? Absolutely.
Molten Core Maestro now. If this gets to stick, we could see some explosions from Slater's side of things. Christopher Smith, happy to chip in here. Chip in, I say. Chunk in for 4 points of damage with the Elemental, followed up by another Flock and says, get out of here, little guy.
Yeah, I think this is what Slater was afraid of, is not being able to get a clock on the board. Christopher just powering out that Hearth Elemental thanks to Traumatic Critique. We saw in this game, as we so often do from Spellmentals, that's just a 2-mana spell. It's not trying to deal any damage. It is just an improved version of Abandoned Attachments.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, early... you know, fuel for the graveyard and for your hand, and then if you so happen to need to blow your opponent up for 10, you can do that when the game goes long.
All right, and for Slater, I think we are in desperation time. You see the Maestro coming back after getting bounced and the Prismari Charm, but the threat of the board and the lethal that it is representing in very short order still looms large.
Oh, yes. Prismari Charm... very effective modal spell, just helping, or trying to help fill the graveyard and find some extra answers for Slater. Christopher, however, is going to kick things off with Sleight of Hand, so let's see what the top of the deck yields for the Spellmentals player.
Yeah, looking at Christopher's list, there isn't that much interaction to get the creature off the board other than the Sunderflock and the smaller removal spells. So if you can get the Molten Core Maestro big enough, it could theoretically do things. The bigger issue is with Slater now at 3, there's 3 copies of Burst Lightning in Christopher's hand. So even if Slater is able to stabilize the board somehow, which is a tall order, it is still going to be very likely that Christopher can find lethal with 1 more land, potentially.
Oh, for sure. 3 lethal attackers on board now. Slater, I don't think, has any ways to interact with this, but let's see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Look, you have to think about every out.
Yeah.
Looking at the hand, there's a 3 steps ahead, a Stallion, and... I think that's another Rapturous Moment.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I don't think that is going to get the job done.
Yep. Prismari Charm, I'm going to send the poor Molten Core Maestro back to hand. And that has got to be it. Let's see what the top of the deck yields here for 3 steps ahead. Draw 2 cards, then discard. And game 2 is what we find on top of Slater's library.
Yep.
All right, so sideboard time. Let's take a look and see what you chuckling at.
I believe Slater has 15 different cards in his sideboard.
Sure does. If my math is correct, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Very cool.
Okay, so toolbox. What are you going for here, bud?
I think one thing that you'd like to start doing is making your deck even more proof safe against Thunderflock. So a card like Ral could be good, but there's not that much graveyard hate would be good. So Ghost Vacuum. Again, what we saw that game was a very fast Hearth Elemental into Thunderflock, right? So being able to slow down whatever Christopher is doing in terms of putting pressure on you, that is the beginning of the game plan. But a card like Slagstorm, not really doing much. Do you really want to bring in your one copy of Ill-Timed Explosion just to slow things down? Probably.
Sure.
But you can see how with a sideboard full of one-ofs, there isn't a cohesive deck that you're attacking.
No.
You're just trying to have a wider net.
Yeah, it's a shotgun approach for sure. And on the other side of things, let's take a look at Christopher's sideboard. A little more streamlined, you would say.
Yeah. I think you definitely want your copy of Ill-Timed Explosion just to deal with a potential Stallion board that has gotten out of hand. Other than that, Get Out would be probably good here in the matchup. I think a lot of the matchup for Christopher is just making sure that you're not diluting your deck too much. You're not taking out proactive spells for reactive ones and then putting yourself in a position where you can't really set up. But Get Out is really good just because on turn 2 you can represent it against a potential Stallion and keep yourself safe from that angle.
For sure. So as the players finish off their sideboarding, making their decisions, shuffling up, just wanted to remind you all that there is a really cool sale on at the moment, friends. You get free shipping within the United States with purchases of $100 or more in singles. So be sure to go and check that out as the domestic/lower 38. I don't know what APO means. Someone American will tell me, I'm sure. But yes, so if you like free shipping, because shipping sucks most of the time, be sure to go and check out the Star City Games sale at starcitygames.com/sale. What singles have you been eyeing out at the moment? Oh, another chuckle. Is it a good one?
It's limited. I play limited.
Yes, I know, but that's a bunch of singles, right?
It's true. I think just, again, the Is It suite that has come out of Secrets of Strixhaven, for me is just, if you don't have Colorstorm Stallions already, that's something that I would pick up because I think that's a card that's going to be in Standard for a while, and its stocks are only going to rise. It is really powerful.
It's a super cool card, and you know, the Opus ability, everyone maybe thought was a little too slow when the cards are first being revealed for Strixhaven. But then when you get into the limited matches, oh my goodness me, it just goes absolutely nuts. There's so many 5 mana or more spells in that limited format, and even in standard. So, you know, the chances of you getting 3-4 horses off of just one card, pretty high.
Yeah, and one of the things that we have seen is just the ability to make spells cost 5, whether that's Burst Lightning or Firebending Lesson or Spring 3 steps ahead. There's so many ways to pay 5 mana for a spell that doesn't cost 5 traditionally. The way Opus is worded and designed is to make sure that you are getting value from those spells as well, which is what makes this list from Slater pretty sweet.
I mean, yeah, even if someone were to put a tax on your spells for some reason, it would still trigger.
That's value.
That's so cool.
Yep.
It's like, aha, you thought you were taxing me, but no, I got a free horse. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Got a chuckle out of production there, I think.
I chuckled. I contemplated saying the next line, and then I decided against it.
I don't know what the next line is, so if that was inappropriate, oops, my bad. Let's continue. Sorry, production. It's now stuck in the head. Whoopsies. And probably a couple people in chat, too. All right, so Slater with a mulligan to 6. Kicking things off here with a Ghost Vacuum. So the one on fun of in the sideboard, that's going to be putting in some work here up against Christopher Smith to try and keep those reductions of the Hearth Elemental and the Crab. Is the Crab in the deck?
The Crab is in the deck. There are a full 4 copies.
Yes, there is.
And Slater will be aggressively using the Ghost Vacuum, of course, just making sure that Christopher's graveyard stays in control as much as possible. Ghost Vacuum doesn't have the ability to pop the entire graveyard as some other pieces of graveyard hate, like Soul Guide Lantern, that we've seen in the past. So definitely you want to make sure to keep things in check, but who needs more than 1 copy when you're just going to have it?
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna mulligan and you find that, you got to be pretty happy, huh?
Yeah, that's one of the things is when you are bringing a sideboard of all singletons and you are in a matchup that is requiring an extreme answer, as is a Spellmentals, in my opinion, does require an extreme answer, you have to mulligan a bit more aggressively.
Nice. Get out there. Doing exactly what you said would be beneficial for Christopher in this situation, being on the draw, Colorstorm Stallion, taken care of. Traumatic Critique. No damage. Psychic damage. I feel like Prismari is causing psychic damage there to that poor student.
Yeah, it's fair. You never want to get yelled at by a teacher.
No, especially not a dragon.
You definitely don't want to get yelled at by a dragon teacher.
I mean, I'm sure we've all had a teacher we've called a dragon, but, you know, here it's kind of literal.
Right.
And potentially life-threatening. Turn passes back now. The horsey gets to come to play. Ghost Vacuum taking good care of that graveyard, and the Colorstorm Stallion chipping away at the life total.
Yeah, and the clock is on because Christopher missed a land drop the previous turn. Went for that Traumatic Critique in the main phase, trying to make that land drop and was unable to find it. So the backup copy of the Stallion alongside the graveyard being kept under control with the Ghost Vacuum means that Christopher is being attacked by from multiple angles now. And that's going to be a really big problem because Slater, if he's able to find his 4th land, will really put the pressure on.
Oh yeah, he's cooking with gas at this point. Just able to keep pressuring the life total, keeps mana up, you know, has the advantage in terms of, you know, he can just sit there and wait for Christopher to do something, and perhaps he has one of his answers in hand. Decides here to go for the Sonar, and it looks like it is going to get gotten with a get out, so no unfinished genius to go alongside the Stallion.
Yeah, and I do like Slater. For the first time, we see proactively using the Ghost Vacuum rather than on the end step, just recognizing that Christopher has 3 lands in play, 3 spells in the graveyard. That means that we start getting elementals online. Yeah.
Here is the first Hearth Elemental. Hearth. What is it? Hearth or Hearth?
Hearth.
Hearth? Okay. Because people yell at me when I say that other card game that is Hearth. Yeah?
Nope,
right?
That's also Hearth.
Is that also Hearth?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, great. Broadside Barrage takes care of that pesky fireplace. Yeah, it's a walk-in fireplace.
That's the one.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the things that we do see is the fact that this Ghost Vacuum has slowed down Christopher's graveyard development so much means that with 4 lands, the 4th land being off the top there for Christopher, he has to tap out for the Hearth Elemental, and that creates a window that you really don't want to be giving to your opponent, which is to just remove it before you're able to use it as a super mana rock for a Sunderflock.
Yes, super mana rock, I like that. Oh, I see your horsey and raise your mind, says Christopher, as Colorstorm Stallion hits the board here. Now, are we playing defense? I think you gotta. Being at 8, that's painful.
Yeah, I think the question is, if your opponent turns the Stallion sideways without doing anything else, are you willing to block in Christopher's seat? If the answer is no, then you should be attacking. But also, if you attack and if Slater has a 5-mana spell, you could just die depending on what that spell is.
For sure. Seer taking care of the opposing Stallion on Slater's battlefield now. Advancing ever more, and Christopher Smith is down to 4. So unless we find removal for this horse and an answer for a potential 2nd or 3rd, we might be going to game 3 here shortly.
Yeah, I think the fact that there are 0 instances sorceries in your graveyard, meaning all of your essential best plays are being checked, is a pretty big problem.
Nice.
Small mistake, I would say, here from Christopher. Just casting that before ward is paid on Slater's side. Just
attacks the mana a little bit.
Right. Essentially giving Slater more information and the choice not to pay the mana. If Slater has another 2 mana spell to cast here with only 2 lands, that can end up being a massive mistake from Christopher's side.
So, yeah, so both horses are currently 4/4s.
Right.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, just always make them pay first and then counter the spell.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a situation where, because Christopher is so far behind, might feel like, okay, I need to do this. That was a firebending lesson.
Yes, on his own. No? Oh, no, I paid for it, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, there was a firebending lesson on that horse. Paid the ward for it, so it would resolve. You
I don't
have to pay
I don't think you had to pay. So
no, you didn't.
Ultimately, Slater did end up paying mana unnecessarily, I think.
Yeah. So you got him in the... Ha! Got him, coach.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. Similar outcome, irrespective. Because, yeah, the spell doesn't have to resolve for the trigger to go on the stack. It's pseudo-prowess, basically, for the Stallion. Molten Core Maestro now. That's got to be the end of this match, you have to think. But here comes a Prismari Charm. Can it yield anything here for Christopher Smith?
Christopher is also at 1, so Prismari Charm or Burst Lightning from Slater to the face is lethal. Of course, Slater is under no pressure to proactively cast it right now. There's nothing on his life total, so you want to wait for a moment where either Christopher is tapping out or wait for a moment where Christopher is presenting a meaningful enough reason to force your hand. Otherwise, you say, I have this board, answer it first, then we'll talk.
Slater's at the point where he could just pop the Ghost Vacuum and get the free horse that's underneath it. Very overkill, but fun. So Christopher trying to figure out if there's a way he can survive up against 2 very tricky to deal with threats. One with Menace, one with Ward. Says, nope, I ain't got none of that. So game 3 we go.
Yeah, it's weird because that was a dominant game from Slater, but I don't think it actually upped my confidence in the matchup from his perspective. I think the fact that his sideboard is so inconsistent from what I'm seeing is, if you don't have that Ghost Vacuum, how often do you lose that game? Yes, your opponent stumbled on mana a bit, but they could have probably had a Hearth Elemental anyways, so how aggressively are you mulliganing to a 1 of Ghost Vacuum? So I think there's still some question marks for me about this all 1 of sideboard, and we'll see how that plays out in the 3rd game. But I think for Christopher Smith, getting to be on the play here in the 3rd game is pretty huge.
Game 3 is coming up shortly, friends, and as we've seen so often since its release, Secrets of Strixhaven has been an absolute powerhouse of a Magic set. It is the best pre-release, attended pre-release since War of the Spark. It is a phenomenal set. It's got some absolute bangers in it, and you can get it at starcitygames.com/MTG-SOS. If you want to pick up some booster boxes, collector boxes, singles, whatever floats your boat. If you want to do some draft, if you want to build a commander deck, if you want to jam some standard and come hang out with us at the next Spotlight events or regional championships, we'd love to see you slinging some of these spells because the set is so damn sweet.
Yeah, I think there's always an anxiety for me returning to a plane that I have really fond memories of its first or second or whatever iteration of will this set hold up? Will I feel as fondly about this as I felt about original Strixhaven? I started in Lorwyn, so I felt the same with Lorwyn Eclipse. So the fact that Lorwyn Eclipse and Secrets of Strixhaven have both, in my opinion, lived up to their original sets has been a very cool year in terms of getting to revisit these planes.
Yeah, no, we've had some excellent Magic sets released this year, so kudos to the designers. You know, like we do feel a little bit like we're being bombarded with a bunch of sets, but you know what? If they're this good, I won't complain. Game 3 coming out now. Christopher Smith, Slater Claudel, both wanting to remain undefeated here. So one game to determine who will do just that. Both players shuffle up.
Yeah, notably Slater actually played against Spelementals last round as well, and that was a 2-1 win for him. So we'll see if he's able to repeat that here.
I bet he would sure hope so. Let's see what the opening hands yield here for players. There's no land in there. That looked like not great. So back it goes for Christopher Smith. Slater seems like he is happy with that hand. We're going to take a quick look at one of our other feature matches while those players work out their openers. Oh, okay, cool. Mardu discard here up against 4-color control. Zach Shaw down at the bottom of your screen playing the new hotness, enabled very much so by Secrets of Strixhaven with the Academic, you know, with the counter, the pump spell I've forgotten now. 3 mana, graveyard. It's evading me, but it's really good. Gives double strike. I know exactly what it does. There's people running on the art, but anyway, we'll get there. Up against...
Oh, the preparation.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Up against a 4-color control deck, which really found its legs at the recent Japanese event.
Yeah, and Great Hall of the Biblioplex, absolutely massive for the 4-color and Jeskai control decks that have been popping up as well, really helping push those decks over the limit. So just, I do think that the fact that 16 sets in, the new sets are having so much impact on Standard is probably a good sign.
Oh, yeah, very good. Stuck up here from Nick, who is up a game. Again, both players undefeated and would love to remain so. Let's see what goodies were found over there. Keeping an eye on our feature match, our main feature, in the corner there to see if we have a keepable hand. Cool but rude on the board. I like this card. I'm glad it's found a home somewhere. I thought it would for sure be like slotting in perfectly to the discard decks, you know, with Gran and a Monument to Endurance. Didn't really, so it's nice to see it in action here.
Yeah, there was an interesting post-Turtle cycle where there was an overreaction to Cool But Rude, where people tried jamming it in so many decks, and it didn't really easily slot into those decks. And now it does feel like it's found its home in Mardu Discard as this is the deck for this card.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right spot for it to be in.
Yeah. Doing some work there. Heading on back over to our main feature match. Kicking things off with an opt for Christopher. Just one blue island untapped here for Slater. Multiversal Passage. Sweet inclusion to the mana base for Standard from the Spider-Man set. Where are we going first here for our players? We're having a good old standoff, it seems. River Pyre Verge for Slater. Here comes Sonara Unfinished Genius, and there goes Sonara Unfinished Genius.
Spell Snare once more.
Spell Snare, rude. I had to chuckle at Corey's story about getting his Goyf spell snared when he was a kid. I'm like, yep, I feel that, man.
Yeah, I really wish that story had ended with like, and that player was Brad Nelson. Yes, it was my own brother.
I wouldn't put it past Brad, honestly.
Look, what better way to teach your brother than to make him cry? I say as an only child.
Oh boy. Prismari Charm here. Taking a look at some more cards on top of the library for Chris. Get out.
It has, in fact, gotten out.
Gotten out. Distinct lack of creatures on these boards, but you know that graveyard is getting real full, and you know what Slater doesn't have? A good old vacuum.
Yep, that's, again, the downside. Christopher, shake of the head, not quite sure why. I think the idea with that Prismari Charm was hopefully getting one more spell in the graveyard if possible and being able to cast a Hearth Elemental. Didn't find it seemingly, so that line is off the table. But back the other way, it looks like Slater is firing off a main phase Traumatic Critique and discarding, not hitting the land, so passing back, and that's disaster.
Oh yeah. We're having a mirror match, in inverted commas, between game 2 and 3 here, where Christopher stumbled on land for a bit, and now has all the tools to play with as Hearth Elemental hits the board.
Yeah, the maybe risky keep from Slater. We do see the copy of Sonar being in the graveyard after getting spell snared.
Yeah.
I can sort of see the logic. There's not that many answers to it, especially if it lands on the battlefield, you're likely to be able to keep it. But the fact that you've missed on your draw spell and your draw turns and Sonar got countered means that now Slater is significantly far behind, and you can see that in his body language as well.
Yeah, he's not happy about it, and you know, rightfully so. With these decks that draw so many cards, you know, most of the time that's a fine keep, you know, because you will draw into something. But yeah, having Sonar countered, not being able to get treasures off of him or anything like that. But luckily he does find Spirebluff Canal, so let's see if we've got a game here. Any way to deal with this 4/5, eh?
We did see the one copy of Broadside Barrage get ported in the previous game. That would, in theory, deal with the Hearth Elemental. But for Slater, I think primarily wanting to get proactive, getting the Stallion on the battlefield. Your life total isn't under the same amount of pressure that we saw in previous games until now, of course.
Hello.
And now the clock has essentially doubled into a 2-turn clock here from Christopher. So for Slater, I don't think we'll be seeing any more attacks for a while.
Yeah, I think this horse, a plethora of answers in hand. Traumatic Critique will be the first thing that he goes to.
Face for one.
Yeah. You might as well, right? If you got nothing else you want to do, I suppose. Into sleight of hand. All right. I bet he's real glad these creatures don't have prowess.
Yeah. This is Christopher saying, hey, shields are down, but also, hey, I'm not afraid of the horse with 3 lands on the battlefield.
Hit me with your best shot, I guess. Fire away.
Right. Without a Maestro, without a way to get access to a 5th mana this turn, there really isn't anything that Slater can do to quote-unquote pop off.
Yeah. Well, land, 3 mana available, one of which is blue, so do we have something else to help?
I saw a second Stallion and a Ral in hand. Neither of those are going to be of much help. Slater holding the cards pretty close to the chest, but it does feel like we're near inevitability. I saw a Seer. That's fine. There's a stock up in hand. I think Slater is in the cast stock up chump with Stallion. Hope I can do something, starting off with potentially a Rapturous Moment next turn. But that is a lot of hoping against a blue deck with interaction.
Yeah, I mean, if Christopher, actually, Ill-Timed Explosion is just 4 mana, right? So he could just clear the board off with no way for Slater to buff his team.
Yeah, assuming Christopher has a card to discard that doesn't kill his own creatures.
Yeah. Oh,
or
not necessary. Just an impolite joke, and that'll do it. Christopher Smith picks up a 2-1 win here up against Slater Claudel in our feature match area.
Yeah, I don't think that was a perfect indicator of the matchup. Obviously, there were mana problems from both sides within the 3 games. But I think one thing that definitely came through for me was a 15-card all singleton sideboard might not be where you want to be, even in a deck that goes through so many cards.
Sure.
The fact that you only have one mana graveyard interaction is awkward, for example.
Yeah. So certainly something to look at, and obviously sideboarding is just creating a sideboard and knowing how to sideboard. You know, those are two very important skills at high level play for Magic especially. So yeah, you know, that's something to look at if you are looking to join us at one of these events in future. So yeah, hopefully you'll be able to join us at our next couple that are coming up. It's going to be a really, really busy time for Star City Games. I know you're doing a couple more. I'm doing a couple more as well. So plenty of action, friends. Go check out Star City Games and see where the next events are for you. We have more Magic to get to, friends, so let's go see what we got, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Joining game 2 here of our second feature match. This is John Cuvelier, I'm sorry if I butchered your name there, friend, up against Jarvis Yu. So 2-0, both players with Azorius Momo in the hands of John, up again.
Yeah, a pair of names that should be familiar to viewers of the Star City Games circuit going back well over a decade at this, at this point. These guys have been competing for quite a while. Both of them have had a lot of success at the higher levels of the SCG circuit, and they are both familiar with each other as well. In terms of the matchup, Momo up a game, not overly surprising, just a lot of cheap interactive tools can go a long way.
Ooh, Riddler.
But again, the fact that so far Jarvis hasn't really assembled anything is probably a good sign for John.
Yeah. Hearth element, Hearth elemental. I'll get there, friends. Hits the board now. Sure, it's big and giant, but Momo and his friends, well, they do like to fly. So let's see where John goes with this turn. There's another copy of Momo in hand. I believe that's the Sage of the Sky. There's a No Way or No More Lies. Land and a Cosmogrand, if I were to guess.
Didn't get a great look at it, unfortunately.
Cosmogrand Zenith, one of my favorite cards from Edge of Eternities. So fun.
And that is the one.
You hate to play it by itself, but you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do and hope that Jarvis Yu doesn't make it go bye-bye.
Yeah, that's...
Hey, man, to go bye-bye.
That's the risk that John is taking there. Of course, you can sense the hand is a bit awkward when you're just playing the Cosmogrand, but now you're in trouble. You don't really want to just pass the turn, leaving up No More Lies, and at the same time, playing a 3-mana spell into a deck that is blaring lights, I'm going to Sunderfuck you, is... all choices feel bad from Cuvelier's seat.
Yeah. Momo into Sage of the Skies. You'll see that a bunch with this list. Certainly loves giving discounts and getting extra spells cost per turn. And here comes Jarvis Yu saying, all right, well, your guys are kind of small, so I'm going to try and hit you real hard.
Right, and with 4 copies of Burst Lightning in the deck, that's one thing that Cuvelier has to be thinking about here, is if I just take 9 and Jarvis goes land, Burst Lightning me in the face, not where I want to be. So throwing away a Momo, we know that there's a backup Momo in hand from John as well. Feels like the right choice in order to not give Jarvis a free game and make him work for it.
Erode. Oh, okay. Yeah, it helps a little.
Yeah, the interactive tools are starting to come together from John, backed up with the mana.
Yeah.
One of the things that we're definitely seeing in this game is the difference between Momo with a Springleaf Drum draw and Momo without a Springleaf Drum draw, and how massive that can be. So for John being able to go for the Zenith into Momo or Erode here, depending on how you want to play this and how passive you want to be. Either way, your second spell creating two 1/1s goes a long way.
Or counters. Could buff up our life linkers. Yes, yes, John. Go, go, go. I love this deck so much.
Yeah, and especially when Jarvis's answer to the Erode was pick up my Sunderflock with a Prismari Charm. Of course, you want to get the damage in here. I wonder if Jarvis cast that before Kuvi had announced what his trigger for the Cosmic Grand Zenith was going to be, good point. And whether that changed the bar. But either way, life is tough right now for Cavalier. Has the ability to once again go Momo, Sage of the Skies, get 3 creatures on the battlefield, but now the Erode is gone, so the 1-mana interaction isn't there in hand. And we do see a Rest in Peace drawn, so that's one of the big things to focus on in these post-board games is the access to Rest in Peace from the Momo deck.
Yeah, you need that early, though. Now it's just...
Right. Now, the time for Rest in Peace is past, but I think for me personally, and maybe for Kuvi as well in this spot, you're already thinking ahead a bit to game 3. It's like, yes, how do I find a way back into this game? But realistically, Prismari Charm, 1 to you, 1 to Momo, and Sunderflock is lethal in the air, says Jarvis. So,
nice. John having a good chuckle about that. And, you know, it does always feel like the Izzet decks have answers all the time, just because of the sheer number of cards that they're able to churn through, you know. Like the Lessons deck, I still think does it best, but this list as well, Spell Elementals, it still has so many ways to gain card advantage and to find the answers needed. Like, it's going to be tough for the Momo decks this weekend, you know.
Yeah, I think the Spellmentals deck does just churn through its deck better than maybe any of the other Izzet decks.
Oh, yeah?
Once Lessons gets going, once they're online, nothing matches what they're able to do. But in terms of how many cheap spells you're casting purely because you're trying to get more cheap spells in the graveyard, the early turns for the Spellmentals deck is purely just hand shaping.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Multi 5, it's okay. I've got 3 card draw spells. Haha. So looking at the sideboards here, this is obviously a post-board game we jumped in on. Any changes you'd make here for the lists?
I think one of the big things that we saw from Kuvi was an almost entirely singleton sideboard, by the way, just 3 copies of Rest in Peace. And that's the type of singleton sideboard I like to see, is when you have a card that you need early, like Rest in Peace, and you need it for certain matchups, like this one, you need more than 1 copy of it. So 3 copies of Rest in Peace and Kuvi sideboard. Not surprised to see that. We saw Avatar's Wrath in Cavalier's sideboard. I think that could be a good one, but generally, I don't think you're changing much from game 2 to game 3, so we'll see how they decided to sideboard.
As they work at their sideboards, friends, just a reminder that if you would like to stay up to date with all the latest happenings at Star City Games, sign up for the newsletter. You can find out all about the latest sets, all the events, any sales that are on. If you like, go to starcitygames.com/newsletter, and you will never miss out on any of the cool stuff.
Knowledge is power.
Hell yeah. Players draw in their openers. Let's see if we fancy what we have. Looks like a keep here from Jarvis. John deciding what's going back.
Yeah, it looks like a 6 from both players.
Yeah.
But notably, from Cuvelier's side, he does have Starfield Shepherd in hand. So
Yeah.
that is able to essentially single-handedly shape a hand
Yeah.
by itself. Just the ability to warp it and go get a Pixie or a Momo. And
Or even a land if you need.
Right. Fix your early draws and get yourself into those later turns can be really, really big.
Yeah. Practiced offense. That's
Practiced
the one. There we go.
offense.
We got there. It's only one of in the deck, but it's still a very cool card.
It is a very cool card that can kill you.
Yeah, sure does.
Very easily.
We've discovered that trying to do the arena play-ins, huh?
Yep. I've died to it quite a few times this weekend.
Turn passes back now after a couple of cheap spells, like you mentioned. It's exactly what Jarvis wants to be doing early. Halia, guided by light, hits the board first and foremost. Are we gonna try and daydream her to stay? All right, we're gonna Nurturing Pixie, send that back, and then do it again, and then draw a card. That's pretty cool. Yes, yes.
Yep.
Lovely.
That's the game plan.
Yep. So Halia goes bye-bye, keeps it safe, you know, for later.
Yeah, it may feel like Kuvi did a whole lot of nothing that turn, but the big thing is you developed one creature onto the board.
Yeah.
You have 2 creatures in the warp zone available for future use, and you drew a card, which is the big part, because right now Jarvis has not gotten an elemental on the board, and Kuvi found one of his copies of Rest in Peace. So if that resolves here, if Jarvis doesn't have a spell snare, or if Kuvi doesn't have the 4th land, Jarvis can also have Spell Pierce. That's a 1-of in the deck. If Jarvis doesn't have any of those, there it is.
I was like, oh no, disaster. But then no, he swerved back onto the road at the last second there with the Spell Pierce, making sure that that Rest in Peace, in fact, rests on the board. So good job, John.
And you can see that all of Kuvi's decision-making up to this point has been in an effort to set up this potential possibility.
Yeah.
The Shepherd getting the Nurturing Pixie into the Halia line on that turn, just trying to maximize card draw from the position rather than, do I want to get a Momo? Do I want to get explosive with it? Whatever.
No. Shut down. What?
Get as deep as possible, find cards, find a Rest in Peace before, hopefully, Jarvis has gotten an elemental on the board. And now this position looks insane for John.
Oh, yeah. This is looking excellent here. Now, Jarvis has to answer all of these tiny little things, you know, at the base cost. He can't just get the discount that he would have loved to have at this point. So excellent play here from John. Now we're going to see a bunch more life gain off of Halia as things enter the battlefield.
And the last card in Kuvi's hand is Quantum Riddler.
Oh, I love it. I love that card. Oh, it's such a good spot to be in.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hellbent. It's okay.
Yeah, we saw Halia sacrifice there, being legend ruled in order to just get an extra card. I believe that card was a backup copy of Starfield Shepherd as well.
Yeah.
So now multiple tools for John to work with in terms of this upcoming turn, whether it's just going to be Starfield Shepherd getting another Pixie and trying to value train, or whether you want to risk it by just running a hard cast Quantum Riddler out there. We'll see what the choice is from John. But the fact that Jarvis is so slowed down right now is a great sign for him.
Yeah. He's got a crab in hand. I can't tell what else he's got, but yeah, he's going to need some answers, and he'll need them quickly. This Pixie's doing its best job, but, you know, from John's side of things, you really want to put your foot on the gas here and get Jarvis dead before he could just hard cost his elementals.
Yeah, it looks like John is actually also considering Grand potentially. I wonder if that consideration is just, do I want the ability to just start attacking to gain more looks at cards? Goes with Momo ultimately, but once again, we're seeing the power of Rest in Peace as Jarvis has to pay 6 mana for Hearth Elemental.
does he have a Sunderflock? Because that's what it's going to come down to. This board, or these flyers, can get way out of hand, especially with a Quantum Riddler coming into play here shortly. If it's not the Riddler, it'll be the second copy of Starfield Shepherd. That'll buff up the Momo. So, you know, this is a 2-turn clock here.
Yeah, I think ideally you would like to go for the Riddler here.
Yeah. Well, would you? Because if you get 2 cards if you start lead off with a Shepherd, right?
Right. It's just a question of what you want to represent.
Sure, sure.
We saw a copy of No More Lies previously from John. And by playing the land that he drew, he does get 2 cards as well. So is safe there.
Oh, and we can run into the Sage of the Skies too. Gross. So that's 3 extra buffs off of Momo, or on Momo, I should say.
Yep.
So that's a 4/4 now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, down to 5, I think. Yeesh.
Jarvis doing the math again.
Yowza. That is
down to
one
5.
hell of a whack. Now, is there a Sunderflock? Because if not, I think John's got this.
Yeah, if there's no Sunderflock, we are done here. But assuming Jarvis is starting off the turn
Oof.
with Sunderflock,
Oh,
he's trying to draw into it.
Yes. If he finds it, this will look amazing. Let's see. Did he? Do you have it?
He's not slamming it. He
Oh, he found it.
Yep.
Good gravy. No, there goes your board. Oh, yeah, John. All you
We're
can
on
do is
an
chuckle.
adventure.
Yep. Even the judge is having a good chuckle there.
Yeah, Stoke Genius looking quite clutch there,
Yeah.
finding the Sunderflock.
It's flocking time. Okay, so now that's a big old reset.
Yeah.
What does John need to do to win from this point? Hope there's not
Play
another
his
flop?
cards again.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Jarvis essentially had to use Stoke Genius in order to find that Sunderflock means that Jarvis is living off the top of his deck right now.
Sure, sure.
So just refueling a board here and presenting it again with Jarvis at 5 means that the number of draws that Jarvis has to feel safe in this spot is still quite low. He's going to have to chain a few things together. So I would say we are firmly still in Cuvelier's favor.
Sure.
But it's a position where another Sunderflock off the top, now things start getting out of hand because the amount of damage coming through is getting higher.
For sure. Oh, nice. Okay. Cool, 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 cool.
Only 2 mana.
Yeah. Oh, that's a
And
nice
Abandoned
card.
Air Temple.
Yep. It doesn't make another copy, right?
It does. You're casting it.
I thought it had to be the second spell of the turn. Whenever you cast a spell, if you cast another spell from this turn. Oh, it's okay. Never mind.
Just one other spell. All right. So I believe that's the turn passed. Prismari Charm picked up the Sunderflock. Those were the 2 cards Jarvis drew. So reset again.
Whee!
4 more damage coming across.
Boing.
Let's
boing,
do the time
boing.
warp.
It's like a bounce house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jarvis is giving full information to Kuvi. I have nothing in hand. I am hellbent. You can have your exact same turn.
Yeah.
Down to top decking another copy of Springleaf Drum.
We've been here before.
Yeah, Kuvi can just repeat it all.
Yeah.
Just put the same permanents on the battlefield.
It's not Groundhog Day. It's Air Lemur Day.
Yep.
Yep.
No, I think that works. I think that's going to catch on. Coming in 2027.
Air Lemur Day.
Yep.
Or night, I guess, if we want to be opposites. Oh, all right. Wash, rinse, repeat goes John Cuvillier with all of his permanents. Does he have anything else to do on top now? No. Get a Riddler out, maybe? Nope. Starfield Shepherd. Okay. To do what? Let's see what he goes for this time. Still a couple of Momos. There's Gran Gran. She's going to get in on the action soon.
All right. Board built.
Yeah.
Jarvis, slam it.
Top deck time. Let's see. That looked like land, I think.
You have better eyes than me. We'll see.
It's debatable. I think it was a multiversal passage.
Oh, you're calling what land? Okay, all right. Respect. Well, that was definitely a multiversal passage.
He does it so quick, like it's hard to tell. We need those poker cams, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just there at the edge of the table. That would be great.
Grand on the battlefield. Abandoned Air Temple available.
Oh, yeah. That's some big damage if everything is allowed to swing. I mean, there's no, like, quick exile effects with this deck, right? Like the new pilot from Strixhaven.
I don't believe so.
It's not instant speed.
Cavalier just wanting to be very, very safe with it.
Yeah. It's like, right, let's try and find a counter spell, just in case. But I don't know. I think he's good to just, you know,
I think he is good. Grand Springleaf Drum.
Yep.
Combination made in heaven.
Oh, yeah. Absolute classic.
Yep. Tale as old as time. Just like Grand.
Hey, be nice to Grand. Respect your elders.
Oh, I do. It's because she's as old as time that I respect her.
Okay, that's fair. There goes a redundant copy of Springleaf Drum. Let's see. Put some counters on things. Jarvis is just going to watch as his fate unfolds here in front of him with a bunch of flyers. That's a lot of damage, Monty.
It's a lot of damage. Yeah, John saying, yeah, this Riddler is still in play technically.
Yes. Yeah, he does shortcut that a little bit. Who knows? You might have a Winter Night story or something. Oh, another copy. Oh, my goodness. Let's go get another Momo. Sure. I kind of feel like that meme, "Stop, he's already dead," is very appropriate right now if there's literally nothing that Jarvis can do in the situation.
Yeah, like, I'm sure from John's perspective, this is just a matter of you're not conceding, so I'm going to play this extra safe. But also,
Look at all my stuff.
I don't think the card exists that gets Jarvis out of that spot.
Yeah, man. Rough spot to be in. You know, Jarvis hung in for as long as he possibly could there. And yeah, just the sheer amount of power that that deck is able to deploy in, you know, one turn when the game gets late. It's very cool. I'm a big fan of the Momo deck. I don't know if it's going to have a super great weekend, but it's fun.
We have seen it go both ways in the past weeks. We have seen it have an abysmal weekend, and then we have seen it have a really good weekend last weekend. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, great start for John Cavalier so far.
Absolutely. 3-0. That is round number 3 coming to an end, my friends. We're getting ready and set up for round number 4, so we'll take a short break, and we'll see you after this. What's cracking, everyone? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Cincinnati. I'm Ayla Loney, that's Mani Devuti, and we have the privilege of bringing you round number 4, friends. Yes, we're going to jump straight into it as soon as our players are ready to rock and roll. Let's take a look at our standings first and foremost and see if the usual suspects, i.e. the big bads of the format, are in the top of the standings. Anything you want to take note of here, bud?
As always with Standard, a lot of different archetypes. This current Standard is just always represented like that, which I love to see.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm really excited to see here in the first page is 2 copies of Team Omniscience. Now, we are only 3 rounds in, so there's a lot of day to be played, and we'll see how things play out. But I love this Omniscience deck. I love to see it doing well early. Nicole Tipple with 4-color control, sitting at 3-0 now. Great for her. Would love to see her play a bit later on in the day. A lot of cool stuff happening in Standard, and I think
this is indicative of that.
Yeah, it really is sweet just how many different archetypes are viable.
Yeah, and not all that many Izzet decks here. Sure, I see like 1 copy of Spelementals, there's a Prowess, and there's a Lesson. So, you know, all the iterations of Izzet showing up. You know, we got a Landfall too, the mains, the big guys in the room this weekend, but like you mentioned, just so many different ways to approach the format, and it's going to be cool to see, like in 3 rounds time, how this looks at the end of round 6.
No, I definitely want to see how this sort of develops. One of the things I'm excited about so far is not too many known names here in the first page of the standings, so continuing to see a mix of known and unknown names at the RC level, which is always exciting. Yeah,
no, it's sweet to see all these players coming out and, you know, being able to follow their journey, especially if we commentate the events that, you know, the top 8 play in, then they can then go to the Pro Tour, and if they have a really good conversion there as well. Like, it's awesome. You know, this could be the start of someone's years-long Magic career. You never know. So.
Yeah, the through line of the RC level to the Pro Tour, and especially because we have the RCs directly qualifying for the World Championship as well for the top 2 players here in the US, means that the players that we see do well this weekend, we're going to be seeing them at least for a few more events, and that's always very cool for us because our job isn't just commentating, it's of course storytelling and keeping an eye on these people who are just forming their Magic careers, whatever capacity that's in.
Fun little story for you along those lines. Alexander McIsaac won a regional not too long ago, or Spotlight Series, I'm not sure which one it was, but Poison Dart Frog guy, right?
Yep.
Comes up to me at the Pro Tour, hands me a Poison Dart Frog that's signed. I didn't recognize him because he's all dressed in a suit and everything. I'm like, you came prepared. You understood the assignment. He's like, well, I got to look good for my interview, right? Yes, yes, you do. So it's awesome to see him rocking it there.
Very nice.
You know, continuing his winning ways even overseas. So GG's Poison Dart Frog guy.
Absolutely.
All right, friendos, we have our feature match ready to show off here. Let's take a look at the deck lists. It is going to be Jesse Peelan playing Marty Discard up against Jeremy Cloyd on Team Omniscience. Tell us about this Discard deck, Money.
Yeah, so this is a deck that's been developing for a few set releases now. Initially, it was very much a Rakdos discard deck that was Monument to Endurance based. And then we saw Cool But Rude be printed in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it became a Cool But Rude plus Monument to Endurance list. And then we saw a lot of tools come out of Secrets of Strixhaven. We saw Hardened Academic and Practice Offense and Erode, and suddenly you really didn't need Monument anymore. You could just be a lot more explosive without it. So instead we saw the deck go cheaper. We saw the 3rd color get added, and now it just feels like a very impressive part of the standard metagame. One of the things that we saw was it had one of the best win rates at the Pro Tour, despite not putting a player into the top 8 because it was played by so few players. But I believe Mardu Discard was in the top 2 last weekend at Spotlight London. So it did fantastically there. And it is a deck that just continues performing.
Nice. Yes, indeed. Had a 60.7% win rate over days 1 and 2 at Secrets of Strixhaven. So, you know, awesome to see this deck being picked up, and it's a really, really fun list to play. I love it. Sideboard also super nice and clean here for Jesse. Let's take a look at his opponent in Jeremy Cloyd playing Teamer Omniscience. Now, you explained the very convoluted combo to me, so yeah, you want to do it again?
Yeah, sure. I love this deck. It's one of my favorite decks in Standard. But the big thing to keep your eyes on here is Kona, Rescue Beastie, and the Planet Lands. So when I'm referring to the Planet Lands, I'm talking about Uthros, I'm talking about Caveron. The thing these Planet decks and Planet Lands enable you to do is play Kona and then immediately use one of these lands to station the planet. And in that way, you get to tap Kona immediately, go to your second main phase, and trigger the survival effect, put Omniscience onto the battlefield, and begin going off. That is the start of the combo, and the end of the combo we will hopefully see in action during this match.
Alrighty, well the players are ready to rock and roll, so let's head on down to the feature match area for the start of round number 4. Here we go, Jesse Peeland rocking a sweet beard at the top of your screen there. Down below, Jeremy Cloyd rocking Teamer Omniscience, which this deck it's tough, like to get it right, to understand exactly what it is you need to do with it, but we know what the first part is. It's Planet Land, Kona, Omniscience, and then go ham.
Yeah, I think the big question mark for this deck is always, when can I afford to go for it? If my opponent has an answer to Kona, or if they're representing an answer to Kona, how can I proof myself against that potentially? How much time can I afford to buy, etc.? You do see that there is a lot of different forms to protect your Kona. One of the one-ofs in the deck is a copy of Lost in the Maze. Tap creatures you control have hexproof. So there are different ways, but also you need time, and that's not something the Smarter Discard deck gives you.
No, definitely not. This is a deck that wants to get you dead by turn 3 or 4 if possible. We have Marauding Mako starting off the chip train here. Jeremy Cloyd down to 17. Here's Ashling Rekindled.
Huge piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, this card is so good. Just adding extra mana, just finding more cards for you. It basically does it all depending on which side you have it on.
Yeah, so right now, Jeremy actually has the Ashling, has the Planet Land, and I believe has the Kona. So the only thing I don't see right now is the Omniscience. However, one thing that is in Jeremy's hand is the one copy of Summon Knights of Round. And yes, that's not what you ideally want to be doing. You'd like to get the Omniscience, but it can keep you alive here, and that can buy you more time. So I think the fact that Jesse is now tapped out for another Iron Shield Elf means that it is time for Jeremy to get going.
Oh, yes. Here comes Ashling Rhymebound. So it will create 2 colors of mana. Any color. I wonder which color it'll be. Do you think it would be green?
I'm going to say green.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Here comes Kona Rescue Beastie. It's going to get tapped, stationed, and there is Omniscience. So Jesse can't do anything about this right now. That's Northwind Avatar. Please explain.
Okay, so as you see Jesse scooping it up, Northwind Avatar enters the battlefield. Northwind Avatar is a 5-mana dragon that says when this enters, if you cast it, you may put a card you own from outside the game, typically your sideboard, into your hand. Now the sideboard for this deck is essentially fully a wish package, but as we bring up the sideboards here conveniently, we can sort of talk through what happened invisibly that Jesse conceded through. So Northwind Avatar from the sideboard gets Omni Changeling or another Northwind Avatar, whichever you prefer. They're not legendary. You play that copy, you get Meringue River Regent out of the sideboard. Meringue River Regent, when it enters, can return 2 other target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. You pick up the 2 Northwind Avatars. You play one, you go get Omni Changeling. Omni Changeling copies Meringue River Regent, bounces the Meringue River Regent to your hand. You play Northwind Avatar. You go get Terror of the Peaks, bounce, bounce, bounce. Terror of the Peaks kills your opponent. The game is over. Nice and easy.
Easy? But yes, if you know what you're doing, easy, yes. Also, when you're playing against people playing these decks for the first time, make sure they demonstrate the loop. Obviously, players that are sitting at 3-0, you can, at the regional championship, you can assume that they know what they're doing. But just as a general safety note, just let them demonstrate it first, once, and then carry on.
Yeah, of course, we don't know what the players are saying at the table,
sure,
so
sure.
it's possible Jeremy said, this is what I'm going to do, and that's what Jesse conceded to. Unknown, but the end result, of course, was through a course of about 10 more game actions. That was going to be Jeremy getting Jesse's life total 2-0.
Absolutely. So, easy enough here, friends, as we look at the sideboards. For Jesse's side of things, being a game down now, what in the sideboard do you like against this Kona Omniscience deck?
So from Jesse's side, the big thing is slowing things down as much as possible. And unfortunately, there isn't that many great ways to do that. However, Seam Rips, they'll do a great job of at least answering Ashling. We saw how much Ashling sped things up in that game. You do have a bit of removal in your main deck as well, so that will help. And then Strategic Betrayal. Exiling a creature they control, of course, putting it to their choice means that it is going to answer the Ashling most of the time, but at least it is a way to slow things down, because the big thing that Jesse really doesn't have answers to is the Kona itself.
Yeah, that is a tricky one.
If the Kona's down and there's a planet land, you're probably in trouble. So the best course of action for Jesse is try to kill your opponent as fast as possible, and that did not happen that game.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything else then in terms of creatures to try and accelerate the pace at which you can kill Jeremy?
Not particularly. You can go for Voice of Victory, but one of the issues with this deck is, we talk about this a lot in combo decks where you don't want to dilute your cards.
Sure.
A lot of the creatures that are already in the main deck are designed to try to kill your opponent as quickly as possible. We might see a bit of a shrinking, bringing down of the curve, maybe cutting something like Tersa Light Shatter, and going for a Voice of Victory, especially when you're on the play instead. But ultimately, all roads lead to trying to kill Jeremy as quickly as possible.
All right, well, we have seen the Team Omniscience deck can win out of nowhere. Let's see if Jesse can pull off a similar feat here and get Jeremy down to 0 before he can even think about deploying Kona Rescue Beastie. Friends, before we get back into the game here while players work out their sideboards, just want to give a big shout out to Heavy Play. They are the sponsor of the Commander Celebration here this weekend. And if you are looking to protect what you collect, Heavy Play accessories are now available from Star City Games. So visit starcitygames.com/heavy-play to go and check out their offering of accessories. Corey was using one of the playmats yesterday during our Mystery Booster Sealed. And it's really cool. It just like folds up. It's like, you don't have to worry about getting squished. It's just like magnetic. And we have plans to make a playhouse out of all of the mats that he's collecting for his small child.
Very cool.
Yeah. I think you can do that with those things.
Ooh, exciting.
Multi-use. So we have a couple of other matches in our feature match area. Let's take a look at one of the others. Currently underway, Oliver Tamaiko versus David Duran. Selesnya Landfall versus Spelementals. Looks like a good old slugfest happening here. I think a Sunderflock just ruined Oliver's start to his game here. Yeah,
we are looking like we're almost at the point where it's too late for Oliver. There are still 2 Ascensions on the battlefield.
Yep. I'm going to assume that pile over there on the left of the screen under his name is what got bounced.
I think that might be his graveyard.
Is this his graveyard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we even saw that much get bounced. The bigger question is what is in Oliver's hand, because with a Beastmaster Ascension on 3, if you have a Mightform Harmonizer, this game is still very winnable.
A Beastmaster Ascension? Earthbender's Ascension. That one. Yeah.
Excuse me.
It's okay.
Wrong Ascension.
You're only on your second cup of coffee this morning. I understand.
I'm being held together by strings, duct tape, and caffeine. The East Coast is rough for us West Coasters.
Yeah. Oh,
Earthbender Ascension,
Yeah.
excuse me.
It's all good. I just like giving you crap when I can.
Please do.
So yeah, definitely we've seen this before. Is it Spell Elementals having this massive Hearth Elemental on the board, Sunderflock returning any threat on Oliver's side of things, and now it's just a case of, all right, let him stick. I mean, the Celestial Landfall deck doesn't do too well against flyers. Does it have any main deck answers? Okay, yes, the Erodes, but like beyond that, it's not blocking them.
Right. We've seen in the past the landfall decks maybe having a dragon archer, dragon sniper in the deck, but generally there's not that much. You're trying to be proactive. You're trying to kill them before it matters. And let's be real, Oliver can still very much do that facing down this clock, as long as this doesn't become a one-turn clock from David, which is possible through Stallion or Burst Lightning. There are ways for David to kill Oliver in one attack, but if that doesn't happen, then Oliver is still in decent shape.
We'll keep track on the rest of the matches in the feature match area, but this one is ready to rock and roll, kicking things off like he did in game 1. Jesse starts things off with the Marauding Mako. Stormcarved Coast for Jeremy, and the turn passes back.
Okay, so this time I definitely don't see an Omniscience.
Yeah, no.
I do see an Ashling. I do see Jean-Emmanuel Depras ready to get a potential Kona. That was another big upgrade to this deck from Lorwyn Eclipse, being able to tutor essentially for your Konas or your Northwind avatars was a big upgrade.
Yeah, Formidable Speaker, excellent card. You know, you saw it make its way into the Sultai graveyard decks as well. You know, to bring back all of those Superior Spider-Man, to go fetch Superior Spider-Man, I should say, and put its target in the yard. So, really, really cool card. Here comes Ashling. Does Jesse have an answer for it, is the question.
Yeah, as you can see, slower start from Pilland, going for the Iron Shield Elf again on turn 2, but this time not proactively discarding Blood Gas to get in for more damage with the Mako, meaning that perhaps his hand is a bit more reactive, perhaps has the answer to the Ashling that is very much required if you don't want to get bowled over. There's the Planet Land that Jeremy just drew, so 2 pieces now assembled of the essential 3 4 that you need. The Ashling being the ramp piece that is not necessary, but great for the turn 3 play. But right now it's looking like with Jeremy's hand, it's turn 4 at the earliest.
All right, here we go. Practiced offense. Putting a counter on each of your team, and then giving one of them either double strike or a lifelink.
Lifelink, of course, really completely irrelevant in this matchup. Jesse will always die from whatever life total he's at if Jeremy is doing his thing. So it's always going to be double strike for Jesse here. And deciding where the double strike is going is, it is going to be on the Iron Shield Elf.
Yep. The biggest thing that does the most chunks of damage. Does Ashling want to jump in the way here, or does Jeremy think he can combo out next turn?
Right, Jeremy could block the Mako here and force Jesse to discard something, maybe hoping that that is a profitable discard, but this is not an ideal position, of course. This is just a ton of damage, and the burst that Jesse did not have the previous game, he absolutely does here, because that practice offense goes to the graveyard. It has flashback, and the second usage will usually close out the game. Yeah,
that card is just an absolute beater. You know, so many cool additions to this archetype from Secret to Strixhaven. So yeah, definitely if you wanna pick up some Magic cards, friends, Strixhaven's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, getting a look at Jeremy's hand, there is an Into the Floodmaw as well as a Pyroclasm. So there are some interactive elements for the next turn. Yeah. Unfortunately, practice offense has 2 targets. It targets the player and the creature. So you can't fully blanket by just Into the Floodmawing the target for the double strike, for example. So Jeremy is absolutely still in the woods, not out of it by any means. Going to take a huge chunk of damage here, but I think keeping the Ashling around here rather than sacrificing it to a card from Jesse is probably almost a mandatory choice, even though it's not ideal.
Yep. Another copy of Formidable Speaker, not what the doctor ordered here for Jeremy. Now, did he decide to keep Ashling on that side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's no big 4-mana spells to cast, I think right now you want to go for Pyroclasm into represent into the Floodmaw if you can. I'm not getting a good look at the lands available to Jeremy there. But I believe you can do it with Starting Town.
Yeah, Starting Town can make man of any color. It just hurts.
Right. Yeah, really considering how to do this, you have to play the forest first.
Yeah,
so there you go. All right. Found it eventually.
Need blue available.
The unfortunate part about Pyroclasm is one card saves both of these creatures, so you're essentially trading this. Oof. You're trading Pyroclasm for one card, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, and it's a card that can come back anyway, so still not out of the woods here, but does have Into the Floodmaw, as we mentioned, so one of these attackers can get dealt with.
Yeah, you essentially want to save Into the Floodmaw for whatever the practice offense targets should Jesse go for it. And then block the other creature to preserve your life total if you think this Ashling is not going to be able to be flipped next turn as well. Because more likely than not, your next play is going to be Formidable Speaker. Yeah. The dream here for Jeremy is Jesse goes for both practice offenses, trying to just close out the game here with 2 near lethal or definitely lethal attackers being represented if they both have double strike.
Yeah, because I mean, he doesn't need to do anything right now. He can do it in combat if he wants to, right?
Right.
Yeah. So looks like that will resolve. Counters aplenty for Jesse's critters. Now, does Jesse sniff out the blue spell?
And the other question is, depending on what is in Jesse's hand, can he afford not to go for lethal here?
He's going for it. 2 practiced offenses.
That's what you want to see if you're in Jeremy's seat.
Yeah.
This was the ideal sequence as far as things go here.
Yep. So he will have to take 1 point of damage to cast this Into the Floodmaw. He'll be at 8. Doesn't have the luxury of letting one of these attackers through. So goodbye, Ashling Rekindled. I assume they both have double strike.
They should.
Yep.
All right, there's Into the Floodmaw.
Ouch. Bye-bye. Here comes the big, the little big shark. Yeah. Not so baby shark anymore.
Yeah, so now with Jesse having the Elf +1 card in hand, you can go Formidable Speaker, go get a Kona, has the planet land. So Kona is represented for next turn.
Yeah.
And essentially the only piece that you're missing now is that Omniscience.
Yeah. Is there anything else that he might consider? Wait, that can't be, right? Has to be Kona every time.
If you felt like you had time, you could consider going for Northwind Avatar, for example, and there is an Omniscience in your sideboard, so with the second Formidable Speaker in hand, maybe you do something that Kona's not on the battlefield. Very much in hand.
Yep.
But the fact that you are in chump mode already, more or less, and you feel like you don't have time, means that you should be playing it safe and just getting the Kona. The next turn, you have another Formidable Speaker in hand. So one thing that Jeremy can do is chump here. Next turn, play Kona, station the planet. Post-combat, put the other Formidable Speaker onto the battlefield, and then go get your Northwind Avatar. And there is a copy of Omniscience in the sideboard for this exact reason.
Cool.
So you can try to assemble things that way. You'll still be a card short of going off, but at least it starts setting things up.
Okay. Well, as it stands now, Jeremy's preserving the life total. Here comes the Iron Shield Elf yet again, but the Shark isn't able to get any damage through, so if Kona survives here and we find Omniscience, we could be in a good position for Jeremy to 2-0 this matchup. Nope.
Yeah. That land will likely be discard it to Formidable Speaker, so you don't really want to play it here.
Yeah. So 2 attackers.
1 blocker.
Yeah. Is there any way for Jeremy to piece together lethal here with a hardened academic, perhaps?
For Jesse, you mean?
Sorry, for Jesse, yes.
I think Hardened Academic discarding another practice offense, if you have it, would likely be lethal. I haven't done the exact math yet, but I think that removing Kona, of course, would all but close out the game. Removing whatever blocker, the Formidable Speaker that is presented, I think, yeah, Jeremy has worked his way through to the line here, I believe.
All right.
And ooh.
Oh.
Playing the Cascade is, I believe, a mistake.
Okay. Well, here comes Formidable Speaker.
Yeah, because you really did not want to be discarding the stock up. I understand that you want to be able to cast the Northwind Avatar.
Yeah.
But I think you needed the stock up in hand.
Oh, no, he's going to go fetch a permanent, right? And then Kona will put it on the battlefield second main?
Well, the Formidable Speaker is the permanent being put in play right now for
Oh,
Kona
yes, you're right.
this turn. So right now for this turn is the issue from Jeremy.
Yes.
And now that he's played that land, I think he's committed to discarding the stock up, which is problematic because I think a lot of the lines that got you back in this involve that stock up off an Omniscience.
Yeah, I think he took a long time there to think about it, and he was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but
That's definitely one of the tough parts of this Temur Omniscience deck is you're trying to set up multiple turns in advance. Right now, Jeremy is just trying to set up 1 turn. However, he's trying to set up this 1 turn with essentially 0 cards in hand. So you're trying to visualize the draw and what those draws could branch out into. And it's, okay, I need 5 mana to cast the Northwind Avatar. So I play this Dreamroot Cascade. But that in and of itself leads to some issues of its own.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Attack time for Jesse. His turn is a lot simpler. It's put things sideways and hope.
Yeah, 3 damage coming across. Does Jesse have the Strategic Betrayal?
That would be pretty clutch here. If he does, judging by the delay here, I don't think so.
Yeah, if he had it, of course, he would just be slamming it. Now, again, getting Omniscience on the battlefield is not good game from Jeremy. He needs 1 more piece, either a Meringue River Regent or another Northwind Avatar. So there is still a question being asked here. Moonshadow's not going to do it. So for Jeremy, it's 1 draw to decide it all here.
Ooh, let's see.
Northwind Avatar. Get Omniscience, I think. Now, let's say you didn't draw anything. What else is in the sideboard here that could get you out of it? You could get a Meringue.
Other cards.
You could. That's true. You could get a Meringue River Regent and just bounce
the threats.
2 creatures or even 1 creature and your Northwind Avatar. Let's see here.
So stations the Kona. That's important.
I think he's attacking. But
you think?
That would be bad. I think he is. He didn't indicate a station is what I'm saying.
Oh, right.
But that would allow Moonshadow to get in the way and get grown by the Iron Shield Elf. So this may have been a huge misstep from Jeremy if he decided to attack. Yeah.
It's a 4/3, right?
It's a 4/3.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That is disaster.
Oh, my.
The Meringue River region was in hand. Yeah, Jeremy had it.
Oh, my goodness.
Right, sorry, no, he got the Meringue River region.
Yeah,
the other card is into the Flood Mob, but yeah, now it's just disaster.
Yeah.
You need a land here in order to even be able to cast that Meringue River Regent. Oh, that block was disastrous, and that's a Spell Pierce off the top, so I think we're just going to game 3.
I think so, yeah. And Jeremy got flustered there. A couple missteps just led to handing Jesse that game in essence.
Okay.
Rough beats.
All right, time to reset.
Yeah.
It's tough playing a deck like this where, again, you have your entire deck and your sideboard as considerations, and you have to be able to visualize these branching paths. It's a skill that a lot of chess players have to hone, is being able to work with information that is in your mind but not on the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And just maybe not being able to visualize those paths, just giving Jeremy a bit of a hard time there at the end of that game.
Yeah. Definitely a tough spot to be in for Jeremy. Now he has to try and reset, like you said, just get himself back into the game and treat game 3 as any other game.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's a big skill in this level of competition and higher, is knowing how to take a loss, knowing how to bounce back from a misplay, and it's something that a lot of players have to develop over time.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Jeremy. I don't know his familiarity with this level of competition, but it's happened to all of us at one point or another. So the big thing is just shaking it off, looking at your sideboard, realizing that you've probably already sideboarded the few cards that you need. In this case, it's, you know, a Braid, Soul Guide, Lantern, cards that you can't really afford to tutor for with the Orb Within avatar, so you want them in your main deck to increase the likelihood of finding them. A lot of toolbox decks don't really sideboard that much, so a lot of these cards just stay in the sideboard full time.
Yep. From Jesse's side of things, you know, I imagine it's much of the same game plan. Just try and get Jeremy dead as quick as possible. So while the players consult their sideboards and get ready for game number 3, friends, just a reminder that if you are looking to pick up some of the sweet cards that you can see in action here this weekend, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is available now. Go to starcitygames.com/MTG-TMNT. There's some real bangers in this set. Like, I've enjoyed many of them. Slash is a hell of a fun card to play. You know, we've got Cool But Rude finding its way into constructed decks. There's some very, very cool things to do, especially for if you enjoy playing artifacts. Donnie and Mikey, I think, is the combination there. So plenty of fun stuff in the set. Go check it out. StarCityGames.com/MTG-TMT. There's no N there. It's TMT. We only have 3 letters to work with for set symbols.
Yeah.
Set codes.
Unfortunately, some things are just hard-coded into how the site works, and that is one of them.
Totally fair. Well, we see a smile from Jeremy and Jesse, so let's get underway here, hopefully, with game number 3 as we take a look at another or the first opening hands. Whoa, okay. Where are the lands? It's one land.
Yeah, that's the big issue, is you have 2 pieces of graveyard hate.
Yeah,
you have the Kona and the Ashling and the Planet Land and the Omniscience, but just the Planet Land.
Yeah.
And that is not really good enough.
One land ain't gonna cut it. Personally, if I'm mulliganing, I never look at the next cards I'm drawing.
Okay.
Just because I never wanted to see if I've made a bad choice. I just want to be like, okay, screw it, just stick with what I decided. But as a commentator, as a viewer, I want to see what the next card was. Being like, ah, man, you should have kept it.
Now, Ailey, let me spread the gospel of the Mystery Booster playtest card, the No Regrets Egret.
What's that one?
So the No Regrets Egret, if it is in your hand, before you make a mulligan decision, you get to look at your top 2 cards and put them back in the same order, and then decide whether you want to mulligan or not.
Oh, I like that
The
card.
Egret makes sure you have no regrets.
Ah, I like that. I opened up, I don't know what it was. It was an artifact, 3 mana. If it's in your hand and you would mulligan, you instead exile your hand and draw that many cards. I was like, what is this?
All right, down to 5 for Jeremy.
Yeah. Something? Yeah, I mean, yeah. You got to keep it at this point, right?
It's good enough. It has lands, it has spells.
Pyroclasm.
It has your Pyroclasm. You have to keep it.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but it is what it is.
Yep.
Jesse keeping a 7, also not ideal, but you have to make do.
Yep.
And look, it feels like Jeremy might be a little bit on tilt,
Yep.
but you just have to shake it off. Even right now, it's not too late to come back
Yeah,
from it.
absolutely. Here comes Marauding Mako. Spirebluff Canal here for Jeremy. Probably doesn't want to Pyroclasm this just yet. Wants to try and get something else alongside with it. But if the Iron Shield Elf does pitch up, then able to discard 2 cards. That's kind of disaster scenario here.
It's not ideal.
I like disaster scenario.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough.
Okay, cool but rude. Sure.
It's pretty cool.
But rude.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I wonder why they went with cool but rude, not cool but crude.
Uh,
'Cause it was crude in the story, I think.
couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Look, when it comes to most story things, both internal and external IPs, you could essentially tell me anything and I would
You
be like,
believe it?
you're so right.
Okay.
Yeah. Say less, Queen. You so correct. My goodness, just the most correct
Oh my
anyone's
God.
ever been.
Oh, okay. I like this. Gassing me up here.
Power.
I like this.
All right.
Formidable speaker went to find Kona Rescue Beastie chucks Caveron Memorial World into the bin because we have Uthros. We don't want any more tap lands. Thanks. Now, let's see if we can find the third piece of the puzzle.
The clock isn't that fast yet.
No, it's not. It's
It
just
will-
a shark.
It will get faster quickly, but it's not that fast yet.
So Jeremy can breathe a little, hope to find an Omniscience or the Northwind Avatar to then go and find the rest of the tools needed to close out this game.
I think the best draw from Jeremy right now would be the Northwind Avatar.
Yeah. Which is body on board as well.
Yeah, body on board goes into the sideboard. That all of this hinges on Kona living.
Yeah.
Which, again, looking at the deck, it doesn't really look like, other than the 2 copies of a road, there are that many ways, especially at instant speed, for Jesse to get it off the board.
Yeah. Certainly won't be using Recriting Hex. Burst Lightning is way too expensive. And I don't think Jeremy will make the same mistake this game, attacking with a Kona into a creature that could kill it. Strategic Betrayal gets rid of our friendly Formidable Speaker as well as the graveyard. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, there you go. Their sleeve colors are so similar.
Yep, don't want to mix those up. Yeah, the last thing you want to do at the start of a round is you're counting your deck, getting ready for your match, and you count 59.
Oh,
and then you have to
no.
call a judge and track down your previous round opponent at their table
Oh,
and be like,
yo, where's my
hi,
card
do you
guy?"
have this card? It's not ideal.
It's awkward. Bloodghast back from the yard. Moonshadow.
Clock is on.
Yep, this is gonna get painful soon. As
Spell
we see.
Pierce, not the draw.
No. Cavern of Souls.
Yep.
Pyroclasm. Okay, that's a good one. Beautiful. Beautiful Clasm. Shark stays, but the other 2 creatures are gone for the time being.
Yeah.
Bloodghast can come back with a landfall drop. A land drop. Landfall. There you go.
The dream here for Jeremy would be for Jesse to just play practiced offense, and you just get to fire off that Spell Pierce and buy yourself a lot of time.
Yeah.
That would be the dream. Unlikely to happen, but that would be the dream.
Hello, Hardened Academic. Oh, I love the art on this card. It's so pretty.
The Ghast is back.
Sure is. No haste yet.
No haste yet.
Jeremy needs to be at 10 or less. Two more mana to do something with.
Yeah.
Cool, but rude level up maybe.
No white mana left up. And Jesse just decided where that counter was going, but it is cool but rude being leveled up.
Nice. So now any discard hurts. 2 damage whenever you discard. Oh, and would you look at that? It enables itself, because when I attack, I discard. Aha! Cheers, land. Draw a card. Take 2, and then take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 6?
This looks like 7 right now from the attack. So at 6, Jesse needs 3 discards to end the game with cool but rude.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
But rude.
No, you're right. No argument.
Money's going to shove me off my chair soon. I can feel it.
Absolutely not. Go off, Queen. Speak your truth.
Oh, man. Okay, lots of damage on board here. Jeremy needs Omniscience.
Yeah.
Real bad.
No idea how many cards Jesse has in hand here. Omniscience doesn't do it. That's the issue.
Yeah, that is true.
There's no singular draw, I believe, here.
2 cards in hand.
Meringue River Regent. All right, that's 1 discard.
Yep. Pew! Down to 4.
This is before damage. Okay. Yeah, if you have 2 cards, that's just lethal. Because you also got 2 counters on the Mako.
Yeah. There you go.
So we updated the life total early, but it didn't look like damage had actually been dealt yet.
Sure.
So for Jesse, we were still before damage gets dealt. The 2 counters on the Mako does get the job done. We couldn't get a look at how many cards were in Jesse's hand, but 2 cards was the magic number to close out the game there.
It sure was. And Jesse Peelan taking the win there with a sweet Marty discard list. And I liked game 3 there for Jesse. That looked definitive. That is the, yes, this is what my deck can do. It can kill you out of nowhere. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think the smarter discard deck is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
B, it is incredibly powerful. I think that's one thing that we just got a taste of in that match. I don't even think we've really seen its full power and what it's capable of yet, but we got a taste of it, and it is really impressive. There's a reason that it is continuing to rise in popularity. I love to see it both because it is yet another unique deck in terms of the avenues of attack that it is taking, but also one of the things I enjoy is the color black is back in Standard. I think that was one thing that was notably missing from the last Pro Tour after winning the previous one. So the fact that Mardu Discard, Demir's Cruciator are coming back in big ways, love to see it.
Yeah, love to see it as well. The black-based decks are a lot of fun to play as well. So, you know, just having all of these options available to the players here this weekend, it's a great time. We're going to go and check out Game 2 of our other feature matchup. So let's head on down in and see what our players are up to. Fernando Villiers and Vicente. I know I butchered that. Up against Nick Dariu. 3-0 for both players. Is it prowess and 4-color control? Fernando is up a game.
Yeah, Is it prowess continues to be the most played deck in the field, I believe, but by much, much smaller margins now. It's definitely getting a lot closer.
Yeah. It's going to be super cool to see who eventually dethrones Is it prowess as the big bad in Standard. We'd love to see the cyclical nature of things here as get things started in a very familiar fashion with Storm Chaser's talent for Fernando.
Yeah, one thing Nick Dariu in this 4-color control deck has access to should Otters start getting out of hand is a copy of Pest Control in the main, as well as another in the sideboard. So that can go a long way. And you actually see him just firing it off. What you don't want is to fall behind here on the board to Otters. You don't want Boomerang Basics shenanigans to start happening. So Pest Control is such a clean answer to Storm Chaser's talent. Again, one that may be easy to forget about it being in Standard, but having access to it, absolutely massive.
Slick shot show off plotted here for Fernando.
Can we put Fernando in jail for his basics choice?
Can I was just about to say that.
Can we check with the judges if that's legal?
Please. I hate those lands so much.
I'm being told by production, no. Can we replace production and then replace those basics?
Boomerang Basics sending back High Noon, I believe that was. Sorry, I got distracted by you guys. You're funny. Slick Shot Show Off hits the board here now. Let's see what Fernando can get going. All right, sleight of hand, kick things off. Counting how many times this friendo has triggered. Have we missed a land drop here? I think so, right? Still got one to make.
Yeah, haven't finished the turn yet, so there's the land drop.
Anything else before we proceed to the ouchie step?
I see opt and another show off in hand.
Yep. There we go. So what's that, 3 now? No, 2. Wait, no. No, it's, oh, you led off with the basics. Yes, had to do that, and then...
Right, because there was a High Noon in play, right?
Yes, had to get the High Noon off the board first to start doing damage. So what's that, 5? Boom!
5 damage coming across, but the fact that High Noon is still in hand slows things down a lot.
Yes.
If you just get it back on the battlefield, what is Fernando's next turn looking like, right? If you just force Fernando to go second show off, attack you for 2, you're perfectly okay with that. The worst case scenario, of course, is another Boomerang Basics.
Yeah.
But one of the things you have to do as 4-color control against a deck like as a Prowess is force them to have it. You keep asking questions until your opponent is out of answers. And it goes both ways,
like
right?
a toddler. Why? Why?
Yeah.
Why? When? What?
Eventually, somebody's spirit will break. And you just have to have stronger spirit.
Oh boy. I think I inflicted some emotional damage on all the parents out there.
Yeah, all the parents just shut off the stream for some quiet time right now. They're like, I can't do this right now.
Oh my goodness. So High Noon is a problem. How does Fernando deal with it? Well, starts here. Let's Boomerang Basic it away, unless Nick has a way to stop him from doing so.
Found another Boomerang Basics. Yeah.
Boom. Okay, negate says no thanks. So, still gets in for 3. It's something.
Has nothing else to do.
Nope.
It's High Noon.
Pew pew.
Yeah, this Jeskai 4-color control deck, it's Jeskai control with some black added in, is really cool. There's so much intricacy in what is going on in this deck that is just really awesome.
Yeah.
The fact that High Noon can do so much for you at very little cost, and being able to just pass in the spot is really I hate to call it fun because it is inherently an unfun element, but as a control player,
you're loving it.
Delightful.
Delightful. Indeed. I mean, we saw at the regional championship in Japan, Tokyo, I believe, where quite a lot of the top 8 were control decks. You know, whether it be the Jeskai or you know, a Zorius control type thing. You know, so control definitely making a resurgence in the East.
Flow State being cast here, and Nick just confirming in the graveyard sorcery and instant, of course, opt and Boomerang Basics getting the job then there together.
Flow State good.
Flow State good.
Baby stock up.
But teenage expressive iteration, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't feel like it's expressive iteration-esque.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because there's no, like, exile side of things, right?
Sure.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, teenage expressive iteration.
Teenage mutant expressive iteration.
Yes, that's the new song.
Perfect.
New theme song. There you go. So Fernando finding hopefully a couple answers here for what Nick Dariu's got going, which is High Noon and very annoying.
Yeah, the big thing for Fernando is just trying to get the maximum amount of damage in each turn when possible. What you don't want to be doing is being stuck under high noon and just getting in for one, for example. But this is the type of disaster scenario that can happen where you're forced to play the spell proactively in order to get that damage through. But once you're locked out under high noon and Nick is able to play a Wanshi Tong here, you've lost your Slick Shot Show Off. You essentially have no refuel available to you because your next turn, if you play a Slick Shot Show Off, is then just pass. You've used 2 Boomerang Basics already, so the number of outs available to you to get back into it is becoming less and less, and with each turn, Nick as the control deck is patting his hand. Wanshi Tong is getting things going. So Fernando probably has a 1 to maybe 2 turn window to get back into this game with a Boomerang Basics, but even then that's going to require Boomerang Basics into a few more things.
Yes. It's certainly not the be-all end-all or the answer to all of his woes, but consult the star charts for 5. Take a look and see, like you mentioned, what Nick wants to pad the hand with even further. What's he's looking at there? Is it Get Lost? Sure. Has he played a land yet? He has not. Okay, so that answers that question. So removal spell back up here. Here comes an opt, and not much else he can do.
Yeah, getting your spells in where you can.
Yep.
That is the job for both players, of course. Nick is much better at it. His deck is designed to be able to do that.
Yep.
And the impact from his spells is a lot higher.
Your turn?
Right?
No, our turn.
Yeah. If Nick plays 1 more land and is able to start casting Jeskai Revelation, the game essentially ends on the spot.
Yeah.
The first Jeskai Revelation ends the game if it resolves.
100%.
And what are you going to do as Fernando against the Wanshi Tong? Are you going to pass on both turn cycles? You're not going to play a spell until your opponent casts the Jeskai Revelation?
Wanshi Tong's going to kill you.
Yeah, you're just going to die to the Librarian. Wanshi Tong is not nice.
That's a sentence I never thought I'd hear.
And
You're
yet,
just going to die to the Librarian. Oh, man. Disdainful Stroke takes care of the Ral. Turn passes back, and now Wanshi Tong can just go to town. I bet there's a library there for him.
All right, land number 7. Your move.
Your go. Your go.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, yes, but
Yeah.
I think you need to stop triggering people at home.
Sorry, friends. I'll behave. Consult the star charts yet again. Take a look at the top 7. Good gravy.
I've played that card before.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was called Dig Through Time.
Yeah. Well, I guess, what was Memory Deluge?
Yeah.
In the yard was 6 or 7. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Feels like many moons ago.
Many, many moons. Consult the star charts. Really sweet card. I absolutely love this card.
One of my favorites from Edge of Eternities.
It has just done so much for control and what they're able to do. Being able to keep the costs the same as the game scales on is exactly the type of thing that control needs to be competitive in a format with so many powerful cards.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, when was the last time we had like a control deck take down like a Pro Tour? It's been a hot minute.
It's been a while. I think we had Yuta losing in the finals.
Yeah, he was playing
Thunder Junction to Okawa, playing Domain.
Yeah.
Yuta was playing Azorius Control.
Yes.
And I think... Oh, and then we had Francisco Sanchez lose to Michael Plummer in Modern, playing Jeskai Control.
Right.
But it was like a Scepter Chant Control lock deck.
That's another miserable deck, isn't it? But all the control players are like, yes, yes.
Look,
You will do nothing.
there is a certain type of sicko, me, I am that type of sicko, that looks at Scepter Chan and is like, yes, this is the kind of Magic I would like to be playing.
The
That's-
one where you don't get to.
Right, that is me. I am he. Hello.
Oh, man. Wanchitong is still on the board as we come back from our little detour there, friends. But we do have an otter on board. We've got a map token there. Get Lost took care of what? What was it? Ral. Ral got. Oh no, he got Disdainful Stroked. I don't remember. Someone got dead.
Yeah,
Storm Chaser's Talon got taken out by the Get Lost.
strategic
Lord.
betrayal. Goodbye, Graveyard.
Oh my.
Goodbye, Otter. Wanchitong, and look, one more point of life, and High Noon is going to the face. Just letting you know.
Yep.
One more.
Yep.
One damage.
Wanchitong gonna get it done. High Noon's gonna sweep it and take its kill. What's the bet?
I mean, until Fernando forces your hand, you're not sacrificing this High Noon.
Sure.
But Nick is saying, hey,
I can kill you.
I have these two things.
You are Dobbs.
And one of the reasons, of course, Nick is doing this isn't to be rude by any
No.
means. It's that timer is ticking down.
Yes.
This is a match that can very much go late. We can get into these High Noon stalemates. There's not that many win conditions in the 4-color control deck. There's only, I believe, one copy of Wanchitong on the sideboard. So a lot of decks won't even a lot of games won't even look like that, where the life total is coming down for Fernando. It's just back and forth, nothing happening. So wanting to preserve the time and make sure that this match ends with a winner rather than a draw is, this early in the tournament especially, in both players' interest.
Yep. Well, hey, friends, if you've opened up a bunch of cool packs and maybe you opened a Wanchitong Librarian and have no desire to play it, you should go and sell your cards, because you get great prices and a 30% trade bonus from sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. There's a handy dandy QR code there for you if you're watching on your TV or whatnot. Just go and snap it with your phone. It'll take you right there, and you can go and make a list, submit your cards, and see what you'll get, and then you can turn them into more cards. Isn't that cool?
It is
That's cool.
essentially an infinite money glitch, really, when you think about it.
Oh, yeah? We are not financial advisors. Please do not heed our advice as financial advice.
I am bad with money. Do not listen to me.
Same, though. It's like, oh, I sold cards. Go buy more cards.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
look, if the money came from cards, like, it's just free for you to buy more cards. And then those cards will go up.
Yes.
And then you'll turn them into credit.
Yeah, there
and
you go.
more cards.
Yep.
That's what the stock market
Infinite
is.
money glitch. That's true. Nevertheless, we're into game 3 here between Fernando Villiers, San Vicente, Vicente. I'll get it right. Nick Dariu down at the bottom on 4-color control, kicking things off with Elegant Parlor. Does he like the card on top of his deck? Sure does. It's gonna stay there. Fernando holding up interaction, one assumes.
Yeah. And one thing you may have noticed is the time skipped, because as we cut out the sideboarding, the players have to shuffle and sideboard and resolve mulligans, etc. So now with 15 minutes left, definitely eyes on the clock as a potential avenue for how this match ends, and something both players, again, heavily incentivized to avoid.
Definitely don't want to be drawing. 6 and 3 is the magic numbers to get yourself through to day number 2. Roaring Furnace hits the board here now. I like the art on this one, the alternate art of this really cool Duskmourn card. It was deal damage, bounce it a couple times, bring it back to hand, and eventually unlock both sides if you wish.
Yeah, I think one thing that Fernando was checking there with the judge that we had at the table is, can I play Roaring Furnace, unlocking this side of the room without my opponent having a target for it? Because against the counterspell heavy deck, what you want to do is get Roaring Furnace down now and then try to unlock Steaming Sauna later.
Gotcha. So No More Lies says, no thank you, I don't want to deal with that. So one threat dealt with from Nick's side of things. Where does he go to for turn number 3? Here, the hub of the event here this weekend. High Noon is going to hit the board, at least attempt to, and Spellpierce says no thanks. Godless Shrine for Nick. So 1 bullet dodged.
Yeah, we saw exactly what High Noon was capable of in the previous game, so there is a heavy incentive to keep it off the board. But one thing that Fernando has to deal with now is he missed a land drop that previous turn. So you can't really afford to miss too many of them as the game goes on later. Because this essentially boils down to a control matchup with each turn that passes when you're not putting pressure on your opponent. Every missed land drop means that your opponent is able to take more game actions and progressively more game actions than you.
Yep. And we're going to see Fernando fire off a Disdainful Stroke.
That's not how that works. You did pay 4 mana for Consult the Star Charts, but it does not have a mana value of 4 or greater. So Disdainful Stroke does not work, which is why Nick calls the judge, and we'll have the judge quickly sort this out. But it will just be a rewind from Fernando to not having cast the Disdainful Stroke. And Consult the Star Charts will resolve if Fernando doesn't have a different response to it.
Today he learned.
And it's important to learn now rather than later.
Yes, absolutely. Both players sitting at a very good 3-0. The mana value and the mana spent on a spell are 2 different things.
Right, and that is a line that is easy to maybe get blurred when we have a mechanic like Opus, which cares explicitly about the mana spent rather than the mana value of the card. So with both of these things existing in Standard, you have to be aware of which cards affect which things.
Magic is tough. You ever read the comprehensive rulebook?
I think I did once.
Once?
Yeah. There was a time like 15 years ago when I was like, what if I became a judge?
Ah, okay. Good grief.
I didn't stick with it.
I don't think so. I didn't think you did.
Walking around a tournament and looking at the players play and thinking, I want to be playing, at that time in my Magic career was far too painful.
Ral Crackling Wit dealt with there. No more lies. Answering any threat that Fernando tries to deploy. Stock up now for Nick Derryu. Padding his hand even more so to try and get this game done within the 10 minutes they have left.
Yeah, I think Fernando may be feeling the pressure of not having any pressure on Nick at this point in the game. And with the information of the Disdainful Stroke now up, knowing your opponent is going to play around it and likely at 6 mana won't have anything to play into it anyways. Fernando saying, if I let your Consult the Star Charts resolve because I didn't have anything the previous turn, I've now given you that information. There's no point in me leaving up this Disdainful Stroke. I need to get pressure on. And this is the disaster scenario.
High Noon back on board here for Fernando. Needs to find a way to deal with it permanently.
I think the hand from Fernando might be double Eddymer Crab and a Slickshot show off. Not plotted.
20 turn clock. Let's go. Judges at the table having a good chuckle, as do the players.
20 turns, but also 9 minutes.
Yeah. What comes first?
9 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. Stock up.
That is Nick's spell for the turn.
Yep. It's like a forced savings plan almost. It's like, you want to spend all your mana in one turn, but no, you are not allowed. Well, I suppose you can tap and float it and fizzle, but nah.
Wouldn't recommend it.
No, don't do that.
There is your opponent's turn to worry about.
Yep.
So 2 instants or sorceries in the graveyard for Fernando. That is a big number to keep an eye on because of the 2 Eddymer Crabs in hand. So those are going to be getting discounts as that number goes up. Right now, they cost 5,
Okay.
and only 4 lands for Fernando. Not great.
Nope.
Casting sleight of hand here brings the number up to 3.
Yep.
So,
Land?
if you find a land here, you can pass and be able to Eddie Crab on Nick's turn. So that would be the ideal turn cycle from Fernando's perspective.
All right. An upkeep crab, I assume, would be the best? Or do you want to not let it get countered?
So it's not about it getting countered that I would be worried about with an upkeep crab. The problem is if you play an upkeep crab, Nick can just say, resolves, Jeskai Revelation it, you lose the game.
Yeah.
So it has to be end step, unfortunately, just because of that exchange.
All right. 8 mana. That's a lot. Starting things off with Consult the Star Charts. Didn't find a land for Fernando.
All right, I believe that's a Disdainful Stroke found from Nick in addition to other cards. So the first crab is essentially now checked by that Disdainful Stroke.
It's somebody's surf and turf dinner. Nick still with plenty of gas in the tank. Fernando doing his best to try and get something on the board here. Did 1 whole point of damage to Nick.
Look, I'm just sitting here anxiously watching that clock tick down.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
6
is this going to
minutes.
be a draw? Is either player going to be able to finish this game? And that is a huge question mark right now because I think inarguably Nick is extremely far ahead right now.
I think so too.
But that doesn't matter if you can't close out the game within the legal confines of
the game.
the match.
So for Fernando's side of things, he is then trying to just stay in it as long as he can.
Right. We are
until
not
Nick
there
gets
yet,
to 0. Yeah.
but we are soon going to be at a point where Fernando, against the sheer number of resources that Nick has, his role in the match is purely playing for a draw, which is never where you want to be, but ultimately it's an upgrade to
a loss.
A loss.
Yeah.
And that's not to say play slow. It is to say understand your role in the match and what you have to play for in terms of your card usage and how safe you're playing, etc. What you don't want to happen is Jeskai Revelation to the face, untap, kill you by sacrificing High Noon, for example.
Yeah. So lands are coming now here for Fernando. Nick Daryu has 9 lands on board, so we are well into the mid-game here with both players sitting at a very healthy 18 and 17 apiece. Less than 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, one thing that very importantly Nick does not have, no Great Halls of the Biblioplex drawn this game. That is one of the primary win conditions that you have in this deck, is that's how you hope to get over the finish line. The fact that you haven't drawn any of those is not ideal.
Yep.
Quarry Mountain Monastery, of course, another way to dig deeper and set yourself up for these turn cycles.
Yeah.
Crab 1.
Hella crab. Goodbye, crab.
I think Nick says resolves, and I still have this firebending lesson from Quarry Mountain Monastery. I will make good use of it. And that means Nick gets to hold on to the Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, so that's 2 crabs answered then.
I genuinely thought that Storm Chaser's talent was another island in hand because of
all the text on it.
How much? Oh my goodness.
Those are cursed basics for sure.
I'm on too little sleep for you to ask me to differentiate between an island and Storm Chaser's talent. A threat.
What is that?
That's a Sphinx.
Oh, hi. What does it do? Scholar, so what's a Sphinx?
So that is out of the sideboard. It is a Stoic Sphinx.
Stoic Sphinx. Oh. This exists. Huh. It's a 5/3 with flash. Has hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn. Well, that's a clock.
Yep. Nope. That is definitely a clock. That is a way for Nick to get into the game. All right. So, Sphinx.
Yes.
When the coast was clear, again, High Noon was protecting it. Now Nick has gone for an attack, and the crab is coming in.
Big taps here, and there is inevitable defeat, which I feel like we're getting to here at this point with 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Very apt name, inevitable defeat. Big thing here is the damage it's dealing. Things are adding up because right now, with the Sphinx plus High Noon, Nick is representing lethal.
Yep, that is dead.
So that is something that Fernando has to work around.
Start things off here. Bouncing the High Noon. Does that resolve from Nick's side of things, or does he just preemptively blow it up? I don't think so.
So the argument to blowing it up here is because you haven't cast a spell, your Sphinx is safe
Still
here,
hexproof, yes.
right? So if you just blew it up, you would have a 5/3 hexproof, and assuming you don't die from 20, which is incredibly unlikely, if not straight up impossible, then you could untap with a hexproof Sphinx that would just attack, and your opponent couldn't interact with it meaningfully, and then you could counter if they had a blocker or try to remove it. So I think there was a very valid argument given how this game is playing out. Nick says, and
I haven't cast
another
a spell.
judge call.
Is hexproof.
Fernando again, just trying to go for the boomerang basics. And of course, hexproof means it can be targeted, so there's no wasting of the spell. I do think there was a very good argument to pop the High Noon given the exact makeup of Fernando's life total, assuming it's accurate, Nick's position, the time left on the clock, all of these things together in consideration, I think made a case for popping it. But I also think with the Sphinx and the High Noon, you are still very favored to win should this game go into turns, which it looks like it's very likely to do. Which means safer to bring it back. And
he'll still have enough mana to pop it there, right? If he plays it.
Yes, he has enough mana to pop it. The big thing is, if you start by casting it, then your Sphinx becomes vulnerable and you can't protect it. So you're going to start off the turn by attacking with the Sphinx.
Here we go. Nick, dare you?
5. Down to 5. Play High Noon.
Down. Play High Noon, blow it up, and off we go to the next round, yes?
We'll see.
We'll see.
It might be play High Noon pass just to play it safe. Because, again, Fernando has to blink first. You have the Sphinx. If they were playing chess, it would be check. All right.
And there is checkmate. So Fernando Villiers puts up a decent fight here up against Nick Daryu, but 4 color control. Getting the job done there for Nick Daryu. Just got to do it a little quicker because turns are stressful.
Yeah, it's, quicker, but also it's a tough matchup.
It is, for sure.
You saw Nick seeing that possibility 20 minutes ago at the end of game 2 say, hey, I have this, can we go to game 3? You have to understand exactly the dynamics of the matchup and what could happen 20 minutes from now.
All right, well, friends, that is the end of the round. Our players are getting ready to rock and roll for round number 5. We're going to jump out the booth, go grab some lunch, and get those other 2 knuckleheads back in here, Jim and Corey. We'll see you after those 2 rounds.
everyone. Welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship here in Cincinnati, Ohio. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's the one and only Jim Davis. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of round 5 and 6 before Monty and Ailey come back to bring it all home. And Jim, we're really starting to heat up in the tournament. Round 5. These players haven't exactly locked up day number 2 yet, but they're getting close.
Yeah, you know, we're in that middle part of the day where now you've got some few matches in, you're kind of feeling a little more comfortable.
Yep.
You know, fatigue hasn't really set in yet. We're still a little bit early. Players
still running on caffeine at this point,
yeah,
right? Yeah.
Not me, but
Yeah.
players who are 4-0 are feeling good, but
yeah.
they haven't done anything. They haven't even accomplished a winning record yet.
Yes.
They could lose the next 5 and be 4-5. So you're feeling good. The ball's rolling, but that's a ball that needs to continue rolling and not just, you know.
Let's hope you didn't curse one of our 4-0s we're going to be watching here into a 4-5.
One of them's going to lose.
That is fair. It could be a draw. You never know. So, all right, before we get into our match, let's take a look at the standings to see who is 4-0 here.
All right, so we got Logan at the top. Jeskai Control, like a Control, showing up in a big way in Japan. 4-color Control taking down a trophy over Jeskai Control in the finals. We got Bant Rhythm Momo, more Control, more Momo. So we're seeing the decks from last weekend. The decks did pretty poorly at the Pro Tour, but now showing up after last weekend's awesome kind of breakout event.
Yeah, I see 5 Control decks here on the top, and of course there's going to be multiple standings or multiple pages here of 4-0 decks. So, you know, the night is young to say the least. But yeah, a lot of great players here. We got Nicole Tipple as well as Jesse Pilon, some really strong players. Let's take a look at page number 2, see who else is having a very strong start to their tournament, and 4-0s all the way down. Any other big standouts to you?
Rob Cedars here playing a Control deck. Water Wet.
Water's Wet, yeah.
Sky Blue. Just the usual.
I think the only thing that's wild is he hasn't picked up a draw yet.
Wow. Rob, I wasn't throwing shade. That was him, all right? And we got Boros Dragons down there in 30th place. Blake, and a deck that was popular when the Cub decks were extremely popular as Clarion Conqueror and the Warp Dragon, very good against those decks, but those decks aren't as popular, so a little more of a dark horse contender here, but at 4-0 looks pretty good.
Yeah, and overall, still just a great spread of decks so far, but once again, tournament is very, very young. So that's it for the standings. We're going to take a look at the metagame. I know we saw it here a little bit ago, but Jim and I have not seen it quite yet. Looks like, is it Prowess at the top, you know, in air quotes here, because, well, Celestia Landfall and Mono Green Landfall would together be a little bit higher than Is It Prowess. So Landfall, most played deck here in the tournament, Jim.
Yeah, under 20%, which is great.
Yeah.
And it's also important to note that there's these Prowess decks. There's a lot of variety amongst what we classified as Is It Prowess.
Yes.
It could be, you know, 8 to 12 1-drops, whatever. It could be crabs. It could be lessons like we saw earlier today. So even though it's not top performing deck or top most played deck, a lot of variety in the actual deck list.
You know, the one thing I'm kind of surprised by here is just the Azorius Momo decks not being more played. You know, like after having a great weekend last weekend, that's one of those decks that people are like, you know, is it Prowess Killer? You expect a lot of that deck. I would have expected a decent amount of audibles after seeing that. Is that surprising to you or just me?
A little bit, yeah, but it did so poorly at the Pro Tour that would scare me a little bit. What surprises me is the Selesnya or Boroid deck that Matt Nass and Noma played. At the Pro Tour, they were the only 2 players playing it. They crushed.
Yeah.
It had the highest win rate in the Pro Tour, given the only 2 players played it. They're both stone cold killers. But it also had the highest win rate across London and Tokyo. Of both those events, so it didn't. I might have cracked top 8, maybe 1. You know, didn't win, of course. But that's a really impressive showing over 2 events for kind of a breakout deck. And seeing it all of it on the list surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, that is actually, I would have been between that and Is It Spelementals for the deck that I would have played. And I probably would have played Celestia or Boroid with the Rhythm package in the main. I think is where I would have been at here. But yeah, phenomenal deck. And overall, just another amazing metagame. You know, we saw the Pro Tour, which was, with all the Is It decks combined, about 50% Is It. Not amazing. You know, right? Not absolutely perfect by any means. But now that we're getting into the regional championship level, the spotlight level, it seems like things are kind of flattening out and people are figuring out other things to attack the big decks of the format, the Is It Prowess and the Landfalls. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and it's a big format too. You know, there are, I think, 18 or so sets in Standard right now.
Yep.
That's a lot of tools to pull from. There's a lot of, you know, areas you can go, and a lot of cards in the toolbox for, I want to try and build a prison deck. I want to try and build a ramp deck, a combo deck of some kind. Well, well. The tools are there if you want to do it, and you know, that's players are doing it.
Yeah, and looks like Standard is nowhere near fully figured out yet, which is really awesome, and will lead to some really fun events here when we go to our next regional championship as well. So let's pivot. Let's get ready here for round number 5 and take a look at our 2 players' deck lists and see what we got. Oh, she's back. Nicole Tipple playing 4-color control. Walk us through this deck list.
This deck's awesome.
It is.
This is a Tablet of Discovery deck through and through. Tablet of Discovery, kind of a breakout card from Secret Strixhaven. Mana Rock that draws you cards and also accelerates you by 2 is fantastic. Otherwise, you're kind of doing the usual draw-go control role here. So nothing too crazy here. This deck won the tournament in Japan last weekend, which is very important. And deck's great. Nicole's great. Good stuff.
Yep, really, really strong player, really strong deck. And just Josiah Griffith here on Dimir Excruciator. God, I love this deck. Walk us through this one.
Yeah, this is an interesting one where this is a deck that really kind of fell off. It's kind of been quietly in the background. It's a very unique deck because it doesn't really play anything like the 2 big decks in the format in Landfall and Prowess.
Yeah.
It's kind of doing completely different things. It's using high mana cost creatures, a lot of interaction. It's a little slower, but it has that combo finish too. Kind of a dark horse deck for this weekend.
Yeah.
I think the deck is actually kind of good, and if folks are really trying to aim for Landfall or Prowess, this is a complete curveball.
Yeah, and honestly, I talked to Chris before the Pro Tour. He, famously won with this deck for Lorwyn Eclipse, and I was like, why not run back Dimir Excruciator? And he's like, well, has a bad matchup against Prowess and Landfall. Not the place you wanted to be at the Pro Tour. I was like, okay, fair enough. But sounds like our players are ready here in the feature match area, so let's get ready for round number 5, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, let's head on down. All right, we got Josiah on the bottom and Nicole up top. How do you like this matchup? 4-color control versus Dimir Excruciator. Very much kind of these 2 fringe decks, playing against each other. Which one do you like?
It is fringe. It's a matchup we haven't seen very often. There is a lot of removal in Joshua's deck. In game 1, Day of Black Sun, Deadly Cover-Up, or Requiting Hex that are kind of dead.
Yeah.
The classic control conundrum. Most important thing is there aren't any counter spells. So there's not much counterplay to the big Jeskai Revelation things that Nicole can do. I think game 1's going to look pretty good for Nicole. Typically, these sort of like, almost, even though it's a blue deck, it's more like a mid-range deck, Dimir Excruciator, where it's kind of just playing big dumb things and removal spells. Control tends to be favored against that, and leaning on a sideboard for Joshua to see what can kind of clean things up.
Yeah, makes sense. And I mean, hey, we have a ton of discard, right? Duress, Deceit, Superior Spider-Man. And I remember seeing at the Pro Tour, Luis Salvato, one of the players who top 8'd with this deck, just ripped apart a couple control players on the way, but they didn't have Tablet. They didn't have that kind of thing. And, Jeskai Revelation was there. And a lot of those games came down to, well, they had a timely duress for the Jeskai's Revelation, and, well, they didn't top deck a Jeskai Revelation, But it could easily go the other way.
I think if you're playing Loot, this is a much worse matchup for you. If you're playing Tablet, Tablet is much better for the control player.
Yeah, okay.
Being card advantage, it's cheaper, it's more flexible, more mana advantage. So
makes sense to me. So here is Deceit. Can imagine we're not bouncing this Tablet, and we're going to take a peek at the hand. What do you like here? You just got to take the chart, right?
Yeah, it's card advantage, I think. The days are not that relevant. There are creatures, of course, in Joshua's deck, but, they're going to do their thing when they come in anyway. So
we are so close to the Revelation, though. Oh, my goodness.
That's true. That is true with the Tablet. Yeah, it's tough.
If Joshua has land 3 right now and then has land 4 Superior Spider-Man, I think you could safely take the Revelation. But if that's not in there, then we shall see. But, I mean, chart next turn is just going to look excellent.
Yep. And as long as Nicole can keep that kind of quantity of cards in hand and kind of get over the discard effects, the tools are there to make this hopefully a pretty clean game 1.
All right, Watery Grave played, so I believe that was the draw. So chart the course, ready to go. And Nicole, with this being an open decklist tournament, she knows this is ready to go, cast at the end of Joshua's turn, and you do not have to worry about any kind of Spell Pierce, Control Magic, or Counter Magic at all.
Yeah, and big spot for Nicole, because Nicole could very easily just find another Rev off the Consult.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, where as long as, the classic combination where discard is good when you have actual threats in play.
Yes.
You don't want to just like Thoughtseize your opponent and then just sit there and stare at them, because they'll draw out of it.
Swamp Duress would be huge here. Just putting that awkward spot in. Oh! Yes. Now this is great. Now Nicole has to search up a card, and now essentially only gets to keep one. That's a big deal.
Yeah, still, it's going to get a card. It's going to get the right card.
Yeah.
But quantity is a thing here, too, where Nicole just picks up 2 stock-ups, 2 card draw spell. There you go. stock-up and flashback. Just going to be able to do it again no matter what.
God, flashback is such a sick card.
Yeah.
It is so sick. Like, what do you take here?
It's one of
you have to take stock-up, right? And because flashback is a stock-up but costs 4?
Yeah. I guess that's very reasonable.
Yeah.
Like, flashback's such a cool card. It's a card that it's astounding hasn't been done before.
Yeah.
Flashback premiered in Odyssey like 25 years ago.
Like the ability flashback.
Right.
Yeah.
And like, this is just such a logical card to make, Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. So.
I love it. Quarry Mountain Monastery comes on down, ships the turn back, and now Nicole has the ability to go flashback consult at end step.
What's kind of cool is Nicole, if not under duress, can just maybe Quarry Monastery instead.
Yeah.
And try and find a land to go flashback Revelation next turn.
Well, there's duress. There is duress. We have the Deceit in the yard, so able to go blue, blue, black, black, get both modes.
If you had a bounce tablet.
Yeah.
Which is a question.
That's a good point. I mean, I think you still do.
Yeah. I mean, you're playing this discard game. Giving your opponent a free card seems a little rough.
Yeah. But, I mean, you could also just take it, right? Bounce it, take it.
Yeah. If that's the best card in Nicole's hand, I think you're in good shape anyway.
Yeah. It's a pretty dang good card.
Yeah.
So looks like it has resolved. It is the bounce first, but they all do just resolve simultaneously. So you can float some mana. Oh wait, no, there are 2 separate triggers, right?
Separate,
yeah. Okay. So you can float mana and then do something with them. Largely doesn't matter, but. So with the bounce.
This is kind of cool because you can cast flashback and then just let the duress effect resolve. And then cast the consult later.
Yeah, you would think you'd just respond, right? Like, what if we find no more lies off this? You can just no more lies the Superior Spider-Man itself. So I would think it'd be better to do it with it on the stack.
Spider-Man's already resolved, right?
I don't know. It all depends on their verbiage of what they said. I would think the correct play would not let it resolve.
Well, Spider-Man's already doing the thing. It's already exiled the Deceit.
Yes, fair. We don't know what they verbalized, but
sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
But either way, I think we should have done that.
Yeah, well,
if we were going to flashback consult anyways, you might as well try to find a No More Lies.
All right, well, the hand's still pretty good. Once again, there's the conundrum. There's 2 things there, and you can only take one of them.
There's 3 things now, right? The tablet's good, too.
I guess, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Tablet's off to the side. It looks like it's, like, in play, but it is in the hand as well. I believe. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nicole.
And wow, taking it.
That's a big sign of respect for the tablet.
I mean, it is a double ramp. It is kind of a double stone rain here. And now her mana base is a little bit more taxed, but man, the life total is really not a thing yet. It is really just a case of she can keep just flashbacking, chart the course over and over until you find something very dangerous that you have to deal with, which is the Excruciator. Nicole's deck very much needs a library.
Yeah. If an Excruciator resolves, even without any sort of milling effects or stuff like that, it's still hard for Nicole to win if she's not already drastically ahead on board.
Yep, and I do think Joshua has it. I think this is going to be an Excruciator here. Looks like an Emeritus as well, so a great option. Either or, there are 2 Haymakers that are about to be on the stack.
Doom.
Interesting. So Nicole did not take 2 from the Sacred Foundry. And that's a real cost here because, I mean, you could chart with Kicker and try to find a No More Lies.
Yeah,
but now you can't do that.
That does seem pretty tough.
Now I feel like she's going to think about it for a bit and then probably be pretty forced into just chart on the front half. Like, you can't let this resolve, right?
Yeah. I spoke to Nicole before the round, and Nicole was saying this is her first time playing a control deck in a tournament.
Okay.
So I think that that bit of foresight with being able to have a control player, knowing all the steps they need to be, that 2 life. How important is that 2 life? Because I think you're right here. It's just have to be. Nope.
Is there a 1 mana thing?
I don't think so. So Just going to consult first and then allow the Doomsday Crusader to resolve. That's tough, though, because again, the primary kill condition in Nicole's deck draws cards.
Yeah.
Normally, that's a very good thing. Not when you only have 5 cards in your library, though. You need to actually close a game out from 18 life. So,
and like drawing off Jeskai Revelation and stuff like that can be a big deal. Now, the flip side is there any way that Nicole's deck can make Joshua draw? Like, to try to win the decking war that way?
Unless Jeskai Revelation happens to say target player draws 2, if you want to check it out.
Yeah.
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either. No, it is draw. And, I mean, the Reef is in the mana base.
Right. So Nicole needs to have an answer to this Reef, an answer to the board, and be able to actually win the game, too. Because the clock is ticking here. I guess Nicole could say go for a turn and allow a Doomsday to draw the 1 extra card to try and get ahead of the library arms race.
Yep.
But
Win con established.
Yeah.
Great Halls of Biblioplex.
Yeah, we saw Nicole take an inevitable defeat into her hand as well.
Okay.
Notably, that cannot target the Reef. It is non-land permanent.
Classic.
So,
the one thing that's kind of funny about Consult the Star Charts in response to an Excruciator, you get to stack the bottom of your deck.
oh, yeah.
But I don't think the cards were that great. Like, I think it was like, you know, the Inevitable Betrayal, 3 lands and whatever.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's like now you're unstacking the bottom of your deck.
Yeah.
You know you got bricks down there and you're not building a house.
That's true.
You're just going to be in trouble.
Usually you want bricks as your foundation, but not in this case.
Right.
Okay, there's the double draw.
So right now, technically, Nicole is winning the decking race.
That is true.
So if neither player draws an extra
Losing
card,
every other race.
right.
Ooh, that's a big duress. Big duress. Clear the way for the Restless Reef. Now, is that a Burst Lightning? Inevitable?
Yeah.
I don't think that's it.
There's flashback too. So
Yeah.
either way, Burst Lightning can take care of the Reef, whether it's flashbacked or just cast normally.
Yep, yep.
But the problem is that this is also just lethal in 2 turns on the ground. Nicole needs to cast a Day of Judgment to stay alive.
And the third problem, we keep labeling more and more problems for Nicole here. There's 2 Reefs.
Oh, there's 2.
Yeah, there's 2.
All right.
Yeah.
That's quite the mountain to climb.
And if you flashback on a Burst Lightning, you can still kick it, right?
I believe so, yes.
I would think so, too. Well, the flashback cost is equal to its mana cost, but I would think you could still kick it. We're going to find out.
You should be allowed to play additional costs.
Yep.
Yeah, that second if it wasn't for the second Wreath, I think Joshua would be playing slower here. But
yeah.
Now this allows the Burst Lightning. Nicole takes 10. Nicole casts a Wrath. But then that second Reef, Nicole needs to find some way to deal with the second Reef.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, if she does, she's currently winning. Because, again, she's now ahead 1 card in the library.
Sure. And that's the only way she can win at this point. Third Reef.
Oh, my God.
These Reefs are restless.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at Nicole's list, there's 1 Erode, which can deal with a... that's really it, honestly. Erode and Burst Lightning. There's 2 Seer. I'm sorry, 2 Seer as well.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Seer plays.
So we need Day of Judgment now, and then we need a Seer on the Reef, and then we need to find another answer to the other Reef.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although that is the path.
Yeah.
You know, like... All right, so,
wait, we're losing the decking.
Yeah, Demonic Tutor. The deck is land. Oh, boy.
Yeah, all right. Very interesting game number 1. Going to Joshua Griffith. Now we'll take a look at the sideboard, see how this improves for Nicole Tipple here in the post board. We got 1 Day of Judgment, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Emeritus of Ideation, 2 Flash Freeze, 1 Negate, 1 Outrageous Robbery, 2 Pyroclasms, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 River Churn Monument. Oh, yeah, let's go. Mill versus Mill here, as we see Deathmark slid across the way. 1 Spell Snare, and then 1 the Inagi at Kyoshi Island.
There's some interesting things happening here. So both River Churn Monument and Outrageous Robbery can mill in the face of a possible resolved Doomsday.
Yes.
Then you have the how do you say it?
The Emeritus.
I can't say that word.
No problem.
Emeritus of Ideation Ancestral Recall targeting you is another way to deck your opponent. So that's a lot of cool tools there. And there's a lot of cards, you know, in Nicole's deck that aren't particularly great. Cards like Lightning Helix, you know, Fire Magic, just these small ball removal spells that don't play well into the Dimir deck at all. So there's a lot of play here and a lot of cool ways to really punish that tap out for Doomsday play.
God, now that you say that, I forgot. Joshua did have an Emeritus still in hand. So if all those Reese got dealt with, we might have saw an Ancestral Recall you for lethal.
Right.
I honestly wish we would have had it. That would have been great. That would have been spicy. Okay, so that is Nicole's side. Now, Joshua, we have 2 Deathmark, which we slid across the way. Those ones probably not coming in, though. But
yeah, Nicole's wanted what the card was.
Yeah, exactly. 2 Deathmark, 1 Decorum Disseration. And we have 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Duress, 2 Flash Freeze, 2 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Harvester of Misery, 1 Oil Deep Gear Hulk, 1 Quantum Riddler, and then 2 Strategic Betrayals.
Yeah, there aren't any, like, home run counter spells here. It's what you kind of really want against this deck. Being able to negate or spell Piercing Revelation is great. There's only one Disdainful Stroke, but Duress is great. I think the Gear Hulk looks pretty good too. Just more hand control. That's really it, honestly. You know, just kind of play the game out like that game just went. You know, discard spell, discard spell, discard spell. Here's my big thing. You have 1 turn to answer it, and then too many things to answer at once.
Yep. Nope. That makes a lot of sense to me. Those timely Duresses were really spicy. That's for sure. And we get to bring in a couple more. So before we get into it, we do have a sale going on now, and it is order $100 worth of singles, and you will get free shipping with any kind of Magic singles. And this will be happening until Sunday night. They're at midnight, so get your orders in here over the weekend if you want to get some singles. You see some cool decks that you like. Now, this is, of course, the lower 48. So check that out over at starcitygames.com/sale. SCG's always got a nice sale going on.
Yeah, and if you're in Alaska or Hawaii, we still love you. You're great. Either you have beautiful beaches or beautiful mountains to enjoy while you pay your shipping.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Yeah, probably a little tough to ship to those locations, I would imagine.
They're pretty far away.
That is very fair. All right, we're going to take a peek in on one of our other matches. Let's see what spice we got going on here. We got Connor down below and Eliason up top. Oh, boy, we got an Emeritus down versus, is it Spelementals? 4-color control versus Spelementals. Interesting.
Yeah, 4-color control, of course, you know, it won the RC Japan last weekend, so not that surprising to see a big surge of it.
Yeah.
But if that was a pretty fringe deck at the Pro Tour, you know, and seeing it kind of come out like this is awesome to see kind of a breakout. Really fun deck, too, playing a bunch of new cards, a bunch of old cards. Really fun mana base. You can see here just a smattering of dual lands across all the sets.
Yes.
And that's great.
Yeah, that is really great. Nothing like seeing a black-white and a red-blue duel together. It's just something poetic, you know? Do you think not a lot of people played Control at the Pro Tour because it's the Pro Tour and you don't want to, like, you know, play a Control matchup against Shota or something, and people bring it more to this? Is that kind of the case? Or?
Yes, as a player who's played a ton of Control decks at SG Tour events and so on and so forth, I have been gun-shy in playing it at a Pro Tour. Because, you know, playing against Reed and Seth and Nathan and Javier or whatever, you know, a really good player is adept at picking a Control deck apart.
Yes, agreed. Yep, I've played Control at exactly 1 Pro Tour. I went 0-4 back when Constructed started it off. It was Pro Tour San Diego, where the team I worked on had this deck called Boss Naya. I don't know. It probably didn't do very well. You know,
yeah, you probably made the right choice.
I think I made the right choice. Yeah, absolutely. The crab came down. The ability got countered because Emeritus has Ward. So might as well sorcery speed it out there. And now we'll head back to our Control player's side. Tapping a bunch of mana. Oh, no, what was it?
I have a guess. It rhymes with Eskai Hevelation.
I think you'd be wrong. It looks like
it's
3 steps ahead.
It's even better.
It's way better.
Copying Ancestral Recall.
Oh my goodness. And you get another 5/5? And you get to loot?
Wow.
My goodness. How dare our director pull us away at that moment, you know? Really, really tough stuff. Okay, all right. Our director has apologized profusely. Ancestral Recall coming in, drawing some cards. My goodness, that looks awesome.
Yeah, really, really sweet. You know, this 4-color.
Oh, thank God our main match is mulliganing so we can watch this more.
The 4-color control deck is full of big plays. That's what I hadn't considered, but it's really cool.
That is. Would you think our control player here is just 3 steps ahead of you?
5 steps, even.
At least, yeah.
Maybe 6.
A full jaunt ahead of you.
A full double recall ahead.
Yes, yes. All right, looks like, oh no, Thunderflock.
Yeah, sure would be ashamed to cast Ancestral Recall
Oh,
again.
that would suck if I have to cast my 3rd Ancestral Recall of the game.
Yeah, it's tough.
Dang it.
It's tough out there.
That being said, you know, Eliason does still look like they're in a little bit of a rough spot here. Also, is that a null in post-sport? I guess just for the tablet, huh?
That's a major sign of respect.
Wow, respect, respect, respect.
Wow.
All right, no more Ancestral Recalls on our main match. Let's head on down. Or no more Ancestral Recalls on our side match. Let's head on down to our main. See who takes this down. We got Nicole Tipple starting it off with Steam Vents. Heading over to Joshua and Watergrave back.
Don't despair.
Yeah.
Both of our players here are playing Ancestral Recall.
I know.
So,
I know. So, but we're just so many turns away from Ancestral Recalling, you know?
It's all about the journey, my friend.
Okay.
Not the destination.
Never mind. We came to the right match. Quantum Riddlers here. Warped away the one of in Josiah's deck. Now, this was the pivot plan at the Pro Tour in Richmond for that team. They had a bunch of Riddlers in the board. It was kind of that plan B. But Joshua only playing one.
Yeah, Riddler's a great card. Definitely interesting in this format where, like, it's a really, really good kind of slower grindier card, and the format's pretty fast.
Yeah.
So it doesn't always line up great unless you're, like, kind of breaking it like Momo does.
Yeah. Or, you know, when it was a fast card in the VV Cauldron decks, you know, when it was doing that kind of stuff, then it was just absolutely unbelievable. But, yeah, you're right. When it's just this mid-rangey card, these games are ending on turn 3 or 4 if you don't do anything to the decks with landfall and prowess and stuff. So you just can't really be Riddlering as much as it pains me to say that, you know?
Big setup for both players, just kind of taking their time, tapping out, drawing cards.
Yeah, just getting stocked up. Just getting stocked up. And I think I saw both players mulligan, so, you know, this isn't a stock up where we discard a big threat, Superior Spider-Man next turn. And heading back Nicole's way.
Upside down land.
It's a jar. It's there we go. Another Watergrave tap from Nicole. Little draw go.
Nicole says, I can play Watergrave too.
I just pair it with a Sacred Foundry.
Yep.
And the Restless Reef comes on down.
Time to get things started.
All right, time to take a peek. Would be amazing if Joshua has a Duress, a Deceit as well, and then, you know, Superior Spider-Man to kind of get the combos going. But let's start with Duress. A gorgeous Duress as well.
Pretty cool old border.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm partial to Urza's Saga, but, you know.
What does that one look like for the picture? I don't remember.
It's like a dude, like a kind of stylized scroll. We can put it on the screen. We got the Urza Saga Duress on screen.
Yeah, let's see if we got that. Yeah. All right, here it is. Burst Lightning Seer. There is that outrageous robbery. Got a lot of spice in the hand there. There is Swallowed by Leviathan as well.
Really cool counterspell.
Yeah.
Has a 2 colorless in the cost, so therefore it's easy to play with tablet, which is really nice.
That is spicy. The robbery does make sense. I mean, that card is unbelievably powerful given the time.
Yep. I think contextually, too, where, like, if Joshua ever casts a Doomsday, Nicole untaps robberies, the game ends. Exile all 6 of those cards. See you later.
But there's still 2 flashbacks in the deck, so it could still happen. And shipping it back Nicole's way. Nicole untaps, plays the Great Hall. Great Hall and then the Great Tank, figuring out what we want to do. And it is RIP.
Interesting. So Rest in Peace is weird in a matchup like this. It does stop Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah.
It air quotes stops it. Ooh, okay.
Oh,
never mind.
just kidding.
In the sense that it doesn't, the ability doesn't work. It's still a 4/4 for 4.
Yeah.
You know? So like, if you think of it as a 4/4 for 4 that made your opponent discard a card, spend 2 mana, that's not that bad. So.
Okay, but looks like that was not the play here. Interesting. Like, do you take out all your flashbacks if you're going to bring in Rest in Peace? I feel like you have to, right? Like, flashback's such a good card, but man, that's a nombo.
Yeah, I'm pretty low on Rest in Peace just on average in a matchup like this where like it's just not doing a ton, you know? And it turns off some elements of Joshua's deck, but they're not like mandatory elements.
Yeah.
You know?
Swallowed by Leviathan was ready to go to counter this one.
Got to mill 2 first, then count the cards in the graveyard.
Yep.
I'm sorry, not mill 2, Surveil 2.
Yep, Surveil 2 going to be an easy counter. The Oil Deep Gear Hulk, also kind of an interesting one. I feel like that is a lifelinker to me. Like, when I look at that card in the sideboard, I want that when lifelink matters.
It's funny. I think it's just a good card.
It is just a good card.
It's just a byproduct of the fact that standard is so large that, like, there's just so many options for playable cards. I think the card's great.
Okay.
It's good against aggro. It's good against combo. It's good against control. It's just a little, on raw power, a little lower than you might like.
Yeah.
But it's a really good card.
RIP is now here. Graveyards are gone. And, yeah, now no more. Superior Spider-Man is just a 4-mana 4/4.
Which is not good. But honestly, in a control matchup, just having anything you can play, it's almost like the rule of, like, bad, where, like, as happens in limited sometimes. So you play a card that's so bad, your opponent doesn't want to actually use a card to kill it, and it just sits there and chips away.
Hold on, partner. We have Cavern into Doomsday Excruciator. Yeehaw.
Doom.
And the libraries are gone. The Restless Reef's still around for Josiah, and the game has officially 100% changed. My goodness.
The game is afoot, yeah.
Yeah. I just don't picture how Nicole can win these games without a library. Like, it just feels way too tough. You know, unless you try to deck your opponent, and maybe that's possible here.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of those tools is gone, unfortunately, in the robbery. However, there are
Ancestral Recall is a time.
There are two recalls possible, and the 1 copy of Riverturn Monument.
Yep.
So there are some tools. It's going to be an unconventional win if it's there, though.
Oof. All right, there goes most of your library.
Double Demonic Tutor.
God, this might be a look at my library and concede because I don't have any tools.
I think I see 4 lands.
I think I saw 4 lands in 1 spell as well. I think it was like an inevitable defeat.
That's a problem.
Where did these cards go? Are they random? Or are they just rearrange your bottom? I don't think it matters with them all being lands anyways, but... So that should be 3 cards in library. It could be an Ancestral Recall for the W. Which would be cool.
That would be sweet, yeah.
And if not, if Josiah doesn't have such a thing, it's Animate the Reef, you know, make Nicole have it. So he must have something.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily mind this. Doomsday is getting into. Nicole has now lost 2 cards in libraries.
But now you do still die to just an Emeritus. But that is it. Joshua Griffith takes it down with 2 very timely Doomsday Excruciators. And, you know, who would have guessed? Black cards are still pretty good in Standard. We basically saw none of that color pair represented at the Pro Tour. And Dimir Excruciator is still an incredibly powerful deck. So it's nice to see it have a comeback here.
Yeah, and it's interesting that these decks, you know, the version that did well recently and last weekend was playing 2 Doomsdays. This version playing 3. It was 4. During the Pro Tour, when it was a more focal point of a deck. Kind of moved down to a Plan B a little bit. Plan B worked out just fine in those games.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, the deck came around to be because it was so good against rhythm decks, right? And rhythm decks are kind of having that comeback because they're good against the landfall decks. So, you know, if the more we go back and we kind of keep leveling, the more a deck like Doomsday Excruciator can be good again. Here in the metagame. So really fun stuff. We got another match here to show you here in round number 5. So let's head on down and see what we got cooking. We got Landon up top. We got Logan down below. And we got a control mirror. Nice.
Buckle up. Let's go.
I'm here for it.
All right, but two very different kind of control decks here. Honestly, in some ways, a similar match to the prior match where we have 4-color control, same idea, counter spells, so on and so forth, versus Landon, who is playing Deceit, Superior Spider-Man, playing Ancient Cornucopia, more of like a 5-color kind of tap-out control deck.
Okay. So, yeah, very, very different.
Yeah, we see Withering Curse, part of the plan here for Landon, using Ancient Cornucopia to gain a life and trigger the life gain mechanic. Rashaka's Bargain. Definitely going to be a grindy one.
Yeah, I do love a good bargain. That card is spicy.
Kind of nice to add some mana. It's the battle of the 3-mana rocks. We got dual decks, Ancient Cornucopia versus Tablet of Discovery.
Which one do you like more?
Tablet of Discovery.
Yeah, same.
Oh, my card to draw a card.
Tablet has felt so good, and it honestly is a bummer that loot is not, you know, that powerful anymore and not being played, because that is a heck of a card. And it is kind of wild to me that it's not being played anymore.
Yeah, both of these cards have their upsides.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in this matchup, the upside of drawing a card is better than buffering your life total.
Definitely.
You're playing against mono red, yeah, I'll take the Cornucopia.
Yeah.
But here, where it's all about time and cards, Tablet is going to be unbelievable.
I've just always looked at Ancient Cornucopia and just thought, like, oh, Niv Mizzet Bring to Light decks. Like, that's the spicy spot. When you're gaining 5 every turn and you play against some aggressive decks, it just looks so good. But inevitable defeat goes to take down the Ancient Cornucopia.
Little Witherbloom Charm, sack a permanent and draw 2, so no life loss or life gain from the defeat. Clever. And 2 life gain from the Cornucopia.
There you go.
Again, life total's not going to be that important in this matchup, but...
Look at that devastating exchange there.
Yep.
And just passing it back, it looks like. And we'll see what we got here. This list looking very close to what we saw from Nicole Tipple as far as this 4-color control list. A couple changes here and there. There is actually 1 resonating loot and 3 tablets, so had to add some spice there. I can appreciate that, Logan.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either, but I like it, but I wouldn't do it.
I mean, I think adding a loot is fine, but I think the 4th tablet is not negotiable. This is a tablet deck.
Have you considered Give Me the Loot?
Nope.
Okay.
What's that referencing?
I'm guessing you're not a fan of the Notorious B.I.G.
I like Big E, but
Okay.
I'm just not familiar with that exact one. So
It's a song. All right, going back to Landon's turn. All right, a good step or a good end step Jeskai Revelation answered by Quench, essentially Quandrix Charm.
Len trying to be charming up the feature match area here.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It is very spicy. I've seen some Sultai control decks around, and they've looked okay. You know, Emeritus and just being able to have a bunch of card advantage. It is very interesting. It's going to have some polarizing matchups, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's not a lot of counter magic in this deck. Post board, there's 2 negates, a stroke, and then the 1 Quandrix Charm, and that is it.
Wow. So that was a very timely charm, huh?
Yep. Oh, man. Consult, take a look. Consult's so good.
God, Consult just looks even better when you tap a tablet. And, well, I mean, we incorrectly paid for that. Are we not allowed? Well, I mean, we don't have double blue.
Oh my God, yeah. I just figured there'd be a blue amongst those lands.
Yep. Well, everyone, this is our backup feature. We cannot stop them. We now see it, but yeah.
It's very easy when you're playing a 4-color deck to look at your lands. Just
like I have the world.
Assume you have all your colors.
Yep.
But
that's a big whoopsie daisy there. And here we go. The Great Halls of the Biblioplex.
See, I don't like this. I think that in a game 1 scenario where your opponent has Requiting Hexes, Shoot the Sheriff, Witherbloom Charms, all these possible removal spells, I think animating a land this early in the game is just, what else could Landon have but one of these cards rotting in hand?
100%.
Not the worst exchange to exchange a land for a spell, but in a matchup like this, the lands are what's important.
I'm a big fan of this one, though.
Yep.
Because you can cast Ancestral Recall.
Ooh.
But ran right into the No More Lies here of Logan. 2 of those in the deck. And let's see what we got. Just a land tap. And this is just what control mirrors are all about. You know, you gotta love it.
Yeah, honestly,
Nothing like draw, go, control.
really rewards a player for being patient.
Yeah.
When you're playing against soft counter spells, you can kind of just chill.
Yeah.
You know.
And man, No More Lies' exile effect really coming into play here.
Yep.
That was either going to be an Emeritus or just a 4-mana 4/4.
That being said, 4/4 is not the worst here. Can't Lightning Helix it.
That's a fact.
And you want to be able to apply some pressure.
14 falls Logan. And Logan has been doing a lot of draw go. So presumably not that great of a hand. But this control deck does just play so many stock ups, so many Consult the Star Charts that whenever you find one of those spells, it's usually quite devastating. Deceit with both modes coming on down. Ooh, spicy, spicy. Bounce the Superior Spider-Man and discard a card. Only Day of Judgment in hand. Didn't want to bounce the tablet.
Like his play a lot.
I do too.
You know, threaten, but pace yourself.
Yep. And heading back to Landon.
You're going to make Logan deal with this deceit. If it's dealt with, naive Spider-Man with the deceit in the graveyard.
Pretty tempting to play the Spider-Man now, though, as it is a lethal attacker next turn, and you know Logan is in top deck mode.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I couldn't resist, that's for sure. 9 damage coming back. Does Logan have any response to it?
So many lands in play. They're all so nice.
Yeah. It is nice. I mean, the mana base in Standard is quite good right now. You can do a lot.
Yep.
You know, there was a spot where 3-color mana bases were kind of brutal. And honestly, like the Mardu discard deck, there's some awkwardness there. You run into some brutal draws at times. But for the most part, you can kind of do whatever you want here in Standard as far as your mana goes.
Yeah, there are color pairs that have worse mana bases. The allied color pairs lacking a fast land.
Yeah.
But
that does always feel a little strange when it's like some of the color pairs have worse mana, but that's the puzzle that you got to solve in deck building when you're on a pro team and stuff. It's pretty fun.
All right.
From the top ropes. But Logan did decide to wait till Landon drew another card, so if we did find any kind of permission, which I guess what you were alluding to is there's not a lot of counter magic for game 1, like at all.
Oh, in the main deck, it's the 1 Quantum Shard.
Okay,
so
okay.
Post-board, there's negates and stuff. But
yeah. So this is going to resolve. And it's going to look pretty good.
Yeah. Little life buffer, which is really important.
All right.
Interesting question here. Do you bounce the Spider-Man? I like bouncing the tablet.
Yeah, I actually like that too.
I don't think bouncing a Spider-Man's particularly great because you're going to have to deal with the deceit in some way.
Yeah, and 4 damage upstairs like kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm with you. 4 damage to Spider-Man and bounce the tablet is what I would have done.
I mean, if you want to bounce Spider-Man and then 4 damage to the deceit and block it, but again, you're just putting deceit in the graveyard for the Spider-Man. So
yeah, no, I don't like that play as much either. So yeah, I'm with you. Tablet would be back in my hand.
Just work that tablet, you know?
Yeah. It's an incredible card.
So good. Like, I can't recall a mana rock that has drawn a card before. Maybe you have to sacrifice it like Mind Stone.
Yeah.
You know, but as far as a mana rock that just produces card advantage naturally, like, wow.
Yeah, not many of them at all, that's for sure.
Withering Curse time. -2, -2.
Get that monk out of there. And now you got to look like, you know, Logan had the revelation. It was great. If those 2 cards aren't that amazing, you're kind of back in the same brutal spot where otherwise you have a tablet, so you at least have 1 more draw step. And your opponent's at 22 instead of 18. But let's see. Logan's seen 3 fresh new cards since the last turn, so presumably has a decent amount of stuff to do. Great Hall of the Biblioplex coming on down.
Yeah, I mean,
and a pass.
Now life up for it's not lethal anymore. Great Hall can jump in if necessary.
Revelation number 2. No. A huge hit. Down to 4 for Logan. Yikes.
Yep. Need a little more than this.
Yeah.
You know, if Landon is sitting on a card or two, is a decent chance to just a removal spell that has had no target yet.
You would think so.
You'd be right.
Bitter Triumph cleans it up. The Hall is gone.
A lot of big draws for Logan here.
Oh, yeah.
Stock Up, Consult, Day of Judgment, Revelation, Flashback. Like,
another tablet.
huge draws.
Plenty of redraws. Helix upstairs.
I don't know if I love that.
I don't either. What if you draw a second Helix?
It doesn't actually change the clock in an appreciable way.
And you have enough mana.
Right, and now drawing on a burn spell that could have doubled up.
Yeah.
Could be awkward.
If you draw another Helix, it feels very bad. Or if you draw that.
Yep.
Yeah. Immediately animate that. Block to seat. Helix it post, at end step.
Yep.
Boom. This time, surely it's going to work.
I mean,
that Helix would have looked great.
If a chump block is considered working, yes. Yeah, all right, down to 3.
Is there the Helix? No. Yeah, now
Big draws.
Let's see what Logan found. So many big draws. 2 red is a good start. Oh, that's a stock up if I've ever seen one.
Boom.
5 cards, assuredly one of them's got to be a revelation, right?
Decent chance. Some red cards, then a tablet.
That looks like a flashback. That's a revelation. Is this a sleight of hand trick?
No, stock up is in any order. So
Okay.
I'm not sure why half the cards are in any order and half the cards are in a random order.
To keep you guessing.
I wish they were all random.
Yeah, to keep you guessing.
Because usually I just randomize it every time anyway.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate to ask. Would you like to cut the cards that are going on the bottom? I hate it.
I never ask that, and I'm insulted when people ask me.
I'm going to ask you every time.
I'm insulted when I play you anyway, so.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, tablet comes down, gets a land, and as far as I saw, there's flashback revelation.
You get your eyes checked.
There must not be flashback in revelation, huh?
Yeah.
I swear there was a flashback as one of those cards, but maybe I was wrong.
I thought I saw it too, but maybe it was different.
Maybe it was a tablet. I mean, that is what we played. So interesting stuff regardless. We're going to be heading on to game number 2. Landon Quick taking that down in a long game there. Starting with Logan, we got 1 Abrade, 1 Flash Freeze, 3 High Noon, 2 Negates, 2 Pest Controls, 3 Pyroclasm, 2 Rest in Peace, and 1 Return the Favor.
Yeah, not a lot here. A lot of small ball stuff. Pest Control, Pyroclasm, but isn't really particularly relevant here. Again, a card like Rest in Peace, you're turning off the 3 copies of Superior Spider-Man. It's really it. Not particularly exciting. Not a High Noon matchup. Flash Freeze has not that many targets. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what Return the Favor does. If you can tell me.
I believe that is the you can copy a spell from your opponent.
Oh, the spree spell.
Yes.
That one will be really good here.
Yeah, I would think so too. This is where you can copy the spell and you can change it.
I've cast that card recently in Strixhaven Limited.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that one looks pretty great. But otherwise, the rest of the board is not particularly adept at what's going on here. And there are cards that come out. Cards like Requiting Hex and so on. So not a great amount of tools, but some kind of things that can come in and come out, and then of course the two negates as well.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but you can pay 4 for Return the Favor, and you can get 2 Ancestral Recalls when your opponent tries to Ancestral Recall?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes.
I'm in then.
Yes.
Target me and me. 6 cards, no big deal. Okay. From the other side, from From Landon side, we have 1 Arcane Omens, 1 Black Cat Cunning Thief, 2 Cavernous Souls, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Duress, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 2 Negates, 1 Petrified Hamlet, 1 Professor Delny Fell, 2 Strategic Betrayals, and 1 Yeager, Eater of the All.
Much better tools here for Landon.
Yeah.
Arcane Omens, Cavern of Souls, Disdainful Stroke, Duress, Negate, Planeswalker. You know,
Planeswalker, any Planeswalker, get in here.
Yeah, a lot of tools here, and you can kind of take out those the hexes, shoot the sheriffs. Kind of these poor removal spells can come out and really, really clean up. I think the matchup gets much better for Landon in post board.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. And being up a game already, gonna be a tough match here from Logan. But hey, that's why we play the games, that's for sure. So before we get too far into it, let's talk about Secrets of Strixhaven, our newest set here. A lot of fun to draft. There's a lot of fun stuff for standard, modern, other kind of formats as well. So if you want to order this, do some drafting with your friends, or just collect some singles, you can head on over to starcitygames.com/MTG-SOS to check some stuff out here. What's been your favorite school to draft so far?
Quandrix plus Prismari plus whatever.
Yeah, okay. Just a teamer concoction?
Yeah, I think like base Quandrix splashing stuff.
Yeah.
Is a great place to be, you know.
Soup, as we call it, huh?
Not even like that's soupy, more like just, I mean, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
I hate that term. I feel like
that's fair.
It's co-opted into like basically any mishmash of a deck.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We don't have a title for this, call it soup.
Right, exactly. But yeah, great stuff, lots of fun.
Yeah, very true. So back into it here. We have a Surveilled Emeritus. That's pretty good. When you have Superior Spider-Man, huh?
Yeah, not too shabby.
Yeah, not bad. That looks like 5 mana to me for a 4/4 flyer and cast Ancestral Recall right away. Especially since we have No More Lies that got dealt with immediately. Well, let's get stocked up.
Yeah, of course. No More Lies in the Duress. Not ideal. You're just still trading 1 for 1, but hiding the information.
Yep. Ooh, there's Tablet. I did see the Return the Favor. It could happen. I'm taking that off the pure chance that it could be happen on camera alone.
Return the Favor is nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Return the Favor is also a pretty strong argument in favor of the limited format, where it's a card that you actively want sometimes. You know, countering or redirecting a Math Magics.
Yeah.
A big traumatic critique. You know, pretty fun stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a Storm deck with Brain Freeze.
Ooh.
Where I was copying. I was copying Brain Freeze. Just you don't get storm counters and stuff, but you still can do more stuff with it.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
That is nice. I'm a fan. I think if you copied the Paradigm cards, like I think it goes off for you or something. There's one cute interaction with Return the Favor and those Paradigm spells, but I forgot exactly how it worked.
I agree with you and also don't exactly recall. So.
Either way, not relevant. Landon does go main phase Consult before playing a land. You got to think that means, well, we needed that land. Plays the Cavern and heads on the way. And here is Tablet of Discovery. And, ooh, look at that, a land.
So good.
So good when you hit.
Oh, my God, so good. What a turn 4.
My goodness, we are doing it. Logan is stocked up.
Yeah, turn 3, stock up. Turn 4, Tablet, stock up, playing a land.
Oh, yeah.
You're up so many cards. I can't even count that high.
Yeah, exactly. All right, get out your Fisher-Price calculator.
Boop, 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 boop. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, doot, doot.
Error.
Number too large.
All right, looks like that is on Elemental for Cavern. Stock Up has found some more Magic cards, and let's see, do we got a discard? Nope. 7 Exaxes.
Great start for Logan.
Yep. Found the land that was probably needed there from Landon. And let's see what we got. That's Deceit. I have these cards.
Surprisingly modest for so many stock ups.
Yeah, no kidding. That's a lot of lands. I mean, probably taking that Revelation, huh?
Yeah, borrowing a negate in hand or some sort of sheet counter spell, yes.
Yeah, you just have Quandrix Charm and be like, God. I hope you don't cast this Jeskai Revelation right now.
Hope you don't draw your 5th land that I can see face up on the table. Oh, no, I made a mistake. Oh, what am I ever going to do?
Oh, God. Shucks. What is Revelation? How many monks do you get? All right. No Hollywooding there. The 3 lands are safe. See which one of the spells. And wow, the inevitable defeat has been selected. See what the other follow-up is, and it is nothing. Gotta lead yourself to believe that there's a counterspell here, huh?
Be a pretty cool bluff if there wasn't.
Yeah.
You know, be a very creative way to make your opponent not cast Revelation for a long time. The problem is, why take defeat? What's so important about this defeat?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So, I mean, if I'm Logan, I'm probably starting with a Rest in Peace. And then playing land for Sengo and holding up Consult. That'd be my play here. Because Rest in Peace prevents... I mean, if you have inevitable defeat, the thing that I would be afraid of is Superior Spider-Man on Emeritus. Or on a Deceit, but decides not to go for it. I mean, the last thing I'm doing here is firing off that Revelation. That's for sure.
Yep. Can't disable Stroke Consult. Can't negate it.
Negate. Get that one out of there. Solid negate. Got to think Landon has a couple of counter spells ready to go.
Yeah, so that was pretty quick. So Landon, of course, knows Revelation is there. And of course, Landon missed land drops. Missed land drop this turn and was threatening to on previous turns. Has a handful of spells.
Yep.
Every little context clue got to be picking up as the game goes on.
Yeah, and honestly, the best players in the world are picking up on clues that you know, players bleed information on every single turn. And the best players know how to minimize that. And the best players also know how to pick up on it.
Wow.
Stocking up once again. I'm looking for 2 spells if I'm Logan. Since we are just kind of flooded already.
Any matchup like this, the mana advantage is so important.
Yes.
You know, being able to do multiple things, threaten things in the end step, have counter spells up.
God, I feel like I saw 2 Jeskai Revelations there, but we'll see. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, that would definitely overload whatever Landon's got going on over here.
I'm still looking to fire off I want to fire this off as that graveyard scares me with an Emeritus hanging around.
Ooh, mini consult.
Okay, trying to find something specific. Like what though?
Land 5.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like I don't know if that's, you don't have a lot of pressure on you yet.
Yeah.
And
It's
like,
tough.
Yeah.
And the thing is that Logan now has time to set up, you know, finding extra lands to be able to win a counter war of Revelation. Can find the uncounterable land, you know, so I think Revelation in hand is pressuring in that regard.
That's fair. Looks like land 5 is found. The turn 10 tap land you always love.
Better than no land.
Yeah, that's true. Send the Awaken the Honored Dead to the yard. To exile, I should say. And thinking about a tap for 3. Deceit, number 2. How many Revelations you got?
Only 2.
Only 2.
Has the village also, though.
That is good.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was scared of. So being able to set up the way to force the Revelation. And this ahead on mana, that first Revelation is going to be absolutely backbreaking. Even if it comes down to just bouncing a tap land on Landon's side.
Yeah, get that Mortuary back to your hand. Enjoy your Surveil. Yeah, it looks great to me.
Yep. It's game time.
I'm going to play this Village and say go. Dang, all this land, nothing to do, Jim.
I mean, I think I'm saying go and then upkeep bouncing this.
Ooh, upkeep, huh?
Bounce the land. You can say it against bounce every spell they play, but.
Yeah, I'm probably waiting.
I just like it. I like it Stone Rain, Corey. All right.
Yeah, you do. And then your opponent plays like land 5 that's untapped and drops Emeritus, and you draw 2 lands, and you're like, well, that was stupid.
Listen, I don't want to be right. I just want to be.
Don't worry, you're not.
I want to be right. All right.
Okay.
Can't turn down a good Stone Rain.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, yeah. Uncounterable. Wait a minute. That's not how that works.
Yep.
That isn't either. There we Yeah!
Third time's a charm.
Okay. Now, let's go. What are we bouncing now? Ancient Cornucopia? Probably looks better than a land now, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Especially with no land play this turn.
Yeah.
Uncounterable thanks to Mistrise Village.
Yep. God, I hate that land. You know what it reminds me of?
What?
Boseiju back in the day. That card. The one where you had to, like, pay 2 life.
It was pay 3.
Was it pay 3?
And it
Okay.
came to tapped. And it tapped for colorless.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
that's power crept Boseiju there.
yeah, I mean, Boseiju was a card you really had to mean. You know? You
Yeah.
couldn't just, like, toss it in your deck.
Yeah, yeah,
So-
yeah.
But yeah, it was very annoying for those, like, you know, big spell combo decks.
For sure. I remember it was a lot of, like, greater good sack your Eternal Dragon while being uncounterable. I lost to that kind of stuff a lot.
Yosei, tap all your lands.
Exactly, yep.
Some folks remember.
The real ones remember, for sure.
Yep.
Looks like this was a Quandrix Charm to destroy the Rest in Peace. The classic conundrum of, does my card
Right.
get exiled? I feel like half the time it does. Be like damage base, it doesn't. Destroy, it does. I don't know. I call a judge every time and figure it out.
Yeah, the answer is that
Maybe.
Rest in Peace is destroyed while the Quandrix Charm is still in its sack. It sees its own effect. Then when the charm resolves, it goes to the graveyard. Rest in Peace is no longer there.
Ah, you do just want to be right. Oh, okay.
I had to get one in, all right?
Yeah, there we go.
You know,
There we go.
Every once in a while, I got to be right, you know, so.
I hope you were wrong so bad there. It would have just been the greatest moment.
I could be. Who knows, you know?
Chat knows.
'Cause
And
I-
they're telling you right now, I
Because
assume.
I know the interaction. I've called the judge on that a dozen times.
Yeah.
Abrupt decay on the Rest in Peace. What happens again, Judge?
Oh,
I think I know, but.
for me, it was a lot of unholy heating of Dothy.
Sure.
Like, yeah, where does this one go?
Yep.
Scholars are still actually trying to figure it out to this day.
Let me get my calculator out.
Is that it? No, no.
It's something. Now, the cool thing here is how fast this control deck can turn the corner.
Yes.
But you have the 2 monks and the prowess-esque effect of the land, and the burn spells of the deck too. It can really kind of just go whoom and kill you in 2 turns.
Yes. All right, Awaken the Honored Dead's coming on down, and it's gone. But it did get to gain life. It is a cast trigger off the Ancient Cornucopia, so that's pretty nice.
Yep.
And now the pressure is on, in air quotes here from Logan, but with the Ancient Cornucopia kind of negating some of this minor damage. Oh, no attack with the Great Hall, huh?
Wants all the mana.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Okay.
So this is 8, 9, 10, 11 mana for spells.
I think I saw 3 land and an Inevitable Betrayal in hand from Logan.
Interesting. I was thinking outrageous robbery. Yeah, that's what I see also.
Yeah.
3 lands and a defeat. Interesting.
Oh, because you need the black mana to cast it off the Great Hall. Okay, I see.
Oh, there's no black lands in play. All right, perfect.
Yep,
there
yep,
you go.
yep.
See, there we go. Like last game, you know, it was a little bit of a blue mana conundrum. Here, the same thing. You see all the
Yeah.
colored lands, you just assume the colors are there.
Yep, you really do. But you know what else is there? Ancestral Recall!
Woo!
That creature is indeed prepared, and you can just fire it off right away.
Now, you're going to wait, because there are 4 cards in it from Logan, and when you play against a control deck, we can see their 3 lands.
Yeah.
You're playing against a control deck, you have no idea.
Yeah, we'll see if it
well,
gets fired off here.
This is going to force the issue.
Yeah, I can't imagine you wouldn't go for it.
Yep.
Target me.
You don't use it, you lose it.
Yep, yep, yep. And you do not actually have to pay the ward. Can't be countered. That does negate a ward ability. Not that we needed it right now, but hey, here we are. You know, when you got your 6 mana threat destroyed, but you also got to recall, that's a heck of an exchange for you no matter what.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
As long as you don't die here.
That's
Yeah.
true. And is that Emeritus supposed to be... Oh, it does exile. Okay, never mind. All right, let's see.
Something like stock up or all right.
Oh my God, it's Lightning Helix. All right, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage total with the Lightning Helix.
Not quite enough.
Yeah, it was just a good chunk. You know what? You got to respect Logan's handwriting there on his boogie board. That's my handwriting as well. Only I can read what my life total says.
Oh, that's handwriting.
That is, yes.
Oh, that was the Fisher-Price art set.
No, that is my exact handwriting as well. So I respect that, Logan.
So you're an artist?
yeah, I'm something. I'm something. All right, Ancient Cornucopia gains 1. Up to 4 should be to Landon. And now Professor gains... Okay, yeah. Presumably, Landon said no to the first one, yes to the second. You do get to choose.
Yeah, you don't have to gain the lives. You can find a better, more colorful spell to cast.
Exactly.
Being said, the Planeswalker here doesn't look particularly exciting in the face of 3 creatures.
It does not.
And it's interesting because Logan does not have a lot going on. It just lands in hand, but... Threats are in play, and Landon's kind of, the recall could have been more fruitful, it looks like. So
yeah.
These monks.
They've been doing some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 stock up here or something. You got to think this game could be over.
Yep.
Also, are you shocked to see Lightning Helix still in the deck?
A little bit.
A little bit. Doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, a little bit.
You might just not have enough cards to take out.
As we were saying, there's aren't many cards to bring in. Like the 2 negates, maybe return the favor. I don't know. There's not much, You got fire magic. So there's more cards to cut than to take out.
Yeah, that's fair. So. I don't know. I'd rather have pest control. It cycles.
I mean, that can turn the corner sometimes, but I think I agree with you.
Yeah. All right, Deceit says, here's my uncastable inevitable defeat that can't be cast. So you get that. You get to kill a monk, and huge advantage to Landon.
It's kind of incredible
to win this so far.
That Logan has like 11 lands in play and no black.
And yeah, no kidding. And has stocked up and charted the course so much. Just cannot find the goods. All right, Logan's doing it.
I'll just activate my Mistrise Village.
Yeah, your turn.
No reason.
Like, yes. I mean, what can you really do about it?
Not too much.
Got some kind of stifle ability. Hello, it's Just Guy Revelation. Interesting to fire it off immediately here, huh? I guess you want to just find more cards, maybe another stock up or something.
Yeah, I think drawing cards here seems fine.
Also, yeah, you could just win the game, huh?
Yep.
Are you bouncing into the seat? That's risky.
That's tough. Wow, I got to go for it. Okay, love it.
Bounce. 4 upstairs. Monk just needs a spell to win, but Landon can have a lot of things.
So, I think it's for Landon. Literally any spell is at least 2 life.
Yeah.
All right, some big draws here.
Okay. Let's see, an attack for 2?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I see that 1. That's a clear 1.
Where?
It's in the middle.
Oh, of course.
Yep, it's just written.
Yeah.
Everything else, couldn't tell you. But that 1 is pretty clear. The thing about Cornucopia, though, is it's not 1 for long.
Yeah.
And now we can see this Deceit come back down, gain 4 life.
So good. Oh. No. 6 life. Bang.
And uncounterable, too. That was a risky choice on Logan's part to bounce the Deceit. It really got over broke, trying to win the game on the spot. But now,
if you have another Jessica Revelation in hand or something, you feel horrifically bad. Oh, never mind.
Just Lance.
Logan just hasn't drawn a spell, in a while.
Since 1993.
1993. So you can see the 1993 there. It's on the bottom left.
Oh, yeah. It was the time travel coordinates. That's what it was. The fine line between brilliance and madness,
Exactly. All right. Passes after playing the Great Hall of Biblioplex.
This is a rough game for Logan.
This has been a crazy match, to be honest. All right. 6 mana. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to take a peek at your hand. I'm going to gain 6 life. Is that good? Oh, you drew another land.
Wow. Well, found the black sources.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the Great Hall, so. But now lands at 13 because the cornucopia.
Yeah.
It's so funny because like the cornucopias, in theory, aren't good in the matchup because life shouldn't be a relevant axis.
Yeah.
Except here.
I mean, when you get your opponent down to 1, it ends up being a little bit. Oh my God! Come on, Logan, we're feeling for you, buddy. This is brutal here.
Yeah, that's a Helix on top. That's got to go.
Yeah, it's like, what once was a great card. Oh yeah, yep. And passes. Landon now feeling confident enough to get in there. Perfect information as well. I mean, you definitely got to play the Thundering Falls when you draw it.
Yeah, and then, of course, any spell is between 3 and 9 life.
Oh, how about 9?
9 sounds pretty good.
Just 3 mana, gain 9 life, stock up. No big deal. Now Landon's having a great time.
He's Logan's here too.
Yeah, yeah. I can't tell if Logan's like just kind of accepting this or internally like tilting off the face of the earth. I think I'd be a little tilted. He has drawn a lot of lands.
Until you draw the 4th Revelation.
I don't even know if it's good anymore.
I mean, it's got to be the best draw,
Landon's
right?
at 22, Jim. 22. Not mere turns ago. You see that 1 in the middle? He was at 1.
I lost it. It's now lost in the mix.
It's a Where's Waldo of numbers, yeah. Okay, Professor's here.
Oh, boy. That's 6 more life. Wow.
All right. What do we got? I hope for Logan, it's either a Jeskai Revelation, first and foremost, or another land.
Right.
Just for complaint equity from your buds, you know?
Complaint equity is a very important magical concept.
It's important at dinner, yeah. Okay, uncounterable just in case.
If you're going to lose, if you're going to get unlucky, you might as well lose and get unlucky big.
All right, up to 28. Now 31. You can put a sideways 8 up there, I think, at this point. 4 more mana. Oh, my goodness. That looks like a superior emeritus of ideation. Deceit, that works too. Are you going to bounce? No bounce.
Going to bounce the Planeswalker and play it again, draw a card maybe.
Yeah, or bounce the tablet and get it out of there.
I would not bounce tablet.
Well,
I'll discard it too, right?
Yeah.
Right. I guess there's no other card to discard, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. Landon's having the time of his life.
You know what it is?
Huh.
Landon has the win a game at 50 life bingo space. On his bingo card.
Okay.
So he's got to get to 50.
Okay. I like it. You got to have goals here in the feature match area.
Yep.
I want to see the negative on the Professor, too. Whenever you get, I mean, that is a combo. When Ancient Cornucopia with the Professor, emblem.
You missed a land drop from Logan.
Oh, he finally found land 15?
Yeah, finally did.
Well, huge condolences there to Logan Snyder. He drew all the lands in his deck. That was very unfortunate, but really cool Sultai control deck as well. That was fun.
Yeah, super. Yeah. Cornucopia is a card I'm a huge fan of.
Me too. Yeah.
I think that in a controlling deck like that, being able to ramp and then gain life and stabilize is so good.
Yeah.
Life gain, on its own, not very exciting. When you staple it to another effect like that,
yeah,
and you have to keep doing it over and over again, that's sweet.
And yeah, the life gain even in our metagame, like prowess just kills you by so much. Landfall literally will count to 100 sometimes. So yeah, maybe Ancient Cornucopia is not at the best spot generally, but it looked pretty good when you went from 1 to 43.
Yeah,
I must say. So. All right, everyone, that's going to do it here for round number 5. We're going to take the shortest of breaks, and we'll be right back for round number 6 here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Don't go anywhere. Beep, boop, 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 boop. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of the U.S. Regional Championship in beautiful Cincinnati, Ohio. Corey Baumeister, the one and only Jim Davis here, ready to bring you round number 6. And we got a spicy one here. I am really excited to see this deck on coverage once again. We got Mardu Discard, which has looked really, really fun. So players are sitting down already, so we'll pull up that deck list real quick and see the different choices that we have. This is by Jordan. Jordan Selznick playing Mardu Discard, and then up against Ian Wolf on Is It Spelementals. Walk us through Jordan's deck.
Yeah, this looks very similar to what we saw last weekend. The big addition here, practiced offense, the ability to kind of have a real big swing and gain some life back. Deck doesn't block super well with cards like Bloodghast and so on. So just kind of doing the thing. It looks more like a modern deck than a standard deck. You know, very, very high synergy, very high ceiling, has a low floor also. So it needs to be able to kind of reliably do the thing, but has the tools. The downside here is because of the matchup, cards like Requiting Hex and I guess there's no Burst Lightning here, but these Requiting Hexes are not quite the interaction they're looking for.
We need to discard cards anyways, no problem. I guess you don't want to discard the spells as much, but whatever. Let's see Jordan's opponent here. We got Ian Wolf here playing Is It Spelementals. Both players are 5-0, by the way, so this is a match to get into day number 2 straight away. Walk us through this version.
Yeah, just Spelementals, pretty standard here. Just the usual Spelemental core of Crab, Hearth Elemental, going into Sunderflock, removal spells, kind of a similar plan, just kill things the first few turns, get that graveyard full, and then get the big guys down.
Okay, well, sounds great. Sounds like our players are ready in the feature match area, so we're going to head on down right now and not waste any more times and see who's going to be a 6-0 player here in Cincinnati. Ian Wolf on the bottom, Jordan up top. Looks like Mardu on the play. That's pretty big, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think that this game's going to be decided by the first few turns, how well Ian's able to manage the board.
Yeah.
Once Sunderflock gets into play, and then you look into the range of that. This is huge. Having the 3 damage spell for the Cecil, monumental. So if removal lines up well, things look pretty good for Ian. Get Sunderflock down, mop his board up, and get it done. But if Jordan can avoid that,
very true. And Ian Wolf, got to give a big shout out. The receivables there. Shout out to the GOATs, Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan. Gotta love them. I think we're all huge fans of that pair, both in the booth and their show that they had, of course.
And Pat Chapin now, who stood in now for Cedric. I was listening to that receivables literally on the way to the airport. The Odyssey edition just came out.
Ooh.
Love them.
Okay, I actually haven't checked out the new edition yet since no Cedric there. Cedric took a job over at Wizard, so big props to him. But the absolute GOATs for sure. Here's Iron Shield Elf coming in for 3. Marauding Mako coming down as a little bit more pressure. And Jordan's got a follow-up, it looks like. Oh, God, another Iron Shield Elf.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the Impractical Joke, this game would already be over, I think. Having the 3 damage spell on turn 1 for the 1-drop. But now, all right, that's pretty cute.
Oh.
So
let's one go.
Yes, this is actually the reliability of these elves. You know, it's safe for now.
Yeah.
But Jordan's out. Jordan's tapped out of cards. So if he can kill this other elf, quite the mop-up.
Yeah, no kidding. Prismari Charm is devastating when you hit the elf. Even if you don't kill either of the Iron Shield elves, you still make them discard 2 cards. It's still a 2-for-1.
Yeah, wow, this is...
Jordan Hellbent here, top deck. Just take a guess what he drew. Just take a guess. What's the worst possible draw you could find? Just top deck the Requiting Hex here.
Okay, sure. There we go. Yeah. I mean, like I was saying in the intro, if Ian's able to control the board for the first few turns, that has been done to an unbelievable extent. Far greater than I ever thought possible, honestly.
Poor Bloodghast. Come on. Don't even tap it down. It can't block.
Yeah, leave him alone.
Leave him alone. Eddie Merc Crab coming on in.
Yeah, and now we're at the stage of the game where, you know, the Mardu discard deck is kind of out of gas. Those engines really aren't online, and Ian just cooking. We see Sunderflock in hand also.
Drew a Spell Snare there. I like it. The deck's pretty much all 2-drops.
Yeah.
Sunderflock, get that one out of there.
Wow.
And, yeah, I mean, Jordan Selznick here has a family, so Ian Wolf got to chill out a bit, huh?
Yeah.
It's been an absolute beating here, game 1. Must have saw some mulligans. You know, this is not enough cards up here, you know?
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, oh my God. Like I was saying earlier, you know, the quantity of cards matters so much in this discard deck.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the cards are. There need to be physical pieces of cardboard to discard.
Which does mean the deck does not mulligan well.
Right.
It really does not. So, not a deck you want to be sending. To be fair, though, it also plays a lot of cards that are kind of in the same similar vein. So if you have 4 lands, 3 spells, or, you know, 3 lands, 4 spells, you're keeping, almost assuredly. You disagree?
I'm going to push back on that because they got to be the right cards.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you've got, you know, Bloodghast.
Oh, you snap that one off,
you know,
yeah.
Whatever, you know, cool or Requiting Hex. If it's Bloodghast, Hex 4 lands, you can't keep that.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So it doesn't do anything,
fair.
you know. So you need to have the right cards too, which is tough.
All right, fine. Your calculations here with your Fisher-Price calculators came up correct. So.
It's got to work out.
Yeah. All right, so now we'll talk about the sideboard here. We'll start with Jordan. And Jordan's sideboard here, we got 1 Bitter Triumph, 3 Deathmark. I've seen a lot more Deathmarks than I thought we would. But, you know, it is a heck of a sideboard card, that's for sure. 2 Intimidation Tactics, 2 Leyline of the Void, 2 Slag Storms, 2 Strategic Betrayals, and 3 Voice of Victory.
So there are some big ones here. Leyline of the Void has the luxury of not being able to be spell snared.
Oh.
And as you said about this Spellmental deck, if you're able to get a Rest in Peace / Leyline effect in play, make those crabs and elementals cost their actual costs, it is monumental in slowing this deck down.
The deck's unplayable at that point, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It becomes a really bad blue-red control deck. And Leyline is a card that you literally can't even counter or interact with in any way at all if it's in your opening hand. And there only are 2. So that's clearly coming in. Betrayal also very nice as well here as a way to exile the graveyard and kill 1 big threat. Tactics can kind of do that too. Tactics is weird because there only are 12 creatures in the Spellmental deck. So there aren't a lot of hits, but if you can time it right, you can often get a big hit. So there are tools for Jordan. And they are pretty good ones. Okay,
sounds good. And then Ian Wolf's side, we got 2 Abrade, 2 Annul, 2 Broadside Barrage, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Get Out, 2 Hydroman Fluid Felon, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns.
Not nearly as much, you know. Soul Guide Lantern is it can remove a Bloodghast. It can do a little bit, but I don't really love that kind of effect against a deck like this.
Okay.
It is Cycle, which is fine, you know, as well, but. Realistically, there's not a ton here, you know. You can't annul a Leyline of the Void.
I feel like you need Rouse just as a counterplay to Leylines, though, right? Like
that is kind of the awkward issue.
They're not great, but I mean, man, you just lose to that card if it's in hand, right?
Yeah, and Hydroman can. The question when you're building Spellmentals is often, what's my sideboard plan going to be against Graveyard Hate as far as having a non-graveyard threat?
Yeah.
Raw does seem pretty bad against this deck.
It does not seem great.
Hydroman seems okay on the play.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. Being able to go Hydroman into Spell Snare, for example, is very, very good.
Oh, that's spicy.
So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I don't want to say this game is going to hinge entirely on Leyline of the Void, but I think Jordan's win rate goes up by about 35 to 40% if there's an opening hand Leyline of the Void.
I mean, I remember, you know, Andrew Ellenbogen, you know, one of the team members on the Boulder for the Pro Tour, whereas its Spellmentals came out, was just saying, we fold to Rest in Peace. Just folded to it. Yep. You know, that was at that time. There was not the plan B because, well, there wasn't that many Rest in Pieces around.
Right.
So it's very safe to assume that you still kind of fold to that card. You know, I mean, I guess you can do a little bouncing. Now there's so many Prismari Charms, you can actually just bounce the Leyline. That's actually not so bad, right? Prismari Charm is not a tool that they had at that Pro Tour.
That's true. There's a little variety there.
Yeah. So, all right. So looking at our newsletter here, y'all. Jim, walk us through this. I know you love newsletters.
No, I hate newsletters.
Well, you love this one.
I know. It's one of the few newsletters I'm actually on. I think it might even be the only newsletter that I'm on, to be totally honest.
Yeah, that's true.
And, yeah, it's great. You want to hear new Magic news. You want to know what's going on with events, with sales, just news in the community. You know, some new secret layers coming out. There's a new banning, whatever else it might be. It's all in there. You know, you get 1 or 2 emails per week, which is good enough for me. And I sign up for it at starcitygames.com/newsletter and never miss an event.
Oh, yeah.
If you're sitting home right now, man, I live in Cleveland. I could have been in Cincinnati. Could have driven out there. I didn't know about it, though.
Yeah.
Be in the know.
Be in the know. And then you get just more words from Nick Miller and stuff, too, who's the absolute GOAT of coverage, you know? Like
Nick is the GOAT.
Yeah, absolutely. So, check that out. Let's head on back to the game here. Let's see what we got. Looks like we got a little mulligan here, this time from Ian Wolf. Only fair, right?
Yeah, definitely only fair.
Yeah.
I like how in some games you can just feel it.
Yeah.
Where maybe you forget you mulligan, or you're not watching a game. You're like, I'm just not having enough cards here. What's going on? Oh yeah, I mulligan to 6 or 5. Or
Yes,
like,
yes.
It's not like a knowledge thing; it's a feel thing, and that game felt very mulligan-y.
See, I just don't do that, and then I'm like, if I don't play my second land, I was like, well, I mean, what could I have done?
Yeah.
I'm mulligan? Ugh. Not a chance. Okay, no ley line. Moon Shadow has come on down, and we do have Land Spell Snare as an option here for Ian Wolf, and most importantly, no ley line.
Yep. Spyglass Canal conceals it pretty well also. And again, same as last game. Last game, Ian was able to answer literally everything, every step of the way with the perfect answer.
Yeah.
Can Ian do that again?
God, there's some train wreck scenarios for Jordan here. Like, if we just go, like, Moon Shadow go, the Prismari Charm to deal 2. If you just play a 2-drop here, it gets spell snared. Like, there's a lot of things that can go very wrong for Jordan here based on this play.
I think it's a Voice of Victory.
Voice of Victory, okay. I mean, get that one out of there. Gotta counter that one. What a back-breaking spell snare. Turns out that card's good.
Spell snares, yeah.
So
Love
good.
it.
All right, now a really interesting choice here for me and Wolf. I think this really shows his understanding of the deck. He mulliganed and saw 3 lands and said, you know what, I don't need that 3rd land. Got that one out of there, and now just has 2 lands and is looking to find the other land. It might not work out for him, but just kind of shows he's like, I need the spells. The lands will come.
Yeah, has the Burst Lightning. I guess there isn't really a way you can get punished with the Burst Lightning by not killing Moonshadow now. There's no, like, instant speed way to put a card in the graveyard, barring casting a spell. So
now you probably got to kill it.
Yeah, so, okay, sure. So initially my gut reaction was like, let's just kill this Moonshadow before it gets any bigger, but good knowledge of the deck list here. Not really, there isn't really anything to punish you, so don't give Jordan the information of knowing that it's going to be killed.
God, my gut reaction was just take 2 and cast Flow State for just the front half, and then Burst Lightning plus Flow State the following turn. But my play would have got wrecked because this Iron Shield Elf could have grown that Moonshadow out of range pretty easily.
That's a lot of Flow States.
Yeah. And, oh no, just as I was saying, heads up for maybe not keeping the 3rd land and trying to get flooded, I think we now bricked on the 3rd land after flow stating. So naturally, of course, Ian should have kept that 3rd land, right?
Listen, live by the Isn't sword, die by the Isn't sword.
Yes.
If you're a cantrip player in this or any format, you know the pains where, most of the time you're going to hit it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't.
And that's just unlucky. That's not variance. That's just outright unlucky if it happens to me.
Sounds like an Izzet player.
Hey, come on. You're right. I am an Izzet player.
We know.
And I'm proud of it. All right, Iron Shield Elf comes in. You get that loot from Cool, but so rude. And discarding practice offense. I mean, this is the holy trinity, essentially, of Mardu discard. Being able to get value off discarding the practiced offense, which you already want in the graveyard, is really excellent here.
Now, Ian gets to try again for land number 3 with this better flow state.
No. Yes. Okay. I mean, it's about the worst land you could get, but we got a bunch of Eddie Mercs ready to go. So as long as we can maybe interact this turn with a 1-mana spell, that would be great. And then just start Eddie Mercing until you can't Eddie Merc any longer.
Yeah, the big threats in this deck do line up really well against this discard deck.
Yeah, and even now, I just saw Burst Lighting. That's good enough on this battlefield. 1 mana, you discard a card, tap your creature.
Right.
That's good enough. Something that Jordan, we'd love to see from him is like a Tursa. Tursa would be great. Something is going to survive against just a mountain. There's really no counterplay to it. That's what I would be looking to do.
Well, you might just get your wish here.
I hope so. Make me look good, Jordan. Hooray! See where we're going to loot away. That's a great, great play, especially if this gets, Eddie Merked or Sunderflocked back. Having that ability to replay a hasty threat is quite nice.
Yeah, still a lot of work to do for Jordan, though. Cool But Root has not been leveled up just yet, so no damage done here.
So is Cool But Rude, is it just like the guy's like, God, I could really use a pizza, and he just gets one whipped at his face? Is like, cool.
Yeah.
But pretty rude, dude.
Yes, I think
so.
it's the exact art restriction.
That looks like what's happening.
It's not just part of the song, it's just literally what's happening.
Yeah.
I like pizza. It would be a little rude of you to just throw it into my face. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't be mad about it. You're still pretty cool.
Well,
you got me some pizza.
I now have this on video that you said that. I'm whipping a pizza at you one of these days.
I mean, as long as it's a good pizza and I'm hungry, I'll be a happy man.
All right, what's your pizza choice?
Just, you know me, just basic cheese pizza.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm real basic.
That's fair.
Listen, I'm from New York, from Long Island. Our pizza's so good, you don't need to do anything to it.
That's fair. Yeah. You just need more cheese, sauce, and crust, right? That's it. All right, so taps it down, but does still get an attack in for 3. Gets to do a little bit more looting with Cool But Rude. And more pressure to Ian. Well, Jordan's hand's getting pretty sculpted. Let's see. I think there still could be a land drop if Jordan so chooses, but this Mardu discard deck, it is not the case where like, oh, I have a land, let's play a land.
Yeah,
you know, like you do hold it at times.
That 4th land is often useful as a piece of cardboard in hand.
Yep. Okay, there is Hearth Elemental for the 1 mana, and Eddie Merckx coming down to play some more defense as well, and now Ian is grabbing hold. This is the big turn for Jordan. If Jordan doesn't have a great turn here, game match over, you got to think, right?
Yeah, crap. The sizing on these threats from the Spellmetal deck also just line up so well.
I got to say, Ian Wolf here has very much impressed me just with how you can tell he plays this deck quite well, you know?
Right, and I like okay, we were a little greedy.
Yep.
We got rid of the land 3.
Yeah.
We stumbled a little bit. It's fine.
Yeah, was not panicking at all, or just, all right, that's the world we live in now, play accordingly, and he has very much impressed me. Some tight play so far from Ian.
Now, one dangerous thing is that Cool But Rude is now leveled up.
Yeah.
And there is an Iron Shield Elf in play. So every single card in hand is a free shock.
Okay.
So if Jordan ever has 5 cards in hand over the course of before the game ends, Ian's dead.
Okay.
You know, the spell on the deck does not gain life very well, and the elf itself is fairly hard to remove, barring a Sunderflock. But even then, you can just play it again, and Sunderflock actually gives an extra card in hand because of Tursa. So there's a fine line to walk here with Cool But Rude. The burnout plan is very real.
God, that is cool, but rude. I mean, Ian has just such a good hand, though, too. Like, I think that's another Eddie Merck, a Prismari Charm, which looks pretty good. And I think Jordan just has 2 cards, right?
Yeah.
So, not great.
So Jordan playing a land.
Whoa.
Losing a piece of cardboard from hand, but going for the chapter 3.
Okay.
Gotta do a little gambling.
Yeah, cool but rude. You get a card into your hand, then you got to discard it. That's 2 damage. What do you get?
I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah.
You can go for like a Bloodghast, something like that. But like,
that's probably the best, right?
You know,
but then again, you still need a land to come into play to then deal 2 damage.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly not sure. Prax offense is already in there.
Maybe get just a starting town, your worst possible top deck. You know, like just hope you discard it.
Looks like Jordan's not sure either. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just
I could see another cool but rude.
Sure. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah. Because then if you play it and level it, now each land is 4?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's what I would probably go for.
I like that a lot.
More pizza right to the face.
I think recognizing that the burnout plan is the only course to victory at this point.
Yeah.
And it also makes Thunderflock a liability, because now returning Tursa to hand is actually a negative, not a positive.
Yeah. That is a very good point.
That being said, as we've said before, this Spellmental deck turns the corner really fast with these large creatures. So.
Oh, it might have been. But you know what would also be pretty rude of Ian is like, let's say we draw a land, we Sunderflock those creatures back, and then like Jordan goes to play an Iron Shield Elf, and in response you Prismari Charm back the cool but rude. Like,
not cool, very rude.
And that's gone.
Or just do it first, wow.
Yeah. I mean, now that you have to recommit 6 mana, like, Ian's just got this at this point. That land top deck was so good. Eddie Merck's going to come down and tap these down. What on earth could Jordan do, you know?
Yeah, this has looked very convincing from the Spellmental side.
Yeah.
I thought that it would be very contingent on having a good early game, but like, the threats just line up so well.
Yeah.
You know, it's just really hard for Jordan to engage in combat past turn 3 or 4.
I think this kind of Mardu deck is going to be a lot better against, like, is it lessons, you know? Maybe even is it prowess, since you have good removal, and then your creatures have to be dealt with. But when Ian can just kind of, like, be like, yeah, you can have some creatures. I'm going to eventually Eddie Murk you in Sunderflock. It just seems like it leads to a much better matchup for this particular Is It deck than it would the other two.
Yeah, and then with practice offense, well, you don't want to see practice offense when your opponent's playing Eddie Murk crap.
Yeah,
you know,
no
just,
kidding.
you're just like preemptively sorcery speed up my creatures. Okay,
You got it, buddy.
They're pumped.
Yep.
They ain't doing anything, but they're pumped.
Your creatures are tapped. Just 2.5 lethal threats coming at you, Jordan. So now it's the classic, can I even stay alive? And with Jordan's body language there, I would kind of lead to believe that that's a no.
Yeah. Even if you're assuming that Ian had no cards in hand, staying alive seems difficult.
And I think his hand was still quite good.
Right.
I think it's still a Sunderflock. No, that's a Winter Night Stories, I think, but...
Oh, no. Just draw Sunderflock.
Yeah, there you go. All right, 2 mana. What you got, Jordan? Boom, Elf. Yeah, Flow State and Winter Night Stories, I think, are the 2 cards for Ian. Bound to be something good you can find off those, huh?
It'd be pretty difficult to not find something off those.
And the problem is if you go to play another creature and you have to take one from starting town, you create another lethal attacker.
Yeah, I don't even know what Jordan can have here to not die.
I think it's just hoping that Ian doesn't attack with the creatures.
Well, it's a road, I guess. You block the 5, kill the 5, take 4, go to 1 with a road.
Yeah, and I guess you would keep. It's only 1 a road.
Right.
But what? Prismari Charm goes upstairs as well, right?
That is not.
One of each of up to 2 targets. It does.
Oh, it does?
So yeah, you can go 1 to Iron Shield Elf and 1 upstairs, tap a blocker, and now you have 3 lethal attackers. Is that good?
I didn't realize the charm went upstairs. This works too.
Yep. Yeah, it does go upstairs. Sunderflock also sends everything upstairs. And that's going to do it. A convincing 2-0 victory here from Ian Wolf, one of our first players in the room, fully advancing to day number 2. And yeah, put on an absolute clinic there, Jim.
Yeah, that was as solid as can be.
Yeah.
Jordan's hands in both games were pretty solid.
They were.
You know, game 1 was a mulligan, but like a mulligan, but on a very aggressive good mulligan that would have rolled over some decks.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ian had the tools, the know-how, and the wherewithal. Got it done.
Did also have the erode there, you know, so there was that ability to have that spell, but man, just was not enough. Ian Wolf also had the Prismari Charm, so it was kind of pick whatever spell you wanted to win you the game on the spot.
Good place to be.
Yeah, not a bad place to be at all. So we'll have a backup match here ready to go here in a second. But so far, we're about halfway through the first day of competition as we are ready to head on down. But Jim, anything surprising you as far as decks, anything like that that's kind of standing out at the tournament so far?
You see some cool stuff. You know,
Yeah.
I'm wondering how our Bant combo player is doing. I know Nick Miller recorded a tech with him.
Yes, I can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen a lot of really cool stuff, and it's cool because like there's a lot of cool things happening with some brews.
Yeah.
But even the interplay between just like the various Is It decks and various variations of variations of variations is still really cool to see what's coming out on top too. So all good stuff.
Yep. Absolutely. So let's head on down to our other backup feature and see what we got going on. We got Joseph up top with Jeskai Elementals, and then Gregory down below with Teamer Omniscience. Oh boy, we got some spice.
Hello.
I like this.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Jessica Elementals looks like.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we'll pull this up here. As, you got to just assume it is the Flame Braider style of elementals where there's still probably deceits and stuff like that.
We might have an Ashling mirror here.
Yes, but who do you like in this style of mirror match? I know I have a clear favorite.
I mean, well, tell me if you have something in mind.
Well, I want to see, which one of us is right. I can't just tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The seat's probably pretty good against Kona. Kona's a deck that, I don't know, there's so many parts to moving in Kona to kind of get things going. I'm not sure, honestly.
I would think a big advantage to the combo deck against an elemental deck like this. You know, these elemental decks are so good at dealing with creatures. You know, we saw them just dominate when it was, you know, whenever Sunderflock was good, it was amazing. That would be my guess of how it's going to play out. It's going to hugely favor Gregory, but we shall see.
Yeah, I mean, to see its interaction, that's not on the removal speed that Joseph's playing also. It's weird seeing Jeskai elementals. Usually it was like Teamer or like 4-color. So I'm wondering if the mana base is a little more suited towards playing actual spells, even though you see 2 of these elemental lands in play.
It is kind of 4-color for what it's worth. It's maybe not the most accurately named deck list because, well, there is Deceit.
All right, let's take a look here.
That's about it. This is really what we saw from Lorwyn Eclipse, you know. Yeah.
Just the old school, Whistling Vibrance. So
yeah.
Basically just multicolor. Jeskai, bit of a misnomer. That's okay.
But I do love watching this deck go. Because no matter what, it does big flashy things. Otherwise, it just maybe doesn't play as much Magic. But man, Roaming Throne is a heck of a card to watch in action.
That card does go, yes.
It's so sweet. Formidable Speaker, discard Ashling. Any idea what we're going to get, Jim?
Might be a Kona. Deck's namesake.
I feel like you've cast a lot of Konas too.
I'm a big Kona fan. I'm a fair Kona fan though.
Yeah.
No omniscient stuff. I want to just put some big stuff in play.
Okay. Well, just some good fair cards like Atraxa, right? I remember watching your stream, watching you do stuff like that.
That's fair.
That's super fair.
Just a creature. Draw some cards.
Just a chill creature.
Yep. Yeah, I think seeing the deck list now, I agree with your assessment. Burst Lightning and Friends, Sunderflock and Friends, not particularly effective against Kona the card itself.
Yeah.
And not really fast enough to kind of get things going. So
we shall see. Now we can be wrong together.
Yep.
All right, looks like the hand was revealed, and I did see North Wind Avatar. That's a card where it started as like, 1 of here, 2 of here. Now they're just playing 3 in the main. Like, that's just one of the most important cards at being able to toolbox up not only win cons, so you don't have to play any win cons in the main, but a plethora of different answers as well.
The card is great.
It is good.
It's just 5 mana for a 5/5 flyer, but draws a great card.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
No kidding. No kidding. Sarah Angel is just like, you do what? Come on. All right, just a land and passing. I do believe I saw a Meringue River region as well, so the good old Sift coming on in.
Yeah, I think even if structurally, combo is favored here, I still have a somewhat low opinion of this Omniscience deck. There are so many moving parts. You need to have a Kona, a Station Land, an Omniscience, and a way to actually win the game. Because you can have all that, put Omniscience in play, and just not have anything to do with it.
Yeah, and you're vulnerable. I mean, we don't see as many Torch the Towers anymore these days, but man, like, one Torch the Tower interacts with it within combat. Seer, like, I'm a huge Omniscience hater as well, but that does not mean that it doesn't perform at these events every once in a while, because you know what people are not targeting right now? Omniscience decks, So this is something that a great Teamer Omniscience player can find that spot, or at least talk themselves into a metagame where they think their deck is great, and who knows, this could be the spot.
Yeah, and I do like the newer build where the base is blue-red, not blue-green. Being more of an Izzet deck, it's a splashing green for Kona and Speaker. Feels much better to me. Ashling's also incredible too.
Yeah, Ashling being able to turn 3 out Kona is awesome.
Yeah,
give that little bit more of duality to the card is sweet.
Yeah, so definitely, I think great innovations in the space.
Yeah,
just not a huge believer in the overall strategy.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I love any kind of Teamer combo deck, so it's pretty tough for me to not enjoy this deck, that's for sure. But let me tell you, this is a heck of a card here. North Wind Avatar comes on down, uncounterable. Take that, Joseph. And now we got a plethora of options to find.
15, in fact.
Yep, 15, in fact. And a lot of good stuff. There's an Omni Changeling. You can get an Emeritus of Abundance. Spider Sense. Voice of Victory looks okay.
Yeah, I love the Voice of Victory as a way to kind of force through. Often there's only one, since you can see multiples here. I guess the meta base is going to be a little bit different, but we have a starting town over the course of a long game. You get Voice, use as an Orb Chant.
Yeah.
You just voice them, they can't respond to it, and now you combo win the game. So
exactly, and it's like, oh, you have a bunch of negates and stuff for me? Nice. Good luck with that.
Or kill spells or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Ashling did the flip, add some mana.
Do a flip.
This is 5, and that's Wistfulness. No artifacts or enchantments to destroy, but let's do some looting. I love Ashling. This is one of my favorite cards.
I agree. It's a really cool
So good. Because did you know when you flip it, you can warp Riddler for free?
I mean, if you asked me if you could do that, I would say yes, but I had not considered the ramifications of that action. No.
Well, let me tell you.
Have you done that before?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Let me tell you. Is it Blink back in the day? I don't think Is It Blink is at the best spot right now, but it's my pet deck. I love it so much. It just struggles against prowess and landfall, so it's not the greatest position right now. All right, so Gregory's turn. Not sure what we got yet. And that is the nice thing about the Northwind avatar as well, is you just get to put a card in there. You do not have to show that card. So it's a mystery on what kind of angle of attack you're going to take the following turn. Formidable Speaker getting in. That's cheeky.
What is going on here?
Yeah, do you take the bait?
Alrighty.
Okay.
There's some interaction in this deck. 2 Fire Magic. 2 Lost in the Maze into the Flood Maw.
Don't forget, you got to look in this whole column too, the sideboard column. It could have been any of the cards.
That is true, I guess. Yeah, a lot of possible options.
Yeah, I mean, it would lead me to believe something like a Pyroclasm was found or an Abrade. Who knows?
Just a cheeky attack. Interesting because you think that Gregory would want to defend to try and stay alive.
Yeah.
But keeping the avatar in play is pretty important because you can meringue it. It's part of your combo.
Yeah.
So need to be able to establish that loop of avatar for meringue, bouncing avatar to get a meringue or a copy, and then keep doing that. So it was Fire Magic.
Okay. Yeah, well, nothing was going to kill the Northwind avatar, though, right?
I'm saying if you were to block on defense. Like
just block with the avatar,
You would think, like, usually when you play your Moldrift or S-card, but a card, you got to block, trade, get value, you know?
Gotcha.
So.
Yep, Fire Magic was the card and would make sense. Either the Wistfulness would die or the Ashling. So, hindsight 2020, Joseph would have rather probably blocked with the Wistfulness. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you lose that too, so yeah, tough spot regardless.
And good on Gregory finding a way to utilize these cards that are pretty bad in the matchup in a positive way.
That is true. Ashling comes down, loots away a mountain. Trying to find some goods.
Tiger for 6 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the clock here for Joseph is quite slow. So.
But now the station land is in play, so if we do find Kona, we're ready to go. Cavern on Elemental. All right, uncounterable Meringue River Regent. Looks pretty good.
I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to beat down.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the best, is when you play a combo deck that can also have a solid plan B, where you just get to distract them with that plan B, and then they're like, all right, I have to commit a big, powerful couple spells to just not die to your creature and be like, all right, well, now here's my combo, you're dead.
Yep. Ooh, man, bouncing Northwind Avatar is rough.
It's not great. It's not great, I would say. Yeah, now being able to just replay it and go get some spicy card from the yard. I mean, there's a Terror of the Peaks in there. That's got to be a nice one to get, too. The Omni Changeling is a spicy one as well.
Yeah, it's all part of the combo loop.
Yeah.
You just want to get the Changeling as your Meringue proxy.
Yeah.
You can still play through main. And you go through when you're all done, you get Terror of Peaks as part of the loop. Finish them off.
Love it. Ashling into Wistfulness. Just replay the spells, but now we got a Meringue that's going to connect. Putting Joseph down to 3. No direct damage, any kind of reach or anything from Gregory, but just presenting 2 lethal flyers next turn has got to just be pretty close to enough, especially with Joseph only at 1 card in hand.
Yeah, and then picking up some cool sideboard card. You know, there's some cute ones here. Spider Sense, Origin of Metal Bending, ways to defend your own creatures.
Yeah, that seems great. I like the Spider Sense, though. Picking up Spider Sense to, like, counter the ability of a Deceit or something like that, that's pretty good, too.
Yeah, I mean, playing Meringue River Regions over and over again so your opponent dies is also reasonable.
I don't mind it. Joseph down to 1. 3 lethal attackers coming down. Feel like, God, even like Vibrance or something isn't great. The 3 damage doesn't go anywhere that profitably.
Yeah, Thunderflock could kind of clean things up for a turn, but not particularly profitable.
Yep. Can almost just hard cast it.
Yep.
1 more land. Nothing I love more than Thunderflocking back your opponent with 3 great come into play abilities.
Yeah.
4 mana. Yeah, Joseph's still playing, though, so presumably can survive this attack, which I'm surprised about. All right, this makes more sense. You're like, let's see what we can find. All right, now I lose.
I mean, you find a land for Wistfulness.
Yep, that's fair. But no such luck. Joseph scoops him up. Gregory Johnson on Teamer Omniscience takes down game number 1.
Yeah, in non-combo fashion.
Yes. Yeah, that was sweet. I love a good plan B in a combo deck, I must say. So now we'll take a look at the sideboards here, starting with Joseph on the side of Jeskai Elementals, kind of 4 colors. We got 1 Deceit, 1 Thunderflock, 1 Yigra, Eater of All, 3 Ill-Timed Explosion, 1 Broadside Barrage, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Negate, 1 Seer, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Petrified Hamlet, and 1 Pit of Offerings. What do you like?
The strokes look pretty good. You know, you got to find some way to kind of counter this. Of course, there are Cavern of Souls in the Kona deck.
From both sides, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to come in. I mean, you know, they're
just 4 caverns from both sides makes it so awkward.
It's tough, but like it's better than Burst Lightning. You know, like there's just a lot of cards in this Elemental deck that just aren't really that effective as far as interaction goes.
Can you Petrified Hamlet Cavern to make that aspect of it not work?
Cavern, no.
Yeah, it can't, right?
Yeah. It can turn off the station ability of 1 of the 2 station lands.
That feels terrible.
You know, so
that feels awful.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I mean, yeah, you just guess which one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one's already in play, you know. But,
yeah.
I mean, those are options. They aren't great, you know. I think, you know, structurally, the Elemental deck is kind of slow what it's doing. And when Thunderflock isn't good, these decks tend to suffer.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, from the other side, we got 1 Abrade, 1 Emeritus of Abundance, 2 Ill-Time Explosion, 1 Meringue River Regent, 1 Omni Changeling, 2 Origins of Metal Bending, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Spider Sense, 1 Terror of the Peaks, 3 Voice of Victories. A little harder to sideboard when it's a toolbox sideboard style deck, right?
Right, like many of these cards are meant to just stay in the sideboard. Yeah, I mean, there's not really enough interaction for me to want a card like Voice of Victory. Not much change here, honestly. I think you probably just go right back in and kind of just do your thing.
Yeah, neither player really has anything for each other, but you got to think that favors the Omniscience player even more. Gregory Johnson looking pretty solid here, but of course that's why we play the games. But if y'all want to get yourself some really nice products here, we have some new stuff coming from Heavy Play here. Not only is Heavy Play sponsoring the Commander celebration here, so all things Commander here at this SCG Con, but you can also just pick up any of their fantastic products here on StarCityGames.com/HeavyPlay. If you're interested in any of this stuff, I love the magnetic play mats. I love the magnetic dice box. I'm a fan. What are you a fan of?
Curved sleeves.
You like them?
They just shuffle great.
Yeah.
They don't snag. They got a good feel to them.
It does. It feels like the future of sleeves. It feels sleek, you know?
Yeah, just the way I bridge shuffle.
Yeah.
My little bridge and whatever. Mash and bridge.
Yeah.
The curved sleeves work great for those.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, so check out all that Heavy Play has to offer. Thank you, Heavy Play. Let's head on down and get ready for game number 2 between these two gamers. Cavern. I'm going to take a guess it's Elementals.
Not.
Nah, you don't think so?
Antelope.
Antelope.
Bureaucrat.
One time. All right, it was Elementals. That was a lucky guess.
Cephalid.
Okay.
Dinosaur.
All right. Flamebringer, whenever you have a game where Flamebringer lives from these Elemental decks, look night and day when you don't have a 2-drop. I'll tell you that.
Strong agree.
Yeah. And that's one reason why I don't love the elementals. If you don't have Ashling, you don't have Flame Braider, your deck looks way worse.
Yeah, it's kind of the Badger Mole Cup problem, but without like the true ceiling of Badger Mole.
Yeah.
And those decks have more redundancy either way. Whether they're landfall, you have more landfall stuff, or Mana Dork, you have more Mana Dork stuff.
Turn 3, 6/5, draw 2 cards, discard 1. I'd play that.
That's better.
Okay, Wistfulness actually presents some pressure. And now we shall see what Gregory has. Nothing on the end step, but elf names on Cavern. So with the Planet Land played, barring, of course, the Petrified Hamlet coming down, which, I mean, it's not that crazy to put 1 in your deck when you have Vibrance to search it up. Like, it really isn't.
The only elf in the deck is Formidable Speaker.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's an interesting name because you could just counter whatever you get with it. We'll see if it's another Cavern, I guess.
Yeah.
But
yeah, who knows? Think it should have been Elemental as well?
I mean, Antelope.
And you think this one should have been Antelope? Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it's
why we pay you the big bucks, bud.
It speaks to the idea of it possibly a second Cavern of Soul already in hand for Gregory with no natural green source.
Yeah.
So.
Could be. Kona's creature type for the next one. And, hey, Gregory could win the game next turn.
Yep.
Like, this looks great. 4 mana, 4/5. You got a good amount of pressure. The game could be over. GG. Gets to draw a card, less cards in hand, and let's see if, number 1, Gregory has it, and number 2, if he goes for it, and number 3, if Joseph has the answer, or if we're all wrapped up here.
Yeah, not a lot that Joseph can have. Disdainful Stroke. It's really not much more than that, honestly. Flash Freeze, I guess. 1 Flash Freeze, too.
Okay, instead, Winter Night Stories, way worse. Significantly worse play this turn. And now we'll see if Gregory gets another turn, another chance. Vibrance could clean up the game here straight away for Joseph. Could also be one of the elementals that comes out, though. Not necessarily the strongest card.
Yeah, a little bit of utility in the land searching, but I agree.
Yep. Discards Formidable Speaker, discards Voice of Victory to hand size. Unfortunate information that you gave to Joseph if you're going to lose right away. But is what it is. Sunder Flock.
So saying a lot here, not attacking for 2 with Flame Braider and leaving 2 mana up.
Yep.
So that screams Disdainful Stroke or Flash Freeze.
Or Seer. Seer is probably better than all of them.
Yep.
Could be Bounce Off too. A plethora of things.
Yep.
And Gregory's just not going to have a lot of play. Like, what can you have? All right, I lied. You can definitely just have Kona, land, Spell Pierce, the world, you know? Or that. And that is going to do it for game number 2. These players are going to be heading to game number 3. Not really the craziest game there, huh, Jim?
I'm surprised a bit to see Ill-Timed Explosion come in.
Yeah.
You know, killing the larger creatures is a little tough. And it's falls prey, as we just saw, to the sideboard cards like Disdainful Stroke, which aren't great against Cavernous Souls, but are really good against a card like that.
Yep, I would agree. Any changes? Not really.
I don't really think so. Yeah, player draw changes.
All right, well, if you see some cool cards that you like, maybe cool but rude cards, you can still pick up some turtles. So, Jim, cue the song.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Beautiful. Man, turtle time.
Turtle Power.
I like Turtle Time.
Oh,
it's the remix. I'm trying not to get us DMC striked here, so.
Okay, that is the only valid excuse I will accept.
I gotcha.
It's like the Family Guy with the Kiss episode, you know. I want to rock and roll all night.
And have a wonderful time.
Right, yeah, that was you.
Nailed it. All right, so game number 3, we'll jump in here and see the conclusion of this match. We are getting that ready on the back end, but, you know, advantage, omniscience on the play.
Yeah, I think so. That was a really good draw from Joseph. And then, you know, like you're saying, the 2-mana accelerator is a pretty big deal, but.
Yeah, 100% agreed. All right, so yeah, one other thing before we get into it, let's talk about this newsletter here. A quick reminder here, StarCityGames.com/newsletter. If you want to get an update from any of these events that are coming up, the sales we got, the newest sets, all those kind of things, signing up is definitely the thing to do. I mean, we love it.
Nick Miller.
Yeah, I mean, I would sign up for this newsletter for Nick Miller alone.
Yep.
You know I could just go to the website and also read Nick Miller's articles, but I like it to pop up in my emails too.
Right.
Yeah.
You forget sometimes.
Exactly.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Delivered right to your door.
And here is Game 3, delivered right to your screen. One game to decide who is going to be a 6-0 here.
Locking up day 2.
Yeah. And I mean, when you're 5-0, of course, some players, depending where you're at your career, maybe you haven't day 2'd one of these things. That can be on your mind, and sometimes that's the most poisonous thought ever. Like, all right, all I need is one more. All I need is one more. It's like, no, when you're 5-0 at this, like, all right, let's win as many as possible.
Right.
Like, I would just, not assume I'm into day 2 already, but not have that in my mind at 5-0. I'd be like, all right, I get a chance to do a deep run here.
Yeah, you don't want the nagging thought of like, well, I could still bomb out.
Yeah.
Don't think that one.
And let me tell you, I've had a lot of those thoughts in my career, especially the early parts of my career. I would have such a great start to the season, and then towards the end I'd be like, all right, I need X and Y for platinum, or, I'm getting so close to these kind of goals I set, and then I don't hit them, and then, it hurts even more.
But now you're here with me.
That's true. So it really shows that you can just not hit your goals and just, end up here.
Ouch. Oh. So we got dueling Ashlings here, and it's funny, Greg played the Ashling, and I was like, wait, wasn't Elementals on the Travis game? Oh, right, they're both Ashling players.
Yes, they sure are, and they both did the same thing. Discard a Winter Night Stories and continue. Now, this Ashling was not flipped for Gregory. I bet we're going to flip the one from Joseph, and one thing we haven't seen so far is that good old Roaming Throne. This would be a perfect spot for it.
Yeah, that's one of the upsides of Ashling is it can cast Roaming Throne on turn 3, whereas the Flame Breeder could not.
Yeah.
Roaming Throne will be an elemental, but it's not one just yet as far as when it's in your hand or casting it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, a good flippy flip. What a sweet card.
Yeah, really, really cool.
Just really cool design. Flips it around. We got 2 mana, and now going to take a peek at the hand, and you know what? Kona could be a possibility, and it's a real possibility in hand. Now, there's no Omniscience, so it's not combo, but man, if your opponent just goes Kona, uncounterable, put a Meringue River Regent, bounce your opponent's Ashlings, like, that's devastating. So I bet we still have to take Kona.
Yeah, I agree. Speaker can go get another one.
Yep.
So that it can be rebuilt fairly quickly. It's also important to note that Ashling flipped can just cast Meringue pretty easily too. You get 2 extra mana for it, which is nice.
Not next turn, but
no,
yeah.
I'm saying in general.
Yeah.
It's like Meringue is very castable in this deck.
Oh yeah. Very castable indeed. So now, I mean, next turn, we have a pretty nice turn for Gregory of just flip it, no value, Formidable Speaker, uncounterable, get Kona. I mean, that's what I would do, pending the draw, of course, but.
Yep.
Something like a Vibrance for Joseph would be nice here. But once again, I don't know if they would be, nor should they be in the deck still.
I don't think that's necessarily true. The card's like, it's just part of your, big thing to play on turn 3 off your mana dork.
Yeah.
Plan. I think finding land has some utility. There are 4 Ashlings in Gregory's deck.
I don't think it's crazy to have it in the deck by any means, but it's not. Like if I had to choose that or Deceit, I'd much rather have Deceit in a matchup like this,
It's all about what other cards are bad.
Yeah.
And there are some stinkers. Thunderflock's I guess Thunderflock.
I mean, we saw Thunderflock, we saw Biza. Like, there are some cards that are not necessarily amazing against a combo deck so that leads me to believe Joseph just kind of has to have these cards. So, doesn't go for Formidable Speaker, but instead goes for Sift on the Meringue River Regent side. Shuffle that back in.
Why Tutory? You can draw exactly what you want.
Plus 2 other cards that you want.
Yep.
Stomping Ground to play. One of the 2 caverns is in the graveyard, so that we still do have a cavern. Joseph has to understand that, knowing that, well, if you found Kona there, very real possibility you could get it, but no way to tap it.
Yeah, as we're saying, a lot of moving parts of his submissions deck.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a 3.5 card combo.
Sometimes more, I feel.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that when I was testing this deck, you know, for a previous tournament, the first time I did the thing on turn 4 and I just like fizzled out, I'm like, nah, not for me, you know? Like, if I had to work this hard to make this fragile combo work and I wasn't able to win the game, I don't love it. So I really like Gregory's build where it is more mid-rangey. Like, the combo, it's still plan A, but it's getting closer to plan B, and I think that's the way to build these kind of decks.
Yeah, I agree. Meringue and the new Dragon Northwind Avatar are just good enough to win some games, apply some pressure, and do some things.
I know when I play a standard deck, I want it to be qualified as just good enough. Ashling flipped, so you do get both halves, you know, for this side. So there's 2 mana floating for 4 or greater, essentially. Oh!
But what do you name? Pick one. Which planet do you want to name?
First, I'd have to look up the names of the planets.
Is it Earthros, Titanic God Core, or Kavaron, Memorial World?
Blue one.
Blue one, Corey says.
Yeah.
That'll fly today. That will not have flown 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It would have laughed you out of the PTQ.
Wasn't there a situation where it was like you named the wrong specific one?
Humpus Wumpus.
Yeah.
Had to name Hunted Wumpas and named Humpus Wumpus.
You know, I'm pretty happy that that rule is not as strict these days.
It's Earthros, so it was the blue one.
Oh, Mike, of course you have the way to tap with the harmonized Winter Night Stories here. Yeager came down, and that's awesome, but man, Winter Night Stories, when you don't have to have a planet land, that's awesome.
Yeah, that sucked that one by us there, and draws the red land anyway, but now it's time. So here's Kono.
I saw Omniscience.
Okay. That's step 2.
That's probably...
That's step 3. All right.
That's probably it, right?
Yep. Yeah, you get the dragon is it all by itself. Northern
okay, walk us through what we're going to see now.
So Northern Avatar goes and gets a Meringue. Meringue bounces the Avatar. Avatar comes in, gets the clone. That copies Meringue, bouncing Meringue and the Avatar. Now you've established a loop.
Yes.
Where you can just keep Northwinding every card out of your sideboard. You can bounce the 2/4 as well. That works too. That's also way to get the other Meringue. You're going too fast, Gregory. I'm trying to explain it. There's your Changeling. Now you have a loop. You can get all the creatures out of your deck, all the cards out of your sideboard, Terror of the Peaks, keep the loop going. Bang, 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 bada bing, bada boom. And that'll do.
All right. Just as I was saying, Temur Omniscience is the perfect deck.
Broken.
It's built perfectly.
Unbelievable.
It looks just like Temur Breach.
So good.
I want to play it now.
Unstoppable.
I'm going to go try to borrow this deck and play in a side event right now with it.
All right, I'll finish the broadcast.
I'm going to throw away the rest of my collection, trade it in for store credit, and buy Temur Omniscience right now.
I'm going to burn every card I own. This 75 cards.
No, that looked awesome. And you can really tell Gregory Johnson's proficiency with the deck. Made that look great. You know, won a fair game. Got destroyed in one of the games where, you know, mana base just didn't agree necessarily. And then had this combo finish. Looked really awesome to me. So, yeah, big fan of Temur Omniscience, huh?
Yes. Yeah, so pretty cool to see. I think the deck requires that kind of mastery.
Yeah.
I think if you try and treat the deck as a pure combo deck, you're going to be really unhappy.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to every once in a while you'll pop off on turn 4 and go, oh, cool, this is broken. But a lot of times you're going to be floundering with the wrong pieces. So you really need to know your deck, know what your plans are in each matchup, know when to go for it, when to just play fair, when to play slow, when to play fast. And that was a great example of that.
That is well said. Well, that is the end of round 6. So we're going to have Ailey and Monty coming on in for the rest of the day. Jim and I, there's many activities to do at an SCG con. We're going to go hit up a mystery sealed. So, you know, you got to try those if you ever come down here. They are an absolute blast. So don't go anywhere. Round 7 here of the regional championship. We'll be right outside of this commercial. See you soon.
And we got 3 minutes to get over there.
Or we're right here.
Or right
Hi
here.
again.
Hello.
Okay.
Welcome back to coverage of a regional championship here in Cincinnati, everybody. You got a bit of a sneak peek there, aren't you, Lucky? That's Mighty Devoody, I'm Ailey Loney, and we are ready to rock and roll into round number 7, 8, and 9 to determine who is going to make it through to day number 2. So, Money, we know the record is 6-3, but ideally you want to get there without losing anything, right?
Yeah, because the records carry over to day 2. 6-3 gets you into day 2, but your chances for top 8 are looking grim. Now, of course, the goal for a lot of players is just to make top 32 and get that Pro Tour invite, so you will still be live for that. But the better you can finish in day 1, the better your chances are day 2.
Well, let's take a look at our standings as soon as they are available. Oh, yeah, they are. And we have Casper the Friendly Ghost in first place. They're playing 4-color control. Gregory Johnson forgot his deck list in his hotel room, but somehow is 6-0. We'll get this sorted out as soon as we can, friends. Our tech is giving us a bit of a hard time.
I can tell you Greg Johnson is on Team Omniscience.
There you go. You were right.
We did watch him pilot that on camera the previous round very impressively.
Yeah.
And the deck has been looking great. So excited to watch more of that in the coming rounds.
And if I assume this is correct, Nick Carlson, Robert Cedar, both on 4-color control. Looks like control is the gospel at the moment, so, Money.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this deck that, again, 4-color control 2 weeks ago didn't really exist. We saw some players bringing Jeskai control to the Pro Tour. There are players like Kenneth Oswald there in 14th place on Jeskai control. But 4-color control is the new hotness, and Standard continuing to develop each week.
If we have page 2, we can take a look at that of the standings just to see where our players remain undefeated. And this is it. So the top 16-ish players still with really good undefeated records. And we'll slowly whittle them down and see how many people we have left over undefeated. Anyone of note here for you on this page, Mon?
Well, we saw Jesse Pillant earlier playing that Mardu discard deck. He picked up a loss, but still very much in it at 5-1. John Cuvelier on Azorius Momo at 5-1. So definitely some big names lurking around here in the 5-1 streets, hoping to finish the day at 8-1 and really put themselves in prime position for day 2.
Yes, indeedy. And to do that, well, we got to get through the next 3 rounds first and foremost. So our feature match for this upcoming round, friends, is going to be Kenneth Oswald. He's so excited. I bet you can tell what's coming.
I'm so excited.
Kenneth Oswald versus Nick Deryu. Jeskai control versus 4-color control. He basically jumped out of his chair when we got this feature match from Nick Miller. So, you know.
This match is not for the weak, Ailey.
No.
I'm very excited.
I'm the weak. Hello.
For those who want to just settle down, get yourself a nice cup of cocoa, or if it's warm where you are, not in a convention center, maybe a nice cool cup of lemonade or something, and just get ready for some magic.
Let's see the decks. All right. Tell us what we're doing here with each of these lists, Money.
Okay, so as we mentioned, Jeskai control against 4-color control as we bring up the list. Jeskai control is almost the old version now. This is the version that was really seeing play 2 weeks ago. So this deck is essentially an Izzet deck, very much as you can see, fully Izzet with 4 copies of Jeskai Revelation.
Okay.
On the other side, 4-color control, getting a little spicier with it, but I think we'll save that for the match, Ailey.
Okay, all right. Well, the players are ready to rock and roll. So let's get down there and let's land go, I guess, as we jump into this matchup.
For both players' sake, I hope that's the case.
Land's very important, as we saw earlier with Nick Deryu picking up a victory, but you need to hit your land drops. That's the one thing I've learned, is the more resources you have than your opponent, the better your chances are of picking up the W here as we get things underway.
Yeah, one of the oldest adages when it comes to considering control mirrors is the player that misses the first land. The player that misses the first land drop is most likely to lose that game. There is a lot of just making sure, using your resources to ensure that you're hitting those land drops. So a card like Pest Control that is already dead in the matchup, you see Nick very happy to be cycling it away just to ensure that the first 8, 9, 10 lands of the match are hit.
Yeah, this matchup, Pest Control, certainly not for a fellow control player. You definitely want to be killing off your Storm Chaser's talents, the autos that derive from there, any other tokens that are on the battlefield. So happy to chuck that into the yard, and happy to stock up the hand, take a good look, and find all the key cards to fight against what Kenneth Oswald's doing.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be, as we expect, a pretty long game here.
Yeah.
There's going to be a few specific resources that we should be keeping our eyes on
What
to
are
see
those?
what matters going forward. Obviously, land drops is number one, but in terms of land drops, Great Hall of the Biblioplex, that's the creature land that both of these decks are running. So keeping an eye on that and seeing who has access to how many of them. Right now, Nick has 1, Kenneth has 0. That is a factor. Another one is draw spells, counter spells in the hand, so we'll see as the players start piling them up. So resolving a second stock up for Nick, that's going to be relevant, but Kenneth right now has the mana because resolving a Tablet of Discovery and being able to untap with it on the battlefield, that's huge because that's essentially 2 more mana for the relevant spells that you have in this match.
Yeah, I mean, we could be seeing some explosions very shortly on Kenneth Oswald's side of things. The 4-color control deck, you know, it doesn't really have any massive ways to accelerate, you know, currently, you know, not having the 4 Tablets of Discovery in hand for Nick Duro.
Right, I think Tablet is really the card that you can credit for bringing back this control deck into prevalence. I think that before it just felt like the deck was too slow. When you're trying to resolve Jeskai Revelation for 7 fair mana, that's just not really happening with the speed of the standard format. But once you start resolving it for 5 mana, boosted by a Tablet of Discovery, the entire game and format changes, and this card has really brought control back in a big way.
So a stock up here for Kenneth Oswald. Sweet new art from the Strixhaven Mystical Archives.
Other lands we're going to be keeping an eye on, Quarry Mountain Monastery. That's going to be one that allows for continued card advantage. Mistrise Village, being able to make potential spells uncounterable. These are all going to be cards that play a conspicuous role, and you can see how important mana is here, and this is one of the advantages that Nick specifically has access to by being able to go for inevitable defeat, targeting Tablet of Discovery. The fact that it can't be countered in this control matchup gives, in my opinion, a pretty big edge to the 4-color control deck in game 1. Just being able to attack your opponent's mana like that. Post-board, things get a bit more interesting, especially because the Jeskai control deck has a Sphinx of the Final Word in the sideboard. That is an absolute control mirror breaker. So that's going to be something that we'll keep an eye on going into the next games. But at the moment, it's just about keeping your opponent's mana down.
Nick doing a great job at that indeed, as Kenneth has plenty of cards in hand. You know, that's one thing the players are not going to be short of, is cards in hand. You know, so it's going to be this interesting back and forth, push and pull. Okay, who's going to blink first? Who's going to try and develop a threat first? Because, you know, ultimately, whoever doesn't win if they try to go for it and get got.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is the first Jeskai Revelation is not going to immediately BGG. So we're not going to see the players rushing to be the first person to resolve a Jeskai Revelation, but rather just be the first person to have all of these resources and be comfortably set up. So the fact that Nick now has a Great Hall and a Mistrise Village means that he is continuously putting himself in a better position moving forward.
Yeah, being able to, you know, play your spells without having the concern of them being countered, you know, that's a great relief off of you, so long as you remember to activate it.
Yep.
Been there, done that. Whoops, should probably use that.
Yeah, taking the opportunity here while Kenneth has tapped down to just 1 mana to resolve his own Consult the Star Charts. Again, you don't need to be representing that much, and one of the big things is for the spells that matter in this matchup, which is primarily just Jeskai Revelation, maybe a one of Traumatic Critique here in game 1, you're not going to be having a big fight over them. We're not going to see control matchups of old where it's 3 counter spells on the stack going back and forth. That's just not how this deck plays out, because instead of putting yourself in that position, you're going to wait and try to find a Mistrise Village. So it's just going to be more setting up, and there's a very good chance that we're just going to see Jeskai Revelations flying past each other rather than fights being picked over them.
Yeah, for sure. 2 ships passing in the night, as we like to say, and all the damage that we have seen the players take, they've done to themselves. So get comfy, friends. This one might take a while.
Look, I understand the control mirrors are not for everyone.
Yeah.
But for me, the number of decisions that have to be made essentially every turn, whether it's which cards you're discarding to hand size, which land you're playing on any given turn.
Yeah.
When you stop playing lands, which is an important decision that for the most part doesn't come into play until much later, but there is a point where you're going to want to stop playing lands, and I believe Kenneth just discarded to hand size there. So that's kind of the first real flinching that we've seen in the matchup of somebody showing more weakness than the other.
Okay. Flashback now.
I wonder what that's going to go after.
Gee, I think it might be impolite to not pick the consult start charts. So once again, going for consult for 6. Let's see if Nick has a response to that. Both players, plenty of options in hand. They've gone through. Did you see the little finger wag? Oh, that's cheeky, Nick. Both players having a good chuckle. And you can tell they're both very comfortable with their decks, you know. Picking up a control deck, it's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
You have to be so locked in the entire match because you're constantly thinking 3 steps ahead of what your opponent's doing so that you know exactly what you need to be doing if they go down that avenue, like you're talking about earlier. You know, this card can lead to this, that, or the next thing happening. It gets very convoluted very quickly.
Yeah, a Petrified Hamlet just came down from Kenneth. We'll get confirmation what that is naming, but again, because so much of the matchup is symmetrical, it is going to be, if you name Misrise, that's turning off both of your Misrises, right? So as each of these tools comes down, that is very small, but I'm going to guess it does look like it says Misrise Village.
What is this, a paper for ants? It's the tiniest paper in creation, but yes, I'm pretty sure it said that just because, you know, well, Kenneth doesn't have one, and if I don't have one, you shouldn't have one.
Exactly. So as things sort of narrow, it is going to just be more and more important to know which resources are in play at any given point.
You know what they could do for these kinds of decks? Just be like, here, you start on 6 mana, draw 7 cards, have fun. Because that's where we'd be, right?
But Ailey,
I joke.
What if somebody had missed the land drop? The entire game could change.
It sure could. It's not very likely because, you know, they're going to get their land drops before they get dead. Tablet of Discovery now gets a Flood Farm Verge into the yard, and that's Nick's land drop for turn. Happy to pass it back with 7 mana available to him.
7 delicious mana.
Yum, yum. I bet mana doesn't taste very good. I think it would burn, right?
Depends on what color of mana, probably.
You tell us, chat. What do you think? Stuck up here now for Kenneth. Looks like we got a thumbs up there from Nick. Okay, Pyroclasm, useless. Firebending Lesson, useless.
Misrise Village, now useless.
Well, I wonder what he's going to go for. Was that a Pyroclasm, or was it a Seer?
It was a Traumatic Critique plus a second card. I don't think it was...
Pyro? I think it was.
No, it is a Pyroclasm. Okay, so Pyroclasm does serve a purpose in this matchup. It is, of course, for the Jeskai Revelation token. So it isn't like it is a dead card. And if you expect to be not the first person resolving a Jeskai Revelation, then being the person that can answer the Jeskai Revelation with a Pyroclasm does serve a purpose. Yeah,
early on in the matchup, you'll see the players chucking all these cheap little interactive spells because, you know, pest control, sure, it'd be great in a couple turns' time when Kenneth decides to go for it eventually, but we're going to see Traumatic Critique here from our player on the top of the screen first and foremost, so... Finds another Petrified Hamlet. He can turn off Quarry Mountain Monastery if he wants to. Or even Great Hall.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does have Quarry Mountain Monastery of his own. The only one in play right now. I believe has a Great Hall in hand as well. So.
Okay, never mind.
All right, Great Hall, parody. Misrise Village, turned off.
Yes.
Quarry Mountain Monastery in Kenneth's favor.
Yes.
Mana in Nick's favor.
Yes.
That's where we stand so far.
I feel like we need a bingo card or something here. Just be like, check, 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 check.
That is what a lot of it feels like, huh?
It's like one of the most convoluted surveys ever. On a scale of 1 to 5, how many lands does the opponent have?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much fun are you having right now?
Players who aren't playing the control deck, probably 2. Players who are, 12. Lightning Helix. Okay, cool, sure, fine.
Yep.
That's a card.
Look, when Jeskai Revelations are going to the face, burning your opponent out might matter.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Again, Mistrise Village is turned off, so counter spells are turned on, and we're just going to keep going back and forth. A lot of setting up, and a lot of, okay, end of turn, activate 2 Great Halls, potentially.
That Lightning Helix is badass.
It's so beautiful.
Oh, look at that.
Just beautiful art. Not like any Lightning Helix has ever had a bad art, in my opinion,
one's really
but
cool.
I
I've never
love
seen
that
one.
Lightning Helix art.
Is Cat Dad getting zapped or doing the zapping?
I believe Cat Dad is getting zapped.
Oh, poor Johnny.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, kind of looked like he was trying to wield it. That was cool. Anyway, back to the game at hand, and a Braid. Ooh, I wonder what that might be looking at.
Yeah, so Braid, 2 copies of 3 Steps Ahead in hand there for Kenneth. Inevitable defeat, no target.
No.
Kenneth was like, hey, you wanna hit one of your tablets for me?
Yeah, yeah,
Legal
yeah.
target.
It sure is. If only it said non-land, huh? Or if only it said permanent. Get rid of the non-land. Just exile target permanent. I bet there's a hamlet with its name on it. All right, so that goes into the ether. Well, into the graveyard, I should say. Turn passes back now to Kenneth. Plenty of mana on the board. Lovely choice of art for the basics there.
And back we go.
Yeah. There are no basics on Nick's side of things.
Quarry Mountain Monastery,
That's
now
not
at
a basic.
parity.
That's not a basic. But yes, they do now both have 1.
Yeah, that is one of the big differences between the 4-color control deck and the Jeskai control deck, which is essentially just 2 colors splashing white for Jeskai Revelation, is the 4-color control deck has a single basic.
We'll give you 10 points, chat, if you can tell us which one it is without looking at the deck lists.
So Braid on the end step took care of one of the tablets.
Cool.
Mana parity getting closer.
Yep.
Currently 13 mana for Nick. 11 mana for Kenneth.
Yep. Yep.
Second Hamlet coming down.
Shoo-wee. You know what I haven't seen yet, at least not a glimpse of in both players' hands, is the finisher of the deck in Jeskai Revelation. So.
Yeah, Nick is holding his hand pretty close to the chest, so we haven't gotten a great look at it. You do see in response to the trigger from the Petrified Hamlet, Nick goes ahead and activates Quarry Mountain Monastery, just expecting that is going to be the name, and saying, okay, I have this flashback ready. Go ahead. Name what you will.
So, in response to a Hamlet, you can activate the Great Hole and it still becomes a creature, right? It doesn't like switch off its creatureness.
Correct.
Okay. So then it's just a wizard. Can it still tap for mana? I assume so.
Well, it says lands with the
Activate
chosen
the
name have
abilities.
tap. Add
Yeah. Okay.
a
So that doesn't
colorless
change it.
ability. Yeah.
Just can't become a creature yet again.
Right.
Or in future.
Correct.
Okie dokie. Understood. So,
Flashback going after consult the star charts here.
pretty good one. Hey, would you like to look at, what, 11 cards?
That's the number.
Sheesh. I wonder how many control mirrors have ended in someone drawing out. It doesn't seem very likely in this situation, but, you know, we have seen it pretty close with, like, the Lessons decks.
Yeah. I think there's a very real chance that game one in this matchup, where the more powerful win conditions are in the sideboard for each player, could potentially come to decking. I think that's one of the interesting aspects of the matchup is at what point do you believe that, okay, winning for both players is off the table, and now you have to make sure that you're lower on cards. I'll be very curious to see who the first player that asks cards left in library will be.
Yeah. Watch out for the gesture to either of those libraries a little later on in the game. I don't think we're at that point yet, you know, maybe around the 10-minute mark. Because this game, you know, provided... Oh, here comes a Jeskai Revelation. So first one for Kenneth Oswald resolves.
Yeah, Jeskai Revelation targeted the flashbacked Consult the Star Charts.
Okay, so no
created the
cards.
monks, and back we go next way.
Oh my goodness, okay. So we have some dudes on the board, friends.
Nick's hand is starting to look, again, a little barren. Not 100% how many cards in it.
Yeah, and Quarry Mountain is switched off, so no more exiling off the top of the library there.
Yeah, we may see Nick have a flashback, potentially wanting to go after pest control just to deal with these monks.
Yeah.
Just because you cycled your one of main deck pest control earlier does not mean you don't have access to it anymore. You see a little raise of the eyebrows from Nick, and I think that's just a nod to just how many things are under consideration in this matchup right now for both players, and exactly how much they have to be managing their resources. Dave Judgment?
Boom. Looks like it, unless we have a way to counter that. Those little monks are going die-die. Day of Judgment resolves happily for Nick Deru. Turn passes back now to Kenneth Oswald. All right, so now we start ticking off one Jeskai Revelation down for Kenneth Oswald. 3 to go.
Plus all the flashbacks. Which
Okay. 1 down, 7 to go.
Well, Kenneth only runs 2 flashbacks main deck, and I believe
6 to
he's
go.
used 1.
Okay.
All right. The number keeps getting lower. It's great. This is wonderful. All right. That is a kicked Consult the Star Charts that is resolving for Kenneth right now.
11. 1, 2,
12,
3,
I think.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All right.
Lots.
So I saw Revelation plus Flashback, and I think that just has to be the choice. Yeah.
Everything else kind of looks a little doo-doo
Lackluster in comparison.
Lackluster is a better way to put it than what I said.
For a regal, graceful matchup like Control on Control, I think we have to use graceful language that is befitting of the glory we're experiencing right now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Our control overlords would not be happy if we disrespected them.
That's true. So Nick took a quick look at the graveyard there just to count how many of each spell have been used thus far.
Yes, the other thing is just keeping mental note. Of course, we have deck lists in front of us.
Yeah.
We have
We got
a decent sight at what the graveyards have. The players, they're keeping mental track of not only the board state and their hands, but also, okay, you've used this. Think back to the open deck list. How many flashbacks did you have registered? How many of this am I worried about?
Yeah.
Just back and forth and back and forth. Fascinating.
Plenty of
I love Magic.
CPU and RAM being used, is what you're telling me.
And already, by the way, 20 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, I said, you know, wait till we get to 10 minutes. It's still going to be game 1. Here comes Jeskai Revelation number 2. Mark that off in your sheets, guys.
What do I bounce, says Kenneth.
Great Hall, get out of here. Sure, it's the most threatening thing on the board. Don't want to do the Tablet of Discovery because it's just, you know, inherent card advantage if you don't have a counter spell in response to it. That resolves. Here come the monks. 17 to 16 are the life totals. after 22 minutes of play. Yep, seems good. Sorry, 20 to 17. There you go.
Look, this is pure magic.
As Garfield intended, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Speaking of Garfield, have you seen the new secret lair?
I have not.
Oh, you gotta see it, man. It's so good. It's like 15 Garfield cards, and I couldn't be happier. Fire magic. Kill monks.
This looks like a Fyra, if I had to guess.
I don't know what the 3 things are. You go ham.
I think that's the middle mode. 2 damage to everything.
Fire, Fyra, Fyraga.
Yes.
Now you're just adding on syllables.
Look, Final Fantasy is
You can do what it likes.
older than I am.
Yep.
I'm not going to question them.
Spell Pierce here to try and protect the little friends. It's sure. We're gonna pay 2 for it, I bet.
Taxes the mana a bit.
Yeah.
And then you would still need another spell on top of it.
Yes, because now they are getting bigger. It's a fun little game here of can I keep my guys alive? Let's see.
All right, Fire Magic still on the stack.
Yep. What? Oh boy. Is this, Corey calls it garbage time. Is it garbage time? Is this garbage time?
Depends how you view garbage time.
He's targeting his own dudes, man.
Yeah, so you're sacrificing 1 monk to keep 1 monk.
Holy moly. Okay.
Look, 1 monk is not 0, Ailey.
Yeah, that's true.
And on the other side.
All right, so what, 3 Jess guys down from Kenneth and 1 now from Nick?
Bounce your Hallowed Fountain.
Yeah.
4 damage to you, I think, said Nick.
Actually, it's kind of relevant to bounce the Hamlets. If the game goes long enough to that point where you can activate it afterwards, you know. Interesting.
3 steps ahead. No more lies. All right.
Alrighty, there's that little counter war. We have a resolved Jeskai Revelation on Nick's side of things. This kind of reminds me, I don't know if you're into tennis at all, but once upon a time, many, many years ago, I don't remember when, Isner Mahou, the longest tennis match in history. It might have been topped by now, but it feels like that.
Okay. I believe you.
They went on for like 2 hours or something stupid. I hope it doesn't happen here because thankfully we have a clock.
Yeah, if this was the Pro Tour, we would have Rich Hagen in our ears going, oh, that's amateur hour. Have you heard about cricket?
Oh,
and then we'd hear about a 2-day-long cricket match.
Careful, you might summon him.
Oh, no.
Here comes flashback. Just take over the SCG broadcast. What are we flashing back, I wonder? Jeskai
Revelation.
So that's 4 costs of it. 2 more to come. Pyroclasm. Die.
Yeah.
It's nice when he's tapped out.
That's the plan. 2 prowess on my monk. And there you go.
Kill all yours, yeah.
Is this another revelation?
It might be. How many revelations can you have in one sitting?
This is another revelation. Okay.
Wee.
So I believe that is both flashbacks and 3 revelations used from Kenneth, if I'm not mistaken. I think.
I think you are correct. We'll find out if we see another one later.
Yeah.
All right, so 19 to 17 are the live totals. 24 minutes are left on the clock. How many points of damage do we do there to Nick?
A solid 4.
That's not too bad. Okay. Update your live totals. Thank you. More little dudes hit the board here for Kenneth.
3 mana. Stock up.
Sure. Okay, Consult's nice.
Revelation Consult.
Yeah. Don't hate to see those. I want to start getting a deck count now. I mean, I'm sure our eagle-eyed viewers can do a quick count based off of the squares of cardboard they see on the board here. There you go.
Yeah.
Both flashbacks, okay.
Both flashbacks gone. Stuck up, resolved. Revelation, you. Probably bounce a monk, target a monk, if I had to guess.
Sure. It does make a little more sense to bounce the monks, right? Because those are the things that can kill you.
Look,
I mean, that's the end game.
I would guess that Nick has played more of this matchup than I have. So
sure.
I would trust his decision-making going after the bounce lands.
Okay. Get lost. Another one of the monks. Or one of the monks, I should say. So 2 monks left on that side. But now he's tapped out. How do you tap out with so much mana? Interesting. Okay.
Revelations aren't cheap, Haley.
No, they're not. But can Nick just die here?
Could he? Yes. Will he? TBD.
TBD. Because 2 monks. So, okay, 6 spells are, that's a bit of a stretch, but, you know, maybe.
Right. Both of these map tokens hit lands.
Boo.
There's another Revelation in hand, so
Yes.
that is 4 damage to the face,
yeah.
plus 2 pump. So currently, that is 8
8.
damage being represented.
And then a kick burst lightning for the win. Is he playing that?
Nope.
Damn. That would have been sick.
He definitely has used his traumatic critique. There's the last Jeskai Revelation from Nick.
Okay.
From Kenneth, excuse me.
Okay. It's okay. They're both playing it. All right, so more monks. They don't have haste, right? No.
They do not have haste.
Aw, man, I miss Core Steel Cutter.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
That got game's over with.
All right. Firebending lesson.
Oh, one more.
Firebending lesson.
Oh, one more. Oh, we got it. We got it.
Seer.
Woo!
That should be enough. Okay.
We got there, chat. Woo!
30 minutes for game 1.
Hot sauce. All right.
Beautiful
all right. We
magic.
did it. Ha! So he was dead there.
Yep. Nope. Correct.
Holy guacamole. All righty, friends. Let's take a look at the sideboards here. Now, you said that post-board things should get a little quicker, I guess? Or, you know, better one way or the other.
I think the ending of the game gets a little quicker.
Yes. Okay. That's good for us.
Yeah.
Well, not for you. You'll be okay.
It's good for the players as well
Yes.
with 20 minutes left on the
Yes.
clock.
So what do we like from Nick's side of things?
So from Nick's side, you're going to want your 2 Stoic Sphinxes. You're going to want your Wan Shi Tong. You're going to want Flash Freeze because specifically it goes after Jeskai Revelation.
Okay.
It is a red spell.
Sure is.
You're going to want Disdainful Stroke. I think that's one thing you have to be concerned about is over sideboarding. I'm very curious whether there is a world in which Nick says my Stoic Sphinxes are the king in this matchup if I'm able to play it the right way, and maybe goes into a high noon potential plan, saying if we're both restricted to 1 spell a turn, I think Stoic Sphinx, which is much cheaper than the win conditions you're playing, can get the job done here.
Okay, that could be
So
pretty cool.
maybe. It really depends on how Nick is looking to attack the matchup.
All right. And from Kevin's side of things, if he wants to just get this over and done with, quick 2-0 out of here, what's he doing?
Similar against Sphinx of the Final Word, I think, is almost the be-all, end-all in the matchup. Wan Shi Tong, Emeritus, both great. The 1 copy of Annul, I think, is likely to come in just for Tablet.
Okay.
Being able to stop Tablet for cheap is going to be quite important in the matchup. And again, Flash Freezes, probably Spell Pierce, same idea as the Annul, where, yes, it gets phased out of the matchup later on in the game, but it's those early developmental turns that are really going to matter.
All right. Well, as the players shuffle up, consult their sideboards and each other's deck lists, We got to tell you about some cool things you can do with Star City Games, friends. Not just watch our really cool broadcast, but you can also sell your cards. So if you have some spare goodies lying around, you got that shiny foil you don't want to play, why not sell it? You get great prices, and you also get 30% trade bonus at sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. So be sure to go check it out. I know Corey is religious about selling his cards to Star City Games and getting that sweet, sweet 30% trade bonus.
Yeah, with all the commander decks he has to build, there really is just a pipeline of turning cards into more cards, into commander decks, into content, into more cards, into
that's how
on and on and on.
Yeah, that is our job. So outside of the commentary booth, so Kenneth Oswald up a game, a very, very lengthy game one here. 18 minutes left on the clock. Probably 17 minutes. They'll start. 16 minutes. They'll start playing at 16 minutes. I predict, if we're going for predictions.
It really depends on the mulligans, so we'll see as these hands are drawn. If there's no mulligans, I think we could see 17-minute start. And we've seen Nick be cognizant of the clock. So we'll see exactly how he decides to do it. Both players should be. Kenneth up a game here. Little less pressing for him.
I sincerely hope their sleeves are a little different, like maybe one matte, one gloss, because their decks play almost the exact same cards.
All right, we have keeps. We're off.
Damn it, I was wrong. Should've stuck with my 17, man. Anyway, here we go, friends. Game 2. Pass the turn back after land drop seems like the thing to do, as we're going to fire off a stock up here on Nick's side of things.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, as we get a better sense of the players' draws, how each one of them sideboarded. I do see, of course, Wan Shi-Tong in Kenneth's hand. I'm not getting a good look at the red card in Kenneth's hand. There's a copy of a Braid, but is that a Pyroclasm that he's kept in? Because it looks like a Pyroclasm, which makes sense, again, given how the game ended in game 1. But it is just fascinating to see the decision of how many pest controls do I want? How many Day of Judgments do I want? How many Pyroclasms do I want? How many Fire Magics do I want? I think the first choice is definitely going to be the single target removals that go. Things like Seer, Impractical Joke, Firebending Lesson. Those are the ones that you want to see going first, rather than the board removal, as counterintuitive as that sounds.
First things first, inevitable defeat says, get your Tablet of Discovery out of here, please.
Yeah, Nick says, trigger on the stack. I will go for the inevitable defeat.
And the red mana floated if there's something. So there's the mill. It's a land. Have we had a land drop this turn? Now we're asking. Have not. So 3 mana available. And the door is wide open to do a thing, but no 3 mana spell, unfortunately, for Kenneth.
Nick confirms, I was on the play. I have 4 lands on the battlefield. Therefore, you have not played a land yet this turn.
Yes, no erodes have come into the equation, so no one has an extra land at this point. Tablet of Discovery number 2 hits the board now on Nick's side of things, and land in the yard.
Interestingly enough, Nick went for the tablet after playing a land drop.
Usually
so
you do it the other way around.
Wanting to leave up 2 mana guaranteed there for a potential 1 mana counterspell, whether it be Spell Pierce or Null. So that's something to be cognizant of, and I think Kenneth can make a mental note of that as well, whether it was a misplay for playing fast or whether it was intentional. It's something that is a data point.
Yeah, okay. Not fighting over that removal spell for the Tablet of Discovery, so if there is a piece of interaction, it wasn't to protect the Tablet of Discovery.
Right.
Elegant Parlor sticks and no more lies in the yard.
Yep.
What does that tell you, friend?
It's sending a message for sure.
Is that a flex?
I think if I had to guess, without getting a good look at Nick's hand, because again, he is keeping it pretty close to the chest. If I had to guess, it's that Nick doesn't have land drops.
Yeah.
I think Nick needs to make land developments, and he's saying that I do not have the lands I need here.
Yeah, and I wonder if Kenneth should have played the land first there and then the tablet to pay for the Normalize.
Exact same question from the previous turn is, when do you prioritize value over this potential? And let's say you had played the land, and let's say you have a counterspell of your own in hand. I didn't get a good look at the time. Would you pay for the Normalize and essentially tap yourself out for the opponent? I don't think Kenneth would. So in this way, he's representing a counterspell where if he then chooses not to pay and doesn't have a counterspell, he's bluffing. There's a lot that goes into each of these decisions.
It is pretty fun when you get into the nitty-gritty of it. I won't lie. It's fun watching the best players, you know, who've practiced and piloted these decks for many, many games. It's fun seeing them play it.
Yeah, I think
I relent.
we got one. We have a convert.
No, not a convert, just an I appreciate.
Okay, we have an appreciator.
There you go.
All right, we take that.
Okay. Mistrise.
Nope.
What are we,
Chase his mind.
Yeah.
Quarry Mountain. Yeah, I think there was some consideration from Kenneth to go Misrise into Wan Shi Tong potentially, but instead just going for Quarry Mountain, saying, I want a bit more development before I start firing off spells.
Yeah. Want a way to protect the big burb, because currently in hand we see none. There's a lot of lands he's got there. Stock up. Okay, that's nice. Land for turn. River Pyre Verge. Here we go. Stock up. Let's see if Nick says, yep, sure, go for it. Oh, okay. Hey, that's a Flash Freeze. Emeritus out of the sideboard, as well as a Flash Freeze and a Consult the Star Charts. Decent goodies there for Kenneth to pick from.
Yeah, I think with no interaction and no Misrise on the other side, Flash Freeze is the first card you're definitely taking. And letting go of the Emeritus is definitely a nod to your hand. The fact that you already have Wan Shi Tong and the fact that you're ahead right now in terms of being up a game, saying that, okay, I don't need to win this game technically. I need to stop you from winning this game.
Yeah. Because I mean, Kenneth is up a game. If it goes to time and to turns, Kenneth wins.
Right.
Yeah.
A 1-0 win is still a win.
Yes. You don't get half a point for it.
Right.
And both players at 6 wins. They are locked in for day number 2. So that's another thing to check off their list of things to do, but they would ideally like to go through to day 2 sitting at 9-0.
Yeah, so now Nick has played a Mist Rise Village. I think now we get a pretty interesting situation where with the amount of mana that Nick has access to, we could see Kenneth playing a Hamlet here. And this is exactly what I was going to say. Nick could activate Mistrise Village and just let this activation float through the turn and say, okay, now make your choice. My next spell is uncounterable and we'll go through your turn. I don't have to feel forced to cast the spell right now.
Beautiful. Jeskai Revelation.
I love this.
Sick. Bouncing the Hamlets. What's Kenneth going to do about that? Well, first things first, float some mana. There's a Consult the Star Charts. But what are you going to do about it? It's uncounterable. And there's no airbenders to send that spell into exile.
Yeah, and one more thing that we do have to note, based on just how he's been playing it so far, which is Kenneth has opted not to play the copies of Great Hall of the Biblioplex that he has in hand.
Yeah.
There's no white mana available from Kenneth right now. So one thing that he's not representing at any point currently is the Jeskai Revelation of his own. right? He's saying that at the moment, my revelations are not being represented.
Yeah, and I mean, does he even have one in hand? It doesn't look like it.
No.
Yeah.
Now, what would be really fascinating is whether Kenneth just took out his Jeskai Revelations. I don't know how you would.
How do you win?
Well, with
birds?
Sinks of the Final Word, Wan Shitong, etc., and just saying that I'm going to not fight on this angle, shut off your lands, and instead fight over your cards without using the 7-mana spell.
All right.
I don't know how it would work. I haven't seen someone do it before, but the fact that Kenneth has been holding 2 Great Hall of the Biblioplex for a while and has chosen not to develop one on the battlefield to even represent a Jeskai Revelation is a little suspect to me.
Inevitable Defeat takes care of the Librarian, sends that into exile. 3 to the Dome, once again, 3 life gained and lost for both players. 27 to 10 are the life totals currently, now down to 6. And Nick is looking in a very good spot here.
Nick is looking in a very good spot to get us to game 3, which would put the match in a very good spot for a tie.
Oh, yep.
All right, there's the Jeskai Revelation.
Okay, so they are in the deck.
They are in the deck.
They're just late.
Yes, we have now seen them.
Yes. Delayed revelations, for sure. Nick, pretty comfy. Kenneth, not fussed at all. Just another day in the office here for these players. Sitting comfortably as leaders of the tournament at 6-0, alongside a handful of others. And we should be whittling down to our overnight leaders very shortly.
Yeah, we still have a lot of Magic to be played today and, of course, this weekend. But it is cool to see the field slowly narrowing.
Yeah, for sure. Pyroclasm available in hand for Kenneth. Is he going to fire it off now? He's going to give it its best shot. Does Nick fight over this? Can he keep his little dudes large?
I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe starting off with the Consult the Star Charts.
Yep.
Not kicked. What you really want to do right now is just cast 2 spells to get 2 prowess triggers.
Yeah.
You really don't care if they resolve. You don't care what they are.
Count your own stuff if you really want.
Please, Nick, don't leave it off the table. Put it into camera. Okay.
Oh, negate. Okay.
Negate.
Sure. Well, it's larger. There you go. So there are 2/2s at the moment.
And the counter happens.
Yeah. Do we have a backup for it? A backup removal spell, I should say.
I don't see one, and Kenneth is in pretty dire straits here.
9 lands to it's 8.
Because Great Hall here is representing Jeskai Revelation, and if that doesn't work, you're kind of dead.
Just dead. Yeah.
Okay, just
dead.
Flashback Pyroclasm?
That doesn't do anything.
Like, you have to go for it and just hope Nick doesn't have a spell to cast, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. There it is. Let's see if Nick bites. I mean, yeah, what's a follow-up, though, here, if this doesn't work?
If this doesn't work, I think the follow-up is game 3.
Yeah. 5 minutes left on the clock, so keep an eye on that. Pyroclasm on the stack. What do you have in hand there, Nick?
4 mana, just going to kick it, saying that
you know what, fine.
I don't need this to resolve. I don't need to leave anything up. You're no longer representing
the ouchie.
Jeskai Revelation, and that's fine. You can counter this. My creatures both have 2 damage marked on them.
You got another Pyroclasm there, buddy?
All right. You see Nick untapping at lightning speed. Needs to cast 2 spells.
Hustle, hustle, hustle.
Also has Great Hall of the Biblioplex that he can turn into a creature here.
Spell, 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 swing, go.
3 mana. Stock up.
Probably.
Tablet.
No,
that still triggers prowess.
Right, yep. Non-creature spells.
Mills a land.
Sure.
Verge. Attacks and flashback.
Something.
It's got to be flashback targeting consult. Yep.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Hustle, boys.
Game 3,
Let's
and
go.
I think almost certainly
I think we're going to get a draw.
we're going to get a draw.
Yeah.
But look, if Nick is playing for the win,
Yes.
I'm going to say it once again, I think he should be sideboarding at high noon here.
Okay.
I think that if he is playing for the win rather than the draw, high noon is the way that he puts himself in a position for a win.
Okay. You heard it here first, friends. Let's see if Monty can convince him from afar that that is what he should be doing.
Telepathically.
Yeah, to get this this game won, because we don't like draws. I mean, draws are fine, but you know, you'd rather have a W.
Yeah, I think ultimately the fact that your sideboard win condition in Stoic Sphinx costs 4,
Yep.
and your opponent's sideboard win conditions in Emeritus, which costs 5,
Yep.
or Sphinx of the Final Word, which costs 7,
Yeah.
I think that the answer is just high noon.
Yeah.
I think that's how you play for the win here.
Time will tell if Nick agrees, friends. While our players do shuffle up, just want to remind you that there is a super sweet sale happening at the moment on Star City Games, so be sure to go and check out the limited time only sale. Free shipping on orders of singles over $100 in the lower 48. So if there's anything you've been wanting to pick up, you know, maybe some fancy shinies for your pet deck or whatever it is, you want to pick up one of these standard decks to go and play in a LCQ, that sort of thing, in Regional Championship, go check it out. StarCityGames.com/sale.
So, game 3 starting not in turns.
No, 2 minutes. Still, hustle. You'll see the players just develop their land, and basically what I said in the beginning, where they should just be given 6 lands, draw 7 cards, and say go, right? That's where they're gonna get to.
Nope,
No?
not hearing it.
Okay.
Kenneth has Emeritus. That is one card that
All
can
right.
win this game,
Yeah, fortune
theoretically.
Yep. Stock up, resolves. Take a look ski, 5 cards. What do we like?
Spell Pierce
Yes.
land.
Yeah, seems good.
I think you let a Braid go most likely here.
Kenneth agrees. Turn passes back. Off we go for next turn. Parlor. Does he like what's on top? Sure does. Sends the turn back. 2 mana available to him. One minute, 20 seconds left in this round before the players go to turns.
Shock Pass would just represent a Consult. Shock Tablet representing Spell Pierce.
Tablet resolves, land in the bin. Land already been played to protect that spell, allowing it to resolve. Nick gets a turn back, behind on mana. Needs to play catch up here.
Nick shaking his head because he's recognizing that Tablet for Kenneth means that Kenneth can now put together a game plan that wins in time.
Yeah.
Still unlikely,
Yeah.
but it's possible.
Commit, buddy. Let's go. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Watery Grave. 4 mana. Could it be an inevitable defeat? Time will tell.
If it was, that tablet would be so
Yeah, it would
far
be
off this board,
so dead.
it would be in the next feature match.
And probably is, to be honest. Oh boy, with how well these 4 color control decks are doing. And 7 seconds left. Time in the round to be called, unless there's an extension on this matchup. I don't think there would be, though. Quarry Mountain Monastery.
And there's no revelation.
No.
That's the big thing is
Yeah.
there's an Emeritus, but there's no revelation.
All right, so turn 0, Kenneth.
Yeah, Nick had already said go, so it is turn 0 Kenneth right now.
Now the players can slow down.
Yeah. Back to breathing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now Nick gets the final turn of this game.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, there's Papa.
Big Bird
Cannot be countered. Has hexproof.
says, deal with me.
Yep.
This is the first time I've seen this card.
Oh, this is...
Foundations, man.
Yeah, it's a card that was printed in my Magic career. I want to say one of the earlier M sets, M11. Let's Shot in the Dark kit. Maybe? Nope. Oath of the Gatewatch. Not even an M set. All right, so...
It feels like it's an M card, but no.
It does feel like an M card. It is absolutely a control mirror breaker. And it is asking Nick a very, very important question, which is, do you have Day of Judgment in your deck right now? And have you found one?
Otherwise, you're going to be real dead real quick. Big old 5/5 flyers. I mean, does Nick have access to an Emeritus?
Oh,
never mind.
Strategic Betrayal.
Strategic Betrayal.
I forgot the black mana. All right.
Well,
big
back to a
threat
draw.
gone. And inevitable defeat. Goodbye, tablet.
Oh,
but
goodness.
Kenneth can now go Emeritus Ancestral Recall
Sure.
if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst place to be. Can he win in time, though? That is the question.
All right.
The amount of life gain that we have seen from both of these decks.
No, Emeritus will not kill in time.
No.
You still have to go for it. You don't have any other avenues to a win, and I don't think Nick has any avenue to a win anymore with just 2 more turns and 0 clock on the board. So I think for Kenneth, the answer is play Emeritus.
Yep.
Probably not just slam Ancestral Recall and just pass, but play Emeritus, prepare, pass.
Certainly prepared to draw 3 cards, unless something requires a counter.
It still very much is a draw, I believe. Emeritus, not large enough to represent a game-ending threat. Kenneth only has 1 more turn, that's turn 4. So, as a 5/5, let's say this hits for 5 and the Jeskai Revelation resolves, that's not going to do it.
Yeah. It's only 9 damage, so still half of Nick's life total to chunk through.
Yeah, the only thing that could change things would be a Time Warp-like spell.
Yeah.
But there's nothing like that in either of these decks to change the dynamic of the
How
turn
does an extra
matchup.
turn work with turns?
There's still the same number of turns, Ailey.
Huh.
So,
Okay, so he would take turn 5 and then the game would be done?
correct.
Wow, today I learned.
Yeah.
That's sweet. Nexus of Fate, where are you? Banned where you should be. Huh. Well, I want to say I couldn't have seen it coming, but I sure did see it coming.
Look, I do think that this is part of the nature of the matchup.
Yeah.
Credit to both players. I don't think either of them played slow.
No,
I don't think either of them overthought decisions. I think they played towards winning in their respective positions, and that is just how things play out in this matchup.
So here's my question then. Do you think that Nick should have left mana up to interact with Kenneth on the turn that he killed him when he was at 13?
The big problem is Nick has held his cards off screen for so much of the game that and also that was a solid 25 minutes ago that I could not tell you what was in Nick's hand and what he could leave up his interaction.
I have no idea what he had in hand, but you know, he did make the choice to, instead of, you know, killing one of the creatures, he decided to bounce a land, I believe.
Sure.
So that could have been the difference there.
Yeah,
between a draw and a win.
I do think there were a few moments where Nick went after lands rather than targeting the monks that could have made a difference.
Yeah.
All right.
Turn 5.
Turn 5. Nick draws.
Fireball to the face for 13. No.
The players are playing as if this game is going on, so I'm wondering if there was an extension of some kind that gives them 7 turns instead, as I do believe can happen if there's a judge call that would extend the game. I'm not 100%. We haven't heard of it, but it would just be...
That's it.
All right.
It's a draw, friends. So Kenneth Oswald and Nick Deru go to 6-0 and 1. I ain't happy about it, but the players, you know, that's what's going to happen when you're playing a control mirror match.
You may not be happy.
You're
I'm happy.
You got maximum turns out of this match.
I just got to watch wonderful Magic for a solid hour.
Oh, boy. Please, can we have an aggro match next? That'd be great. That would make my little heart so happy. But yes, friends, we're going to take a very short break, stretch our legs, and when we come back, we'll have some more Magic for you. Don't go anywhere. It's the regional championship, friends. We are in Cincinnati. I'm Ailey, he's Monty, and we got through it all, friends. By gosh, if you're just tuning in now, you dodged a bullet.
You missed a great match. Go back and watch it.
No, I mean, if you like it, go. Yeah, I can't stop you. I'm not your mother. Anyway, friends, we are in round number 8 of 9 here today. We'll take a quick look at our leaderboard before we jump back into the action, where we get to see some big things happening, I hope. Take a look here. Our undefeated players, 6 of them remain. Robert, Wagner, Krankel, Robert Cedar, Mar Chatta, Ian Wolf, Wesley Hickman, Foster, Nicholas Foster. I don't know, but these are the players at the top. And whoo boy, look at all those Izzets.
Yeah, it's, you know, all the different flavors of Izzet, but a lot of Izzet. 2 prowess, and I can tell you one of these prowess is not like the other, but I'm not going to spoil it just yet. We also have an Izzet Lessons, 2 spell elementals, and then 4 color control. So a lot of variety, even though some people may not think it is. And then a lot more variety as we go further down. You see Ouroboros, Dimir Excruciator, Mono Green Landfall, Timur Omniscience, Selesnya Landfall.
Hey, Excruciator doing good there, still
Excruciator still in it.
Yeah. Alrighty, friends, let's show you, and Mani alluded to some spicy meatballs in the form of an Izzet Prowess list. So let's take a look at Wesley Hickman's list. Playing a good old fling deck, Mani.
Yeah, it is prowess, but it's not prowess in the flavor that we're used to seeing. You do see the prowess base of Storm Chaser's talents, some Boomerang basics, but not the full 4. Elusive Otter is back, and this version has Drake-Hatcher, 3 of, 4 Ancestral Anger, 4 Wild Ride, 3 Turn Inside Out, and the capstone of the whole deck is Callous Sellsword. Now, realistically, is not Callous Sellsword. It's Burned Together that you're really looking for. But that's where everything comes from, where you're trying to just close out the game. And I'm going to give a little shout out to those 2 copies of Secret Identity, because that hexproof goes a long way in making sure that you're able to cobble all this together.
Sick list here from Wesley Hickman. It's going to be fun to see that in action. And Wesley is up against Mar Chatta on Izzet Spelementals. Take a look at this list. At first glance, pretty stuck standard to what we've seen, barring maybe Winter Night Stories chucked in there for some extra card draw. Yeah,
I would say that this is a very standard Izzet Spelementals deck. 4 Crab, 4 Hearth Elemental, 4 Sunderflock. That's what we're used to seeing. Now, one thing that is really good in this Spelementals deck that is new with Secrets of Strixhaven, the 4 copies of Prismari Charm, dealing 1 damage, pretty good against Otter tokens if you can take advantage of it the first turn that they play it. So this deck is going to force a bit of the hand from the Izzet Prowess deck in adjusting their play patterns to respecting what it has available to it. Also 2 copies of Impractical Jokes. So the 1-mana removal spells are plentiful, and that means that maybe the Izzet Prowess deck will have to play a bit more patiently in order to save their pop-off turns for when they have the Secret Identity available, when they have multiple instant speed spells to play. We're going to see a lot more plotted slick shot show-offs in this matchup, I would guess, than we would normally see. So there is going to be an interesting dynamic to the matchup just because of the interaction suite that Mar has access to.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup indeed. So as soon as our players are ready to go, we'll jump on down to the feature match area. This is a list that's pretty similar to the one that Alexander McIsaac played. Made another top 8 in the UK, in London, I believe it was.
Okay.
Just missing Poison Dart Frog in the sideboard.
Which is a really crucial part of the deck. I don't know how you win without it, but clearly at 7-0, it is possible. And that's what we're hoping to figure out.
That is exactly what we will figure out very soon, friends. So Wesley Hickman versus Mar Chatta. That is our feature match. Once they're ready to go, we'll jump on down there. But just a reminder, friends, if you would like to pick up some of these super sweet cards that you've seen in action, Secrets of Strixhaven, that's a lot of S's in one fell swoop, is a place to start because there's some excellent cards there for any format, really. It's a really fun draft format, too, so go check it out. StarCityGames.com/MTG-SOS. Have you seen the Hex Haven stuff?
I have gotten peeks at it. I haven't fully delved into it yet.
It looks
I've been
cool.
very focused on what we've got coming up first. But as we put Strixhaven in the rear view mirror and we start looking ahead, I look forward to going further into what Hexhaven is going to be offering us in the future.
Yeah, Reality Fracture coming near the end of the year. I'm not exactly sure when the release date for that is, but yeah, Jace basically goes and messes with time.
Why would he do that?
And we know how well that works out. Why would he do that?
Yeah.
Because I don't know. He'd rather do that than talk about his problems.
Men would literally mess with time than go to therapy. Is that what we're saying?
Yep.
Jace.
You said it, not me.
Jace. Jace.
Bad Jace. Anyway, the players are ready, friends. Let's head on down to the feature match area and get this game underway. Wesley Hickman up at the top of your screen. Marchata down below. Round 8. Both players at 7-0, sitting in real good spots here for a top 8 finish if they can keep this momentum going.
And Ailey, I'm getting word from one of my correspondents in the field that McIsaac is 6-1 in the Canadian RC right now with Fling Prowess. So putting up another good result. Early stages, of course, but we do have eyes everywhere, and they are letting us know that still going strong.
Thank you very much to your agent in the field.
Absolutely.
Otter. I can't make the cute otter noise that Arena does when they resolve, but otters are so great, aren't they? I would love an otter. I know I can't have one because it's a wild animal and that's just cruel, but they're so cute.
They
I just
are
want to play with one.
absolutely adorable.
Alrighty here.
Sleight of hand number 2.
Yep. Taking a look at the cards. Do we like what we see? Marchata just trying to get this yard filled as much as possible to get these elementals at a discount, all the while taking care of the threats that Wesley's deploying.
Yeah, just fill the yard while clearing the board. That's the name of the game. Because if you're able to get to a point where you're able to just play a Hearth Elemental and have an answer up, you're feeling pretty great.
Drakecatcher. This card is sweet. Like it kind of found a home in Prowess for a little bit right in the beginning when Prowess started first taking off. Fell off quite harshly, but you know, it's cool to see it in this list because you know it does have the added benefit of creating drakes for you if it ever does get to connect.
Yeah, one of the big issues with Drakecatcher in the current standard format is just the fact that it doesn't really matter how wide you go with Drakes if your opponent then is able to resolve a Sunderflock and bounce them all to your hand.
Yeah.
So that has always been, well, always since Sunderflock has been a problem for Drakecatcher, and it's why we see the Izzet decks going towards other win conditions like the Color Storm Stallion.
Yeah.
But in this specific deck, it is very much a card that still has a home. And again, a lot of the choices being made this weekend is in reaction to what Standard has looked like over the past couple of weeks, which has been very landfall heavy.
Yeah.
Landfall decks doing incredibly well. Wesley accidentally revealing a secret identity, not the type of card that you want your opponent to know they have to play around. So that is unfortunate. You're supposed to keep it secret, keep it safe.
That's how Civil Wars start, man. Anyway, here comes Drakecatcher. Another one to replace the one that was impolitely joked off the board by Marchata. Did he see it, though? That's the question.
I would hope so, unless the brim of his cap blocked it.
Yes, a double-edged sword, indeed. You can't see my eyes, but I can't see your hand.
Masterful gambit.
Oh, here comes a land number 3 for Mar. What you gonna do with this turn here, friend? Hearth Elemental for 1.
That's the dream.
Yep.
And
Sunder. Nope. Prismari Charm.
bounce.
Boing. Get that out of there.
Now, Wesley does have 4 copies of Wild Ride, I believe. So haste is very much on the table for this prowess deck between Slick Shot, Show Off, and Wild Ride. Being able to go Drake Catcher, Wild Ride attack is available, but it is a matter of how much are you able to do with limited resources facing down a threat? Because again, just going Drake Catcher, Wild Ride, go wide against a Thunderflock when you've tapped out is not going to get the job done.
It sure ain't. And like you mentioned, Marnie, he's got to pick his spots. You know, he has to wait for that explosive turn where he can kill Mar in one fell swoop. He can't just, you know, jam everything in one turn because it's not going to kill him at this point in the game. So keeping it simple, plotting his Slick Shot Show Off, redeploying the Drake Hatcher, and passing the turn back. One shot kill. One shot kill. We like those.
Yeah, and as long as Mar has seen that secret identity, which again, they should have, it's a question of how well can you play around it? Because if you're only holding up one interaction spell and you know your opponent has a secret identity, then your entire plan has to change.
Yeah.
You have to start playing more proactively, more aggressively, maybe just jamming a Thunderflock here and bouncing that Drake Catcher. So it is a question of exactly what you're able to do.
Looks like there's another charm in hand for Mar. On Wesley's side of things,
all right,
we have a Show Off on the board.
This might be the turn to start going.
To pop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Giddy up.
I suppose it is from the hat set, the cowboy set, so giddy up indeed.
Thunder Junction.
Oh, yeah. This town ain't big enough for the... Oh, wait, that's banned.
Yeah, no. We don't talk about that one.
Eddie Burke, Eddie Burke.
All right, one spell cast.
Tap the silly bird.
Attack.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
More. Yes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And
8 and Chuck. That's enough.
boom.
Woo! He
That's all
did
it
it.
takes.
He did it. Right, so could Mar have played that differently or picked a different spot to try? Would he have even been able to if he'd waited?
Based on the hand I saw, I don't think so.
Okay.
You had, from Mar's side, I believe there was the crab, and there was also a Prismani Charm, and not much else.
Okay.
So I think you're in a position where you just kind of have to go for it, and at some point, Wesley will force your hand.
Yeah.
You will go for the interaction, and then you'll be met with the secret identity.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes.
Yep. It's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, or how the pigeon squawks. I don't know. Wesley Hickman up a game here in very fast fashion. Look at that. Look at that. Only 8 minutes to win that game. Oh, take note, control players.
So boring.
What
so
does
ordinary.
Yeah. What does Mar need to do up against this very aggressive threat?
Interaction is really the big thing. And a lot of it is in the main deck. So there isn't that much interaction to be found, right? But for example, the one copy of Broadside Barrage, you probably need to bring it in. You need to maximize what you have access to. And maybe, definitely the Spell Snares. That's excellent in the matchup just because so much of what they're trying to do requires 2 mana creatures. And then maybe the Spell Pierce. Again, you do just need cheap interaction. You need to put your opponent in a position where at the end of that turn, you can just counter the Callous Sellsword, the Burn Together, because otherwise, you are just going to die. So cheap interaction, you don't have that much of it, but what you do have, I think you probably need.
Yeah. And on the other side of things, for Wesley, you know, mission number 1, protect your threats. So I'm guessing the 2 copies of Secret Identity are coming.
Yeah, I think almost certainly the secret identities have to come in. One of the things that we always say is you have to slow down Spellmentals from doing their thing. Now, as with most synergy-driven decks, you can't really sideboard out too many things, otherwise you'll be stuck in a position where your deck doesn't function. But I wouldn't be surprised to see both Secret Identities plus a Soul Guide Lanterns coming in, for example, and maybe just full stop there.
What are those Quantum Riddlers for? Which matchup?
I would guess that they're probably for control.
Okay.
The decks that have a lot more interaction and are able to fight through the tools that you have, so you need to be able to refill your hand.
Yeah.
So there is probably a version post-board of this deck where you are boarding into just a bit bigger, relying on the Storm Chaser talent plus Boomerang Basics loop, relying on Quantum Riddler to give you more cards, and you're taking out some of these elements that really need to play together.
Yeah. Also a decently sized blocker against those decks who board in like the Emeritus, for example.
Right.
So, yeah. Not too shabby, friends. Hey, you know what else is not too shabby? The Star City Games newsletter.
I love it.
Yeah, have you
Big
signed
fan.
up for it?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. Star City
Decades
Games.
ago.
Decades ago. Decades?
Okay, decade.
How long have they been going for? Jeez.
A decade ago.
Oh, okay. Gosh. All right, yes. If you want to find out all about the latest sets, events, any cool sales that are ongoing, go sign up at starcitygames.com/newsletter. There's a handy dandy link on the main page as well. So you could just Google Star City Games and you'll probably find a thing to click that says, hey, send me mail about stuff. That's it. That's all you got to do. Players having a good time there in our feature match area alongside our judges. Shout out to all the judges here this weekend. Taking all of our crazy calls, especially in the Mystery Booster Sealed, where you have to learn about things like positioning.
Yep.
Money, yeah.
Big fan of positioning.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you $10 if you can tell me what it does in chat without looking. Austin Ouellette versus Jesse Peeland. Celestia Arborate and Mardu Discard also ongoing in our feature match area. So no resolution here, but both players' life totals coming on down. See a Sage of the Skies there for Austin, so if he's able to get some life gain going, he might be in a good position to pick up this win, but a hardened Academic on the other side does make things a bit tricky.
Yeah, 2 copies of the Academic. We do see 1 practice offense in the Exile. Don't see a second in the Graveyard for Jesse, so Austin probably not stable yet, but working their way there. We'll see if they're able to get there. The Hard Academic, 2 copies on the battlefield, representing quite a lot, especially with Colbert Rood on level 3, I believe it was. So a lot of threats being presented there. But that's for another time.
It sure is. As our main feature is ready to rock and roll, here comes our little elusive otter. It gets to live, at least on that end step. But we do see a couple of answers for it in hand, either to bounce or to burn. Turn passes back.
Yeah, passes back.
In hand.
Impractical Joke as well, but just opting to pass the turn back, representing a get out. What you really don't want to do is take care of an elusive otter, which on turn 2 is almost certainly, and by almost certainly I mean essentially guaranteed not going to be able to close out the game. So then you don't want to deal with this otter and then have your opponent just slam a Draycatcher or a Slick Shot show off that you can't deal with.
Absolutely. A little otter in for just 1 little damage. Just a love tap to get things started. Mar down to 19. And Draycatcher on the stack. I'm going to think about it. Does he want to make this get out?
Well, there's also a Spell Snare, so
yeah, there's that too.
I think the question is, do you want to use the get out, or do you want to let it resolve, untap, play a land, Impractical Joke the Draycatcher, and once again pass with both Spell Snare and get out available?
I like that idea, and I think that Mar does too. So, impractical. What? No.
Impractical.
Impractical Joke. What am I thinking? Impolite Joke.
Well, it is impolite.
It is
However, it is a play on the practical joke.
Yes, yes, yes. There's another impolite something. I don't know. Anyway.
We'll get down to the bottom of it.
We'll find it.
Scryfall will help us.
So many words in my brain. Stop printing so many words on cards. Anyway, Elusive Otter is on the board. Can Wesley protect his one and only threat, or can he deploy another threat?
Yeah, I think the big question from Wesley is land drops. How much mana do you have access to? And how you want to use it. At what point do you deem that now is the turn to go? The previous game, it was pretty straightforward. You knew the tools that you had access to. You knew that your opponent probably couldn't represent enough with the mana they had available to interact through your secret identity. Now, very different game.
Lonely little otter on the board. Attempts to get some friends in the form of Storm Chaser's talent. Does Mar let this resolve? No, get out. So targeting a creature or enchantment. Also very useful if you want to bounce your own things at a later stage. So kind of doing the job that this Tiny Big Enough used to.
Right.
Yeah.
We've seen Get Out pick up quite a few Thunderflocks and reuse them.
Cheeky.
But that clears the coast for Soul Guide Lantern to come down, and that will make getting one of these elementals down to make a Thunderflock affordable a lot tougher.
Yep. Is a deck certainly like discounts, you know, across all the different iterations thereof. Opt. Taking a look at the top card of the library. Does Mar like it? No. Sends it to the bottom. Soul Guide Lantern can, of course, take care of the graveyard as soon as it's full, or just before it's full enough to get those discounts on the Hearth Elementals.
Yeah, there will be a little dance for when Wesley feels the need to cash this in.
Yeah, so he's got to be now keeping track of how many spells are in the yard, how much mana is available for Mar.
And unlike usual, where it's a matter of how much mana is available to just get a Hearth Elemental on the board, because of the nature of this prowess deck, it is going to be a question of how much mana is available for you to get a Hearth Elemental or Crab on the board without tapping out. Because if you just do that, I'm going to be able to just kill you out of nowhere with this prowess deck. So it's fine if you can tap 4 and play a Hearth Elemental. I will probably kill you on the crackback.
Yeah, and that's the thing you got to be worried about, especially with things that can't be blocked in the form of the Slick Shot Show Off. Or if your elusive otter gets big enough, nothing on the ground's going to block it.
All right, Wild Ride, here we go.
Yeehaw!
5? 5.
Funk. Angry Otter. Turn passes back. You got to think Wesley's got some interaction in hand, ways to protect his lone threat. Steam Bed's tapped.
See, now this is a reasonable pace of gameplay. Nice little land to go.
Yeah. Wake me up before you go.
All right. Cashing in a Soul Guide Lantern for a card. Wesley's saying, I don't need to attack your graveyard.
Okay.
I'm in a position where I can finish you off.
Oh.
Maybe not this turn, but soon.
So that resolves. Storm Chaser's talent. He gets a little otter buddy.
Otter count, 2.
Storm count, 1. Wild Ride.
Giddy up once again.
Large friends. Oh, okay. I hope Mar has 2 pieces of interaction, because I feel like he's going to need them.
Eddie Crab, not castable yet.
No.
Mar says, pass. Down to 3.
Ooh. Lightning Helix off the top.
Wesley looking at 8-0 available to him.
He's very close to it. Sitting at a comfy 18.
Burn together.
That's it. Good grief. Look at Wesley Hickman's joy there. What was Mar representing? Did he have just nothing? He was just sitting there hoping?
Look, it's... Unfortunately, that's part of the downside of the Spellmentals deck, is if you're not able to actually cast your Elementals, your deck kind of looks lackluster. And if you don't have enough interaction, which we didn't see, one of the issues was when you board very reactive and maybe you don't hit the right number of cantrips to really smooth out your early draws, you don't really do anything.
Yeah, you just kind of sit there and die. It's essentially what happened there. Congratulations to Wesley Hickman, 8-0, joining the top of our leaderboard. We have another feature match to show you, friends, so let's jump on down there and see what's happening between John Cuvelier and Oliver Tomiko.
Yeah, John Cavalier, we've already seen him a few times today on Azorius Momo, going very strong at 6-1. Oliver playing Selesnya Landfall, so the deck that Nathan Storer did win the Pro Tour with 2 weeks ago, but Standard looking very different since then. The deck's still very good, but it's not the best deck in Standard. It's a great deck in Standard. That was the best deck that weekend.
Yeah, it was the best deck in that room, you know, and the fact that they had a mirror match between teammates in the final attests to that. This time, though, however, I do think people paid attention to the landfall decks and, you know, perhaps came prepared to beat them. Yeah.
I think that's definitely something that we've seen this weekend is people are very ready.
Drum, 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 Sage of the Skies, look at him go.
That is
the dream.
The dream. The curve.
Look at it. Oh, man, I love the Momo deck. It's so, so sweet. And Selesnya Landfall, you know, outside of the Bushwhacks and the Erodes, there's not that many ways to keep John from going wide.
Right. There's really no way to keep John from going wide, and this isn't the fast clock that you would like. There was no Llanowar, there was no Saz's Chocobo, there was no Badger Mole Cub. This is a very slow start from Oliver. Now, we did come into the match, so no idea if there were mulligans involved, but this is not the type of hand you really want as Landfall against Momo.
Yeah, Momo can get you dead real quick, and now that there's a Halia on board, alongside extra life gain, like, yeah, this is gonna be bad news real quick for Oliver.
Sage of the Skies #2. Going to get a card and just keep upping that life total.
I thought you said saddest Chocobo earlier, and I'm like, yeah, it probably would be if Oliver drew it now.
Yeah, it wouldn't be ideal now.
Big chunk of life taken out from Oliver. Down to 13. We got a Wrath of God in there, maybe? No, no.
No, don't think there will be any Wrath of God help coming from Oliver's main deck here.
That would certainly be Divine Intervention, huh? Considering it's not in the main deck or in the sideboard.
I think Oliver needs pretty close to exactly Earthbender Ascension or Mightform Harmonizer into Icicle Explorer. I see 2 copies of Icicle Explorer in the hand, as well as an Earthbender Ascension. So this game is far from over because right now John has no interaction. He's padding his life total, and there will be a point where Mossborn Hydra will not be able to double out of it. The big issue right now is there hasn't been a fetch land found for Oliver. But if Oliver finds a fetch land next turn, that could just be the game.
It well could be, yeah.
With another Icicle Explorer in hand, mind you.
Yeah, yeah, because that's what, 3 land drops a turn?
Yep.
Which would be pretty darn gross, doubling this Mossborn Hydra.
Right.
Every land full trigger.
And if Oliver even just has a regular land in hand, going second Icicle Explorer, play a land, that gives you 2 mills.
2 mills, yeah.
And if that finds a fetch land, that would still very likely be enough. But I'm not doing the math. That's for Oliver.
Yeah, there certainly was a lot of math happening in that Pro Tour Finals. Woo-wee. Lots of dancing around. Did you have the Erode? Did you have the second Erode? Did you not have it at all? Let's see what John does here for his turn. It's going to start off with Halia, guided by light coming back.
There is one copy of Erode in this deck. So I think one thing that John is trying to do here is, of course, get a blocker on the battlefield and get an extra life, but also give himself the best position and chance to find that Erode on the end step in order to have that available to him for the following turn with that Spring Leaf Drum. Because otherwise, there's really no help coming from the hand. I believe there's, if I'm not mistaken, 2 copies of Daydream in that hand.
Yes.
And another Momo.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. So it looks like Spring Leaf is going to pay for one of these. And it looks like we are going to be Daydreaming, targeting one of the sages.
Blockers.
Life-linking blockers. Aha! Another trigger of life there for Halia, and certainly got the life needed to... Oh, we're going to do it again? Yeah, all right. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, now Sage of the Sky is a cast trigger, not an Enters trigger. So no copies. But you do pad your life total a bit, and that means that now you have 8 toughness represented for blocking and 6 lifelink to gain back.
So he's an effective 42. Right, Mossborn Hydra, what can you do?
Scoop.
Scoop. You ran away. You ran away from the fight. That cowardly Hydra.
Look, tried his best.
He did. I don't know if Oliver didn't have a land in hand there to even attempt what you said there, but yeah. Yeah,
Oliver should have the math pretty firmly down. But also it's one of the big issues is there was no earthbending happening. So the fact that you're not getting double value, but again, all of that depended on there being that first land drop. And if there isn't, then it's a moot point.
Yep. Sideboards now. Let's take a look and see what the players have at their disposal. What is Oliver going to be relying on second game?
I think for Oliver, the big thing is just making sure that you're not really getting run down like that. Part of it is almost certainly a hand issue. Again, didn't see if Oliver had mulligans that game, but the fact that his first play against a pretty aggressive deck was a 3-mana play, that's not really going to cut it. So I think that is where things start, is just better keeps, but also things like Sirach, things like Sheltered by Ghosts even, just life gain to make a race possible and just deal with some of your opponent's board. I think those are going to be quite powerful.
And then from John's side of things, how does he want to ensure that Oliver can do none of that?
Well, he certainly wants to have every piece of instant speed interaction he has available to him. So anything like the extra copy of Erode, that's one that you definitely want to bring in. Pyrrhic Strike, that's something that you want to bring in. Yes, it's a little expensive, but you really do want to make sure, and especially if you're able to get max value from that Pyrrhic Strike, dealing with an Earthbender Ascension plus a large creature, that would be a very, very powerful turn. So
good old twofer.
The cheap interaction, the instant speed interaction, I think that is necessary. After that, I think it gets a little muddier. I don't know how much you want to be looking at answering a wide board, for example, but definitely very much it's I need to get on the board and keep your early plays off the board. So a question of, if my opponent's board is wide and I play an Avatar's Wrath, am I even winning against what this Selesnya Landfall deck is capable of? You may still have to go for it, but that's not the angle of attack that is the necessity.
Definitely want to deal with all of those creatures permanently, not let them come back at a later stage. So while the players get
split up, though.
Split up, yes. I like the look of that one for sure.
Cheaper. That's very important, especially on the draw here in game 2.
As these players get shuffled up, let's see if we can take a look at one of our other feature matches. Also, just a big shout out to Heavy Play. They're the sponsor of this weekend's Commander Celebration. If you looking to protect all of your investments, your cards, and your play pieces. Protect what you collect with Heavy Play accessories, now available from Star City Games. Go to starcitygames.com/heavy-play.
One more card that I didn't notice in John's sideboard until now. There's a copy of One Shitong.
Oh,
that
yeah.
is wonderful against these decks that are relying on fetch lands.
Fetching lands,
It can really get out of control very quickly. So that will be absolutely a must sideboard in for Cavalier.
Big Bird. Here comes game number 2. All right, a couple lands. We got a Pixie. We got a Get Lost, Springleaf Drum to start things off. That's what you want to see for John. Didn't see a Momo or any of the flyers though.
Yeah, it's just the
Riddler.
Pixie and the Riddler. I did see that copy of Split Up in hand.
Ooh, there's a Riddler Daydream. Never mind. Perfect.
Yeah, Riddler Daydream with Springleaf Drum is the curve.
Yeah.
Now, of course, Badger Mole Cub is the ideal turn 2 play there from Oliver. Already off to a much better start than the previous game. But the big question is, can you fight a Daydream Riddler with the hand that you have? It is very possible. It's far from game over, especially in the deck that has erodes. But John has a pretty great start there with that combination available to him.
So yeah, so now what does he prioritize? Being aggressive or defensive? Oh, no. Riddler. I know what I want. But what is the right play, Monty?
I think I would be Riddler Daydreaming, but it looks like John has a different plan here. So trigger on the stack. Ah, it's not Daydream at all.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
Parting Gust that is in the hand.
Oh, I'm sure I saw a Daydream. Am I seeing things? Sure am. All right.
All right, that explains
Rewind. So he's got a Parting Gust in hand, and he
Yep.
should certainly deal with that Badger Mole Cup.
it. Yep. Gifting the fish so it doesn't come back, of course. A promised gift of a fish in this
Yes.
trying time.
Yes. Not an egg.
Nope.
Just a fish.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that should slow things down quite a bit. Now, of course, not as exciting as getting the Quantum Riddler down permanently that turn.
Yeah.
But, again, Badger Mole Cub is such a cornerstone of all of the explosive draws from this deck that by removing that, you are buying yourself so much time to do the broken things available to you.
Mossborn Hydra.
Welcome
redeployed.
back.
Yeah. And there goes Little Fish getting in some damage. Down to 15 goes John.
That's the Sage of the Skies.
Skies, yep. So drum into Sage of the Skies seems pretty decent. That life total, though. 6 of the damage done to John has been from his own mana base.
Yeah, this is not exactly the mana base you would like to be drawing. Of course, a lot of the deck's game plan is using its life total aggressively in order to have this great mana base untapped available to it, knowing that you can regain it using cards like Halia, as well as the Sage of the Skies that is so integral to what the deck is doing. But you have situations like this where you've already dealt yourself a ton of damage, and now you can stack the triggers in a way where
Kraken.
you resolve the Mossborn Hydra trigger, but the Mightform Harmonizer trigger is still on the stack.
Yes.
Crack the fetch land, resolve another Mossborn Hydra, and then resolve double Harmonizer trigger.
So it'll be 4 to 8 to 16.
16 trample, so that's already over lethal, and erode on.
Oh, his own land.
Yep, that'll do it.
Ah, that's sick. You know, we've been talking about that for like the past 2 weeks at the Pro Tour, even here. I don't think I saw anyone eroding their own land at the Pro Tour. Thank you, Oliver. Finally, I can tick that off my bingo list.
Yeah,
Bingo sheet, whatever.
That should absolutely do it. John saying, just go get the land, but there it is. A lot of doubling happening, and just like that, that is
Whee!
all it takes is Harmonizer into the fetch land.
Yes. John can have a good chuckle about that. You know, that's a fun way to die. If I'm going to die, make it impressive.
Yeah.
You can't be mad about it.
Look, if John is going to be warping things and taking advantage of them, I think it's
Yeah,
only fair
it's
that
only
Oliver
fair.
has a warp of his own.
Yeah, right? You get a warp, I get a warp. Let's do the time warp again. You know?
Yeah, and I think one thing that I do want to highlight just from that game is that there was a copy of Split Up in John's hand,
Oh,
right?
nice.
And that's kind of the nature of this matchup where these mass board wipes against a decent percentage of the hands just aren't really good enough because one threat plus a warped harmonizer plus an Isil Explorer will just take the job.
Yeah.
So really, how long can you hold the Split Up when you essentially need to use it as 1-for-1 removal?
Pretty much, yeah.
Right?
You know, you pay 3 mana for your Hydra, sure, I pay 3 mana to answer it.
Right, and that is the unfortunate aspect of just how resilient this landfall deck is against mass board wipe.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best at rebuilding from a board wipe, just because, you know, the lands that are killed, they come back. If you've got Bossing Say, that's a hasty threat straight away after your opponent's cleared the board, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, that was a game on the draw for Kuvi. Game 3 on the play. Things change. He gets to be the more aggressive player again. And he gets another chance at having that explosive pop-off that you really hope to see. A Momo Springleaf Drum or a Quantum Riddler Daydream draw that you're always hoping for as the Momo deck.
I want to see Swords to Meow shares.
Okay.
I don't think they'll bring it in, though.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. What matchup is that for? What, I have to go and, you know, peek over his shoulder and during our off rounds?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Someone going wider than him? Is that even possible?
It's possible that it is just for this matchup, but
Chat will know.
chat will know.
They're smart. Not that you're not smart. Just their PhD level, you know?
Yeah. I'm also very tired.
Yeah, you are. You have not been sleeping well.
The West Coast to East Coast trek has not done me well this trip.
Oh, boy.
You know, like the loading wheel of the PC?
Yeah,
That's
when it
how
gets stuck.
that's how my brain has felt all day. Is there's just
All right, well,
something circling around.
a round and a half to get through, buddy. I believe in you.
We got this.
We got this. You know what else you can get? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was an excellent segue by me. High
You
five.
nailed it.
Thank you. Self-high five. It's available now on starcitygames.com/MTG-TMT. I've seen quite a few people picking up the pizza bundle at my LGSs. At different LGSs that I have frequented lately. There's some really, really cool cards in there. Some sweet treatments too, and some really good reprints as well in the bonus sheet of the set. So, yeah, go be sure to check out Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at starcitygames.com when you get a chance.
Cowabunga.
Yes, I'm not going to do the theme song because I think that's Corey and Jim's bits. So
Yeah, we'll leave that for them.
Yeah, they can do that. Here we go. Mo.
And Ailey,
Yeah, what?
Wanshi Tonk.
Librarian. Lovely. Hey, look! Elanor elves. Okay, no shade on the artist or anything, but I hate this version of Llanowar elves. It kills me. It's so creepy.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that about OG Art Llanowar elves.
Probably not. That probably gets me fired, so it's been a pleasure working with you.
I don't think it gets you fired, but there may be an angry mob
Okay. All right.
forming outside as we speak.
Good thing they don't know where we are.
Yep.
These lights do not give it away
Nope.
at all. No.
We are hidden.
Yes.
Second Momodron, not
Yep,
ideal.
Not ideal, no. No, what we gotta do? Is that a Riddler in hand? It might be.
It is a Riddler in hand. I think the big question right now from John is, do you want to just slam Wanshi Tonk here?
Why? Why?
The big thing is, if your opponent plays a fetch land,
Yeah.
what you don't want to do is have your opponent control the timing where
Sure.
if you need to play Wan Shi Tong in this turn cycle anyways in order to not waste the mana, you don't want your opponent to then be able to respond with the fetch land and sit comfortably.
Okay.
So you're taking the control here and saying so many of your developmental draws with Badger Mole Cub, with whatever, and so many of your land drops in general are going to require you to crack a fetch land.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ensure with my somewhat questionable hand, it's not fully questionable, of course. You have a Quantum Riddler, you have a Shepherd, you have a Pixie, so everything can get developing. You want to make sure that Wan Shi Tong is on the battlefield and ready to go.
All right, yeah. That makes perfect sense. So John getting the bird down. It's not very big right now, but just you wait, friends. Once Oliver gets his game plan rolling, then Wan Shi Tong is going to be very large indeed, and Oliver will need to find an answer for it. On the other side of things, we got a Pixie, another copy of Momo. We have Abandoned Air Temple, a Riddler. So options aplenty here for John.
No basic land right now.
Nope.
Which is part of the issue.
Could find one.
Yes, you can go finding a place.
Riddler. Where's the Shepherd? He does play that, right? Yeah.
Yep, it's in hand. There.
Is it there?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it
so
is.
the hand is Riddler, Shepherd, Pixie, Momo, Air Temple.
Yeah, yeah.
But no basic in play means Air Temple is tapped.
Boo. All right. So let's do this first, where our Shepherd goes and finds a basic, basic plains.
Yep. Discount used.
Yes. See, discounts. Everybody loves a discount. No one wants to pay the actual cost of things.
Yeah. I think I remember your opponent in the Mystery Sealed yesterday getting quite a few discounts.
Don't remind me. Oh, I had such a nice deck and he just murdered me. Stupid conspiracies. Anyway. Second play here for John. Looks like it's going to be the Pixie bouncing this Starfield Shepherd, so redeploy it at a later stage. So
2 flyers played.
Momo at 3.
5 ball.
Bunk. Down to 11 goes Oliver.
And 1 mana left up. This is representing an Erode. 2 copies of that in the list. And more importantly, it's representing an Erode plus the opportunity to actually draw an Erode from Wan Shi Tong. Because, again, a lot of what Oliver needs to do to actually be threatening requires fetch lands.
Yes.
You can't just play 1 land here, a forest, and have this Mossborn Hydra be scary.
It's just going at the moment, right?
Right now, this Mossborn Hydra is the Hydra that Hercules first starts fighting. After a few lands, it's the Hydra that Hercules fights, like, midway through that fight after he's cut off a few heads, and he's like, yeah, I got this, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Which version of Hercules is this?
You know, the classic cartoon.
Ah, yes.
1998, let's say.
Who puts the glad in gladiator?
That guy, Hercules.
Hercules.
Danny DeVito as Phil.
Yes, I remember now. Okay, so big things here for Oliver. Where does he go with this turn? 3 mana currently available to him. A Wan Shi Tong that is putting spanners in the works here for his game plan.
And importantly, this is... I block. Importantly, this is the most pressure John has put on in the last 2 games. So now there is actually an impetus on Oliver to close out the game quickly.
Yeah. He's got to hustle here, you know. Like, no danger in terms of the round timer, but certainly these flyers are going to get the job done. Oliver's sitting at 11. There's a fetch land in play now in Fabled Passage.
Ailey, don't remind me of the golden times of a round ago where we got to focus on the dangers of the round timer.
Ah,
those were better days. Erode.
Oh, would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
I think John's going to win this one, friend.
Look, it's not a given yet. One thing that John has to be aware of is Snakeskin Veil. That is available for Oliver in the deck.
And
potentially
Rider, I think.
2 copies post board as well as 1 Defend the Rider.
Oh, yeah, Defend the Rider.
So something to be aware of.
Yep.
There is a question of how many of those effects Oliver can afford to have in the matchup. But step one is just putting more pressure on.
Yes. Here
I wouldn't
comes
hate to
Stockton.
see John just going for a seam rip here.
Oh, yeah.
And potentially just going after the Llanowar Elf, trying to constrict the tools and mana that Oliver has access to
Not the,
while,
that's not the bird.
while continuing to be aggressive. The Chocobo is scary, but it's not that scary. It's
Yeah.
not how Oliver is getting over the finish line here. I do really like restricting resources when you're in a pretty dominant position like this.
Yeah. Same trick. We'll see once again with the Nurturing Pixie bouncing the Starfield Shepherd back to hand.
This time 7 damage being represented.
Got any more of that damage? I don't think we can get lethal right now. Unless Oliver helps him out and goes and fetches, but yeah. Still a couple points short.
If he really wanted to, he could have just start looping pixies.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
non-fairy, never mind.
Not fair.
You cannot loop them.
Right. Yeah, it's the same as the pilot guy.
Long day, I'm
Yep.
so sorry.
You're fine. It's okay. We'll forgive you.
They don't allow that stuff anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Back in my... Never mind.
Here comes Wan Shitong, Momo, sitting at 3 power again, and Pixie.
7.
No, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, yeah.
Down to 4. If I've
Donk.
mathed correctly. Cannot be trusted. I think I like the backup Momo that John is considering here.
Yeah?
I think this is a good line.
What are we doing that for?
Untapped creature. It's essentially you're presenting lethal, right?
Yes.
So what you don't want to happen is Saz's Chocobo getting trample here, which is very unlikely. It's going to take too many resources.
Yeah.
What you don't want to happen is Oliver being able to have free reign here.
Yeah.
Right? So the more things you have in terms of blockers, in terms of resources, the more valuable your position is. However, this is leaving a potential mana tapped, so if he draws the second erode, that would look really bad. So that's one thing. It's just the odds of drawing a second instant speed 1 mana interaction is so low from John's deck that this just makes the most sense from his position and the information he has, presenting lethal.
Fable Passage number 2.
So he's
Gotta
played his
find-
land drop for the turn,
Yeah.
and the land's fetched 2 more times.
Yes.
So the Mossborn Hydra should, I believe, be going 4, 8. 2 was where it started out
Yeah.
this turn. So 4, 8, 16. Yep.
Yep.
8, and then 16.
Yeah. Birdie's easy. It's just going up in ones.
Just add 1. Yep.
Yep. Thank you, judges, for helping out our tired brains after 8 rounds of Magic. And then crack one more time. And one more draw from Wan Shitong. One more counter on the Big Burb.
16 is not lethal.
Nope.
You need a land drop or an Earthbender Ascension.
Looks like we're just on 8.
So I still would do it if you have Snakeskin.
Ooh.
Do you have Snakeskin? This is the question that John is asking.
Okay, so land, resolving all of the landfall triggers. $16 on the Hydra, represented by the 1 and the 6. Don't get confused. Now 32.
Boom.
Whee!
Show me.
Erode. Snakeskin?
Snakeskin.
All right.
That will do it. And Oliver to Maiko will be moving up.
Hell yeah. Look at that Hydra go. He didn't run away from the battle this time. Oliver Tomaiko picking up the victory. Played that really, really well, Marty.
Yeah. Now, would John have gotten a seam rip change things, forcing Oliver to tap out to play the ice still, and then being able to respond by killing the Hydra? I don't know. My brain is far too tired for that. But
I bet that's something that John's going to be thinking about for sure. All these little decisions that lead to the ultimate conclusion of the game. Things could have changed, you know, had he taken that line, seam rip an option off of the Shepherd, you know, an excellent toolbox card, as it were.
Right.
But yeah, that was a sweet matchup. You know, Azorius Momo is, like I've said, one of my favorite decks to play. I think it has so many different avenues of attack, mostly in the air and real wide, which makes for opponent go dead real fast. Now,
Shepherd does not get seam rip. I had to read it again.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Nope.
It's one drop.
Basic plains creature card with mana value 1 or less. The day is continuing to wear me down.
You're thinking of Bright Glass Gearhulk, aren't you?
I am thinking of Bright Glass Gearhulk.
You know what? It looks like an angel. Just mechanical.
I need an angel right now.
Angel of Mercy or Despair? I could probably go and find one from a vendor.
Mercy, I think. Can Corey be my Angel of Mercy? Corey, come back.
Yeah, he was here. I heard him yapping earlier, but anyway, friends, you're cool. Take a break. Take a breather. We are going to jump into a second. Oh, actually, no, we're going to have a deck tech very shortly, friends. So hang out with us for a few more minutes as we get ready for that. We've got one more round of action here. So players are 8 rounds deep. And we are going to now have a deck tech with Peter Husisian. So enjoy.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCG Con Cincinnati. I'm Nick Miller alongside Peter Husisian, a regional champion already once, going for a second time here. But you are playing what you have dubbed Sewer Bloom, which we will call Bounce for those who are uninformed. This deck is right up your alley.
Yeah, so it's basically a combo deck with a backup mid-range plan, but the basic idea is you put Bloom Tender or multiple Badgermill Cubs in play, you cast Sewer Valence Cams, which are basically build your own Dark Ritual that can draw you cards if you're missing something. You bounce it with Boomerang Basics or Pixie, which untaps the same creature again. You can make even more mana, and your end goal is to put a couple of Cams to play, a couple of Nurturing Pixies, airbend all of them with Appa, play them all again, Pixie or Appa, do it again. You make infinite guys, infinite mana, and there's plenty of ways you can win on that turn from there.
Right, as a great overview of the deck, now take us through some of the specifics, because this is a funny looking list when you see Badgermill Cub with no Llanowar Elves. We've got this other angle going on with, you know, Storm Chaser's talent and all this crazy rebuying you can do. Take us through some of these other angles and what the deck can do when it's facing pressure.
Yeah, so the deck's linear plan is extremely fast as is, so I didn't find the Llanowar Elves super necessary. They speed you up a turn, but it's capable of winning on turn 3, like, honestly, very consistently. So I figured any cards I put in the deck beyond those cards should either win in another way or help me not die, and I chose to win in another way. And one of the problems the deck would normally struggle with is spot removal, but if you're if you play a game where you're just playing Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Basic, Storm Chaser's Talent, Nurturing Pixie, you're suddenly pressuring them with these things that are peripheral to what the rest of your deck does, but demand interaction. So you can slam your Bloom Tenders and your Cubs when the coast is clear after people have burned their Burst Lightnings, their Requiting Hexes that they felt they had to because they're under so much pressure. Not only that, there's some small synergies between the Storm Chaser's Talent and the Bloom Tenders because it makes a blue-red otter, so it allows Bloom Tender to tap for 3. It taps for blue, red, and green. And you know, people trying Bloom Tender before often played with the Rainbow Leyline, the all-color Leyline, and it's like a smaller, much more playable version of that effect.
Right, you kind of get this bonus from the otters, and then you also have some white cards with Seam Rip, so you can kind of get that extra color.
Yeah.
Are you ever tapping for 4 with this thing? I guess you can.
Yeah, you can pretty easily. Like all you need is a Storm Chaser's Talent and a white permanent, so Gearhulk or Bright Glass Gearhulk or Seam Rip, which I've neglected to mention Gearhulk. It's basically the glue that holds a deck together. It's how you find Cam when you don't have it. It's basically more copies of Cam. If you put a Gearhulk in play with Bloom Tender in play, they're probably dead. You can easily just get like Sewer Cam, Pixie, make a ton of mana, cast like a Rhythm for Appa or another Gearhulk, or just cast another Gearhulk, you can just like get like a Sewer Cam and a Mockingbird, have fun. I have 2 Gearhulks now. There's so much you can do if you play a Gearhulk when you have any guy that taps for a lot of mana.
So we're doing the 1/1 tokens. We can either do the otters, but you can also kill with Badger Mole Cub, you know, if you need to kill this turn, right?
Yeah, so I've described the loop where the basic gist is you play your Sewer Cams to make a lot of mana, then you play your Pixie, pick up 1 Sewer Cam, make more mana. Your last Pixie goes at your Appa so that you can pick it up, repeat it, make infinite mana, but there's so many ways you can kill from there as well. So for example, if you have Badger Mole Cub, the way you win from there is once you make your infinite mana, you can start airbending your Badger Mole Cubs, make infinitely big earthbended lands because you can just replay them over and over, tap all their guys with Sewer Cam because you no longer need to untap your guy that makes mana once you have infinite, untap your lands with Sewer Cam, whack them. And now there are plenty of other ways you can get to this phase even if you don't have Cub. If you have Boomerang Basics in hand, then during this loop you can just grab Storm Chaser's Talent off of your Gearhulk, put that in play, and then now that you have infinite mana, you can just Boomerang Storm Chaser's Talent once every time you do your Appa loop. You'll draw 1 card each loop until you hit Cub and kill them in the exact same way. Same thing goes for Cryogen Relic, which will draw you 2 cards when you play it and one when it leaves until you draw Badger Mole Cub and they're dead that turn. And even if that does fail, which doesn't happen often, you pass with infinite allies and Playmate from Appa.
Exactly a deck I would expect an Amulet Master to want to play. What's going on in the meta that might make this deck a tough choice, and what are your matchups that you're really happy about playing?
So I'm really happy about the landfall, basically every green deck. I'm happy about all of the green deck matchups. You're extremely favored into them. You're much faster. They interact mostly pretty poorly. Now, the deck is actually somewhat strong into the interactive decks that don't either get ahead on cards or just kill you instantly. So, for example, your blue-black mid-range matchup's actually pretty solid, and that's where your Boomerang Talent plan really shines. And that's because they aren't, once they spend their removal, they're now on top deck mode, and they don't recover on cards very easily or kill you that quickly. But in contrast, your Lessons matchup's pretty bad because they have 4 copies of a card that draws them 3 cards, and they'll just kill everything. So you might be able to like talent spam them. It doesn't really matter. They're just going to kill everything, draw 3, and then kill everything again. With Spelementals, the problem is they kill all your stuff and then they put a 5/5 in play that beats you to death, or they just bounce all of your stuff. So the blue-red decks that aren't normal prowess are pretty poor matchups. Your prowess matchup is okay, mostly because Seamrip is so strong at interacting there, and the deck actually doesn't play too much main deck removal. And your bounce package is really good, like Seamrip being able to be picked up by Nurturing Pixie after snagging an auto token. You know, you get to pick it up for free and use it again. So it's mostly the non-normal prowess blue-red decks that I'm really scared of, and a lot of the sweeper control decks.
Is there anything that didn't quite make the cut in the deck that you were trying to fit in here?
Yeah, so Formidable Speaker seems pretty interesting in a deck with a bunch of Boomerangs and Pixies. The problem is Rhythm, while it's a clunky card, because if they kill your dorks, it's going to be really expensive. The problem with Speaker, though, is it doesn't spot you the colored pips on both Appa and Gearhulk. So you'll be in spots where if you Speaker for Gearhulk, you're never going to be able to finagle Speakering, for, like, you know, maybe bouncing your Speaker, get Appa, because then you quadruple white. Like, you need to actually cast the quadruple white. Whereas Rhythm is a very clean one-card way to curve, like, Rhythm for Gearhulk, Rhythm for Appa. I mean, Gearhulk even has 4 power on its own. It just harmonizes for the 4 you need. So you just need to get quad green. So I tried that out. I tried Thundertrap Trainer with a build that was lower on lands and like Bushwhack / Commune with Beavers. I really liked the card, but it strained your mana base too much, and the mana in this deck is really difficult to figure out. And I like that better in the Cryogen Relics. I'm not really happy with the card, but I wanted 6 things to balance, so yeah. Anything in the sideboard to shout out? I like the Sage of the Skies. Yeah, so the Sages can come in spots where, one, you're trimming pretty hard on your combo, and it's actually like an additional bounce target, and you'd be surprised like how often you use some of the worst hands you've ever seen to Prowess, where you're just like, hopefully I'll Boomerang an Otter or Seamrip something, and then like, you'll hopefully give me something to Boomerang and I'll play Sage, and they kind of just lose. And it's like almost more things you can bounce, even though it's a little slow, but the deck has plenty of draws where you have like a ton of A+B combos, and you're missing A or B, and it almost like helps with that. Like, you suddenly don't care you have Boomerang and no talent if like Boomerang their token Sage is what you're doing, you know? Yeah. And that helps a lot there. The one of Meltstred is really important for like Clarion Conqueror decks and all the green decks where they're probably not going to interact with you with their fight spell by killing your creature. All the counter magics is for the Jeskai control deck that's been ticking up. Other than that, I don't think there's too much else.
Soul's Cauldron, or Soul Cauldron.
Right, Soul Cauldron's important. So I wasn't happy with Rest in Peace. I play against Spellmentals, I'd blink its turn 6 and Hearth Elementals and play anyway. So I wanted my Graveyard Hate to at least do something else, And you're a Bloomtender deck. You can tuck that thing under Cauldron, which is what I did on feature. Unfortunately, I had nothing to do with 27 mana. But it is useful, and you can even use it to like dodge a random Burst Lightning and just like make your Cub a 3/3. And it can be like bad Innkeeper's Talent mode. And it's been pretty nice. The matchups where you need it are not good enough, but it's better than anything else I tried.
All right, well, this deck looks great. Obviously, when Corey saw it on coverage, he demanded a deck tech. I had already kind of planned on that once we saw it. We look forward to watching you, hopefully, a few more matches this weekend if you can keep up your winning ways. Everyone at home, stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Cincinnati.
back to coverage of the regional championship here in Cincinnati. I'm Ayla Loney alongside Monty Davudi. We have gotten him some new batteries, friends, so we should be good to boogie for round number 9. It is the last one of the day. We have 4 players who can end undefeated, potentially. So let's see who's going to be our tournament leaders here as we head into round number 9. We got a pretty cool matchup to look forward to here, Monty.
Yeah, we do. It's, look, we say pretty cool, and then we're going to say is it versus is it, but...
You'll be fine.
But... 2 different flavors of is it.
Yes.
And within their flavors of is it, 2 different flavors of is it.
Yes, precisely.
So we have is it prowess, except it's not really prowess. It's is it fling-ish, I guess, if you want to call it that. It's a much more all-in prowess build where you're trying to take advantage of burn together on Callous Sellsword plus a lot of pump spells, things like Wild Ride, Turn Inside Out, and Ancestral Anger, to killing your opponent out of nowhere.
I want to see some angers. We didn't see any angers the first time we saw this deck.
We have seen 0 angers so far. So that's step 1 from the prowess deck. And then we have is it lessons on the other side?
Yeah.
But
which we also haven't seen today.
We haven't, but also no monument, no artist talent. Is it lessons with Eddie Merc Crab and Slickshot Show Off and 2 octopus form?
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's hexproof, so sure.
And it's a lesson. It fulfills the brief. So 2 different flavors of is it.
Yes.
Should be a very interesting matchup. I have some concern for the lessons deck of facing a somewhat similar fate as we saw the previous round Spelementals deck facing, but there's a decent amount of interaction here, so who knows?
Well, let's jump straight into the match then. Our players are ready to rock and roll. And let's see between the Is It and the Is It deck, which is it gonna be? Ha-ha! I'll see myself out now.
You got 1 a day.
Okay, there you go. That was mine.
Yep.
Wesley Hickman up at the top of your screen there. Foster Nicholas down below. Both players at 8-0. So, just to give you guys a lay of the land here, these 2 players 8-0 apiece. On the other feature match, we have an 8-0 and a 7-0-1 in Nick Darius. So we could potentially have 2 undefeateds at the end of the day, or just 1?
Well,
no.
8-0-1 would be undefeated, technically.
So, yeah, we have 2,
We're going to have 2 undefeateds.
But there
different
might be,
flavors of...
yes.
I need to stop saying
different
this.
flavors. Oh, it's going to be a cooking show soon.
Oh, God.
Bring us the James Beard Award, friend.
Bam! Okay. So, the importance of keeping your life total up and keeping the board clear, once again being demonstrated. Foster goes Boomerang Basics on Elusive Otter, just keeping it off the board for an extra turn.
Yep.
And double starting town draw means that a lot of pain coming through for Wesley Hickman.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a little bit, but, you know, thankfully for him, I guess, he's the one that's intending to do most of the hurting here, as we see Wild Ride deployed on the Otter, getting in for a decent chunk of damage here on Foster. Down to 15. Now, is that me and you, M and Y, or is it just my scores?
Mine and yours.
Mine and yours.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, cool. Or it's an upside down W and sort of an F.
Okay.
Anyway.
W for win.
Yeah.
F for...
Oh, Wesley. Foster. Yeah.
I don't think that's it.
No.
No.
Probably not. Turn passes back here now to Wesley. 2 mana up for Foster. What does he want to counter? Or kill, I guess.
Ideally, a creature that is presenting a bigger threat than just an Elusive Otter, whether it was Wesley going for a Slickshot Show Off or a Drake Hatcher, something. But also, if the turn just comes back to Foster with 1 damage and then Wesley tries to further develop, that's not a situation that Foster is unhappy with. 12 life to work with, and you know, the 2-mana spells are very valuable in this deck. Just being able to start resolving things. And speaking of those valuable 2-mana spells, discarding and accumulate wisdom.
I don't see that often.
Never where you want to be, but there are matchups like this one where you may need to.
Yep. Accumulate wisdom number 2. That was in hand. Gets to draw 3.
Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, no Grand though, so no Grand Ancestral Recall for Foster Nicholas right now.
True.
But there is the Lady of the Hour. Grand hits the board, and let's see how long Wesley lets this live.
Or let's Foster live, because the shields are down.
Sure, yes, precisely. 12 is not impossible. We've seen him kill at opponent's life total being 13, and I think we're going to go for it right now. So
I'm not having fun anymore. Let me off.
Boom. Dead.
Yeah, there's no blocking with Grand, of course. Elusive Otter is
Yep.
elusive.
Unblockable. Yep. It's in the name. Reading the card.
All right, game 2.
Yeah, see, I like this kind of magic.
Look, 2 hours ago I didn't. Now, this is great. Thank you, Wesley.
Working on reserves is Monty Davuti.
Fumes.
You used all your energy on that
control match.
2-hour-long control match. Or
Look, it was awesome, and then I realized how much it took out of me.
Sideboard time now for both these players. Foster having a good chuckle because, yep, he super died.
Yep, that did it.
That will happen.
Yep.
What are we looking at from Nicholas's side of things?
So, Foster sideboard, kind of similar to the last matchup we saw against Is It Prowess, where you don't have that many cheap interactive elements available to you. You do have another Iroh's Demonstration, you have a Slag Storm, but all of these are pretty expensive. No extra 1-mana bounces coming in to help you out. So overall, I would say, yes, there's a few small tools, but you're not getting that much help out of the sideboard. Probably both Spell Pierces coming in for sure. But yeah, not much help is the long story short of it.
All right. And for Wesley, any changes?
Same deal. You want to protect your creatures, so both copies of Secret Identity almost certainly coming in. I don't actually think there's as much of an impetus on you to remove the graveyard as the last time we saw the match, so I wouldn't even be surprised if the Soul Guide Lanterns don't come in. Yes, there's 4 copies of Eddymerc Crab, but only 2 Sunderflocks in the sideboard, and it's pretty tough, because one thing that this Lessons deck doesn't do nearly as well as the Spellmentals deck is put cards into the graveyard. We don't see the same engine of I'm gonna Prismari Charm, Surveil 2 spells into the graveyard, and a third one. Yeah, so yes, you have Abandoned Attachments, but that's only 2 copies, so I would guess that maybe a bit less anti-graveyard hate, and just keeping the deck even more streamlined.
Alrighty. Well, players are getting shuffled up. We'll come back to them in a second, but friendos, if you have not yet picked up your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles singles or sealed product, be sure to go check them out at starcitygames.com/MTG Tomorrow, I promise that there will be more theme song singing by Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis. So go check out the set. There's some sweet, sweet cards in there. And yeah, have a tubular time. Is that what they say? Tubular?
Sure.
Sure.
I believe you.
Okay. If we have the opportunity to, let's maybe take a peek at one of our other feature matches while the players consult the deck lists. See if any other fireworks are happening at the other tables.
I do see a Sambog there in the background.
Yeah.
On Selesnya Landfall. Sam has been developing Landfall for quite a while and continuing to succeed at the RC and Spotlight level. So seeing them be competitive here is very nice to see. Here is a peek in at our other match for Undefeated. Very good chance between 4-color control and Is It Prowess, and I think more traditional Is It Prowess at that, that this match could go a while, so likely there will be more content for us to come back to here as we go further into the round.
Yeah, they are still in game 1, so chances are once we're done with our main feature, we'll jump in here as this continues on.
But those monks say that a Jeskai Revelation has resolved.
Yes, yes.
So already Nick is doing great.
Yeah, Nick's cooking. Birdie plotted over there on Robert's side of things. Has the Storm Chaser's talent, but no creatures on the board, importantly. All right, hands are being drawn in our main feature. Let's see if these are a keep for both competitors. As in our second feature, Stuck Up resolves.
Yeah, I would say pretty firm advantage to Nick here. And it is a keep, so we're off.
Let's go. Storm Chaser's talent. Look at this otter. Oh my gosh. So
Absolutely beautiful
Star
otter
City
token.
Games guys showed us this, and I was just like, this is mine.
Yep.
Yep, yep. Beautiful little otter drawn by Andrea Radek, so love,
gorgeous.
Love it. I'm going to go steal some more later. I mean, I'm going to go and acquire some
Yeah, no, definitely.
legal channels.
Just remember, Ailey, they need more for DC in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, I suppose Storm Chaser's talent's still going to be played then, huh?
I don't know if there's an upcoming announced ban restriction announcement.
Yeah, I don't actually know
I have
what the
no
next
idea.
one is. Yeah.
It's an otter off.
It's an otter off. Now, which is cuter? That's the question. I think the token.
It's the token.
Yeah, for sure. Land number 2 here for Foster. Deploys a slick shot show off and in for 2.
Yeah, Foster saying this is the safe turn. I am being aggressive. I'm going to try to put you on the back foot if I can, considering this is the game that I'm on the play. And then after I have these creatures set up and I'm getting damage through, that's when I'll worry about answering your board if that's how my hand is working out.
Yeah, and, you know, Wesley definitely not going to want to trade a little otter for his elusive otter. Shucks in a multiversal passage. In for 1. Down to 19 to 16 and a plotted show off.
Yeah, Wesley trying to say that your deck does not have the same explosive elements that mine does. You're not going to kill me this turn. That's just not going to happen. So I'm going to plot a slick shot show off. I'm going to force you to either stay back, which would be disastrous, or pass with multiple interactive elements up. And in any case, I'm going to have access to a very explosive turn.
Absolutely. And this could be fireworks as well here for Foster, but you know, no big finish like the burn together, as you mentioned, that Wesley has access to. But basics will return Storm Chaser's talent to hand. Let's see where he goes next. With
Just
now 5 power on the board.
Doing the math.
Okay.
Boomerang Basic Sea Otter.
All right.
Cast Storm Chaser's talent again. Nope.
So 8 damage. Yep.
Yeah, again, couldn't do lethal, so may as well represent something.
Yep.
I'm looking at the hand. I see Grand. I see the Storm Chaser's talent. I don't actually know. I'm looking at what I can of the hand.
Yeah.
I don't know
Firebending Vessel?
if there is a 1-mana interaction spell. If there might be a Spell Pierce, perhaps. There's a land.
Show us your hand. Fan through your cards. Pesky life totals in the way, you know? How dare.
And of course, it's not about having something. It's about representing something.
Yes.
Because Wesley just needs to feel at least somewhat uncomfortable to go for it. Because if you just cast the Storm Chaser's talent again here with nothing represented, then Wesley knows that the coast is clear, and if he has it, and you're dead.
Yep.
And it's not hard to have it.
We've seen it out of, I would say out of nowhere, but, you know, he's had the tools in hand. He's just needed the opportunity. He's needed his opponents to be shields down and, you know, just have a little bit of damage on him, and that seems to be enough.
Right.
Big thanks here for Wesley Hickman, both of these players at 8-0.
Just doing the math.
Can I kill you, thinks Wesley.
I think the big issue is from 19 life, Wesley is not able to kill Foster with 2 spells. It's going to require all 3. And the 3rd spell would probably tap, I mean, I say probably, almost certainly tap Wesley out.
Yeah.
So at that point, if Foster has just a Spell Pierce or a firebending lesson, something to interact, then that would be disaster, because it's going to be pretty trivial with this board to kill Wesley from 8 life.
Yeah, you can see this has got Wesley thinking. He's pumped the brakes here quite substantially as Foster threatens something with the 1 land untapped.
Yeah, this
It could be nothing.
I haven't seen the hand. I'm currently thinking it's a Spell Pierce, but it could be nothing. And if it is nothing, then it's a very well represented nothing.
Yeah. So the safest thing then for Wesley would be to just play the bird and start running out spells and see what happens.
Safe? I don't know, but it might be the only line available.
Yeah. Still got Lantern.
All right, 1. The other question is, does Wesley even have a land?
Yeah, I don't think so. Just based off
Plays so far.
yeah, body language, and usually the land drops are the easy part of the turn.
Well, I think the only reason to be thinking this long if you have a land is if it's a shock land. If it's going to cost you life to play it untapped, and you're not killing your opponent or leaving something very powerful up with it, then you want to be playing it tapped. So has to be absolutely sure that he's not using it in that capacity before making a decision on it.
Otter. Yep. Tap land, or excuse me, shock land. Comes in tapped just to preserve the life total a little bit. So Wesley playing defense here as Foster Nicholas gets to untap.
Second Storm Chaser's talent, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. Otter.
Yeah.
2 otters.
Second talent would force some blocks. Now, of course,
Got some other goodies in here.
just the attack would force some blocks as well, as no blocks would be lethal.
Yeah.
Well, lethal, assuming there's a spell.
Yes.
Which is what Foster is representing.
Because what's it, 3, 4, 5 right now? I think Wesley at least has to chuck something in the way here. It's probably the elusive otter on the otter, but can the slick shot then kill him if he doesn't block with the bird?
I think based on the information we have, the answer is no.
Okay. So just in for 3, down to 5 goes Wesley. And a stay of execution. Ooh, it's tense between these 2 players right now.
All right, now if there's a 4th land, the kill is back in play. And you very much see Wesley's body language this turn relative to the previous turn being very different.
Yeah. A little bit snappier. Doing mental math. See some smoke coming from his ears. Here comes River Pyre Urge, land for turn. Now, can he get the job done against Foster Nicholas here for a clean 2-0 to take him to 9-0? There's an op to start things off, so 1 buff on Slick Shot. Does Foster want to do anything about this? Can he? That's the other question.
I love how Foster has played this.
Yeah.
And it saddens me to think it might not be enough, as it's looking like won't be enough, but it's very cool. So 5 power, 8 with the Wild Ride.
Yep.
So here down to 11. But that is not enough with just going burn together. It's 1 damage short.
Well, here comes something else. What's he going for? Secret identity? All right. Proactive secret identity just to get the buff to try and go for the kill here. Now it's calling Foster's bluff. Do you have it or don't you? Otherwise, you are dead. I'm assuming he's gone for the hexproof one.
I would guess so. Both are lethal with burn together.
Yeah. One, however, does protect it in case there is a piece of removal.
So, do you have Spell Pierce? That's the question.
Burn together. Does he? Yes,
That's
he
Spell
does.
Pierce. And
He
that
had it.
is lethal because we know that there's another Storm Chaser's talent in the hand.
Yeah.
So Foster can just play that and send us to game 3.
Good grief. Lovely stuff there from these players. Foster Nicholas making Wesley think long and hard about how he wanted to approach that, and had the clutch Spell Pierce there at the end to tie things up at a game apiece. And you can see the players now just the tension releasing a little bit, having a good chuckle about the game.
Yeah, really cool dance. I think the fact that Wesley identified exactly what was going on the previous turn and playing to a position where he could represent it and go for it was sweet, but ultimately having to make the block really ended up costing him there.
Yeah. Just a reminder, friends, if you have some extra cards to sell, whether it be bulk or, you know, power, yeah, sure. If you have that, cool. You can sell it at Star City Games for great prices. Get a 30% trade bonus. Sell your cards.starcitygames.com. Whether you're just looking to get rid of some stuff, whether you're looking to go and pick up some other singles in exchange, you can do that all at Star City Games. Hey, that kind of rhymed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job, me.
That was a good ad read.
Oh, thanks. Let's take a look at one of our other features while these players get shuffled up. Christopher Krull up against Austin. I'm not even going to try and say that surname. Christopher versus Austin.
Roulette.
Marty Discard versus Lesnia Arabaroid. We're not allowed to look at that match. Banned. Not for your eyes. That's a different tier of subscription.
We are not paywalling our content.
I joke. Mani, I haven't asked you yet. If you were playing this weekend, what would you bring?
I think there's a very good chance I would have brought 4-color control.
Yeah?
I think it is.
I can see that.
It is my kind of deck. I think that it is quite well positioned. I think I would have suffered greatly from my lack of sleep, just as I am doing right now.
Yeah.
But I think that's where I would have ended up.
Okay.
And Nick lost game 1.
Yeah.
So
he looked like he was in a very commanding position. But
he was in a good position, but Prowess is a very powerful deck, and things are not looking much better here.
Flow state now, triggering the pony. Elemental Stallion Horse Guy. Let's see what we find off the top of the deck there. Nick was able to flash freeze away the Slick Shot Show Off, but let's see what answer he has for this guy.
Take it.
Yep. Get smacked in the face. And end step, Pest Control, or excuse me,
Cycle.
Cycle Pest Control. I forget that has Cycle.
Yeah, I think that's
so weird.
It is weird, but it's nice. It is part of the reason Pest Control is so good at what it does is you're able to comfortably put it in your main deck, knowing that in the matchups where it's dead, it's never dead.
Yeah.
It just is an extra 2-mana tax.
Yeah. Quarry Mountain Monastery and Mistrise Village. Sweet lands from Tarkir Dragonstorm finding their way into the standard metagame. Nick has a pony problem. He needs to get this horse off the board somehow, but 2 mana representing interaction of some description from Robert's side of things.
The
Makes this
world.
tricky, yeah. Ouchie. Our main feature are drawing their opening hands, so as soon as they are ready to rock and roll, we'll jump back in there. But we'll keep an eye on these guys in the meantime.
Is this? Yes, it is.
All right, mulligan from our main feature. Hey, strategic betrayal. That's one way to get rid of a horse with ward. Stock up. Let's see if we can find another answer to a lethal threat, potentially.
Great turn from Nick.
Yeah.
And the type of turn that you need to stay competitive in the game, because if Robert was able to untap with the horse there, I think the game just feels more or less over. But the fact that you're able to remove the horse, answer the plotted show-off, and cast a stock up that resolves to refuel means that Nick feels like he has legs in the game now.
Yep. Our main feature is underway here. Game number 3 to decide which of these players remain undefeated. Storm Chaser's Talent. That's an otter off again, as you called it, as elusive otter on the board for Wesley Hickman.
All right. Painful lands from
Yeah,
Wesley, as we've
he's
seen so
hurt,
many
man.
times before.
Yeah. Definitely painful. But that's the price you pay if you want untapped mana on your turns.
That is the price you pay.
Double otters. Oh my
Ooh.
gosh. In terms of otter quantity, Wesley is way ahead.
Yeah, and I think the question right now, and what you really don't want is this. Yeah, you see Wesley head in hands because Iroh's demonstration is potentially game ending here if Wesley does not have
No.
something follow up here, whether it's Draycatcher, whether it's Boomerang Basics. So much was put into that previous turn, and to have it all answered with an Iroh's demonstration and damage coming across.
I'm so sad.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts my otter-loving heart.
I was trying to remember the name because of how utterly tired I am. But I was going to say, if there's an Iroh's demonstration here, that could just be game.
Yep, board wipe. Yep, Pyroclasm number 2 or 3 in the deck, you know. Oh, that's rough. And you could see how much that hurt Wesley. You know, there was no stoic, yes, sure, that's fine. There was pure despair.
Look, we may be tired from lack of sleep and cross-coast travel and casting part of the day.
Yeah.
But these players have been playing high-stakes Magic all day.
Since 9 a.m., yeah.
Right, and these Izzet decks are not easy to play.
No.
There's a lot of decisions.
The only advantage these Izzet decks have is that, you know, most of the play patterns are already figured out. But even then, you still need to know which one to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Here comes the otter. Oh, otter on otter violence. That's otter side.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Most importantly, because of how painful Wesley's mana base is, you can see 2 multiversal passages and a starting town. Wesley's down to 8. Ooh.
Oy, 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 oy.
Are we just done?
Dead here? It's looking like it, friend. I think Wesley's crazy run with his Izzet prowess deck is going to be stopped.
Look,
At least for now.
I'm not going to call it early. We'll see. But third Storm Chaser's Talent pass would not be the ideal way for this turn to go.
He lost a turn. The Otters untap on Foster Nicholas's side of things. Can he shut the door here once and for all and become our tournament leader? Boom!
Basics.
Orang Basics. So, 4 power on the board. Boom, number 2.
No, just on the stack,
Oh.
Wesley has a secret identity. There's spell number 2. So
one more spell, and
one
it is
spell would do it.
GG.
And
No.
all right, down to 1.
Oh my gosh, is there hope? Is there a board wipe?
No.
There is not. So Foster Nicholas remains undefeated here, progressing to 9-0. GG's all around. Wesley Hickman at a respectable 8-1, so in a very good position. Nevertheless, but damn, what a game.
Yeah, very fast game.
Yep.
But well-played match from Foster. That was really cool to see. I like his build of lessons. I like the scaling down to be more proactive and aggressive with the slick shot show-offs and the Eddie Merck craps rather than going for the artist talent monument to endurance build. I think that was really cool from Foster, and getting the 9-0, putting himself in the best possible position to make it to a top 8 run tomorrow.
Yeah, so sweet, sweet stuff indeed there, friends. Just trying to get word if we are going to a second feature match or if we're going to take a break. We are going to go to a sort of break, a short break, friends. We'll be right back after this. What's up, nerds? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the regional championship here in Cincinnati. Monty is checking out, so let's go and check out our other feature match here, friends, as we determine, I should say, who our tournament leaders are going to be. So straight into game 3 we go. Let's go check out Robert. What, you okay there, bud? Robert Wagner
I'm doing
Krankel versus Nick Derry.
All right.
Almost done, buddy. Almost done.
Almost there.
One more game.
Match time. Game 3.
One more
Game 3.
Let's go. Woo! All right. So Robert Wagner won game 1. When we joined in, it looked like Nick was in a pretty commanding position, but something happened. Somehow.
Yep.
Robert returned and came out with a victory there in game number 1. Nick has tied things up. There's 18 minutes left on the clock. I don't think we're going to go to time in this one. But we can either have a co-leader here in Robert or one more undefeated, technically, in Nick.
Yeah, and Robert's starting things off with a plotted slick shot show-off. Now, this build of prowess from Robert is a lot closer to the prowess lists that we've been seeing. Again, there's very many ways to build Is It Prowess. This build from Robert has the Elusive Otters, has 2 copies of the Colorstorm Stallion, but still has some explosive elements. 1 Wild Ride, 2 Secret Identity. So here we go. Giddy up.
Woohoo! Yeah, no more lies. Spell Pierce. Goodness me. Wild Ride. Big chunk of damage there to Nick. Down to 12 he goes. Robert is putting his foot on the gas.
Yeah, if Robert has one more interactive element here to protect the slick shot show off, whether it be another Spell Pierce, there's only one in the main deck, but there is a second in the sideboard that he almost certainly has access to, or Secret Identity, that would be great. However, Fire-Ra, excuse me, will take care of the show off.
So show off gets shoved off the battlefield. Flow state now for Robert. Let's see if he can find another threat to deploy to get Nick dead before he can start doing real silly Jeskai Revelation things. Oh, flow state number 2, eh? Okay, was that Burst Lightning I think I saw? That'd be a fun way to get the job done.
It would be a fun way to send us home. But that's... Look, it's not the ideal turn from Robert for Nick. Robert did just draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, yeah.
However, there's no pressure currently. There's a lot of haste available, but there's no pressure, and that means Nick has the chance to develop.
Yep. That's exactly where Nick wants to be. You know, he's taken care of the biggest threat on the board. He has mana open now, and you gotta think plenty of ways to stop whatever it is that Robert's trying to do.
Well, Stallion up.
That's what it sounds like.
I bet it does.
Sure does.
Did you know that I've never played Arena with sounds on?
What? What kind of a human are you?
A distracted one.
Sure. Okay, you're missing out, man. Sounds is the best part.
Yeah, but then how would I hear the 3 Twitch streams that I have simultaneously playing?
Have you been tested for ADHD?
I have.
Okay.
Tested, diagnosed, and medicated.
Ah, okay. Cool, cool, cool.
Yeah.
Here comes the pony in for 3. Nick goes down to 9. Oh my gosh, we're seeing double. There's 2 Nicks on screen. Have you ever?
I have.
Whoa, hey, Stoic Sphinx. All right, let's see if this guy does what you have wanted it to do the entire weekend thus far.
Win the game?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, not very quickly.
No.
But it's on the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, it's a blocker if needs be, I guess. It would trade unless Robert's got a way to get this pest off the board. Very cool Sphinx. Has hexproof so long as you have not cast a spell this turn.
Yeah, the most annoying thing about Stoic Sphinx here for Nick is the 3 toughness. The fact that you can't present it as a blocker and force Robert to act on the Colorstorm Stallion is very annoying.
Yeah.
However, if you're able to just start getting sideways, it's great.
Yeah. That's what it wants to be doing. It skipped leg day. Well, yeah, definitely skipped leg day because it flies, right? So.
Yeah, Great Hall of the Biblioplex does unlock probably the most important card in the spot, and part of the reason that 4-color control has really been getting off the ground.
Defeat?
Inevitable Defeat.
Hey, nice.
Right? Up to this, I don't know if there's one in hand, but it does. There wasn't the mana to cast it previously for Nick. Had only one black or white source in the Sanctum. Right? So now with the Great Hall, you are able to cast it.
Looks like we're going to inevitably defeat this horse, and because inevitable defeat cannot be countered, you don't have to pay the ward on it. It's pretty cool.
Now, the timing here from Nick does mean that your Sphinx is no longer hexproof. You've cast the spell now this turn.
So does Robert have a way to deal with it before he takes 5 from the big pigeon? No.
Answer is no. So, very big turn from Nick.
Oh, it has prowess too. Never mind. 8 from the big pigeon. No, wait. That was the life gain. Never mind. I'm getting there, friends. I'll catch up, I promise.
We'll catch up to tomorrow. We'll catch up on sleep.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. 12 and 11 to our 2 remaining undefeated players. Asterisk, Nick does have a draw, so if he were to win this, then he won't be the tournament leader, co-tournament leader overnight, but still in an excellent position for a top 8 finish if he continues his winning ways with this really sweet 4-color control deck.
Yeah, we'll be very happy with a second place and getting the maximum number of wins available to him after the unintentional draw that he took a couple of rounds ago in my favorite match of the day that also defeated me. Just
it did,
drained everything I had in the bank, and I am ready to collapse.
We're almost there, friend. Just 18 life to get through one way or the other between these two players.
Stock up.
What are we going to find? Cookies? Spell Pierce.
You see a chuckle from Nick because he can pay for this.
He could.
The question is, will he die?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And he's tempted to pay it.
I mean, yeah, why not?
He's like, you've only drawn 6 extra cards on me with those flow states. Surely I can't die from 11.
Yeah. That's a tricky pickle for Nick to be in. Nick just taking a look at the mana available, the resources already expended. Just muttering through his math, no doubt. A big thing here. How badly do you want this stock up?
Yeah, gotta make a decision. We are not that close to time, but still, we are at a point where time can be relevant, and Nick says I pay.
Okay, so let's stock up. Take a look.
Would love land 1 mana interaction. I think I see a get lost.
Yeah, it's a get lost. That doesn't help right now, though.
That is 2 mana interaction.
Yes. Unless he had a Grand Guard with many lessons.
I see a negate.
Yeah, and that was a Mistrise Village.
Sure.
Left, far left, so that ain't gonna cut it. How alive do you think you will be as you pass the turn here, Nick?
I give Nick, with the Wild Ride in the graveyard, I give Nick a 55% chance of survival.
Okay.
On top land.
Okay. It hurts to cost anything with color, though, so...
You know what hurts more, Ailey?
Dying.
Death, yeah.
All right, there we go.
Into the Flood Maw.
Bounces the Sphinx.
Yeah.
Cool. Doesn't save the Otter, though, right? No, it does, because it's got 3 toughness now. With the Spell Pierce and the...
Yes, there was a Spell
Flood
Pierce
Maw,
cast. That was so long ago.
It was.
Like...
We'll get there, man.
Hours, maybe. Okay.
Jace has been messing with Monty's time. That's for sure. Okay. Right. Robert, can you do 10 damage with 1 whole Otter?
Nah.
And a Stallion?
Nah.
Nah?
Nah.
Okay. Let's see.
Level 2.
Okay. What are we getting back?
Flow state. Doing math. I don't like math. I used to like math. All right, level 2.
Yep. Deciding what to bring back. Yeah, it's got to be flow state, right?
The fact that there's uncertainty is a really good sign for
It's
Nick.
great for Nick, yeah. That's edging ever closer to like 60% chance of surviving here, right?
Oh, I think you have survived the turn.
Yeah.
That ship has sailed. That is a great flow state for Nick. Land, opt.
Ooh.
Great.
Nick is very happy, even though he doesn't know he should be. Tapping out to opt again. All right, so what's this, a 3/3 Otter?
Yep.
3/3 ain't dead.
He oughter know.
He oughter know.
He
Oughter
know.
All the Canadians in the chat go wild.
Is there a revelation? Is there a revelation?
We need to land first, man.
I'm
Landed in the revelation. Nope, 4
just
mana.
cast a Sphinx.
That's okay.
That would be great.
Yeah.
We would take that.
Now, is it hexproof the turn its cost? No, right?
No. However, Robert is tapped out,
Yes.
so
It will be.
it will be hexproof by the time we get back to Robert's turn.
Okie dokie.
And there will still be 2 mana represented. Wait.
Whoa. Whoa.
High noon!
Whoa! Hey, finally, man, it happened for you, bud. High noon, Sphinx.
Robert?
Isn't it still gonna need a? No, it's not gonna need a block, right?
Nope. That's the spell for the turn.
Yeah.
All right, take 3.
3, that's chill. Oh, can he do this? Yeah, he can, because he just attacks and then blows up High Noon, right?
That's
GG?
well, that's assuming Robert doesn't have Burst Lightning here.
Well,
Does Robert play Burst Lightning?
yeah.
4 copies.
Okay.
Does he have Burst Lightning? He does. 5U.
Oh my. Down to 2. Oh,
Does Nick
this is
have
so close.
a Spell Pierce? Spell Pierce does the job.
Goodness gracious.
But also Robert's at 2. He
Yeah.
doesn't need to pop. He needs
Does he have Burst Lightning?
Lightning Helix.
Lightning Helix. Is he gonna have it? Does he have a way?
No. No, anything he casts, he just dies to Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because it's 6 to pop High Noon or 5?
5.
5. Okay. So has the damage gone through?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So if he's at 2, then he can.
Let me see your graveyard again.
Yeah. Then he could pop it to kill him. To which Nick would Burst Lightning. But
Yeah.
then if High Noon's not there, then he can play another spell, like a 1 mana. Bzz. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Woo! This is a close one, man.
Yeah, this is purely a matter of, does Nick have a Spell Pierce?
Jeez.
Leave up blue mana.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Boom.
Yeah?
Burst Lightning you. That's the handshake. Wow.
Oh, my goodness. What a standoff
Wow.
there. That was definitely High Noon, huh?
That was High Noon. That was...
Excellent
Whoa.
stuff there.
Robert, you got to be more careful about showing your pin on camera. That was just full phone up. All right, all right.
GG's to Robert Wagner-Krankel, our tournament co-leader. You can see he is super relieved about that. GG Snikderu, 7-1-1, so an excellent result for your 4-color control player. What a day, man.
Really great day of Magic. I wish I had more brain cells remaining
It's
to
okay.
talk about how great it was, but really, really cool game of cool day
Of Magic.
Magic.
Yes. It was
Congratulations to our 9-0 players.
Hell yeah. Love to see it. Some excellent Magic all around. Like you mentioned, Monty's got to go to bed, friends. So we are going to say thank you so much for hanging out with us. Jim and Corey will be with you in the morning to kick the first 3 rounds off. So thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.